go. I know I already did this one, but I'm just gonna redo it just in case. Nah.
Hello, welcome back to another video, and as you can probably tell by the title of this video, it is ALPHALETE. It's Black Friday. It's time for Black Friday again. By the way, I'm filming this on a new camera, so if there are any issues, please bear with me. This is not ideal for me having to use a new camera for a video this important or this long, but I don't have a choice because my old camera is now officially broken. So many things I'm having to put in this video where I forgot them, but this is my first video I'm posting in November, so I'm only going to say it for this video. All my November AdSense, so the money I get paid from YouTube next month, is being donated to Alzheimer's Society. It's in memory of multiple family members that I've had who have had it, but November was my grand's birthday month. It was actually going to be her birthday on Monday, so I always donate my November AdSense to Alzheimer's Society. So if you do get ads on this video, please watch them. If you want to go and watch any of my old hauls to prep for Black Friday, please watch the ads if you get them on the videos, because the more ads you watch, basically the more money is going to be made, and then every single penny of that will be donated to Alzheimer's Society next month. Yes, that is all. Thank you. So we have moved on to bigger and better things. The quality should be better. Let me know if there's any issues. I haven't got a microphone for it yet, so if there's any issues with the audio and you think it would be better with a microphone, just let me know, because I will happily put some more money into it and get a microphone. But yeah, I'm still getting to grips with it. However, Black Friday, the video I have been waiting to do, I only got all my packages yesterday, so basically they've shipped packages differently at different times this time around, so I was waiting on the hoodies, which I've got one of them on now, until I sat down and did this video. This video is part 1 for my Black Friday videos. There's going to be a part 2, which is you'll have to wait and see, but it'll go up this week. I'll go through all the key sale information, and then I will get into the haul. Yes, so disclaimer first of all, before I get into the video, Black Friday is an amazing time of year to be buying things. If it's something you've had your eye on for a while and you've been waiting for it to go on sale, it's an amazing time of the year to buy things. I'm not going to negate that. However, I do not want this video, anyone else's video, any of the content that I do throughout this week to come across as me pushing and pressurising you into shopping the sale if you realistically shouldn't be shopping the sale right now. And I don't want this disclaimer to come off as patronising at all. I fully trust that you are all full grown, responsible adults. You know what you're doing with your money. You wouldn't spend beyond your means, but I do think sometimes people can be pressured, that's how marketing works, with things like FOMO marketing with Black Friday sales, that oh, it's such a bargain, you'll never see this bargain again on these items, that you can end up going overboard. You end up with Affirm bills, Klarna bills, whatever bills up to your eyeballs, and it's just not right, because ultimately, yes, Black Friday is an amazing time to buy things if it's something you've had your eye on and you can get it at a discounted price. However, just because something is discounted, it doesn't mean you need it, and it doesn't mean it's worth it if realistically you have other priorities right now. That is okay. If you cannot shop the Black Friday sale, that is okay, and I don't want you to feel as though you have to. It's not the only sale that ALPHALETE do. The birthday sale is in February, which is a few months away. Yes, it is true that things like Amplify will likely sell out very quick for Black Friday. So if you want a specific colour by February, the harsh truth is it will probably be gone and it won't be restocked. However, there is more to life than leggings. You know, Christmas is coming up. It's a very expensive time of year. Bills are through the roof in England right now, and I just don't want anyone feeling any kind of pressure from me personally to shop this sale if, you know, they can't afford to right now. So I just wanted to disclaim that very quickly, because I feel like there's going to be a lot of information in this video and I don't want to overwhelm anyone or pressure anyone. So I like to disclaim these things. If you cannot afford to shop right now, that is okay. You do not need to shop. And that brings me on to my giveaway, which I will always do this the same way every year. That is my promise to you guys, which is You don't have to shop Black Friday to enter my giveaways. Third year I've been working with ALPHALETE, which is insane, and I feel so lucky, and I'm actually in some of the content because obviously I went to Texas, and it's so exciting. I'm going to leave the PDF link down below. There's a couple of pictures of me in there. I was like, oh my god, it's me. I've had an Instagram ad with me in it, and I'm like, screenshot. Some people will be like, that's so sad that you screenshot pictures of yourself, but I'm just like, oh my god, it's me. It feels really surreal, and I was really excited about it. Well, I put the PDF on my Instagram story, and people were like, Amy, you're in the pictures. I was so rushing to put the PDF up so that you guys had the PDF that I didn't even look at it myself. I was like, oh my god, I am in some of the pictures. Yes, it's my third Black Friday with ALPHALETE, and every single Black Friday I like to do a bigger giveaway just because Black Friday can be a time of like massive support for athletes. But also, with it being like closer to Christmas, it kind of feels like a Christmas present to you guys for through the year. But you do not have to shop the Black Friday sale to enter my giveaway. Essentially, here is the giveaway this year. It's bigger than last year. I think it might peak this year. I'm not sure I can keep going up and up and up. I put pressure on myself to keep going up and up and up. This is something I'm going over in therapy, but I keep doing it. I just put pressure on myself to go up every year. However, this giveaway, I'm excited. I've really asked on Instagram a lot about what you guys wanted. So here are the giveaway details. There are going to be 5 winners. I asked if people wanted more winners and smaller gifts, or bigger gifts and less winners, because I like to make my giveaways quite like meaningful and like substantial. So I've done like £250 to like 2 people in the past, rather than doing like, you know, £50 gift cards or whatever. However, I am doing it a little bit different just based off the feedback. There's no point me doing giveaways that you guys don't want. So there's going to be 5 winners. One of you, which will be first place, which by the way, I'm not going to pick someone first place based off anything like that. It's going to be completely random, so it's not going to be like favoritism or anything like that. First place, you are going to be in with a chance of winning an ALPHALETE gym bag. The idea behind this, because when I asked people were like gym essentials, I was like, why don't I just do like my kind of gym essentials? So an ALPHALETE medium-sized gym duffel bag. You are also going to get, which this giveaway is going to be open worldwide, which is why I haven't bought the earphones yet, because actually it probably makes sense to, when someone wins, I will take your details from you and I will get them shipped to you rather than me shipping them, because insurance and all that sort of stuff, it gets very expensive. So you are going to be in with the chance of winning a medium-sized ALPHALETE gym duffel bag, because that is my gym bag that I use all the time pretty much now. The Beats earphones, the Powerbeats Pro earphones, those are the ones that I use. I always get asked which earphones I use. They are the best. They will last you years and years and years. The noise cancelling is insane. They are way better than AirPods. I don't care what anyone else says, they're so much better than AirPods. Battery life, incredible. Just the best earphones, and they're going to take your gym sessions to the next level. You are also going to be with a chance of winning £100 cash. Now, the idea originally was going to be I was going to give away supplements, but not everyone needs supplements, and if a beginner wins this, why am I going to be giving them bloody creatine? They don't need it. So the £100 cash, the idea behind it is, if you want to spend it on supplements, you can. If you want to buy some gym accessories, you know, maybe like a lifting belt or some lifting straps, you can. If you want to put it towards your gym membership, you can. Alternatively, if you want to stuff it up the wall and do a Sephora haul or buy whatever you want with it, you can. It's your money to spend. There's no obligation that you have to buy XYZ with it. Also be getting a £100 ALPHALETE gift card voucher, and basically there's no new Amplify in the Black Friday haul. Spoiler alert, no new Amplify, but there is new Amplify coming in January. So the idea behind that is, loads of people wanted Amplify in the giveaway, but I can't really do that because I don't know what size someone's going to be, and after Black Friday I have no doubt all the Amplify is probably going to be gone. So that will be good for January, because that would be my gym staple outfit. It would be an Amplify set, and they are going to be launching again in some new colours in January, so that is going to be one of the prizes. So you've got the gym bag, the earphones, £100 in cash, and a £100 ALPHALETE gift voucher to spend on whatever you want, but I would be recommending, as it's my gym essentials, an Amplify set. The other 4 winners are going to be 4 £100 ALPHALETE gift card vouchers. The only requirement, this is the only requirement, it's my giveaways, I make them very, very easy to enter. The only requirement is it has to be a code use between January the 1st, 2022, so the start of this year, up until, because the giveaway is going to be open until the end of November, so December the 1st. So anytime between January the 1st and December the 1st, 2022, if you have used my code, you can be entered into the giveaway, and all you need to do is send a screenshot. It can be from any launch. You can also send me a screenshot of our own DMs where you've sent me that you've used my code before. That is also perfectly valid, to the email avrgiveaway, I'll put the details below, at gmail.com, and you will be entered, and the winner will be announced on the 2nd of December. So yeah, 5 of you are gonna win. Full disclaimer, this is all spent on my own money. It's kind of tied to ALPHALETE because it's based off support codes, but I've done this off my own back. They haven't given me anything towards it. I haven't asked them for the gift cards. I'm spending my own money on it. This is my little give back to you guys for all the support. Having said that, if you want to support me on Black Friday, support code Amy, and it will get you an extra 10% off whatever the discount price is. That is the first thing to know. Athlete codes can be used to get you an extra 10% off whatever the discount price is on Black Friday. So you can still support your favourite athlete, whether it's me, someone else, whoever. You can still support us whilst shopping the Black Friday sale and get yourself an extra 10% off. So that's the giveaway details and the disclaimer done. On to the sale information. The sale is going to begin, if I'm looking over here, it's because I'm looking at my laptop because I've got the PDF up to make sure I give you the right information. The sale is going to begin Saturday, November the 19th, 12 PM CST, which is 6 PM UK time, and the event is going to end Tuesday, November the 29th, so it's running a little bit longer this year, at 12 AM CST, so that will be 6 AM UK time on Tuesday, November the 29th. All products new and old are going to be between 10 and 80% off. I don't know the specific discounts for everything. What I do know is all the new items, so everything I'm going over in this video is going to be 10% off. If you use an athlete code on top of it, that's 20% off. And then I'm going to link below. We have been given access so far. I don't have pricing for everything, but I do have pricing for the most in-stock items. I have the pricing information for those in the specific colours that are the highest stock. So it's the top 5 in-stock colours of the top in-stock items and their discount percentages. Just something to note when you do look at the prices, which I'm going to link down below. The discount includes what if you are using an athlete code. So if you don't want to use an athlete code, which is fine, you don't have to, you're not obliged to, just take 10% off the percentage discount and add 10% onto the price, and that will be the price of things basically. There are no restocks before Black Friday. Every single year I get asked about this, and every single year I say there's no restocks, and then every single year people are like, they didn't restock this item, and every single year I'm like, I told you, they're not going to restock anything. They're not restocking anything. If something is out of stock currently on the website, it's going to be out of stock for Black Friday. You're not going to be able to get it. Another piece of information that is important to know is if something is marked on the site, and I think they do normally put now final sale next to it, 30% or more off, it is a final sale item. However, I'm not sure on the Canadian rules. I know this definitely applies to the US. UK customers, brands actually aren't allowed to do that over here. So the 30% thing, ignore it. You can return anything. They have to give you 14 days. That's our rules over here. USA, they're going by their rules, which is if it's over 30% off, 30% plus off, marked on the website, and it will be marked as final sale. It is final sale. UK people, they're legally not allowed to do that over here, so it doesn't apply to my UK babes. EU, I'm not 100% sure. I will update a pinned comment when I have looked into that for you all. Another key piece of information, which is very, 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 very important, guys, is the 18th of November at 12 PM CST. Look on ALPHALETE's Instagram and mine also, because I will post it as soon as I can post it. They're making a very, very important announcement about how Black Friday is working this year. There's a big secret were not meant to know, but because I was in Texas doing the Black Friday shoots, I do actually know what it is. I'm going to be completely honest. I think some of you will love it, and I think some people will think, for fuck's sake, for reasons which, when you find out what it is, you will probably understand. That's all I'm going to say. Please don't ask me what it is, because I can't tell you anything. But as soon as I can tell you, I will tell you. But definitely look on their Instagram the day before. The only thing I'm going to say right now, because I don't want to stress anyone out, it's not early access. It's nothing to do with an early access thing. So the sale will go live for everyone on the 19th at 12 PM CST, 6 PM UK time. It is not an early access thing. I don't want anyone to stress about that. I think I've gone over all the like super important information that we were meant to know. Like I said, the pricing for the highest in-stock items is going to be linked down below. Also linked down below is going to be something, by the way, I've just rewatched that first clip and I'm looking to the side a lot and it's really annoying, and I'd just like to apologise for it, because my viewfinder used to be on top and now it's at the side, and because I'm not used to this camera I keep needing to check that I'm in focus, because if I film this video and I'm not in focus I'll fucking scream. So I'm going to try and just ignore that it's even there and just look right down the lens at you guys. The only other thing that I wanted to let you know is I have gone stir crazy, and I made a Black Friday guide again. Last year was the first time I made one, but I've been doing R&D, research and development for it for months. I kept asking on Instagram, people must have been thinking, do you keep putting the same question box that I was asking, like, what's the most important thing to know about leggings, tops, all this sort of stuff. And basically it was because I was compiling a list for each category, so like hoodies, joggers, shorts, chill shorts, tops, sports bras, leggings, so that I could make my Black Friday guide even better. So this guide, I'm going to put it on the screen so you can see. It's a 68-page big bitch, and it's essentially a review, just my opinion and all that sort of stuff, of every single item that is on the ALPHALETE website for women's wear. I think I might have lost my mind. The only things not included are the things here, but that's because I'm giving this video to these items. There's a couple things like the Surface Power leggings which actually are in there because there's old colours on the website and nothing's changed about the fit. That it's the same updated fit from August. But everything is in there. I've put my top picks in there. I also put in the list of like the highest inventory items for the women's wear to kind of help you plan your sale, and I've put some shopping tips in there as well. But yeah, there's like 130 items plus. There's a contents page so you can kind of navigate it easier. I've gone through most things you could possibly want to know, and the most important thing for me to include was when I've said if something's worth it or not, which I've done for every single item, I've gone over, is something worth it in terms of would I spend my money on it? So is it my personal taste? Do I think it's worth it for me? Would I spend money on it? And also worth it as in quality for price, because sometimes there's items like the Surface Power leggings are a really good example. They're not worth it for me because they don't suit my proportions, but they're not a bad quality legging and they look amazing on other people. It's literally, sometimes it just feels like it's just me. So on that point, it's like, is it worth it for me? No. But is it worth it as in like quality for price? Yes. Like these leggings, some people prefer them to Amplify. So, you know, but I really hope that that guide is helpful. I like doing it because the website can be really overwhelming, and if you're new to ALPHALETE, it's a really good place to start. Obviously, it's only my opinion, and I'm not, you know, the god of activewear. Like, everyone can have their own opinion, but I just wanted to make it for you guys because you guys have supported me so much this year with ALPHALETE, like an insane amount this year with ALPHALETE, and I'm so grateful for that. So the giveaway, and also me making this guide, and another guide that I'm making which is for Black Friday and will be out before Black Friday, which is more to do with Amplify specifically. Just my little ways of giving back to you guys, and I hope they're helpful. I'm open to feedback on it. If anyone has any feedback, I would be grateful. But everything will be linked down below, so we'll have the launch PDF below, we'll have the ultimate guide PDF below, the pricing for the high inventory items below, any other links below, and I will eventually make a Google Drive, which I will also link below, a folder that has everything in one place. So when I've made the other document, that will be in there and it's all in one neat little space for you guys to navigate easier. There's 2 more things I just want to go over really quick. The shopping tips are in the Black Friday Ultimate Guide that I made for you guys, but I just want to run through them very quickly with you now. Like I said, not a fan of FOMO marketing, but I'm not a fan of people not being able to get what they want, and I want to prepare my girls as best as they can be possibly prepared. If you want Amplify, this is a public service announcement. Yes, it has the highest stock out of everything. The shorts and the leggings, apparently that's what they've got the most stock of. However, the demand for that compared to anything else on the website is going to be mega. So if you want Amplify, you need to try and shop at the point of the launch going live. Otherwise, I think you will be upset and miss out on it. I don't like FOMO marketing, but I do think that the Amplify is absolutely going to fly, especially because depending on if you use an athlete code or not, you're going to be getting 20 to 40% off, which is like unheard of for Amplify. 40% off is nearly half price, and especially with like the quality issues we've had with Amplify recently, I actually think for some colours that's a much better price and actually is worth it. Don't let the high inventory list kind of fool you. If you want Amplify, I would recommend shopping at the point of the sale going live. So I would be on the site when the sale goes live, refresh it, load it up like 5 minutes before, refresh it. I always find that my phone loads quicker than my laptop, so I would maybe have like a couple of different screens on the go. There is no cart hold, like nothing is yours until you have paid for it. Until that money has left your bank, it's not yours. Until you've got your order confirmation, your order has been processed, thank you for your order, it's not yours. There is no cart hold. You need to get your payment through as quick as possible. The quickest way to do this, I have got Drake tickets this way, I've got Beyonce tickets this way. Pay with PayPal, Apple Pay, anything that has your details preloaded, or even with like the iPhone, Apple keychain, have your card details preloaded, so all you need to do is either Face ID or if you're on a laptop, whatever. I know that mine has like a fingerprint one, and it will load all your details up. The less typing you need to be doing at checkout, the better. The quicker it will go through. And general shopping tips, if there are things that you're like, oh, I know I really, really, really want that item, but then if there are things where you're thinking, oh, I'm not sure, personally, especially if Amplify is on the list of things that you definitely really want, I would order the things that you really, really want first, and then I would go back for the things that you're not sure about, because the high likelihood is the things that people are really, really going to want is going to be Amplify, and that's what everyone's going to really, really want. So people are going to be rushing for it and checking out quicker. So my concern would just be that if we were like, oh, I'm going to put this in my basket, and then I'm going to, I'm not sure about that, and then by the time you get to checkout, the Amplify stuff that you really wanted is gone. I don't want that to happen, so I would recommend, I know it's annoying having to pay for shipping twice, but if you're spending over $150 or £120, you're going to get free shipping. I know that's a lot of money to spend. I'm not saying you have to spend that much, but you know, if you know you're going to be shopping and spending a lot of money, you may as well split your hauls up into things that you really, really, really want, kind of not sure about and not bothered about, which you could even go back for a few days later, depending on what you decide to do with the sale. So yes, those would be my shopping tips. The final thing I just want to say before I get into this video is the biggest thank you. I feel like I've already said thank you so many times in this video, but I didn't realise, I kind of had an inkling that the stuff I would be doing would be for Black Friday just because of the timings of when I went to Texas, but you guys don't even realise, like, shooting with ALPHALETE is like a dream come true, and I'm so grateful that I got to do it, and I wouldn't have been able to do that if it wasn't for the support. So I just want to say thank you. Like, seeing myself in some of like the pictures, the reels that they've been doing, like even the launch PDF, like it feels like someone said on one of my community posts, they were like, it feels like a full circle moment, and it really does. It's my 3rd Black Friday working with ALPHALETE. I never want like things to feel normal, and things still don't feel normal. So I know that some people think I'm really annoying when I keep reposting things when I see myself in an ad or something, but like it just feels very weird to me to be doing that. Like I wouldn't have thought a weird borderline obsession with the gym would turn into such an opportunity, and like a weird obsession with being very nitpicky with activewear would turn into what it's turned into. But I am really grateful for it, and it was an amazing experience. And I spoke about this before, but I've been feeling quite, you know, low-ish kind of on confidence and stuff, and not really been liking taking pictures. You'll notice if you follow me on Instagram, I don't really take selfies anymore. But honestly, when I was shooting with ALPHALETE, first of all, I didn't even care. I wasn't even thinking, oh, like, I didn't even ask to see any of the stuff. I was just like, it is what it is. Like, this is just such an amazing opportunity. I actually don't care how I look, which was very freeing in itself. But then when I saw the pictures, most of them, there's a couple where I'm like, girl, that does not fit. Which I'll get onto in this haul, because it's actually some of the stuff from this haul. I saw the pictures and I was just like, oh, I'm actually not. I actually like the pictures, and it's been a while since I've felt like I liked how I looked, especially in pictures. So yes, just a thank you, but I'm going to shut the fuck up now and get on with the haul, because I'm probably boring the absolute living shit out of you. What reference, I am 5'6". I got my mum and dad to measure me, because everyone in Texas was like, you're a lot taller than I thought you'd be. So when I came back, I was like, mum and dad, you need to measure me. I am 5'6". The inside of my leg is about 28 inches. I am pretty much all torso. 32DD around the bust, but it is important to note a fake 32DD is actually smaller than a real 32DD, just because of the way implants measure. So take that with a pinch of salt. My sizing for a natural boob would probably be more like 32C, but it's because of the way where implants sit in your chest, you measure bigger than you actually are, because of the way your boob sits. Weird, but yeah. Also take what I'm saying about support with a pinch of salt, because my boobs do move, but not as much as a natural boob. My waist is 25. It's kind of going up and down at the moment because it's bulking season. I have put on quite a bit of weight. I'm 63.5 kilos now, and my glutes around the widest point on a good day are 40, on a normal day 39, 39.5. Those are my measurements for reference, and I'll go over the sizing in every piece that I've got. So I've got the Learn More, Dream More, Be More, the LB Be More mesh short 5-inch. So I got these in whale blue in a size small. I did actually ask for, by the way, it's night time now, so the light in here might look a bit warm, but the clips I did for try-on clips were done in natural lighting earlier, so they are more true to colour. And this camera, I've noticed, picks up true to colour way better than my Canon did, so the colours you're seeing are that's the colours that they are. So these are the whale blue Learn More, Dream More, Be More mesh shorts. Like I said, I've got these in a small, in the whale blue. I did request a mocha in a size extra small, but I haven't got them, but I did shoot in them, and I can say I do actually prefer an extra small. Obviously with these being unisex sizing, they do run a bit bigger than, you know, your standard short sizing, because it's for men and women, so that extra small is a bit bigger than a typical extra small would be, if that makes sense, just with it being unisex sizing. I do definitely prefer an extra small. The small still fits, but the extra small just looked a bit better, and I shot in that, so I know that it does fit me. And those were in the mocha. I love the mocha colour. I do actually like the whale blue, but I would say if I had to pick one, I would probably go with the mocha colour, but this is cute too. They are super, 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 super stretchy. They've got an elasticated waistband here. This is on the inside. They have a drawstring as well, so you can tighten it, which is kind of like, even the drawstring is stretchy. And then at the end, it looks like they've kind of been dipped in, oh, it won't focus on that. It's been doing really well with focusing, but it won't focus on this. Brilliant. It looks like it's been dipped in a candle. It looks like it's been dipped in wax. They have front pockets. They're not like zipped or anything, so they're not like super safe. I actually probably wouldn't want to be putting my phone in there, I feel like, because these are so like stretchy and like loose and stuff. They'd kind of feel a little unsafe. The back is super plain. They do have a back and a front seam, by the way, which I do actually find both in an extra small and a small, but it's not as bad in the small. So if you are concerned about this, maybe do go up a size from your normal kind of sizing. You can get a little bit of a camel toe, but again, I have a very long torso, so take what I say about what gives me a camel toe, what doesn't, with a pinch of salt, because I have to really pull things up to make them sit at the right height. So yeah, they do have a front seam and it can give you a little bit of a camel. So if you have a long torso, if you do size up, it will help a little bit, but you'll still get it a bit anyway. And then on the back, it's just got this ALPHALETE logo, which is actually attached to the label on the inside, just like that. And then on the front, this is like stickered on, and it just says learn more, dream more, be more, which is their classic kind of ALPHALETE thing. The material of these is like, Christian said when we were shooting with these, he's like, I think it's going to be hard to market them and like explain them. Fuck me, I agree. Like, this is like nothing I've felt before. The inside is like soft and stretchy, and then the outside has got this like diamond mesh overlay, which is very similar to the varsity skirt, if you got that, like the bigger diamond print, as opposed to being like a more like fine mesh. It's kind of like a bigger diamond print, but that's kind of like an overlay, like they're separate. But like the stretch on these is insane. Like, these are so stretchy. So like sizing wise, you can actually go, you can size up, you can size down. I would recommend sticking with your normal size if you are a girl. I do definitely prefer the extra small, just because I just feel like I don't need the extra room in these. They're so stretchy anyway. They're super stretchy, cold to touch, very soft. That's the vibes for these shorts. These are unisex and they're coming in a few different colours. 5-inch inseam, like I said in the try and clip, I've shown you what these look like normal, and then I've also shown you them rolled up, because I know that some people probably won't like this. I'm not a huge fan of it. It doesn't bother me loads, but I'm not like a huge fan of it, because it is quite big in your face branding. So you can roll these, but they won't stay rolled, just an FYI. Unless you like found a way to tuck them into something, they're not going to stay rolled. But you can try and roll them. Yeah, I wanted a kind of like mesh comparison. So this is like the varsity short mesh. So as you can see, it's very like, it doesn't even really have holes in it. Can you see what I mean? Like, it's very fine, like doesn't really have holes in it. And then this mesh is like big diamond stitch mesh. If you got the varsity skirt, the mesh overlay on this is exactly how it is on the varsity skirt, like the bigger kind of cutouts, whereas this is a much more like fine mill thing. This one doesn't even really have, I mean it does, but not really proper holes, whereas this, like, I could literally put my nail through that. It's like a full-on hole. So I don't know, I kind of wanted to try and find a mesh comparison, and obviously like the branding on the varsity stuff is kind of like a swimming badge ironed on, and then this one is sticker. Now that I'm actually feeling this close up, I'm not gonna lie, I do have slight concerns about the how durable this is. Like, that O is already peeling away slightly. That's a little bit concerning. I am actually filming this after I've filmed the main bulk of my haul, so add this into my opinion on the shorts. But yeah, that's just a little mesh comparison. Like I said, I would prefer an extra small in these. Okay, in terms of would I recommend these, these are to your personal taste. These are very, very, very cute. Now, for me personally, I really like these shorts, but like, UK fashion, like for women. For men, definitely you would wear these a lot more like out and about, like to the gym, but like for me personally, it's not something I'd wear to the gym. I do think these would show sweat though anyway, just a little FYI, because it's kind of like a spandexy, nylon-y kind of feel. For girls, I don't know, it kind of depends on your personal preference. So if you're looking at this and thinking I'd get a lot of outdoor wear out of these, I'd probably say they're a bit more worth it. It's quite expensive for something that you're just going to lounge around in. I do love them, and I am going to wear them loads to lounge around in, but like, am I going to wear them to training? No. Am I going to want to be out and about in them in England in the deep dark depths of winter? No, they look cool, I like how they look, but like, I have to be honest with myself, like, as much as I really like them, how much am I realistically going to wear these? I don't know. Really depends on your personal preference. They feel like a high quality item, it just depends on whether this is something that you're going to get a lot of wear out of or not. and that's going to depend on where you live and your kind of style, but they're very, very, very comfortable. You could sleep in them, you could do whatever in them. They are super, 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 super comfy. The material blend on these is 78% polyamide, 22% elastin, which explains the stretch. So yeah, that's the unisex shorts, and then we've got another classic unisex pump cover, or commonly known as a t-shirt. I bought my mum, dad and sister one each back from Texas, and I was like, I've got your pump covers, and they were like, it's a t-shirt, and it is a t-shirt. Garth, by the way guys, these t-shirts are Garth approved. My dad said, in his own words, that is some bloody good cotton. My dad said these feel very heavy duty and very good quality. So at sale price, this is like one of my top recommendations, to get multiple of these. At sale price, these are a fucking steal. And these are one of, I know ALPHALETE only started doing these in the past few months, but like already one of my most worn ALPHALETE items, full stop, which you're going to find more about in part 2 of my Black Friday video, because I'm going to do like a styling video of like some of the new bits, but also my most worn ALPHALETE items of 2022 to kind of give you some outfit inspo for the sale. Guys, I accidentally deleted my pump cover try-on clip, so I'm just trying it on again now. Let me angle you upwards so you can see what we're working with. This is a medium, as I've said in the video, dropped shoulder kind of vibes. I've got yogurt on this, it's really dirty, I'm sorry, but they all fit the same in terms of the pump cover. This is a kind of length that if I were to wear it untucked, but I like to normally, I don't have a bra on right now, so I can't do it. I'm trying to cover the situation at the front because it's very severe right now. This is how I kind of wear it normally, so it's kind of tucked at the back like that, and then you've got a bit of back on show, but you can still cover the front, especially if I'm wearing surface, because it's C central. Yeah, that's the pump cover. But yeah, I love these. 6.5 ounce cotton. I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't know what that fucking means. All I know is that these are heavy duty enough to feel worth the money, but thin enough to train in. They're not a super soft feel, they're not the same as like the performance feel. That's not what these, that's not what these are. I've actually got a yogurt stain on mine because I haven't washed this, but I wanted to keep it out. I love most of the designs in this, but I love the greys that they do. I love this one, I love the dolphin blue, ALPHALETE wolf head logo one. There's so many that I love, I'll go over that in another video, but yeah, the pump covers, I wear these so fucking much. I get these in a medium, so typically for tops, depending on what kind of top, I'm an extra small or a small. I get these in a medium, and I could also do a large. They are a dropped shoulder style though, which means sometimes in a large, the sleeve is very long. It's like elbow length, and it can look a little bit weird. And as well, they are quite a high neck t-shirt. Like, I do find that this bit comes up quite high. The only thing to note is when you wash these, they can go a little bit stiff, but then when you wear them, they do soften back up again. But yeah, don't be alarmed if you put it in the washing machine and it kind of stiffens up a bit. It will weaken back out, and they do also crinkle a lot, so you do need to iron these. I mean, this is very, 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 very crinkled, but I love these. I don't really wear them full length. I normally do tuck them in at some point during the workout, which, by the way, why does it feel like the most attention seeking thing in the world when you go into the gym with your pump cover, t-shirt, whatever you want to call it, full length, and then halfway through session you like just working up the back of its full. Every time I do it, I like cringe at myself because I'm like, I should have just started my session like this, because now it just looks like I was waiting to get a pump. To be honest, it looks like exactly what it is. I was waiting to get a pump on to reveal my bunda. This would be one of my top 3 items to get from ALPHALETE, by the way. So if you're doing your Black Friday list at the moment, get one of these bitches on there. These are so good. Like, so good. They do show sweat, they will show sweat. But I personally don't care. I say this all the time. Men can sweat in the gym and people are like, whoa, they're working so hard, dude. Then a girl gets a sweaty armpit and I'm like, oh, you can see sweat on her armpit. Oh my god, she's sweating while she's working out. And I think, get a grip, Brian. It's the exact same thing. I'm there to sweat, you're there to sweat. No big deal. Like I said, sizing wise, I would go 1 to 2 sizes up from your normal top sizing for an oversized fit. Equally, if you want, you know, a more, it will never be a tight fitting top, but if you want less of an oversized fit, or you're quite short and you don't want too much length, you can stick with true to size. It just won't be super oversized. I like to have mine oversized so that when I do tuck it in, I can kind of bag it out a bit more and still get length at the front, for example. If I do tuck it in at the back, whereas when you get a smaller size, you don't really have as much material to do that with. But that would be my sizing recommendation for the pump covers. And yeah, definitely like top 3 items to be getting in the sale, because I know that these can be quite expensive. I do think they're worth the money regardless. But on the topic of t-shirts, like I've just gone over the pump cover, I'm going to go over the signature oversized tee, which is a new style. Finally, oh god, when I was shooting and I saw these, I thought, fucking hell, finally. I am so glad that we've actually got some women's, so it's not even just unisex, some women's oversized t-shirts. Yeah. Full length, not cropped, full length. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this. I feel like every full length top that ALPHALETE has done so far for women, I'm not going to mince my words here, I found them either very good, but very tight. You know, they're tight fitting. It's like a BBL effect top, or hideous, like just odd fit, not very nice. Just not really my cup of tea. I walked in and I saw these and I thought, fucking brilliant. So I've got this in the mocha colour, and again I got this in a medium because I like an oversized fit. I will say on the shoot I wore this exact top in an extra small and it still felt oversized. I think with the medium I just have a lot more room around the neck and a little bit more length in the sleeves and a little bit more length in the body. I wouldn't say there's a huge change in terms of like the actual fit of the body. To compare it to, I'm going to pop in a clip comparing this with the pump cover so you can kind of see the differences between the styles and t-shirts, because there's some differences in how like the shoulders work, there's some differences in the neckline and like the fit of the body and all that sort of stuff. I'm going to show you the difference between the pump covers and the new women oversized t-shirts. So the main differences, as you can see, like body wise, they're kind of the same width. The pump cover is slightly longer, but only ever so slightly. The main difference is that this neck is more kind of tied to your neck and comes up a little bit higher, whereas this neckline is more wide and a little bit lower. Like when I wear pump covers, I can't really see my sports bra straps underneath it, but when I wear this one I can. And then the other difference is the sleeves are longer on the pump covers and they've got the dropped shoulder style, whereas the women's t-shirts are more like normal t-shirt style, so you can see the shoulder starts a lot higher up on the pump covers. And yeah, then material wise, this one's more of like a less soft kind of true heavy cotton feel, whereas this one's more of like a soft jersey. But yeah, this is part of their performance range, so it's not the same material as the unisex pump covers. It is 94% cotton, 6% spandex. If you've had a performance range tee before, they're very like, it's basically just good quality jersey, not lightweight, not heavyweight. I would say it's like a medium weight top. I'd say the pump covers are more heavyweight, this is more medium. It's a little bit thinner and a little bit more kind of breathable, and it's like cold to touch. It's like a soft jersey basically, whereas the pump cover is a bit more of a rougher, just cotton kind of material. But yeah, details wise on this, I've gone over like the neckline and the sleeves, kind of like a boxy fit. The hem is the same all the way around at the bottom. Then on the front you've got, it's tonal on every piece, so you've got the signature ALPHALETE logo there, and then on the back it's bigger. I've shown in the try and clip how this looks when it's like fully worn normally as a t-shirt. I would personally not wear this full length. As with the pump covers, I tend to tuck them in either to the back of my sports bra or tie them in a knot in the middle with bobble and then tuck it under to make it into a cropped top. And I just really fucking like how it looks. I wore the full mocha surface set with this the other day, and I think the people in the gym enjoyed it as well because people kept looking at me. Either that or they thought that's a fucking hideous outfit. Why she got so much brown on? But I really liked it. Just to show you as well, I'm going to put in some colour comparison pictures anyway, but this is the mocha pebble print and then the mocha top. They're more similar than the amplifying mocha is to this mocha, but I'll get on to that. My only gripes with this t-shirt is, and this is just a personal gripe, is I wish that the branding that they've done on it had been the core logo and not the signature one, just because for me personally I think we wouldn't be putting... It just annoys me sometimes that they put the signature stuff on women's stuff, because there's nothing wrong with things looking girly. There's nothing wrong with it if that's... Let's not demonise being girly, because there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with a bit more of a feminine logo, but like, they wouldn't put this necessarily on the men's stuff, I don't think. I think they'd stick with the block one, and I just kind of... I don't know, it would have been nice to have a women's top with the block logo, because I'm not a huge fan of the signature logo. That's my only gripe with it. That would be the only thing that I would change, but other than that, I do actually really like this t-shirt. It was fine to work out in. I did find I got a little bit, even though the pump covers are more like heavy duty, heavyweight should I say, I did find that because of the like material of this, like the jersey, I kind of got a lot sweatier in this a lot quicker, and it's not sweat proof, it will show sweat. So do be aware of that. It's also very crinkly as a material, and it will need ironing. The performance range generally washes very well, so no issues with that. And yeah, I'm happy with it in a medium. If you like a super oversized fit, I would say go up 1 to 2 sizes. But if you stay true to size, you're still going to get an oversized fit because it's oversized in nature, if that makes sense. And also the branding is a little bit different on every colour, so do check the PDF to see, because like for example the white t-shirt doesn't have tonal branding, it's got black. And also if you're not a huge fan of the signature, they are doing a men's emblem tee which looks very similar to this. The sizing will obviously be men's, so maybe I would probably go extra small or small in the men's one, but instead of having this, it's got the emblem logo at the top. So if you're not a huge fan of the signature one, you could go for a men's one. I think you can use a lot of the stuff unisexually, to be honest, even if it's not a unisex item. I'm now going to go over the surface range. I have got something in every item from the surface range. So they've got the limitless bras, the wrap bras, and making a comeback. We've got surface power shorts 5-inch and surface leggings 27-inch. So I'm going to go over the sports bras first. So first off, I got a limitless bra. I got it in a size small. I only got this because people asked me to get it, because I really don't like this bra on me personally. Now something I am going to do when I finish filming this video is actually cut the straps and make it halter neck, and I will put in a try-on clip of that, and I will kind of voice over it my thoughts on how well that works. This is actually my first time making a halter neck bra. I thought I'd actually film and then put the try-on clip after. I think I meant to cut it here.
We get it, Amy or MacGyver to a better...
That should work. I'm scared, I'm panicking, I don't know if I'm doing this right. Oh, I'm never gonna.
We got stuff from MacGyver here, people. We got stuff from MacGyver.
Right, okay, so I've cut that.
White girl did a MacGyver.
By the way, guys, there's a lot of mocha stuff in here, and I know that some, especially like American people, really like how I say the word mocha, and I've realised why, because when I was in Texas, everyone was saying mocha on the shoots was going mocha, and I was like, oh, I'm saying it wrong. So the amount of times I've said mocha in this haul, I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm going to try this on now, and I'll come back and I'll let you know what I think. Hopefully it works, otherwise this is really wasteful of me. The only thing that's concerning me is I've still got these rings at the back. What am I meant to do with these? Guys, I don't know what I meant to do with them. Guys, I've done it. I kind of... No, I'm actually high-key living for this. Okay, I've tied it a bit too tight. It's strangling me a little bit, but I feel like I've done it in a bow and I've definitely got room. Oh my god, guys, I'm not gonna lie. This looks fucking good. I know it's really stupid to do like a £35, £40 bra, but I low-key feel like this looks cute. Kind of focuses across the back, but
and then he made her
I don't know, have I ruined it? Guys, let me know if I've ruined this or not, but I just feel like this works better for me. Oh my god, low-key, I think I found a way to make this work, because I do actually like this colour. Like I said, I like this print in the bras, not so much in the leggings because it's just a bit much for me in a print that I'm not super keen on, but I do like it in the bras. This works so much better and I'm already feeling a lot more, say it's still like low to medium, that's very suspect, that's still like low to medium support, but definitely like, that's definitely better, that's definitely helped, and I feel like it looks cute. Yeah, if you have a limitless bra that you can't currently wear, maybe try doing this. I'm still not going to recommend it because I feel like it's a bit silly to pay £25, £30 for a bra that you're then going to cut, but people do it anyway, so do you know what? Try it. If you like this bra, maybe try it. I don't know, I think it looks good, you know. I've never done this before, by the way, but I think it looks kind of good. But I don't want to be wasteful, and I do actually like this colour. Although, spoiler alert, I'm not a huge fan of the pebble print, and everything other than the white wrap bra is pebble print. So, brilliant. It's giving, for me it's not giving pebble, it's giving 101 Dalmatians / Cheetah Girls, and I personally don't like it. Each to their own, it's not my favourite print. My favourite surface print they've ever done is the oil stain. I think that's a stunning print. But yeah, this is a Misty Lilac in a size small. It's a very, 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 very plain bra, I'm not gonna lie, so you might be thinking, how can you contest it that much? It's just the fit of it that I don't really like. So you've got the ALPHALETE rubber logo on the front there, just in the middle of the waistband. You've then got kind of scoop neckline kind of thing, very, very thin spaghetti straps. And then at the back you've got this kind of cross detailing, and the straps are adjustable on this bra, which I will give them brownie points for, because adjustable straps on bras can be very, very, very useful. I wouldn't say they are that useful on this bra for me personally, but yeah, it's nice that they give it some adjustable straps. Normally when they launch limitless bras now, I don't bother getting them anymore because they're just not really my cup of tea. It's not really my favourite bra that ALPHALETE does, and it's just not really my cup of tea. I don't really like it. I don't tend to order them, but people did ask me to, and they did change the fit of it, so I'm going to pop in a clip where I compare this one to the old fit and kind of tell you the differences between them. Okay, I've got the old limitless bra. This is from like years ago. By the way, this is this old, if you remember this surface print compared to the new whale blue pebble print. I feel like it's the most kind of comparable vibe. But anyway, the limitless old one is on top, the new one is below. This is an extra small, this is a small. Yeah, the difference is that they changed is obviously the way that the logo is done is different now. It does look a lot better. This actually looks a little bit cheap in hindsight. These are kind of differences, like it looks like there's more material, but it still just doesn't feel quite supportive enough in my opinion. It's just not really my favourite bra, and as you can see on the back, it's still the exact same. The only thing I will say that I did notice when I tried this one on again is the straps, they look the same, but the old ones feel a lot less sturdy compared to the new ones, and I don't know why. They just feel a bit thinner, I guess. These ones do feel a bit more sturdy, so the new one is better than the old one, but it's still not my favourite bra, and it's still not going on my top picks. No. Okay, old limitless bra on the right, new one on the left. Looking at this, I can see I do actually have a little bit more material on the new one, which is good, but as you can see, I've got a little bit of excess material with it being a size small, but I definitely couldn't do an extra small. Other than that, they're the same. Not much change. By the way, this does come with pads in, but I always take mine out. I wouldn't say this is medium impact, unless you have no boobs whatsoever. I don't really see how this is medium impact. I would say this is a very, very low impact bra. Like I said, when I make it halter neck, I'll let you know how much more bigger boob friendly this makes it. But like, because of how minimal it is, it's definitely more of a lower impact bra. In my opinion, it's definitely their least impactful supportive bra that they do in terms of big boobs, and because it's such like a minimal coverage bra, it's very like, I don't like training in these in their current form, because I literally feel like I'm gonna pop out. I had an extra small in the old ones, and I will say going up to the small does help a little bit, but I still, for me, like even with like weights, I don't feel comfortable training in these bras. Really not my favourite bra. There isn't much else to say about that. These are very, very liked by people with smaller chests. People with smaller boobs tend to really, really like these bras, but I don't think they're that big boob friendly. So if you do have bigger boobs, I would probably give this one a miss. Like I said, I'll let you know about the halter neck situation. But yeah, I'm just not a huge fan. One, because of the support, but also I don't really like sports bras that just go straight over my shoulders. I find it much more flattering when a sports bra is more like halter neck. I don't know why, I just feel like it makes shoulders look better. Everything just looks better when it's more halter neck, and it gives you a little bit more support when things are around the neck rather than just going straight over the shoulders. So I personally, it's one of my least favourite bras for ALPHALETE, just on me personally, but some people love it. It's not really for me. If you've got big boobs, I wouldn't recommend it. Sizing wise, if you do want to try it and you've got big boobs and you think, I want to give it a go anyway, definitely size up. But if you have, you know, a normal size chest to a smaller size chest, I would definitely say you can stay true to size in this bra. I would actually say if you are very, very flat chested, I'm not saying that in a bad way, I used to be super flat chested, I don't really know how else to explain it. You could probably actually size down in these bras just because they are actually quite big. Like, I got a small because I can't really fit properly in an extra small. My boobs feel like they're about to pop out of it. But in a small, I find this bit here and the band around the bottom, it's not like tight to my ribs, which is an issue that I used to have with ALPHALETE sports bras, not so much recently. But with the surface range, I can find that in a size small, things can gape a little bit. The rib cage, and it's just, yeah, I just feel like this bit of material here, like where your boobs are meant to fit, is quite a short bit of material for your tit to fit into. Moving on, we have then got the wrap bras. These are like a favourite. Like, these haven't been back for a while. I swear the last time that they did this was like 2020, maybe even 2019. I feel like they've not done, no, 2020. 2020 was the last time they had wrap bras out. They've not done them in a long time. I got all these in a size small. I did actually ask for a mix of extra small and small, but something went wrong with my order. I actually ended up with some stuff that I didn't request, and I'm still missing some bits that I did want, but I just want to get this video done now, and also I don't want to complain. I don't like feeling like, I just don't want to be that person that complains, so I'm just rolling with what I have got. I've got the bras in a size small, and I have got the mocha, I have got the whale blue, and I have got the stone grey colour as well. So I've got 3 of the colours. Again, like I said, I'm really not a big fan of this print personally. It's not my cup of tea. I would say I find it more tolerable in the whale blue colour. I don't think it's as obvious in the whale blue, but in the lighter colours, particularly in the grey and lilac, I'm really not a fan of it. Sorry, it's a really unpopular opinion because I feel like some people love it. It's not my favourite print. I just don't really like it. Like I said, it gives 101 Dalmatians. Details on the bra. This is a new fit, which I'll go over in a second, just for anyone who did have the old ones. So you've got a wrap front detail. It's not like sewn in here, so this bit is actually completely separate. It's not like this bit is stitched here, which is the case with some wrap bras, which would actually be something that I think would massively help with the fit of this, but I'll get onto that. ALPHALETE rubber logo at the front, and then you've got, I would have said this was a racer back, but I've seen them call it a razor back. I don't know what that means. So it's a razor back, and it's got the surface material everywhere, but then this little panel here, super stretchy and a lot of give. So the good news is this is not tight on the traps, and I shot in an extra small and it wasn't tight on my traps either. So even if you go down a size, say if you've got smaller boobs but you still have bigger traps, it's not tight on the traps. The seams have got a lot of stretch, the bra itself has got a lot of stretch, it's got a lot of give to it. So the good news is it's trap comfortable. Support wise, this says again medium to low impact. I would say this is a low impact bra. I wouldn't say it's medium. It probably is more of a medium on me in an extra small, but in a size small, it's definitely more low impact. If you want more support, I would actually recommend sizing down in this bra, because I actually did find, I trained in the mocha the other day, and I found this bit here really like gates, so I wouldn't be doing anything bent over in this bra, because I'm not joking. From the side, if someone stood at the side of me, it feels like it's coming away, and it is coming away from my chest, like here. It kind of gates, and also at the side underneath where the armpit is, the fit is a little off on me in a size small. This bit kind of gapes, so I actually prefer an extra small in this. I don't have any to show you to compare, and I'm really sad that I don't, but I did shoot in an extra small, so I know it fits me and it fits me better. So yes, I would recommend, if you typically go between sizes for sports bras, which I personally do, I tend to go between an extra small and a small, go with the smaller size. And if you have a smaller chest, I would actually recommend that you size down in this bra. One, for a little bit of extra lift on the girl, because the small on me doesn't really give me the kind of lift and squish and support that an extra small does. So if you size down, you'll get more kind of cleavage and kind of like more of a push-up effect, because it'll be a bit tighter. Whereas if you size up, you'll have, I wouldn't even say more of a comfortable fit, because an extra small isn't uncomfortable on me. You just have a little bit more room, and it won't be as quite as like, and a little bit more extra material as well. I'm gonna pop in a clip here explaining the differences between the old and the new, showing you the kind of differences and all that sort of jazz. Old wrap bra comparison for you all. So we've got the old one on the top and the new one on the bottom. So the branding is the same, it's still the raised rubber one. This one's obviously tonal, this one's not. This is an extra small to a small. As you can see, like they've said, so their wording is that the new one is shorter in body length. Now, I am aware I'm comparing an extra small to a small, but I just feel like this is not. I feel like they're the same pretty much. And then the other change that they said they'd made was that this V point is lower on the new one. I don't personally find that to be true. I feel like it's the exact same, if not a bit higher, but that could be, again, because I've got a size small. But in the extra small, I feel like this one has a lot less material on it. Even from when I was doing the shoots when I was in Texas, like you can just see this has got a lot more material for the straps. The straps are a little bit like thicker, almost like the straps here, quite thin. These are a bit thicker. It's got a lot more like side boob-ish material. There's just a lot more material on the new one. So yeah, I actually find the new one less boobish and a bit more coverage, but not quite as tight fitting. So I wouldn't worry so much about doing bent over stuff in this one, but I would in this one in a size small. So I would actually like to try an extra small, but there's a lot more material on the new one, not gonna lie. So if you preferred how minimal the old one was, the new one has a lot more coverage, shall we say.
Okay, this is the old wrap bra on the right, new one on the left. As you can see, I've just got a lot more coverage in the new one. Good thing for some people might prefer the old one, but other than that, they're pretty much the same.
Yeah, as you can see, I've actually got the old one on now. This is in a size extra small. I prefer like the feel of the new one because it feels a lot like stretchier. It just feels like the material, the surface material now has a lot more give, and it's definitely more comfortable on like the trap area and stuff. I do actually find the changes that they've made don't really ring true for me. Like I don't know, it's really hard, really hard to kind of explain, and I guess it's hard to compare because I'm comparing an extra small to a small, but I just feel like the V is lower on the old one for me. Like the deepest point of the cross is lower on the old point, and I feel like the old one is also shorter in the body. So I don't really understand the changes that were made. It doesn't really ring true on the items that I received, and even when I was shooting in the extra small, I liked the wrap bra before, but I used to find it a little uncomfortable and a bit too booby. Like this is very booby, the bra I've got on now, and I found that extra small, as soon as I put it on I was like, I actually really like this. And I remember not being, I didn't hate the wrap bras, but they definitely weren't my favourite. Like I actually forgot they existed until this launch. So yeah, I don't personally find that the changes really ring true for the items that I have received. It says moisture wicking blend. They're not sweat proof, they are going to show sweat, so that is something to be aware of. Sizing wise, I've already kind of given you the advice on that. In terms of would I recommend this bra, I actually really like this bra. I prefer it to the old one in an extra small, so comparing extra small to extra small based on the one that I shot in, I definitely do actually prefer the new fit. I just don't think the changes that they've made ring true in my experience. I really like the back of this. I think it's very flattering on your back. I like the front of this as well. I mean, I wouldn't want to be doing like loads of bent over stuff even in an extra small, just because it can feel a bit like, ooh. I'd probably keep these more for leg days or shoulder days where I'm not going to be doing loads of like bending over or anything like that. But I do actually really like these bras. It's not the most practical sports bra just because of the design, but it does look good, and I do actually really like this. And in terms of this launch, like this specific collection of items, this was actually going to be one of my top picks, but I would recommend that you size down. Another reason why I personally prefer an extra small is just because the band, again, as with the Limitless bra, the band just feels very like big and loose, like it's got a lot of give to it. Like the band has a lot of give to it, and it just doesn't feel like it lies flat against my ribcage in the size small. I feel like it's definitely better in an extra small on me personally. So yeah, if you're going to pick up any things of like new items, this would be one of my top picks personally. Okay, now we're going to move on to an item which everyone loves other than me, because I've got a ridiculously long torso and it's just not the vibes. I'm actually going to show you something right now because I've got the stone grey leggings on right now. I'm just going to angle this camera down to show you exactly what I mean about the gusset situation, and I'm going to hope and pray that I'm sat at a sensible point. I don't know if you can see here, but I'm literally sat on the floor. The gusset is here. The front of the gusset is here. Like you can visibly, I don't know if you can see it on camera, but like the front of the gusset is literally here. It comes up so weird on me, so spoiler alert, so naturally it's going to come as absolutely no surprise to you that the Surface Power bonds are not my fave. Now I shot these with Gabby and Rachel, and I was looking at them thinking, god damn, I just wish they looked like that on me, but they just don't. So fit wise, these are the new updated fit from August. So if you bought the Surface Power in August, it's a new updated fit. So I'm going to go over the Power shorts first. The shorts and the leggings are basically the exact same thing. So once I've gone over the details, the only difference is the inseam of these is 5 inches and the inseam of the leggings is 27 inches. And the leggings, by the way, only come in 27 inches. So that is your only option. So I've got the shorts in the Misty Lilac colour and in the Whale Blue colour. As you can see, I just feel like the print kind of goes off a little more in the whale blue compared to the lighter colours. This is personal preference. I just personally am not super keen on the print. I can actually dig it more in the sports bras because it's not like all over you, but especially in the leggings I find it quite overbearing. Do you know what I mean? I just find it a little bit, I don't know, I find it a little bit much. So yeah, to go over the details, you've got the cross front waistband, which kind of dips here, and then these are like super plain. You've got the seam that kind of runs down the side and curves around, which makes your bum look really good, especially in the leggings. No front seam, but you do have a back seam so you can separate the cheeks, and then this kind of deep V seam to accentuate your glutes more, and a raised rubber logo in tonal branding. I love a bit of tonal branding queen. It's the same on the whale blue colour. I got these in an extra small, just a little proof shot that the new Surface Path Fit is unchanged from the August launch. It's the exact same, the length of it's the same, these are both a size extra small, the waistbands are the same, this kind of dip here is the exact same. Yes, consistent. Surface in general, and like ALPHALETE in general, tends to be a lot more consistent in sizing than seamless items, and it is actually the same way with most brands just because of how seamless leggings are made. Yeah, sizing wise with the Surface Power Shorts, they've got a 5-inch inseam. I personally would recommend, if you are true to size and everything, stay true to size, and if you are between sizes, so like me, I go between a small and an extra small in some things on bottoms. I prefer an extra small. I wouldn't personally go for a small on this just because things roll on me in this material, in this style, even in an extra small. So in a small that would be even worse because it's going to be gripping to me even less. So that would be my sizing advice on these. The one thing I did notice, which I don't normally notice with Surface, I mean, laid over each other, they're the exact same, like there's no difference. But when I put the whale blue shorts on, they definitely had a lot less stretch and felt a lot more tight than the Misty Lilac. All the other colours feel very similar. I've got the mocha, I've got the stone grey in the leggings, but the whale blue did feel tight. I would actually kind of want to try a size small. I think if you're true to size, you don't need to size up in the whale blue. But if you are between sizes, you could actually get the bigger size in the whale blue colour, in my experience. It just fits. It does fit like noticeably tighter. Even though it looks the same, it just feels like it's got less. It just feels like it's got less give to it. It feels a little bit thicker as well. I don't know, it's weird. The waistband, by the way, has like 2 layers to it. As you can see, the leg has 1. In terms of like the bottom seam on these, it doesn't dig in at all. It's very like lies flat on your skin, but as a result, these do roll. And because these don't dig in on me, personally, my proportions, when I train in these, and I have trained in them before, the old ones, the new ones, even with the extra length, it doesn't really help. Because it doesn't dig in, when these roll, they can roll and roll and roll and roll to the point where the bottom of my ass cheek will be hanging out. So I actually can't train in these. They're pretty useless for me, especially because they're so uncomfortable because of the camel toe they give. I wouldn't even want to chill in them. So yeah, that is something to be aware of. If you're a shorter person, you'll get on with these a lot better. But if you are taller, even with the 5-inch inseam, I would say approach with caution. Just because it doesn't dig in, and it's really not. It doesn't offer much safety, if you know what I mean. And also because it doesn't dig in, they don't kind of cup your bum like Amplify does. Because Amplify can like dig in a little bit. I feel like it kind of cups your bum and lifts your bum and can make your bum look bigger as a result, whereas these kind of don't. The shorts aren't unflattering on your bum by any means, but they're definitely not as flattering as Amplify. Sweatproof, this material is not sweatproof. I know they say it's moisture wicking. It does dry quite quick, but it's definitely not sweatproof. It's going to show sweat, especially in the lighter colours, so if that's going to bother you, I would personally avoid. And then just to go over like the big issue with this for me, the fucking camel toe that this gives me is so uncomfortable. So uncomfortable. And it looks like, I don't mind people knowing I've got a fanny, but like even for me, this is too much. Like when I was shooting in it, I was low-key getting so embarrassed because no one else is having the same issue because I've got a longer torso, and I know That's why I have this issue more than some people do. But it kept riding up there, and I kept readjusting it, and other people kept helping me readjust it, and it just kept going up there, and I was like, this is so embarrassing. I feel like I've got a massive fanny because it just keeps going up there. But it's not that. Even if I did, nothing wrong with having a massive fanny. All fannies are just fannies. How the hell have I got onto this topic? It just goes up there because I've got a long torso, which means my belly button is out in these. It wasn't, Gabby's belly button wasn't out. Rachel's belly button kind of peeped out a bit, but not as much as mine. If you've got a shorter torso, these definitely sit at a better height. But because of my torso, my belly button's constantly out. So then I'm trying to like reposition it so that they sit right. And then when I do that, I get the worst camel toe. So these just don't work for me. And like I've just mentioned at the start of this clip about the gusset situation is so bad. Like, I'm not joking, it's literally just right there. The gusset comes so far forward on me, and I don't know why. I can't fathom why it comes so far forward. Like, I'm sat here and it's literally like, not on my hips, that's an exaggeration, but like it's fully on show. I don't have that with any other legging. The gusset just comes so far forward, and I can readjust it, but as I walk and as I move, it just rides on forward. It gives me the worst camel toe. They roll like fuck on me when I'm training in them. I trained in the leggings the other day because I wanted to try them out again. I wanted to be fair, and let me tell you, the leggings in particular, because I'm just going to kind of lump these together because the leggings are the exact same as the shorts. They're just 27 inch. Again, they've got all the same detail on them. This is the mocha, and then I've got the stone grey ones on. These make your arse look phenomenal from the side, from the back. These are very flattering on your bum because they're not a high compression legging, which by the way, they don't really give you much compression in the waist. If you need compression in the waist, I actually don't recommend these. I'd definitely go for Amplify over this. They're a very like low compression, super stretchy legging, but they make your arse look phenomenal because they're like a kind of second skin almost. From the side, from the back, from a 3/4 turn, they make your glutes look so good, but from the front, these look fucking awful on me. The waistband rolls, like they'll end up literally like, currently as I'm sat here, they're on my hips. When I sit down, the back of these dips down. I'm feeling now the top of like the V seam is now a quarter of the way down my ass crack. They just roll on me. The material is very slick, very slippy. I'll compare ALPHALETE to Surface and kind of give you more of an explanation on that in a moment. They're very slick, very slippy, so sizing down doesn't even, it can help them roll less slightly, but it's the nature of the material that makes these so slick that they just kind of roll down. They don't stay up. I have to constantly readjust, and for me, it's just not something I want to be doing when I'm working out. I've said so many times that I don't like these on me from the front, and then I put a picture up the other day of me, Gabby and Rachel, and it's from the front in the whale blue because it's from when we were shooting, and I got so many messages from people like, these look amazing on you, like I know you don't like them, but trust me, they look amazing. And I don't want to be a fraud, like I don't want to be fraudulent, I want to be completely transparent. These look good on me from the front when I am stood still and perfectly posed and I've readjusted them. As soon as I move, they don't look good on me anymore. I'm just being completely honest. And I like that picture of us. I'm probably going to post it on my main feed, but it does not look good when I move around. As soon as I move, it just doesn't look good. It just doesn't look good. Because of my new camera and the quality it shoots in, it means I only get about an hour and 13 minutes footage on the memory card as opposed to like 12 hours that I was getting before. So I've had to take a half-hour break, but I'm back. So if the lighting or anything has changed, that's why. But I've made a note of where I got up to. So obviously I was talking about Surface Power, short and leggings, whatever, because they're both the same. It's literally just a legging version and a short version, and about how as soon as they move, they just don't look as good on me. When I put those pictures up, everyone was like, oh my god, no, like these look amazing on you, like you look so good in them. But they just don't look good on me as soon as I move. And I think that's something important in general to bear in mind, is like influencers can, I'm not saying other people do this, because I actually like, I've seen people wear Surface Power if they've got shorter torsos and stuff and it looks amazing on them. Doesn't roll loads, like seems to like stay in place a lot more, but it's just worth bearing in mind that like something might look good in a picture, but like it might not be practical. And for me, yeah, if I stand still, position them perfectly, pose perfectly, they are super flattering on me from the front. Fuck me, the pictures I'm like, god damn, man, they look pretty decent. Not to do my own harm, but like, they're nice pictures. I'm probably going to put them on my Instagram feed, but they're not a true representation of how those leggings actually look when I'm walking around, when I'm training. The waistband's rolling, so then I'm getting no support on my stomach whatsoever because the waistband ends up around my hip. I've spoken about how much they roll and how much they slip in this video. So yeah, and then the final thing about the leggings is just length-wise. They come up to about here, 27-inch leg. I like this length on me. This is kind of the perfect length for me for my leggings. It's kind of where I like them to hit. Yeah, in conclusion, the Surface Power shorts and leggings don't look good on me. They don't look good on me from the front, and they're not practical at all. They roll, they slip, they need a lot of adjusting, and it's not something I can be asked with when I'm training. I'd rather stick with something like Amplify, which I know is going to stay in place. Now, that's not to say I'll never wear the power leggings, because I won't really ever wear the power shorts, I'll be completely honest. I'm probably going to give those away either to one of you guys or friends or family, because I'm not going to get much use out of them. But that's not to say I won't wear the power leggings, because I still will. But how I will wear them is with an oversized t-shirt tucked in at the back, so you can see the back of them, because they look amazing from the back, but not tucked in at the front, so I can cover the rolling that's happening at the front, the slipping down that's happening at the front, the gusset, the camel toe, everything at the front, I can cover that. And I would never want to recommend that to a long torso person, because it's a very long way to go about things to get a 40-50 pound clothes to work for you. So if you are long torsoed, I wouldn't recommend them, because I think for the price you shouldn't have to be only able to wear them a certain way. It's very expensive, and as an influencer, as someone who gets sent so much stuff for free, you can become disillusioned to how expensive this stuff is, and you end up recommending things that maybe aren't so practical because you haven't really put the price to the item and really thought about, hang on a minute, someone's had to work a 6, 7, 8-hour shift to afford this one piece. Is it really worth it? So for my long torso people, if you want to try them at your own risk, but I am telling you, they will probably cause you a lot of problems and be very annoying to train in, especially with the new fit. So when they changed it, like I've showed you, I feel like they're even worse now in terms of like the height of like the waistband and stuff, and the camel toe is even worse. So, but for short torso people, they're not a bad quality legging, they're a good quality legging. The bum is up there with Amplify. So if you're a short torso queen, I would actually recommend picking up a pair of these, mainly so I can live my life vicariously through you. And if you are picking these up, they always seem to do these for Black Friday. They've done it the past 2 years. These go quick. These went quick last year in the oil stain print. I know that quite a lot of people aren't a massive fan, so maybe they won't go as quick, but I'd assume the black ones, they have got the pebble print on them, but they'll probably go a bit quicker because they're a bit more subtle. And then like whale blue and mocha are very popular colours, so they will probably go quick as well. So something to bear in mind. Like I said, I don't want to feel like a fraud posting those pictures on Instagram and being like, oh my god, such a cute picture, and then everyone messaging me saying, these look good on you, what are you talking about? Because it's a picture, it's a stood still posed picture. I'm not moving around, I'm not training, they're not annoying me in that picture. As soon as I start walking, they start annoying me, and that's why they're just not my favourite. Not my favourite at all. Yeah, and material-wise, I think I've already explained. Surface, it's very like thin, stretchy, low compression, slick vibes. Oh my god, I've just realised I didn't mention about squat proofness. Every single colour is fine, other than with black underwear in the stone grey colour and the misty lilac colour. You can see my underwear stood up and squatting, so as long as you go with nude underwear, you are going to be fine. And I've no doubt if you wore a massive knicker, you'd see it in most of the colours other than maybe whale blue, but I just wouldn't recommend wearing a massive knicker with any gym legging. But if you wear nude underwear, you'll be fine. But yeah, the lighter colours can be a little bit less squat proof, but it's nothing like when Amplify is sheer like it's definitely not as sheer as like the sheerest of Amplify, like utility grades, generally speaking, fine with nude underwear. And I've already given you the size and advice, true to size, but if you do go between sizes, I would go with this size down in both the shorts and the leggings, other than the whale blue shorts. I'm not showing the leggings because I don't have them. In the whale blue shorts, they did fit a bit tighter, so if you are between sizes, I would say for whale blue, go with the bigger size. I'm going to move on to the ALPHALETE range now. Something I get asked quite a lot is the difference between Surface and ALPHALETE, so I'm going to put in a clip now talking about the fabric blend and showing you the difference. Okay, this is an up close of the ALPHALETE material compared with the Surface. So what I'm trying to show you here is like this. Can you see how this has got the kind of brushed cotton texture? Like you can see the cotton on it. Like you can see how soft this is. It's like velvety to touch. And as you can see, it catches lint like crazy. It's already got like little pieces of fluff on it. But that's the ALPHALETE range. You can kind of see there. And then compared to the Surface, which it's just not as brushed, it's not really as cottony feeling. This is more kind of a spandex feel, I would say. It's more slick, more cold to touch. ALPHALETE is more like warm and fuzzy. Surface is more cold to touch. ALPHALETE is less sweat proof, more, well, pills faster, and catches lint a bit more. Surface still catches lint but less, pills but takes a lot longer to pill, and is more sweat proof but still not sweat proof. Yeah, essentially the ALPHALETE is a fluffier, more cotton feel, and Surface is a lot more kind of slick, smooth feeling. That would be the main difference. But in terms of like, you know, I'd never really compare Surface to Amplify because it's a completely different vibe. These two are a bit more comparable. So yeah, I'm going to move on to ALPHALETE. I did not get the Wonder Bras. They are bringing the Wonder Bras back. We were shooting in them. They're the only pictures from the shoot that I don't like. The pictures that we did in the ALPHALETE, I have black Wonder leggings on in an extra small, which did not fit me. They did not fit me. To quote my American girlies, I look like a busted can of biscuits. They did not fit me. And I had the extra small black cherry, I think. Was it black cherry? Yeah, I had the extra small black cherry Wonder Bra on in an extra small, which also did not fit. Like, it was gaping on my rib cage, but then it was so tight on my traps. And I think I was sat next to Rachel and we were like adjusting the straps and stuff and just like, ugh. And Christian was like, it's too late to change it. So if you had issues with the Wonder Bra last time, I didn't pick any up this time because I just can't be arsed with that bra. Like, it's so uncomfortable around the neck. Like, I would actively tell you to avoid that bra like the plague unless you have no development in the trap area. Avoid. It's unbelievably uncomfortable. Christian was like, it's been too late to change it. So essentially when they launched the Wonder Bras last time, they must have already placed the order for these, so there's no alteration, so they're just as uncomfortable. I actually found the black cherry bra that I shot in very, very, very uncomfortable, like instantly uncomfortable. I don't know if it's just because it was an extra small, but it was very uncomfortable. The pictures as a result of me, in my opinion, I'm allowed to say this. If anyone else says it, I'll probably cry. But they're not flattering because I don't fit in that bra well, and I don't fit in those leggings in an extra small either. They were in the black. So I didn't get the Wonder Bra, but if you want a full review on the Wonder Bra, it is in my haul where I did the latest ALPHALETE haul. I think it's not the last haul before this, but the haul before that. It's in there, and I will leave a timestamp and a link to that video below, so you can go and check that out. But I just didn't want to be wasteful and get Wonder Bras because I thought, what is the fucking point? I really don't like them. But the ALPHALETE Tri-Bra is back. Quick about the fit of this. This is not how the ALPHALETE Tri-Bra was before. This is the new fit, which is the fit from the August launch of the Surface items. Sorry, Christine's messaging me. Love you, Christine. But we're trying to film a video here, so I'm just going to put my laptop on mute. Yeah, the August launch of the Surface bras, Surface Tri-Bras, are the exact same. It's just a different material. This is the fit, the same as that. So a little bit shorter in the body, a little bit more or booby and all that sort of stuff, but I'll probably put in a clip explaining about that. But the main thing for these that I was getting questions about was they've named some of these bras, and I'm not going to lie, I don't think it was the wisest decision, because I think it's going to give quite a few people who have got Amplify in this colour quite a bit of confusion. They've named some of the new ALPHALETE pieces in the same thing, the same name as all the Amplify collections, and they are not the same colour. I'm going to put in pictures and also colour comparisons of all the colours. I'll probably put those in here.
Okay, so these are all the colour comparisons. If you want these in like full quality, they're on my Instagram Black Friday highlight. That was all of the browns, this is all the blues, we've got the greens. This is across ranges, by the way. I've done the surface in these, I've done the ALPHALETE range in these, I've included the shorts in these, the tops in these, everything is included in these colour comparisons. And then these are the more close-up ones of the tri-bras that have the same old Amplify names. Up close and personal. Enjoy.
But yeah, as you can see, like, this is a new Thundercloud ALPHALETE bra, this is the Thundercloud leggings. I'm not saying these are bad, by the way, because I actually prefer a tonal matching vibe anyway. So I prefer this to like a straight up matching set. This is Ivy and the actual Ivy, Amplify, very, very different colour. Like I said, I don't have an issue with them being different colours because I actually prefer how that looks. I way prefer tonal matching to like dead on matching. I just think sometimes it looks a bit much when it's all the same. But calling them the same name is very confusing because they're not the same colour. And then this is the Rapids Blue. Love this colour, by the way, like absolute vibe. But I just want to explain any of the colours, they're not the same as the original. Amplify colours, very pretty colours. If you're looking for a comparable colour for this, which I will have put in, Jade Green is very, very comparable, and the colour comparison clips are in natural lighting. Obviously now it's very dark outside, so the actual like things I'm showing you here, they might look a little bit like darker, but in the trial clips they'll look more true to colour and in the colour comparisons as well. So tri-bra details, we've got a nice little scoop neckline going on. We've then got the ALPHALETE rubber block text at the front here. The straps are kind of like double spaghetti straps at the front, and then at the back it's called the tri-bra because it's got 3 straps that attach at the back. Comes with removable padding. I always take mine out. In the old fit of these bras I am an extra small, and in the new fit I am a true size small. I laid this over the surface bra, and these in the size small, it's the exact same, so it is the new fit of the surface size smalls. However, I do find these run a tiny bit bigger in the band. Even though the band looks the exact same on the floor, the surface band is tight to my rib. This one kind of isn't. It doesn't lie completely flat against my rib, so I'm not going to lie, the fit on these is a little off. The surface ones, it's really weird because laid over they look the exact same, but the fit is a little off on these compared to the surface ones. I'd say the surface ones fit better because I definitely couldn't do an extra small in these bras anymore. And basically with the changes, there's a lot less material here, kind of like with the Limitless bra, to cover your boobs. So when I wear the extra small oil stain bra, for example, I find that instead of the bottom band sitting here around where it should, the bottom band almost sits up against the bottom of my boob, just because there's not enough room for my boob in the actual bra. So I have to get small in those now, and in the surface one it fits perfect, but in this one the bit around the rib is a little loose. Now I am in a gaining phase, so I've no doubt in like a couple of months these will fit fine, but when I lean out again a bit, because I do tend to store a lot of fat on my upper body and around my back and stuff, arms, all that sort of stuff, it might look a little off. So the sizing is a little off. If you have big boobs, there's no doubt in my mind, if you normally go between sizes, you should definitely go with the bigger size, because an extra small in this and my nipple is going to be popping out. It very much is in the oil stain bra now. Like, I really can't get away with it as much as I used to be able to. If you're like a straight size with like a normal chest, I would probably size down in these. I've seen Bailey say that she sized down in these, and she still gets a bit of gaping, so especially if you're flat chested, particularly like small boobs, I would definitely go down a size in these to help make them fit a little better. But yeah, that's just to go over the sizing. Like I said, it's really weird because laid flat, they're the exact same as the surface ones, but on, they just feel a little different. The other thing that I did notice is these all feel like ALPHALETE. None of them don't feel like ALPHALETE to me, but the Thundercloud one, I feel like... I'm going to try and show you on like a flat lay clip. The Thundercloud one is like very fluffy, like you can visibly see the fluff, whereas on the Ivy and the Rapids Blue you can kind of see a little bit of fluff but not as much, but the Thundercloud one is super fluffy. Yeah, it's quite strange. Like I said, they all come with removable padding, which I take out. They're not sheer in the lighter colours. The Thundercloud one, you don't need to wear anything underneath it to cover up your nipples. It's double layered at the front. It's an opaque fabric, so you're completely fine in both the Thundercloud and is this coming in white? It is coming in white, so you're good in the white. Yeah, it's double layered at the front and then single layered around the back. Support wise, what do ALPHALETE say about this? Medium to low impact. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd say this is low to medium impact for a sports bra. I would do like light cardio in this. Actually no, I've done tribe classes in these and been fine, which involves sprinting, so yeah, I actually think this is more like of a true kind of medium support sports bra, and it's also fine for lifting in. We've got the new ALPHALETE tri bra over the old but new fit surface bra. They're both a size small, as you can see. The fit is the same, like they're the same height, the same like amount of material, the sizing is the same. Like I've said in the video, this one feels like it fits a bit bigger, especially on the band, and I'm not sure why because the band is the exact same. But yeah, just for like a flat lay, it's the exact same, so it's the new fit, not the old one. And if you want to see a comparison of the new to the old fit, go back to... I'll link it below the timestamp and I'll let you know which video that's in. Yeah, in terms of pilling, ALPHALETE is a material where it doesn't matter what you do, you can follow those washing instructions to a fucking T if you want to. You can be religious with it, it's going to pill. It's in the nature of the material. I personally, for me, Amplify pilling is more of a quality issue because it never used to. It's only since the material started to feel thinner that it started to do that. This one, it's less of a quality issue, more of a nature of the material thing. It's the same with Surface. Like, Surface does actually pill over time as well, so do be aware of that. But ALPHALETE pills more and it pills quicker. Because it's more brushed cotton, it's very susceptible to pilling. I've paid £80 for a pair of Lululemon aligned pants, which look like they've been dragged through a hedge backwards now, and I've been so careful with them. But because that brushed cotton feel, it will always, always, always pill. So do be aware that these have pilling, and they pill quicker than the Surface, but the Surface still pills as well. In terms of sweat, these are going to show sweat. ALPHALETE is one of the least sweat-proof materials that ALPHALETE does because of that cottony kind of feel. Again, it's just not sweat-proof. It's not giving sweat-proof whatsoever. But yeah, these are one of my favourite bras from ALPHALETE, and I would definitely put these on my recommended list for Black Friday, especially like, I love these two colours. Like, I absolutely love these two colours. The Rapids and this Ivy colour. This Ivy colour really reminds me of Jade Green, which is, in my opinion, one of the prettiest ALPHALETE colours. I wish they'd do it in Amplify. But I love these two colours. This looks really, really good with a tan. Even if you're not tanned, it'll make you look tanned. I would definitely recommend picking up one of these bras. And yeah, like I said, sizing wise, I would definitely say if you have a smaller chest, go with a size down. If you have a bigger chest and you are typically between sizes, go with the bigger size out of the sizes that you would normally get. I wouldn't recommend, if you're never between sizes, sizing up in this bra, because I do think the band will be too loose in that case. But if you need any specific sizing help, just comment below or message me on Instagram, and I should be able to, based off like measurements and pictures, I'm not going to ask for a picture of your tits, just like pictures of you in general, I should be able to give you the best possible sizing advice that I can, and I will be getting back to every single message before the sale goes live. Final part of the ALPHALETE collection that is coming back is the Wonder leggings, 27 inch. I think last time they did 27 and 30 inch, but this time it's a 27 inch, so they come up to here, the same length as the Surface ones do. Another thing to note on the ALPHALETE collection and the Surface collection, they both collect lint like crazy. The ALPHALETE is worse for it. Being more brush cotton, it kind of attracts the lint a lot more, but the Surface does do it as well. But yeah, ALPHALETE is probably the easiest to pill material that they do. It's the most lint prone, and it's the least sweat proof. The Wonder leggings, I don't want to go over these in too much detail because I already kind of have. This is a black cherry colour, and I will have already probably shown you how this compares to the actual black cherry Amplify colour. It's not the same, but it's definitely closer than some of the other colours. Yeah, I reviewed this, not in my last review, the one before. These are meant to be an improved version of the Essential legging. For me, they've ruined the Essential legging. They shortened the waistband, they shortened the height between here and here. I don't know if you're seeing this, but like, look how short this is now. Like, that's a very small amount of space for your bum to go. And same on the front, I feel like that's a very short bottom of waistband to gusset space. So these are, if you've got a short torso, these will be more of a high rise. On me, they're more of a mid to high rise because of my torso length. They're a very plain legging. The seam goes straight across the waistband at the front, V at the back, raised rubber logo here, and then they're just plain all the way down. They've only got a seam on the inside. Definitely one of ALPHALETE's plainest leggings. But yeah, like I said, these are based off the Essentials. They improved them by shortening the waistband because people were having to roll the waistband. I like completely understand if you've got a shorter torso, it's probably very annoying always having to roll things, but ultimately it's easier to roll something than like some people not being able to wear it whatsoever because it's way too short. Again, if you've got a short torso, these will probably work better for you, but with the Wonder leggings, they ruined one of my favourite ALPHALETE leggings. I love the Essentials, I wear my black ones all the time. I literally wore my black Essential leggings yesterday. I wear them like 3 to 4 times a week. Don't get me wrong, they're bobbled to fuck at this point, but they're just great. They're so comfy, easy to wear, just an easy, comfortable legging to wear. And they fit well as well. And these, like the fit on these is just now completely off. Like the waist hits kind of mid to high rise, like I said on me. My belly button is out. I kind of have to rearrange it a lot to get it to sit right, and then because I have to pull it up, I get a really bad camel toe. The gusset, as you can see, comes very far forward on me. It's very similar to the Surface legging in the sense that it's completely on show at the front. I get a really bad camel toe. When I squat and sit, the back dips down in both an extra small and a small. I've tried an extra small and a small in these, and I definitely do prefer a small in this launch. Now I've laid a small from last launch over a small from this launch, and they look the exact same, but these feel tighter. Like these feel tighter, and my measurements haven't changed. They are actually the exact same, but when I shot in that extra small Wonder leggings in black, like I said, busted kind of biscuits, like really unflattering, way too tight on me, just didn't fit me properly at all. Like, oh god, no, they just, oh, so the shoe was fine. They didn't fit me right at all. So if you're interested in the black, I would say if you're between sizes, definitely get the size up. And in the black cherry as well, I'd definitely say if you are between sizes to go with the size up. The way that these sit now, if you go with a size down, they just don't sit right at all. You're better off going with the size up. In terms of like squat proofness, the black cherry colour is fine. I've seen Bailey say that the Passive Purple and Ivy aren't completely squat proof, and you can see the tag and the underwear in the Ivy colour in particular. So if you're going to get that, just something to be aware of, you would need nude underwear, and I'd probably recommend that you cut the tag out of it. But these aren't really my favourite legging. I actually quite like the Wonder shorts. Since they launched, I've got more wear out of the shorts than I had the leggings. They just like slide down so much, sit at the weirdest point on my stomach and give me the worst camel toe. So like, I'm not really reaching for them. And now that I've had a couple of months with the Wonder leggings, I've decided I actually don't like them. They're flattering on your bum, I'm not gonna lie, they do make your bum look good, but I don't like them. I think the fit is off, and I don't know if you can tell, but I'm kind of annoyed because they ruined my favourite legging, which was the Essential legging. It was quite funny actually. When I was doing samples with Christian, he mentioned about like, he was like, oh, we like tweaked the essential legging and like kind of perfected it, and then kind of looked at it and I was like, it's kind of ruined it for me because I've got a really long torso and now I can't really wear them without getting a really uncomfortable torso. But the world can't revolve around me, and I do have an exceptionally long torso, so if you've got a short torso, these will probably be fine, but they're not my favourite item from ALPHALETE, and I definitely wouldn't put them on my top picks in general or from this launch, not in the legging version. Anyway, there's no shorts in this launch. It is just a legging version, but there's still a lot of the shorts from the previous launch in stock, and if you want to try like the Wonder Bottom, I'd definitely try the shorts over the leggings. I think they're a lot more flattering and the fit is a little bit better, but yeah, sweatproof, no. Camel toe, yes, camel toe and crack, especially if you've got a long torso. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to go over with this, but I really don't think there is. Sizing wise, if you are between sizes, I would definitely go with your size up in these. If you are always the same size, then you can definitely stay true to size. And again, they're least sweatproof materials. So if you sweat in this and you see it, it takes a very, very, very long time to dry. Do be aware of that, and it will pill like crazy. We are now getting there. The last things that I'm going to go over, I'm going to go back to the performance range, and I'm going to go over hoodies, crops, jackets. I've got a mix of men's and women's, and I'm also going to put in the clips as I go that are relevant of Dan trying on the hoodies, because the men's ones, I got him to try on the women's one as well. Obviously men's sizing, so I thought it might help maybe if anyone wants to buy for their boyfriend, also just in general for a sizing reference, to see how these kind of fit differently, man to woman.
Oh, beat the shit out of you, Donald.
So the first thing I'm going to go over is the classic zip hoodie. This is the men's one. There isn't a women's version, it's just the men's version. But I would say most people are treating the hoodies this time around as unisex. They're definitely not unisex sizing, they're definitely men's sizing, but they're definitely unisex pieces. And girls always seem to just get cropped stuff. When do women? I don't think, have ALPHALETE ever even done like a proper full zip women's hoodie? I'm trying to think if they have. I feel bad if they have. They've definitely done full length pullovers, but they've not done full length zip ups, I don't think, that zip all the way up. I don't think they have. I wish they would, because the sizing could probably be a little bit better for the girlies that way, because it is men's, so it fits a bit different. Anyway, this is part of the performance range, but if you have a performance hoodie, so all these blends are 55% cotton, 45% spandex. If you have a performance hoodie, do not be expecting from any of these pieces the same vibe in terms of heavyweightness that you get with the performance hoodie from this, because you're not going to get it. Christian did actually put a story about it the other day and said that these are lighter weight, so it's the same fabric and stuff, but it's just a lighter weight version, and these are definitely more lightweight. They're not as thick. They've still got like the fluffy inside, which I'll go through a comparison of like all the insides of different hoodies to show you the differences. Okay, let's talk about hoodie kind of chill vibe materials from ALPHALETE. So this is the Elements collection. As you can see, it's just like very smooth. It's the same inside as it is outside. It's not got that like cotton plush feel. It's just kind of like a thick jersey scuba kind of vibe. That's the vibes there. Then we've got the performance range. This is an old performance piece, but I mean it's no different to like the new performance pieces. This one just obviously looks a lot fluffier because it's not molted yet, but when this is molted it will end up looking like that, but still super soft. This is still super soft, so it's a cotton plush. This one's more plush because it's thicker. This is a lighter weight version, so it's not quite as plush, but it's still very soft, cozy, that typical, what you'd expect when you put a hoodie on, feel on the inside, and then on the outside, obviously it's the classic performance hoodie kind of material, how you'd expect a hoodie to feel, to be honest. This is how the performance range is, so not similar to the Elements. And then you've got the Very Terry range, which is the toweling range, so it's kind of rough on the inside, it feels like a towel. It's French terry cotton. If you've got anything from Pangea, or dare I say it, an off-white hoodie, that's how they feel. Like the Very Terry range is it feels like Pangea and off-white, so if that's your preference, the kind of more durable, sturdy, less soft and plush, but kind of rougher feel, Very Terry would be your range. If you're more of a plush, soft, girly kind of vibe, the new hoodies, the performance range, the new ones or the old ones are going to be your vibe. And if you are a sensory issues queen who just likes something that's the same inside as it is outside, Elements will be the range for you. Yeah, they're still super soft inside, but they're a more lightweight hoodie. So if you are in the market for a hoodie from ALPHALETE that is going to be heavyweight enough to wear on its own when it's cold outside without a coat over it, I wouldn't say this is the one. This is more, these hoodies are more like layering, or like when it's mild outside. If it's super cold, you're going to want something a bit thicker. So the normal performance hoodies that are already on the website, or the Monarch hoodies, would be a good shout. These are a bit more lightweight, perfect for layering. Like, these will fit much better and be much less like, oh my god, I'm gonna hyperventilate with like a puffer coat over the top, which is what I like to do. But on their own, I wore the grey one, this one, yesterday to walk around in. It was about 12 degrees Celsius and I wasn't quite chilly. So whilst it is under the performance range, it's not the same thickness or heavyweightness material, so do be aware of that. On to the details. On the inside of the hood, you've got this like ALPHALETE run around logo. You've got a full zip, which it's not like a metal, I mean the zip itself is metal, but it's like the kind of bendy zip. I'm sure people know what I mean. When you zip it up, you can't see it's like silver. It matches whatever colour it is. So obviously this one's brown to match the mocha. It's kind of a tonal zip, which is nice. ALPHALETE is in a raised rubber logo on the left part of the chest. It's hooded. You've got drawstrings which come out here with like the wax kind of dipped vibe ends again. And then the cuffs on the sleeves are just like this. Same on the bottom, and then you've got two big pockets, plenty of room in there, and they are also like super soft, fleecily kind of lined. So I got this in the mocha, and I also got it in the heather grey colour. I got both of these in a medium. I messed up in getting them in a medium. These look fine when I like rejig them and kind of roll them and make them a bit shorter, but like straight up on me, just like without any fannying around, it looks like I put my dad's jacket on. And for me with oversized stuff, I'm an oversized queen. I love oversized shit. But there's a fine line between something being like, ooh, cool oversized fit, and looking like you've raided your dad's wardrobe and like you've just picked something that doesn't fit you. It kind of drowns you a little bit. The zips are definitely not as bad for it as a pullovers, which I'll get onto in a second, but sizing wise for these, like even Dan said, he's normally a large in hoodies and he finds a medium oversized on him. So the sizing is definitely oversized. I would definitely prefer a small, maybe even an extra small in this, and that's from someone who likes an oversized fit. But like the wrist cuffs on this are pretty big, the bottom is pretty baggy, not super baggy, but I just think this would look a little better, a little more put together in a size small. At the moment it's giving cozy vibes. I like wearing tracksuits that look well put together, and sometimes if it's a bit too oversized it just looks like it doesn't fit. Like the cuffs are even big on Dan in a medium, and he's normally a large in this sort of stuff. So I would say if you want an oversized fit, you can actually still get your normal size or go up one size maximum. Now if you want a super oversized fit, obviously size up more, feel free to do that. I'm just talking about for my preference. You can get your true size or one size up for an oversized fit. You don't need to go up massive. I nearly got a large in this, and I'm really glad I didn't, because it might look cute like unzipped underneath, but if I wanted to actually wear it out like zipped up to give me a little bit more warmth, it would look, in a large, it would absolutely drown me. So yes, that would be my size and advice for these. This would be one of my top picks. Please bear in mind, this is not like a heavyweight hoodie. This is more of a layering piece, but this is definitely one of my top picks. And now I'm going to get asked about comparisons of this to the Nikki Studios one. It's much more lightweight, which makes sense. The Nikki Studios one, which I wear a lot, it does look very similar, by the way. The look is similar. The main differences are like how the sleeves are, they're ribbed on the Nikki Studios one, and the bottom has a drawstring as well. It doesn't on this, and the zip is actually like full metal on the Nikki Studios one. Other than that, they look pretty they look pretty similar, but this is much more lightweight, which is to be expected. The Nikki Studios one is like £100. This is more than half the price of that. Perfect layering piece, and definitely one of my top picks from this launch. I'd say like the hoodies and stuff, they've kind of smashed it this launch, guys. I'm not gonna lie, definitely recommend stocking up, especially whilst they are on sale. But I thought I'd show you it on Dan. So Dan, how tall are you?
5'11".
And weight?
90 kilos.
Where do you carry most of your weight, like proportions, on upper body, because it's not really relevant for lower?
Well, I'm quite broad, so
yeah,
back and shoulders.
It's quite broad. Yeah, because when I put this on, when I jig it around and like roll the bottom up, I like how it fits, but just stud, it literally looks like I've got my dad or my boyfriend's jumper on. So if anyone's buying for their boyfriends, it's definitely, would you say this is true to size for a medium for men?
No, I'd say this is a large.
Right, okay, so it's an oversized fit even for men.
Yeah, so this is like similar to my Hera hoodie, which is a large.
Okay, so if you were giving sizing advice for men, would you go down a size from your normal hoodie size?
It depends how you want it to fit. I mean, this has still got some room in it, even for me.
Yeah.
And I'm like definitely a true large.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, but it's not slim fit, is it? It is supposed to be oversized.
What?
So if you are my sort of size,
yeah,
I wouldn't want to go bigger than this.
No, the cuffs are a bit loose, aren't they?
It's like,
what do you?
It's like Merlin's sleeve, that.
Yeah. And final question. You can be as honest as you want, because that's what we do around here. Honest thoughts on the hoodie. Bearing in mind, this is going to be about sale price. I think it'll be about £40, $50.
No, I think that's honestly a bargain. I don't like how big the sleeves are. I like sort of thinner sleeves, but it is oversized.
Yep.
It's just personal preference, but I think all round it's a good hoodie. I also don't like this detail in here.
Yeah.
I feel like it just stands out, but
yeah,
again, just personal preference. Good hoodie, well made.
Bit more lightweight though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fairly lightweight. It is fairly lightweight.
Good for layering. You'd need a coat over 100%.
It. Or like a denim jacket.
Yeah, good, thanks love. A miscellaneous clip, but I've always get asked about my Skims hoodie, which by the way, it's not very good quality and I don't actually recommend it for the price, but it's the perfect creamy grey colour, which is so hard to find. So that's why I kept it. And I've got more money than sense, clearly, because I've got no brain cells. So not really the smartest financial decision, but I just love this colour and I wear it all the time and I always get asked about it. I did say that the new zip up would be a good substitute, but as you can see, it's not quite the same colour. Someone said you can only wear one shade of grey for the rest of your life. I would go with this grey. ALPHALETE, if anyone's watching, please can we have this kind of grey colour? I just think it's the best kind of grey, but this is still a good grey. This is not ugly grey, because there's a lot of ugly grey sweater colours. Still not ugly grey, but it's not quite what I thought it was going to be, and I just wanted to clarify that because I have kind of compared the two, but actually now that I've got them, this is darker. Another men's piece that I got was the men's Unity hoodie. Again, same blend, same feel, all the hoodies feel the same, like there's no difference, they're all like the thinner, more lightweight kind of vibe. Yeah, I really want to reiterate, if you want a heavyweight hoodie, like something I would describe as plush, like thick, super warm, these are not the hoodie for you. These are more of a layering hoodie, or if you live somewhere a bit warmer, you'd be able to wear this without being like, fuck me, I'm so hot. I just want to like make that very clear. They're not heavyweight. Don't expect to take this out the bag and be like, whoa, that's super, super heavy. They're a lightweight hoodie. I got this in a medium. Again, this is like a full hood pullover. I definitely am more of a zip-up girl, but I do like a black hoodie. I got this so I can stop using Dan's, but it's actually a little big, so I think I'm going to buy myself one in a small, maybe even an extra small. But yeah, it's just a pullover. You've got drawstrings at the front here. Again, the wax kind of dipped vibe. You've got the one big kangaroo kind of pocket here. The cuffs on this are different. These ones are ribbed, whereas this one is not, and the cuffs are a lot more fitted on this than they are on these. bearing in mind it's the exact same size. And then the bottom is also ribbed as well. And then the logo on the back, I love this. It's coming in a few colours. I really like this. I think it looks super cute. One thing to be aware of, these hoodies molt like fuck. Wash them 2 to 3 times before wearing them with things if you don't want to be pulling them off and being covered in fluff. I'll put a picture up yesterday of what the grey one did to my black outfit. They will cover you in fluff. So do be aware of that. They will molt like crazy. So don't like wear it over your gym fit and then get to the gym and be like, I'm covered in fluff, because it's quite hard to get off. But yeah, like I said, the cuffs on this one fit a little more true to size, I guess. The difference between this and the zip up is this one is definitely longer in the body, which you'll see in the triangle clip. It's definitely comes down a little further in the body. I personally, again, I got this in a medium for an oversized fit, and I probably should have got a small or an extra small. I think I underestimated how oversized these would be. I feel like normally with ALPHALETE, when it says oversized, I get a medium and I'm like, oh, it could actually do with being a bit more oversized, but no, these are definitely oversized. So again, if you are a girl buying from the men's section and you want an oversized fit but not something that's going to drown you, because this is long, tucked into the back of a sports bra though, it looks cute. I've done that in the triangle clip so you can see what that looks like. But this is very long, probably a bit too long for me to wear as standard. I would have to roll the bottom of it up. I would probably say to stay true to size or up 1 size in this hoodie as well for an oversized fit if you're a girl. Or if you want like a super baggy, long, oversized fit, then you can definitely go up like multiple sizes, maybe from like an extra small to a medium. But for me personally, this is a little too long in the body in a medium. Again, it's giving, I've got my dad's hoodie on, but the wrists fit better on this one than they did on this one in a medium. So yeah, I'll be shopping the sale with you guys because I'm gonna get this in the right size for me, and this is probably gonna be Dan's. He's hit the fucking jackpot with my gross underestimation of how oversized these things would be, because he's ended up getting loads of stuff. Brilliant. Medium pullover hoodie on now. In my opinion, these fit longer than the zip ups do, but the cuffs on the sleeves fit a lot better. I'm saying this because it depends what you want. They're less oversized, aren't they?
Yeah, the sleeves are definitely better than this one. I prefer this one to be
But
honest.
it's very long on me, so I roll the hem up. Or this actually looks quite good if you took it, well, not as a man, but if you took it into your sports bra at the back as a girl, it looks quite good. But girls, if you're getting it out, if you're getting a men's one, unless you want a super long oversized fit, I would actually get your normal kind of hoodie top size. I wouldn't say you need to size up in this. But this is down in the medium. Thoughts? Let's go.
I really like this one actually. Everyone needs like a black pullover.
Yeah, well that
Everyone
was
needs
my
one.
thought, but...
And my personal preference is like a pullover rather than like a zip up. But so I'm feeling this one.
I prefer a zip.
This one.
I really like the back of it. I know that you're sometimes not keen on branding, but I think that looks really cool.
No, it's good. It is good. I'm a guy.
Yes.
I mean, I actually really shed a tear that you've had to give me all of these hoodies. Yeah.
I don't think you did.
What?
I don't
Bad
think you did.
day.
And now you've got to put a women's one on. Yeah, lovely. I would sizing advice for the men. Bearing in mind this is a medium, true to size for hoodie size.
No.
No?
I mean, it's oversized fit though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like like I said, I'm a large, and if I think like, if I got a large, it would look like more of an XL.
Yeah. So same sizing advice.
Yeah, I mean, this is a medium. There's space in it still.
Gorgeous. Then I've got a women's item. So this is the women's crew neck. I did ask for a men's one to compare as well, but I didn't get it. But generally speaking, having tried this and then the men's ones, I'd say the main differences between men's and women's are the body length and the sleeve length. So the sleeves are generally shorter on the women's pieces, and the body length is also typically shorter. I shot in an extra small in this when I was doing the shoots for Black Friday, and the body and the sleeves were way too long. It was like my wrists were afraid of the dark. It yeah, I didn't like it in an extra small, so I would definitely say, as much as this says it's an oversized fit, don't stay true to size if you're going to get the women's one. If you get the men's one, you probably can because it'll fit bigger. But in the women's one, I went up to a medium, and this is like the perfect kind of oversized fit. Again, it's the same kind of like lightweight performance feel. You've got the raised rubber logo on the left there. You've got the cuffed sleeves here, and then you've got a cuffed hem at the bottom. It's a really good length. It's not short in a medium. The sleeves aren't short in a medium on me. It just fits well. I have no complaints about this in a medium, and this is in the fudge brown colour. Just to show you the difference, this is mocha and this is fudge brown. I'd love a fudge brown amplified colour. You'll see in the comparison clip that I put in, it's not the same as rich brown. It might look it, but it's definitely not the same. I'd love an amplify in fudge brown. But yeah, again, another item that I would recommend. Do you know what? They've smashed the hoodies and the crew necks this launch. They'd definitely be like my most recommended items, especially when they're on sale. Like, their performance hoodies, guys, the range, you don't understand. I've got stuff I've had from 2019. I've got a capital crop zip hoodie somewhere from 2019 that I wear all the time. It still looks in immaculate condition. It's not like you put it in the washing machine and it turns into cardboard. They truly stand the test of time. They smash it with their performance range. Hoodies, sweaters, whatever. It's definitely like a high quality product that really, really, really does last. And they wash really, really, really well. Like, really well. No issues. Like, none of my hoodies and stuff have ever pilled. I've had issues with ALPHALETE joggers pilling, but with the hoodies, I've never had an issue whatsoever. So, the past, this one, the women's classic crew, and the two hoodies I've just shown you, I definitely, definitely, definitely recommend. It's done in a women's medium. I don't know why I thought this clip would be helpful, but hopefully it is helpful.
There's a good comparison, doesn't it, between the fit of the men's stuff and the fit of the women's stuff. That this is very, as a man wearing this, it feels very odd. It feels like if I don't want to lift my arms above my head.
That's what I was like when I was shooting in the extra small. I thought, please can I have a medium.
Yeah, and the sleeves are so short.
Yeah. But on me, those are fine.
Yeah. No, this one looks good on you. But this is definitely... Yeah, you can wear this as a man.
Yeah. I thought the neckline on the women's stuff was a bit wider cut, but actually now that you've got that on, from what I can remember how it looked on the men that shot in them, I think it's the exact same. It looks the same. Gorge, thanks for that, honey. I'm assuming you wouldn't be buying a women's version, but would you want the men's version in that? Would you rate that?
No, I do like it. It's clean, isn't it? It's smart.
Yeah.
I like it just this.
Yeah.
But again, personal preference. But I think that's just a man thing.
Yeah.
I don't like too much detail.
Alright.
But definitely the men's as well.
Thank you very much for your services. The final item that I'm going to go over, I feel like I've been talking forever, is the Capital Crop Zip Hoodie, which is a new fit. Now, we haven't been given the specifics of it, but I'm going to put in a clip comparing the old to the new, so you can kind of see what the differences are. Really quickly, the design differences between the old one and the new one for the Capital Crop Zip. So, as you can see, the old zip was kind of more metal. Look, I mean, it was a metal zip, whereas the new one is kind of like tonal to whatever colour you get. In the kind of, I don't know what it's called, but it's a more kind of like bendy zip rather than a metal one. Unpopular opinion, because I'm normally a tonal girl, I do actually prefer metal zips. I think they look a little more expensive. That's just my personal preference. The logo was sewn in before, now it's the raised rubber. I have no issue with that. I do actually prefer this one. Normally I prefer a sewn in logo, but I actually think this one does look better. I feel like this one looks a bit old now. Yeah, to show you the differences in terms of like the cuff. So my old one is a size small and my new one is a size medium, so obviously it's going to be bigger anyway, but I feel like there wouldn't have been this big of a difference between one size before. Medium's on the bottom. I don't know if you can really tell, but like this one is just a lot more crinkled. The new one, this is the old one. I just prefer how this looks. This just looks weird. I don't like this feature on the top of the Elements jogger. So just because this is one of my favourite products that ALPHALETE have ever done, I'm not going to be a fake bitch and pretend that I like it on this, because I don't. I think it looks a little ugly. I prefer this one. I prefer the old one. And it's the same with the bottom. So this is the old bottom. This is the new one. It's just a lot more. Can you see what I mean when I say it's a lot more like chunky and clunky and like wrinkly? I just think this looks better, personally. I don't really like this kind of whatever kind of feature it is. I'm going to lay them over each other so you can see sizing difference. Sizing difference purposes, this is the old size small over the new medium. Like I said, I don't really feel like there would have been this big of a difference before, so it's definitely a more oversized fit. Size small would have probably been like here, would have probably been fine. Could have definitely done with a small over a medium. And then the sleeves are more oversized, so as you can see the new ones which are behind are a bit wider. Let's just check here. This bit's also a bit like longer on the new one. It's kind of a little bit more dropped shoulder kind of vibe, I guess. Not completely, but a little bit wider in the body as well. And then obviously the wrist cuffs are looser as well. Basically, it's more oversized now.
Okay, and then we've got the old capital crop zip on the right in a size small, new one on the left in a size medium. Some similarities, some differences. As you can see, the zip is metal on the old one. The new one's the kind of like back bendy kind of plasticky one. The logo's different. The cuffs are more oversized and more clunky looking. I actually prefer the old ones. Looking at this side by side as well, the black on the old one is a much deeper black. Yeah, I actually do prefer the old one. Yeah.
To go over the details of the new one very quick, we've got a raised rubber ALPHALETE logo on the left side here. You've got a quarter zip here, which comes kind of down to there. You've got drawstrings for the hoodie with like the wax dip detail. Super long oversized sleeves with wrist cuffs. These are definitely more oversized than they were before. And then the bottom is kind of, it reminds me of like the Elements jogger. Kind of like crinkled, super oversized. Christian did actually say when we did the shoot that they made these to be more oversized. So I wore an extra small to shoot in and it wasn't oversized enough for me, so I got a medium in these. But I actually think I probably should have done a small because these do feel a little too oversized, especially with like how these feel now, like the wrist cuffs and like the bottom. It just feels very clunky on me in a medium. Like at the moment, based off the mediums I've got, I'd rather have my old size small one. I feel like the bottom looks really quite bulky now, whereas before it didn't look quite as bulky, but like material is the exact same. They're the exact same like thinness, they feel the exact same. And what's really amazing is they feel the exact same softness inside, which is insane, because I've had that since 2019, so it's 3 years later. And it still feels just as soft. In terms of like how cropped these are, these kind of come up. If you pull it down at the front, it's belly button height, but then if you like yank it back a bit or put it off the shoulder, it's more like just above belly button kind of height, and that's from someone with a long torso, so it's not super cropped. It's a decent little cropped length. But yeah, I was super excited when I saw these were coming back. So I got the heather grey in a medium and I got the black in a medium. Like I said, I kind of wish I'd got a small just based off how they fit now, but that's fine. I can probably give these away and order myself a size small, because I used to love wearing, like I had the black and grey and the old ones. I used to love wearing them. I used to wear them all the time. One of my most worn items, like literally love it. I'm really sorry because I've just realised I keep looking here. I just want to check that I'm in focus, because if I have to refill this video, I'm going to be free. Yeah, I have to be honest, guys. I prefer how the old one looks in terms of like the wrist cuffs and the bottom. They just look a little bit bulky now compared to how they looked before. They don't look bad. I still like the new ones, but if someone said to me, you can have the old one back, just new colours, I'd definitely go with the old one. And these are definitely more oversized, as you'll see in the clip, like you've seen in the clip. I'm not going to go over it again because I'm just going to be repeating myself. So sizing wise with these, I would honestly say stay true to size or go up one size. Actually, no, go up one size, because typically I'm an extra small on tops. Yeah, typically I'm an extra small in normal tops, a small in hoodies. So if you typically get a size up in hoodies, go with the size up that you would normally get in hoodies from your normal top size. If you're new to hoodies from ALPHALETE, whatever size you get in sports bras and tops, I would go up one size for a nice oversized fit. Like I said, the extra small was way too not oversized and like not enough sleeve length on me, whereas the medium, it just feels a bit too oversized. Like kind of looks like it doesn't fit vibes. My voice is going, so thankfully I've got through every single item that I had to review, and I'm gonna leave this video here. So that's everything that is launching on the 19th. Like I said, please check out ALPHALETE's Instagram on the 18th so you can see what the Black Friday surprise is. Like I said, please don't scream at me. I think some of you are really going to like it, and equally I think some of you are going to be a little bit annoyed. But yeah, those are all the new items. Every single item that I have just showed you is going to be 10% off. Link down below is going to be the launch PDF, the guide that I made with a mini review of every single women's wear item that is on the site, the pricing information that I do have, which is just for the items that are in highest stock. The video where I reviewed the Wonder Bra, I'll leave that down below. If anyone's got any questions whatsoever, please just drop me a message and I will get back to you, or comment them down below. Instagram is amyrookes, and that's where I'm going to be posting the new documents that I'm going to be making, so I would recommend following me on there or just checking my stories. I don't mind. I don't really get offended if I see people watching my stories that don't follow me. You can stalk my stuff, I don't really care, as long as you get the information that you need. That is what matters the most. In terms of my ultimate top picks for Black Friday overall, they are in the PDF document that I did. If you scroll right to the end, they're on like the last page or like second to last page. And I'm going to do a styling video with some of my most worn ALPHALETE outfits. So that's all going to be in there. In terms of top picks from this launch, the hoodies, like whatever hoodie is your preference, go for it. For me personally, I feel like my favourite hoodies from this launch are the men's full zip hoodie and also the men's pullover hoodie. Just remember what I said about the sizing on it, like it is already oversized. You don't really need to size up for an oversized fit unless you want a really oversized fit. They would be like my top recommendations for the hoodies. The women's classic crew neck as well, I think is super, super cute. The tri-bras as well would be a top recommendation. The wrap bras and the pump covers, they would be my top picks. Like I said, the power leggings just don't suit me, but they are a kind of favourite amongst the people who they do suit. But they just don't suit me. They just don't look good on me. Those would be my top picks from the new items. Yeah, like I said, I do love the mesh shorts, to be honest, but I'm just thinking realistically, how much am I going to wear them? Like, I don't think I'm going to wear them enough to warrant them going in my top picks. It's not that I don't like them, but I don't want to be a fraud and be like, these are my top pick, and then you never see me in them other than like when I'm cleaning. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of up to you on that one, whether it's something you'll be able to get more wear out of. They're definitely more of an American thing than like a UK thing for women. For men, I think they'd get away with wearing them in the gym and no one would be like, what the fuck? Whereas if I walked in the gym in them, people would definitely in England be like, what the hell? But maybe I just care too much about what the people think. A lot to unpack there. Support code Amy, if you do use it, please message me so I can say thank you. I'd love to nosy at what you've got. I'm going to be like a little glued to my phone rabbit this week answering all your messages, so please DM me. Doesn't matter what time it is, as soon as I see it I'll get back to you. If I'm sleeping, I'll get back to you in the morning. I'm going to be doing some question boxes to cover anything I've not been able to cover in this video. Like I said, part 2 of the Black Friday content is coming next week, and I'm working on another PDF document for you guys. Please let me know the feedback on the PDF document. Let me know if it's useful, because if it's not, it was the grossest misuse of my time. I massively underestimated how long that was going to take me. But it's kind of nice to have a walk down memory lane, and like updated opinions are something that's super important, because there might be things that like you could go back and I've said I really don't like it, but then I've ended up actually liking it. And equally there can be things that I've said, oh, I really, really like this product, and then I've not ended up getting the use out of it. So if you want my updated opinions on everything, that's the place to go, and I really, really, really hope it is helpful. Yes, the giveaway, by the way, is going to open from Monday. So the giveaway will open, what day is it today? The giveaway will open the 14th. Please do not email me before then, because I need to clean out my emails from the last giveaway I did, and also, like, just for GDPR purposes, I don't store your emails. I don't use your emails for anything. You're not going to start getting mailing list emails from me. It's just for the giveaway. I do it that way because it's easier. On Instagram I can miss messages and stuff like that. And again, to reiterate, you do not have to be shopping on Black Friday to enter that. Anytime between January the 1st and December the 1st, 2022. A code use, perfectly valid. Either a screenshot of the website when you've used it, or a screenshot of our DMs showing me that you've used it is completely fine, because I don't expect people to keep the screenshots. And there's 5 different prizes up for grabs. So you've got the 4 £100 ALPHALETE gift vouchers that I'm going to be giving away, and then you've got the number 1 prize, which is obviously a few different things. Yeah, let me know what you think about the giveaway. It's a little bit different this year. I just kind of used the feedback that I was getting on giveaways and what people wanted to try and find a happy medium, because yeah, I like giving away more meaningful things, but then also I want people to be able to, more people to be able to win. I don't know. I don't know, I'm rambling. Yes, I hope this video was helpful. If it was, please give it a thumbs up. And yeah, comment below any questions, anything that I've missed. Let me know. My voice is going, and I really need to finish filming clips for this video. I've got 23 minutes left on my memory cards, and I'll be damned if I don't get my flat lay clips done in 23 minutes. Anyway, kisses. Have a great weekend. I'm sorry this video took a little bit longer than usual. Like I said, I only got my stuff yesterday. I'm gonna just shut the hell up now. Thank you for all the support with ALPHALETE so far. All the support, so yeah. I can't get my words out, my brain's fried. All the support so far this year. Yeah, any questions, let me know. I'm going now, because if I don't go now, I'll never stop.
Because symbols of bitch.
Guys, before this video starts, I just want to put this clip in here because, as you can probably tell, I'm still not used to this camera, and at this point I'm starting to be concerned about it because it cost me a lot of money, and you'll see in the starting clips, like, I've got like weird discoloration on my forehead which wasn't there in real life. It looks like I've not blended my makeup properly. So I apologise for that. Also, I mentioned about the charity donations. I've actually found the charities now. I found Fair Share and the Trussell Trust, but if anyone has any suggestions that they think might be better than those two, then I'm totally open to them. And also, I'm really sorry about the angle of this video. I just thought, oh, it'll be so much better if I just put it on my tripod really high up and angle it down so people can see things. And then in some clips, I literally look really like fisheye-ish, and also I look like an upside down Dorito. So brilliant. On with the video. I hope it helps. Yes, enjoy. Hi guys, this is going to be part 2 of my Black Friday videos. Fun little interjection here. I have just got back from the post office because I saw that I had another ALPHALETE package, and I thought maybe, oh, it's like some of the things that were missing. It was not. I am flabbergasted. There is, I'm not joking, about 15 t-shirts in here maybe, I want to say, and they're all pump covers. I could not possibly keep all of these t-shirts, so you're hearing it here first. Actually no, Instagram stories heard it first. I'm going to do a massive giveaway with those pump covers because I cannot possibly keep them all. That would be #gross of me to do that because I just don't need 15 more pump covers. So follow me on Instagram because I will probably sort that out next week when Black Friday rush has died down slightly. But this video is part 2 of my kind of Black Friday ALPHALETE content. And I promise after this we're back to normal content, because I know that if you are not an ALPHALETE baby, you're probably thinking, Amy, I want fitness help, not thoughts on fitness clothing, which I completely understand and I do apologise, but a lot of people said that they would find this video useful. So in this video I'm basically going to style up some of the new bits. I don't know if you can tell, but I've had a coffee today and I'm like, whoo. I'm going to style up some of the new bits, show you how I would be wearing those, and then I'm going to run you through some of my most worn outfits of this year. By the way, FYI, we have all of the pricing information now, so in the description box below I'm going to link my Google Drive, which is now being updated since my first Black Friday video that I posted on Sunday. So this has now got the launch guide that I made that has a mini review of every single women's wear product on the website. It's got the highest inventory items list, so you know what they've got the most stock of. It's got the full pricing list, so every single item and how much it's discounted by. I know I'm going to get asked this question because I've already had it on Instagram, which is, at all the colours on discount. Everything on that site is on discount. They've just obviously not put every single colour of every single item on the site on the pricing list because it would probably be over 1,000 pages long. That's the only reason for that. What else is there in there? My new Amplify guide, which went up yesterday, so I basically have done a mini review of every single Amplify colour because I know it would take you guys ages to go back through all my YouTube reviews, other athletes reviews, see like everyone's thoughts on like specific colourways, what the sizing's like, all that sort of stuff. So I've gone through my opinions on every single Amplify colour, and then by store, so whether you're Canadian, in America or in the UK, by store, before the website went down, I took screenshots of every single colourway and what sizes are available in that colourway. Those folders are also in the guide for you. I've got your back. Also, is this lighting okay? Do I need to put another light on? But then I don't want to be yellow. I feel like I was really yellow in the last video. I don't know, I'm having like one of these candles for the vibes. And also a giveaway update. ALPHALETE have very kindly gifted me $500 worth of gift cards, so it's going to be split into 250 gift cards, and they are now added into the giveaway that I was already running. The details of that are on my latest Instagram post and in the description box below. I'll copy and paste them from the last video. So now there's going to be 7 winners, and yeah, but everything else, so the original giveaway, it's all from me. Like, I've spent my own money on it. It's not in affiliation with ALPHALETE, but yeah, they've very kindly given me two $250 gift cards. Same rules apply, so you don't have to be shopping Black Friday, you don't have to follow me on Instagram, you don't have to do any of that. It's very, very simple. If you have used my code at any point, January the 1st this year to the giveaway is going to run until December the 1st, you are welcome to enter, and the details on that will be below. There is one thing that I want to go over just before I get into this video, because I know this video could maybe do well, potentially, and if I know a video is going to do well, I do, you know, if there's something that's playing on my mind, I do like to speak about it. Oh, I'm getting emotional, and I'm not going to get emotional because it's not my thing to get emotional about. On BBC Breakfast, there was a man called Samuel a couple of days ago who they were telling his story. He is a single dad, single parent living with 3 of his kids in a 1-bedroom apartment, and it was about poverty in England at the moment and how much people are struggling. And oh my god, I don't think anyone would be able to watch that without their eyes watering. And the saddest part is he is one of so many people that are in that position. So normally for the past few months I started doing socials donations, so the money that I earn through social media, commission, retainer, any ads that I do, which I don't really do any, to be honest, because I don't want to be pushy, Google, all that sort of stuff, all that money, a percentage of that I have been donating every month to a different charity, either chosen by myself or chosen by you guys. This month is working a bit differently because, as I mentioned in my last one, it's November. My grand's birthday would have been on Monday. She had Alzheimer's, and so every November I donate all my AdSense to an Alzheimer's related charity. So that was going to be it for this month. I have, however, decided that my retainer from ALPHALETE and also a percentage of any commission that is earned this month, I need to do my research because I want to pick the right charity, and if anyone has any suggestions, please leave them down below. Charities that work with families who are struggling in poverty, or even individuals, is basically who I want the money to go to. I could split it between a few, but yeah, I am going to be donating a percentage of my retainer and my commission earned this month, which I will get paid next month, to a charity in England that is helping people who are living in poverty. Because I'm not going to lie, guys, like, I'm in a very, very privileged position, and it feels like the right thing to do, and I feel like it's something that I want to do, and giving back is something that's always been important to me, but that has really, I don't know, I think maybe I'm due on my period, it's really got to me. So yes, use my support code at any point so far this month. Genuinely thank you so much, because already it looks like I'm going to be able to donate something meaningful. I feel like with this lighting you can probably see the clothes a bit better, so I'm going to go over the new bits first. Obviously I'll style them with some old bits as well, and then we're going to get into my most worn 2022. I'm in a fabulous mood. I might actually make myself another coffee. Okay, so this is outfit number 1. I'm styling some of the new bits with some of the old bits. Obviously this is technically not most worn because I've only had this hoodie since like last Friday, but I can confidently say I've not really had this off my back since I got it. So this outfit, I'm really trying to get the full thing in. It's a very chill vibe. I've basically got a sports bra on underneath. I've got the wrap bra on, honestly purely because it's what I trained in earlier, but any sports bra from ALPHALETE would work, or a top underneath if you wanted. I tend to wear sports bras on most days, to be honest. I just find them very comfortable, especially because the ALPHALETE ones, let's not beat around the bush, they're not super supportive, they tend to be high comfort. So it just works well. And then on joggers, I've got the ALPHALETE Here Comes the Sun joggers. They've got like a, actually let me not turn this into a review. This is a styling thing, not a review. But they do have a drawstring. They're kind of like mid-rise on stomach. I wear a medium in this hoodie, but I would like to try small because it's very, like if I roll this down, it's giving dishevelled, so I have to kind of roll it to make it look right. And then in the joggers, I don't know what size these actually are, let me double check. I think these joggers are a size small. I have a size small and a size extra small in the Here Comes the Sun joggers, and I definitely prefer the way a size small works. And then this would be kind of like more of a lounging fit or running errands. So shoes-wise, I would probably put on my Converse or my Dunks. Overcoat over the top whilst it's cold. This is a very lightweight hoodie. Or if I'm chilling, I just have my socks on. Yeah, this is a very chill outfit, and it doesn't take a genius to put it together.
Oh, you're gonna be
But yes, hoodie and joggers, you cannot go wrong. By the way, not everything in this video is from ALPHALETE. There is some Skim stuff and some Nikki Studio stuff, just so I can give you examples of how to style ALPHALETE stuff with other brands. So yeah. Okay, next outfit, I've kept the hoodie on. Again, just showing you some of the new bits, but I'll also show you what has been like pretty much my most worn gym fit up until this point. But ever since I got these hoodie, I've trained legs in it twice because it's thin enough you can kind of get away with it. So here's a little bit of a gym outfit inspo. As you can probably see, what I've just done at the back is I've tucked the ALPHALETE hoodie at the back, and it just makes it look so good. I just really like how this looks. Shorts wise, I've got the hazelnut amplifier on, and I think these are like super cute. Not to be that annoying person saying this is so cute, but if you want like a full, I've got a few amplify colours that are some of my most worn that I've styled up for this video, but if you want a full list of my most worn amplify colours this year, it's in the amplify guide, but hazelnut is up there. The only thing to note with hazelnut is I do think you need at least a slight tan, otherwise I have seen it wash people out. And then underneath again, I've got the pebble print bra, so if you want to take it off when you get a bit hot, take this off you can. But honestly, if your gym's quite cold, this is a really good gym fit. Like I said, I've trained twice doing legs, which is my sweatiest of sessions, in this outfit and been fine, like, loved it. So yes, this is another little new and old. We're mixing and matching because we can. Also, anything mocha with hazelnut looks so good. I'm a tonal queen, which you're going to see in this video. I'm not super keen on a matching set, broadly speaking. I'm not a big fan on it. I prefer to match things tonally. Also, if you are like more of a modest person, or you like to cover up a little bit more for whatever reason, because any reason is valid, you don't need like a specific kind of reason, you could, with this outfit, just swap the shorts for leggings, and with the hoodie it's a very modest thing. Obviously maybe don't tuck the back if you don't want your bum to be on show. We don't judge around here. And if you size up, you'll get an even looser, baggier fit. And if you wanted a pair of joggers from ALPHALETE, if you don't like wearing anything tight fitting to train in, the studio joggers would probably be the best kind of material to train in, because the Here Comes the Sun ones, they're my favourites, but they're not for working out in. I don't work out in joggers, so I never wear my studio joggers, but they would be the best for working out in, because they're kind of like shell suit vibes, but that's just a little option for y'all. Okay, next outfit. These kind of outfits are always some of my most worn outfits. I love a bodysuit with joggers. This bodysuit is not from ALPHALETE, it's from Skims, and it's the cotton bodysuit, just in the black colour. I'm getting very out of breath, guys, I'm not gonna lie. But I think, you know, I love a hoodie and joggers for like an oversized cozy look, but sometimes I really like just live in joggers, and sometimes I like to try and make them look a little bit more put together. And I feel like when you put a tight bodysuit on, it's still like a very chill vibe, but you just look more put together. Like, let's say you just started seeing someone going around to theirs for the first time to watch a film. This kind of an outfit with like your hair done nice and a bit of slap on if you like to wear makeup is just the vibe. And then again, I've got my just white socks, and I'm probably going to keep those on for the whole of this video, because they're pretty much the only kind of socks that I wear. But I just think when you've got something tight fitted, and with these bodysuits they're not super high cut, so they work well with most joggers, and it's just, it looks cute. I like how it looks. So yeah, this is an outfit that I wear quite a lot when I want to be comfy but also look kind of put together. Like if I'm going for a Sunday roast, this is a go-to outfit for me. Skims and ALPHALETE are two of my favourite brands and most worn brands. So is Nikki Studio, so they're basically the brands I'm working with. Well, ALPHALETE is the only brand I'm working with, but they're the brands that I'm incorporating into this video just to give you all some ideas. But yeah, this is one of my go-to outfits. It's just a classic. It's not really anything interesting, and obviously you could do any kind of colourway. You could get a different colour jogger, different colour bodysuit, just kind of change it up. So yeah, this is another highly worn okay, this is another most worn top with a new item to show you a little bit of a mix and match moment. I've got on the whale blue,
a drink in her hand, so it's like
a mesh shorts. Now obviously these will probably match very well, and they do match very well with the whale blue pebble print, but I wanted to show you that like you don't have to get an all new kind of outfit. And I think greens and blues, especially like luxury green, this is a balanced bra by the way. This is an extra small, but I definitely fit a small better. Sorry if I'm looking at the viewfinder, I'm trying to make sure that I'm still in focus. This is an extra small, but I definitely do prefer a small. I'm just going to feel it a little bit. It's a little bit tight, but that does not stop me from wearing it, because I think I love wearing luxury green and ivy together. I feel like that looks really good with creams, but I'll get onto that. But yeah, because it's quite a muted green, and then obviously the whale blue is quite like a muted kind of dull navy, I feel like these colours complement each other quite well. If you watched my review, you will remember that I did say I'm not entirely sure how much wear I'm going to get out of these shorts. Since then I've slept in them pretty much every night, so I sleep in them, but obviously I am aware it's a very expensive thing to buy just to sleep in, but if you want to treat yourself to a luxury moment for your sleep, these are really comfortable to sleep in, girls. I'm not joking. And for me, they're more of a around the house thing, just because of the way UK fashion is and the way my fashion is. Like, this is not really a look that I would be sporting out of the house too much. Maybe in summer to run errands, but right now it's like 10 degrees and raining outside, so I'm not going to be doing up this kind of a look out and about. But I don't know, I just think for around the house, I do actually really like these shorts, but I am also aware I've been given these for free, and I can't remember how much these are going to be in the sale, but I don't think they're super cheap, and I'm not sure I'd paid that much for a house. Oh, I don't know if I could get a house for the price of a pair of shorts. I'd be bloody buzzing. Not sure for the price I would be paying it just for something I can wear around the house. But I know a lot of the US athletes have been in the gyms in them, and to be honest, when I was at ALPHALETE, I did think people will likely wear these in the gyms here. It's just not very like a UK thing. So that's just a little note. And then if you want to cover up a little bit more, obviously you can do what you want. You would probably not want to be wearing this kind of a top with like a crop top if you're trying to be more modest. So you could do a pullover hoodie, like the one I've just shown you. I think that is actually coming in whale blue as well, so you could kind of match. Or there's like, these are coming in mocha, you could get the mocha one. But for me personally, because it's cold and energy is expensive as hell, I will be wearing this look around the house a lot. Dan, get ready, because you're going to be sick of it over the next few months. Because it's not like cold in here to the point where I need a full tracksuit on all the time, but sometimes it's too warm for a full tracksuit but too cold to walk around in just that. So I've just put on the Unity full zip hoodie. But another option, just to show you that like literally any brand will work, guys. I'll show you it with the Skims one, and this is kind of a different fit hoodie. This is a little bit more cropped. I'm not gonna lie, it's not great quality, like it feels a little bit cardboardish, and I've had it a couple months maybe, so it's not great quality. I wouldn't recommend this specific one, but a short hoodie that's a little bit less oversized also looks cute. I think these are sold out on Skims now, but if anyone is curious, this is a large, so I would say that the sizing runs quite small in the grand scheme of things, but yes, a little round the house fit for me, for my USA queens, probably a gym fit if it's something that you would want to wear. Okay, I've just changed the lighting because I feel like I was getting very orange, like it was giving orange. This outfit, and I'm going to put on a few different top options that are some of my most worn. This is my errands outfit, and I'm not joking. If I was to suggest you wear one outfit from this video, it would be this, or any of the variations I'm about to give. So, tops, we have got Skims, another Skims moment. I love a Skims moment. This is a fits everybody long sleeve. This is like low denier tights, so you do need a bra underneath. I've got the fits everybody wrap bra on underneath. It sits very nice underneath and covers the girlies up, because otherwise you will see your full tip. No exaggeration. Tip to the wind. But yes, so the fits everybody long sleeve. I also have a t-shirt version of this. I've got it all. I love the fits everybody range, probably my favourite range from Skims. And then I've got on the black Amplify leggings. I think these are available on the US store, as far as I remember, but to be honest, you could do this with grey. Grey works very well as an errands colour, and I'll show you some options with the utility grey leggings, because I know that they've got some pretty high stock. I have to be honest, I wear my Thundercloud ones more because I prefer the material, but for the purposes of this video, I will show you utility grey because Thundercloud is no longer available. I just love a classic all black outfit for running errands in. I feel like, leggings wise, I'm not gonna lie, I don't normally wear Amplify day to day. The most worn ones I have are for errands, my black essential leggings, but they don't sell them anymore, so I kind of feel like it's pointless. Second best option, but oh my god, oh wow, stabbing pain in my rib. This option only works if you're quite short. The black Wonder leggings would be a good alternative to the essentials, but if you have a similar build to me, they're not going to work. I way prefer the essentials. They're just not high-waisted enough, and they just sit weird on me. But if you're shorter and you've got shorter proportions, shorter torso, give the black Wonder leggings a go for this look, because the essential leggings are so comfy. Like, they're flattering, they make your bum look good, they make everything look good, but they're not high compression. So I do find with Amplify sometimes the waistband after a few hours, I'm like, ooh, especially if I'm eating a lot that day, it can actually be like, this is a little bit much, and then getting them on and off and like repositioning them every time you have to go for a wee, it's like, sometimes it can be a bit of a headache when you're not training. So I do actually tend to, when I'm going for an all black look, my essentials are my go-to legging, but Amplify works as well, and my essential leggings are in the wash, so that's why I've gone with Amplify. But yes, this is the kind of look. It just looks really like put together, cute, Flackerman vibes. I know that some people hate that, but I personally like the phrase. And I'm going to show you some other top options. Obviously, if you don't like things being skin tight on top, or like a sheer top would be a bit too much for you, I've got some other options. So I'm going to go over the other options. But these next few outfits are like absolute staples, and even outside of ALPHALETE, just point blank, I probably wear a variation of this outfit every day of the week. Okay, so this is not one for the modest babes because it's cropped, but I've just put on the Endure crop jacket, which is like a very thin windbreaker feel jacket from ALPHALETE. My only gripes with this is sometimes the cuffs feel a little tight, but other than that, I love this outfit, and I like wearing this and plain black leggings for running errands or going to the gym. If I've got an all black look, because I only have it in black, and I do sometimes think black with other colours, unless it's white or grey, can sometimes look a bit weird. So it's more of an errands thing, but if I'm wearing black to the gym, I do sometimes wear this, and obviously it's waterproof as well, but it doesn't have a hood, so, and none of my puffers have a hood, so it doesn't really help me in that department. But if your coat has a hood, but then you've got a coat over it anyway, so to be honest, if it's raining, you'd be screwed in this anyway, because there is no hood. Obviously it's cropped, so it's not really one for the modest girlies. However, they do have a full-length version of this. I think, yeah, they do have a full-length version of this. It comes in a few different colours. You know, if you've got like sensory things that you really like, tend to dislike, this might not be the one for you, just because it is quite like Can you hear that? It's quite an acquired feel for a jacket, but I really like this. I think I look cool in it. I think I look put together, and I feel like I don't speak about this jacket enough for the amount that I like wearing it, and every time I wear it I just feel cool in it. I really like how the branding is done on it, and you can zip it all the way up. I never really wear it zipped up because I feel like it looks a little bit weird. It's giving very famous strange person who used to wear shell suits, who we won't speak about. Yeah, I really like this. I think it's an underrated jacket. I'm not sure what the stock was like on these, but they definitely still had some. Yeah, love. Another little errands outfit, and again, I've just got my black amplify leggings on. Love. I've just realised before I get into this one, I've not gone oversizing, but I'm an extra small in most things. The NJO jacket I've got in an extra small. This pullover is an extra small. The leggings I've got on are an extra small. The basketball shorts, like I said, were a small. Anything I haven't made clear, just comment below and I'll let you know what size it was. And from here on outwards, I'll try and remember to tell y'all the size. Next up, we've got the same outfit again, just another variation. This jacket, I would definitely wear this more than the NJO one. Can we just appreciate the slickness of this look? Like, as the girls like to say, this is a Range Rover mom, soccer mom, football mom look. I've got the Fits Everybody bra on still underneath. You can wear this without a bra underneath, but I actually do like wearing a bra underneath it. It's got this zip here. ALPHALETE, please bring these back. I've got an extra small on. Normally an extra small has like quite a bit more room around here. There's still a bit of room, but not as much as normal because your girl is bulking and I'm putting on weight. But I love this outfit. Shoes wise, for like all the outfits I'm showing with this, I'm gonna go with my white dunks, my APLs, my Converse, and I just love this outfit. I think it looks really clean, really put together. It's very flattering for anyone who likes to make sure that they are covered up, but not in baggy clothing. It's a very good option. You are very well covered, and if you need to zip this up to the top, I never do this, can you tell? You can zip it up all the way to the tops if you want it zipped up. Oh my god, I look like I'm about to go on a horse riding lesson. Nay. Nay. That's really, no, I might have to cut that out of the video. Yeah, outside of the gym, this is my most worn outfit. Also seamless pullover. If you want to train in it, you can. I do sometimes train in it in shorts. I'll show you how it looks with shorts actually. Okay, just to show you it with the shorts so you can see what it looks like with shorts. I do like how this looks with shorts, and if you are someone who likes to wear a long sleeve full length top in the gym when you're training, it's a good option. It's very thin, it's breathable, it's the same kind of material as Amplify, but a little bit thinner, and it does look good with shorts. I would wear socks I've got on and my Converse. I have actually trained in this outfit before, did legs, and when you get a glute pump in this top, because of where it sits, and it kind of sits like on the shelf, your arse is going to look arsational. It's going to look wonderful. It's going to look good. It's a good outfit, and yeah, just as an example, you can train in this top if you want to train in it. I'll be honest, I don't train in mine a lot, but I have trained in it before and I didn't have any issues. So yeah, if you need like a full body long sleeve top from ALPHALETE for training in, this is a very, very, very good option. Okay, we're going to move into some more gym fits whilst we're on the topic. This is a combo, and I'm going to show you some of my favourite long sleeve tops and bras. Typically, recently, just to be fully transparent, I've been in oversized t-shirt queen. I haven't worn these in a while, but at the start of this year, when these colourways dropped, this is the Bloom one, I was wearing them a lot. If you want a full review of this, I have done it. It's very thin, very lightweight, very breathable, but you have to be careful with barbells. It can kind of pill because it's kind of got fluff to it, but I just wanted to make that clear. But yes, if I'm going for like a crop long sleeve, these are my favourite. I prefer the long sleeve to the short sleeve, but the short sleeve ones are cute as well. I just prefer the long sleeves because I like going like this. Like, I like the comfy cozy vibes that the long sleeves give. But yes, like I said before, I can't put on every single one of my most worn Amplify colours, so I'm just doing a few and showing you some examples. Underneath this top, I have got the same colour, so the Bloom Revival bra on. The Revival bras, the Tri bras and the Balance bras are probably my most worn bras of this year. That doesn't mean I don't like the other ones. There's a few that I also do really like, but they are definitely my most worn ones. The Balance one for support because I started doing cardio classes, and the other two because they're very thin. They don't have much bulk to them, so they sit very well under it. And a prediction for the next 6 months, based on how much I've worn the wrap bras since I got them, they're going to be a most worn bra as well. But just to show you, I do actually have a picture of this outfit on my Instagram, so you can see the digital violet and bloom goes really well together. It's a very pretty colour combination. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan of a completely matching set. It's not really my thing. I definitely prefer more of a kind of complementary colours or tonal, so like same colour but different shades. But yeah, the bloom and the digital violet, very complimentary. But this is the outfit that I've got on now. So I've got on the long sleeve, the utility grey 4.5 inch shorts, Revival bra is underneath, and yeah, days where I want to wear a crop long sleeve, I do like to wear these shorts because there's been a severe shortage of bikers this year, which ALPHALETE need to sort the hell out. I know they're coming back in January and I can't wait. But the 4.5 have definitely overtaken the 3.5 in my wardrobe. I wear them a lot more, and because there's been so many good colours and they've not been doing bikers, I've probably worn over the past few months my 4.5 ones more than my bikers, just because of the colours. But yes, the 4.5 are definitely a flattering short, definitely more flattering than the 3.5. They just like cup your bum really well, but I can't wait for the bikers to be back. But yeah, this is just an example. Obviously I've got this in a lot of colourways, but I like pinks and greys together. I never used to like pink, and now I really like it. Like, I love the pixel pink. I just bloody love it. So yeah, I'm just up on my picture so you can see the full look. But I would wear this with my Converse for training. I wouldn't really wear this day to day. This is a training outfit for me, and I love the Revival bras. Yeah, I do. If I wear these, I do. They're not too hot to train in, but I do normally find I end up taking them off because they just get too warm. Yeah, another gym staple for me personally. Okay, we're going to move on to now probably my most worn gym fit of the year since they bought these pump covers out. Honestly, if you are only going to get like 3 things, I would get a pump cover, a pair of Amplify shorts, or leggings if that's your thing. I'm just more of a shorts person, so for training looks, I'm normally in shorts. And a sports bra, so probably, based on stock at the moment, probably a Tri bra. Those would be like staples. You can make so many different outfits with them. They're just, it really is like a go-to. If I don't know what I want to wear to the gym, it's Amplify shorts, a Tri bra and a pump cover. And this pump cover is new for Black Friday, and since I brought it back from Texas with me, I just keep washing it because I'm like, I want to bloody wear it. I've got it in a medium, but yeah, I have been really liking wearing this kind of grey colour with the pixel pink. I just feel like it looks really good together. Greys and pinks, like I've just given you another example of, they always seem to go very well. I used to do a hack of tying the front in a bobble and then tucking it under, so it's like that. And that's how the gym fit kind of looks from all of the angles. But recently I've actually been joining in with what, like, it seems to have started on TikTok, what the TikTok girlies like to do, because I like how this looks when it scoops down at the front, but then at the back, let me just check that I've actually done it right because I don't have a mirror in here. You kind of tuck it into the back of the sports bra, so the bunda is on show, but your stomach isn't, because I think sometimes people can get uncomfortable with how their body looks when they lift, because we expect to look like how influencers look in their videos. But I'm going to be honest, like most workout videos I see, people aren't bracing properly, and I used to be guilty of this. So obviously you're going to look great. If you're bracing properly and lifting properly, chances are your body doesn't look how it normally looks when you're walking around. It looks very different to how you think it should look, but that's actually how your body should look when you're lifting. So having like the front covered up, if it's something you are conscious of, which you really shouldn't be, like lifting it properly is way more important, but I know some people are, or if you're bloated, you're on your period, it's just a good option. And I love this. The Pixel Pink shorts are very, very, very sheer, but I find I can kind of get away with wearing them when I wear it like this, because the pump cover covers at the front. But I completely understand if people don't want to spend the money on a colour that's sheer. Digital violet is fine, and also looks very, very, very cute with the grey. But yeah, if I was to tell you to get one gym outfit from the sale, it would be a pump cover, a pair of Amplify shorts and a tri-bra. That would be like, if I had 150 quid to spend, that would probably be what I would get. And if I had anything left over, I'd probably get one of the new men's hoodies, because I'm predicting I'm going to use those a lot. Or an Elements zip, or a seamless pullover. But I'm not going to get into that, because then I'll just go down a rabbit hole. But yes, I love this outfit. Love, it would be my most recommended. I've also got a tri-bra on underneath, just for the ease, because my new stuff is already out here. I've got the ALPHALETE one on in the new Ivy colour. I'll actually pop it on with Ivy and show you what it looks like, because I love a green look, so I want to make sure I do a green look in this video. But yes, love this tri-bra. Just love. I wouldn't necessarily wear the green and the pink, although now I'm looking at it, it's kind of a vibe, no? What do we think? Is it a vibe? Is it not a vibe? I feel like it's kind of cute. Yeah, I'll show you what this looks like with actual Ivy. Okay, we've got the tri-bra on in the new Ivy, compared with the Ivy Amplify shorts. Yes, as you can see, it's definitely not the same shade of green, and I am more of a tonal girl, so I'm going to show you how the luxury green looks with the Ivy. I love how this looks together. I think it looks really, really good together. I went through a phase of being obsessed with this specific outfit for cardio classes, because Amplify, if you need a legging that stays in place, Amplify is the best one from ALPHALETE. And the balance bras I find to be very, very, very supportive. So I love luxury green with anything Ivy. Luxury green also goes well with the new Ivy. And I'm also going to show you an example with one of the ultra soft tops. I love the ultra soft tops. My most worn are the one I'm putting on now. But I do tend to wear the black one more, but I want to show you a green look because I love greens. With dark hair, I think it looks really good. This is like the Apex long sleeve, and my other most worn one is the Pinnacle tee. They are super. They're like, the stretch is unreal. This is an extra small, stay true to size, not to get into a review, but I feel like this looks really good together. I would probably actually wear Ivy leggings with this outfit. I just feel like it looks better with leggings, and I like training in these, but this would be more of like an errands fit when I want a little bit of colour in my life. So yeah, just the Ivy shorts. This is, I think this colour is called Sage, that's on top, and then the new Ivy bra, which is not the same colour by any stretch of the imagination. I will also show you whilst I'm here, because I absolutely love, this is one of my most worn jackets from ALPHALETE this year that dropped, and at sale price, I've seen the sale price, 100% pick one of these up. This is the old fit one. There are new fit ones as well, but this is an old fit, and this is definitely my favourite colour. This is the cream with greens. Let me show you again. With the luxury green. The luxury green with Ivy Amplify, and this jacket looks so good. Creams and greens just look really, really, really good together. I don't know what it is about it. It's just looking good. Also, I've just realised I've been looking in the viewfinder a lot. It's because I feel like I'm not in focus, but I think I am. The new fit ones fit more like this. This is the old fit, so it's got a bit more extra length. But I've always rolled it. I love this outfit. I think it's really, really, really cute. I love these jackets. I think they're really, really, really good quality. Controversial opinion, but I actually don't really like the sleeves or the bottom of the new capital crop zip.
Yeah, that's a waste of taxpayer dollars, you crackhead.
Capital crop zip. They've made it like very clunky. And I'd actually recommend you get one of these over the capital crop zip, which makes me sad because my black old one I wear a lot. I lost it after I did the ALPHALETE haul and now I can't find it. Like the most recent one. If I could find it, I'd include it in this video, but I actually don't know where I put it. But this, compared to the new ones, I prefer this every day of the week. I just gotta be honest. Makes me sad because I was so excited for those to come back.
Yep.
But yeah, the cream with the greens. These come in so many colours, so you can do whatever you want. This feels very strange to me because normally I'm hypercritical of things, but I feel like because I'm going over all my favourites, I'm like, yeah, 10/10, vibes are immaculate. This feels foreign to me. This feels like I'm doing something wrong. Outfit. I have kept on the Ivy tri-bra and I'm putting on the Elements crop zip. Something just came up, I don't know what that was. The Elements crop zip in the cream, and then I've got the charcoal amplify leggings on. I think these were in stock on some of the sites, but I'm not 100%, but I love these leggings. In terms of material, they're definitely not like the OG, but there's just something about this pair of leggings, even though they've like really bobbled, that I really like the fit of them feels nice. And they launched with dusty green, victory blue, all those sorts of colours, so if those are in stock, it's a good fitting launch. Yes, by the way, this jacket is in a size small, but I just love this outfit. I wear this for running errands.
Yeah.
I wear this to Tribe with the luxury green balance bra and these leggings. I love it. I just feel like it looks nice. And then when I get there, I take off the hoodie from the back. I just love this outfit. Not much to say on this one because I've already done amplify leggings and this jacket, but I'd be a damn fraud if I didn't include this because I've worn it a lot. My charcoal leggings have taken a battering this year. At first when I got them I was like, charcoal's a weird colour, and now I'm like, bring back charcoal, it's such a good colour. Just before I go on to the next outfit, this crop, I just want to give it an honourable mention because I feel like no one talks about them. They launched last Black Friday and I wear these around the house all the time. This isn't a full look I'm giving you because it's just between clips that it's come to me. I literally ran to the bedroom to grab it, and it was literally on top because I wear them all the time around the house. It's a heavy cotton drop shoulder short sleeve. I like the tank version, but the neck on it is like ridiculously tight, so I can't really wear it. It's very, very, very cropped, so as you can see, like, you have to wear a bra and do it, but I love it. At the moment, I've got a bit more size on my upper body because that's where all my weight goes when I gain weight. If anyone wants to swap genetics with me, that would be great. That's where it all goes. So my tops are fitting a little bit tighter than normal at the moment, so I would probably go up a size. I'm pretty sure I got this in an extra small. I'd probably go up to a size small now. But yeah, these look really cute with joggers, as you can see. They look really cute with amplify as well. Yeah, I love these, and I love this colour, like this kind of concrete-y colour. It's a vibe, but yeah, very cropped, not one for the modest girlies, but if you like a crop, these are cute. They look cute to train in as well, to be honest. They do look cute to train in. I just get annoyed by them when I'm training, because when you're training you're moving around so much that it's like, I feel like I'm constantly moving it. When I'm chilling, I love wearing these. So 10/10 recommend from me on these. I feel like people in the office next to me are watching me. Enjoy the show, boys and girls. We don't have blinds that are curtains and I'm getting changed. Oh, we're back with more of a chill vibe outfit. This isn't really a gym outfit, this is more of an errands outfit. I've got a Skims cotton t-shirt on. This is in like a sage green kind of colour, mineral green maybe I want to say, and I love wearing this with my grey Thundercloud leggings, but like I said, they're not sold anymore, so right now I've actually got the utility grey ones on. I just feel like greens and greys tend to go very well together. They just look quite cute together, and I feel like it's a cute little Erin's outfit. The only thing to note on these is obviously these are utility grey. They're not Thundercloud, and have to be honest, I can't really recommend utility grey to you as a colourway because these have pilled like none of my other Amplify pilled. Like, I've had pilling issues, but like, I wish I could show you, but I actually can't show you. I'm not joking. The whole of the right leg on these is completely bobbled. Like, I've got it on the left leg as well too, actually. It's like all on the mesh panel and like all down the back of my leg. I must have caught it somewhere, but none of my others have done this bad. Like, it's quite severe. So honestly, if you want a pair of grey Amplify leggings, storm grey or medium grey will pill less. They'll still maybe pill, but they'll pill less. Or if you can find Thundercloud, it's such a good grey, and it's very similar to utility grey. If you want to take the risk, because like I said about Amplify before, every kind of batch seems to be different. If you want to take the risk, who am I to judge? Take the risk. You might be fine with the material, but the ones I got are way too soft, like just not durable at all. But yeah, this is more of a, obviously the fits I showed you earlier for Erin's running were all black, and I feel like sometimes you need a bit of lightness in your life. So this is more of a light option. I love these Skims tops. I know this isn't a Skims video, but the cotton tops are really, really good. They've got a lot of stretch to them. They can be a little see-through. I've kept the tri-bra on under it. So I do tend to wear the Fits Everybody bra under it, but these t-shirts, like in like the length they hit at, they look really good with Amplify. Feel free to disagree in the comments, but I think they look good with Amplify. So yes, I think I've got a couple more outfits, and then I think we're done. I hope this video is helpful so far, guys. I feel like I started with doing like new stuff and then favourites, and now I'm kind of going into like options for different people, but hopefully it's helpful. Okay, I've actually had to turn the lights on now because it's 10 to 4, and in classic UK style, the sun is like, it's going to be dark within 10 minutes. So I've had to put the lighting on. Sorry about the lighting change again. This isn't the plan for this outfit. This isn't one of my most worn outfits, but I feel like that those crops deserve a little bit of a shout out. And it is definitely a very good quality top from ALPHALETE, and I wear these a lot on upper body days. Not with this specific outfit, but I just wanted to quickly grab it so that I could show you. But the outfit I'm doing is tonal vibes again. All the browns from ALPHALETE go pretty well together. The only one that clashes a little bit sometimes is butterscotch, but butterscotch goes very well with this, which is the ginger colour. Extra small in this, extra small in the pulse jacket, in obscure grey. This doesn't really go together. Well, actually it doesn't look bad, but it wouldn't be my like go-to. I've never worn this combination together, but I do wear this jacket a lot with my mocha leggings, but I can't find my mocha leggings. This major first world problems, but because I've got so much activewear, I've lost a lot of activewear over the past couple of weeks because I've been doing like Black Friday prep and all that sort of stuff. But this is the Pulse jacket in obscure grey. It's very much obscure grey because it's not grey, it's brown. And then I've got the chocolate amplify on. Now this would be mocha because I prefer mocha. I prefer the material of mocha, but I had to just find another brown. Chocolate is a very, very, very dark brown. If you want one that looks less black, mocha or rich brown will be better. But yeah, obscure grey, gingerbread ozone crop, chocolate amplified, but I would prefer it if it was mocha. I just love browns together. Like I said, all the browns from ALPHALETE go really well together, and I love this jacket from ALPHALETE. It's a really, really, really good jacket. The only thing that annoys me is these thumb holes are so fucking tight. It kind of cuts off my blood circulation after a while. So I tend to wear this for going to the gym, running errands, coming from the gym, and you can zip it all the way up. So if you want to give equestrian vibes, you can. It's very thin, very lightweight. You could probably do a little bit of training in this if you wanted to. It's like kind of nylon feel fabric. But yeah, do you know what, actually, I'm not mad at this combination. I would prefer a lower neckline, but if you're someone who wants to show a little bit less skin, this would actually be a really cute. This actually looks a lot better than I thought it would. I thought this was going to look really weird, and it really doesn't look that bad. So we stand. I love that. The Pulse jackets are one of my favourite jackets from ALPHALETE. I don't think they did very well, so I think they've got quite a lot of stock, and I would recommend getting one. This colour is my favourite. The luxury green one, if they did do it in luxury green, I can't remember, would be a cute option if you want a colour, but this one you really can't go wrong with. It's neutral, it goes with a lot of other colours. Yeah, I don't think they're going to make more of these, so if you want them, get them now, because I'm pretty sure I was told they don't do very well, so I don't think they're going to do any more of them. But yes, I love this. It's super comfy, super stretchy, extra small, and it fits perfect. Cropped, obviously, but yeah, if you want to zip it up, you can, zip it down. Just love it. Okay, this look is one of the final ones. I think it is actually the final one, and then I'm just going to run through some things really quick. This is the Essential Crop Racerback Tank. This is what they look like. These are a very, very, very good chill top from ALPHALETE, kind of just like a cotton feel. Similar vibes to the heavy cotton, not the same material, but in terms of like it's more of just a chill top. They're a very, very, very nice fit. I wear a size extra small and it fits fine. You don't need to size up or size down. And then I've put on the Here Comes the Sun shorts because these are my most worn and favourite chill shorts from ALPHALETE. This is a really good travel outfit if you're getting on a flight and you want to be comfortable, especially in summer, because sometimes you don't want to wear full length joggers because it's too bloody hot, but then you don't want to wear tight fitting like denim shorts, so having a good pair of like chill jogger kind of material shorts I've realised this year it's kind of a staple. These are a really, really good pair. I wore these so much in Thailand when we were like island hopping and getting on different flights and stuff. This is a very chill outfit, airport vibes or chilling around the house. And if you want to cover up, if you were going to take a jacket, you could snag one of the new zip ups with this kind of colourway, because the shorts have got like a brown bleached effect, and obviously the tank is a kind of browny shade. This looks really cute together. I think this is in a medium. I've said in my haul I probably should have got a small. I feel like this is a little bit too big on me, but I think it's a cute look. I think this for like a chill vibe, and like I said, this kind of outfit, obviously not this because I've only just got it, let's be honest, it's not one of my most worn things, I've literally just got it. But this top and these shorts I wear a lot, like a lot, especially in summer when I can't wear joggers. Like I said, for travelling it's perfect. And since I got these zip ups, I've worn them a lot. I've actually got dirt on them, so I need to wash them. And just a quick heads up, because I like a full matching set, and obviously ALPHALETE haven't done joggers to match this colour. So if you can get your hands on the Nikki Studios Mocha joggers, this is them. It's not a dead match, but you really can't tell too much of a difference. And this is definitely an outfit I will be wearing together. Just to run through some of like the new items and like outfit ideas as well. I know I've done some like more so with the hoodies because it's more kind of my thing. I've gone through all the issues I have with the Surface. It's just not really, just doesn't really work for me, so I felt like I didn't really want to include it because I felt it'd be a bit of a fraud. I'm going to put a picture in of this outfit. So it's the new Mocha top with the pebble brin leggings and the Mocha wrap bra, and this looks really, really good. And if you are wanting a more modest gym fit, it's a really, really good option for you because you've got an oversized t-shirt and then you've got the leggings, which are full length, bra underneath. If you need to cover up full body, you could try a seamless pullover, or you could try wearing a hoodie in place of the t-shirt. You can tuck the t-shirt in if you want to have the bunda out. That's the example picture that I'll put in because that's how I wore it. Honestly, the Path leggings, power leggings, they've had two names but it's the same thing, just like they've updated the fit as they've gone along. Such a good quality legging, and they're like up there with Amplify for me in terms of glute flatteriness, but because of my proportions they just don't work on me from the front. But they're not a bad quality legging, so if these work for your proportions, I actually do recommend that you get them, because if these work for my proportions, this would be like top 2 favourite leggings from ALPHALETE, next to Amplify, because I love the Essentials, but these are definitely like up there with Amplify on the bum, whereas Essentials are still flattering but not quite up there with Amplify. So yeah, if these work for your proportions, definitely a vibe. The Limitless bra, I did actually cut it into a halter neck, and I've worn this twice to training. This looks so good in a halter neck when you do upper body. I'm not going to encourage you to spend X amount on a bra to then customise it and cut it, but you can do what you want with your money. You don't need me to tell you what to do. And if you are wanting to make a halter neck bra from an ALPHALETE bra, I think this one looks really good because the straps are so minimal, you really can't, it doesn't look like a DIY job, really. I mean, I need to probably sort out the adjustable straps and get rid of those, but it looks really good. And it actually gives me a bit more support doing that because it's now halter neck, so it comes up around here and it kind of hikes you in a bit more, so I definitely prefer it in a halter neck. What else? And then like the new Tri bras, these all look so good with that Amplify colour that they're named the same as. They're not the same colour, but they look really cute together. So yeah, like the Ivy, I've got the Thundercloud, and I've also got the Rapids Blue, and they all look really good with their like adjacent colour. Other than that, I think that's kind of my roundup. I love the way that the pebble print full set, even though it's not my favourite print, I like how it looks with the wrap bra with this over it as well, which I think I've already mentioned, but when I was doing my try on clips I was like, ooh, I quite like how that looks nice. Or even with like a black bra, it looks quite good as well. I did not mention the bikers in this haul, I've just realised, but they are definitely up there with one of my most worn items this year. Like I said, those and the 4.5 Amplify are my most worn things to train in. They're pretty much all I wear to train in, unless I have like an experimental week or so. They're pretty much all I wear to train in, and if I know I need an outfit that's just going to make me feel good, I'll throw on the 4.5 or the biker shorts, a pump cover and a tri bra and Converse high socks. It's just a vibe. Anyway, I'm going to leave this video here because I don't know if you are going to be able to see, but we've got a mountain of clothes down here. We've got a mountain of clothes on the sofa. I'm surrounded by mess and I really need to tidy it the hell up. First of all, before Dan gets home, but also because I've got a lot of coaching work to do. That's the end of this video. I hope this video has been helpful. Like I said at the start, this is some of my most worn stuff, but like please bear in mind, I've got so much ALPHALETE stuff that I tend to wear lots of different things. If there's something that you've seen me in and it's not included in this video, it's highly likely that I've just forgotten. I want to be completely transparent, but I feel like I've got the main things that I really like, recommend, and have worn a lot, because that was kind of the idea behind this video. But then I feel like I've kind of gone off tangent by including things I don't necessarily wear loads but would recommend. But if you want a full list of everything I recommend from ALPHALETE, go to the not the Amplify guide. If you want the colours of Amplify, then yes, go to there. And if you want a list of like my favourite tops, hoodies, joggers, leggings, shorts, all that stuff, right at the end of my Ultimate Black Friday guide. It's all on the Google Drive. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a Q&A Friday, which is tomorrow. This video will probably go up tomorrow, so today, on my Instagram. So if you've got any questions, please just message me and let me know. Like I said, I'm going to do the pump cover giveaway on there, so probably you should be following me on there if you want to stay tuned for that as well, because I can't wait to give those away. There's no way I can keep all of those tops. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to mention. All the Black Friday info was in my initial haul, which is why I've not gone over it again. But to summarise, it starts on Saturday the 19th at 12 PM CST, 6 PM UK time. By the time this video goes up, actually, I think they're going to announce what the surprise is, which is essentially the sale is going to go live, and then I think from Monday there's going to be like a specific group of items each day that's discounted at a higher discount price than it was when the sale went live. So yeah, if there's something you really want, especially if it's Amplify, I do recommend you actually just get it on Saturday, because the Amplify, I do feel like by Sunday most of it's probably going to be gone. I feel like, to be honest, within the first hour most of it's going to be gone. But if it's like super old stock that you're interested in, it might be worth waiting and seeing if you can get a higher discount on it. But anything that you know that you really want, honestly, I'd recommend just getting it on Saturday or Sunday. I don't have the information on the specific extra discounts you're going to be getting, so that will also impact whether it's going to be worth it or not. Some people will love it, and I think some people will be like, oh no, I've got to pay for shipping multiple times, or feel a certain way about it. Let me know what your thoughts are on it, as I am interested, and I know that ALPHALETE do read comments under reviews and stuff, so if you want to give feedback, it's a good place to give it, because I know that sometimes Christian goes through and reads them. I think that's it. If you do use my code this weekend, please message me so I can say thank you, and also have a big fat nosy at what you've got, because I'm a nosy little girl. And also the giveaway details will be down below, and you've got until December 1st to enter. Winners will be announced December 2nd, 7 winners, and all the things that you can win will be down below. Have a gorgeous weekend. Like I said in my original video, please don't feel pressured to buy if you don't want to buy. Martin Lewis, the financial king of England, said the other day, and I thought, God, that's so true, if you already need or want something and it's 50% off on Black Friday, you're saving 50%. If you buy something on Black Friday just because it's on sale that you do not need or want, it wasn't even on your radar before, you've spent 100% technically, because you were never going to buy it anyway. So you've not saved money, because you would have just not bought it if it wasn't on sale. Food for thought. Absolutely no pressure from me, guys. Have a gorgeous weekend. Goodbye. Hello, welcome back to another video. I'm getting back on track with the educational series that I said that I wanted to start a couple of videos back. Obviously with Black Friday, it's just been a little bit hectic. Thank you for bearing with me. This video is going to be for anyone who struggles with their appetite. It's a question that I get asked a lot on Instagram, and whilst the title of this video is kind of around bulking and trying to gain weight, being in a calorie surplus and struggling with your appetite in terms of that, this video could actually help anyone who is struggling with their appetite. I know that some people get so used to dieting on such low calories that when they get given a sensible calorie deficit, they struggle to stick to it because they're so used to eating significantly less. They can really struggle to kind of keep up with that higher calorie target even though they're not bulking. So this video is going to be 10 tips to help you with that. I do have them in the notes app on my phone, so if I am glancing around, it's because I made a little list. We've got a little kitchen set up today because it's food related. Let me know what you think about this background for any kind of food related or nutrition videos. I'm really trying to find a good spot to film in the apartment. I think I need to get some lighting. If anyone has any lighting recommendations, let me know, because the overhead lights are super yellow. Not the one. But I've had ring lights and I just feel like they're very bright and they're very fragile. They tend to break. Every single ring light I've had has broken. If anyone's got any recommendations, let me know. But without further ado, here are 10 tips that are going to help you with your appetite and help you stick to either a higher calorie target in terms of bulking if it's something that you really struggle with, or if you just generally struggle with your appetite and find that you struggle to stick to a sensible calorie target even when you're dieting. Okay, tip number 1, which sounds a little bit dumb, but trust me, so many people overlook this, and this is start your eating window as fast as you can. If you are someone, and I've seen this happen time and time again with clients, generally people who struggle to get their calories in are people who are students. In my coaching base in general, that's what I'm talking about here. It's my students who struggle with it, and it's also people who are self-employed and kind of set their own hours, or they work from home and they have a later start to the day, which means they get up later, which means they're having their first meal later in the day. It's a lot harder to get their calories in because their eating window is so shortened. If you are having your breakfast at 12 p.m, lunchtime, obviously you can eat your food at whatever time of day. There is no set time to eat a certain meal. But obviously if you're having your breakfast at 12 p.m, you've significantly shortened your eating window, and if you're someone who struggles with appetite already, the shorter the eating window, the harder you're going to find it to stick to, because you're trying to fit those calories in a much shorter space of time and making it harder for yourself. Same goes for if you are someone who's used to intermittent fasting. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with intermittent fasting. If it's what works for you, it's what works for you. But if you are someone who is now maybe trying to bulk or just noticing that you're really struggling with your appetite, it might be a time to rethink, because whilst things like intermittent fasting are great for helping people adhere to diets because it shortens your eating window, on the flip side of things, it makes it very hard to get a higher amount of calories in because you have shortened your eating window. So tip number 1, to summarise, is to start your eating window as soon as you can. This is just tip number 1 because I know that some people can really struggle with eating first thing on a morning and they just don't. They feel sick, they feel nauseous and all that sort of stuff. So this is just one tip that could help, but I've got 9 other tips if this one is not the one for you. But it's something to consider, and a lot of my clients, when I speak to them about why they're struggling with calories, if it is that they've got a significantly shorter eating window, when we widen that, they find it so much easier and they actually find that their appetite picks up very quickly. Tip number 2, we are so programmed to, you're going down the supermarket aisles, you're in Morrison's, you go into your snack cupboard, we're so programmed to pick the low calorie version of everything. The low calorie version of crisps, the low calorie version of yogurt, the low calorie version of just about everything. We're programmed to get it because we are told it's healthier. Now that's a completely different topic in itself, because that's not necessarily true, and in a lot of cases it's actually just not true. There's nothing wrong with low calorie snacks, they are great when you're trying to diet, and if you're struggling to stick to your diet, it can really help with adherence if you're in a calorie deficit. But when you sometimes go from a calorie deficit, you're so used to having those low calorie options that when you maybe transfer into maintenance or a bulk, you're thinking, I physically can't get these calories in, and it's because you're filling your meals up with low calorie versions of everything. Embrace the fact that you don't have to do that anymore, because yes, low calorie options are great. You know, TikTok is filled with low calorie fakeaways, low calorie this, low calorie that. They are great, amazing ways to help people stick to their diets who really struggle with it. But when you're trying to eat more, you can embrace not having to do that. You can embrace actually getting to have the normal version of things. So if you are someone who's finding, you know, you are really struggling, you feel like you're doing everything, but you are really struggling to go from being in a deficit to a bulk, and you just can't get your calories in, and you are someone where your snack cupboard, your weekly shop is full of low calorie versions of everything, have a look at doing some high calorie versions, or just normal versions. They don't need to be crazy high calorie. Normal versions of your favourite foods. Embrace this time. You can have normal crisps in a diet anyway. I don't want it to come off as though I'm saying when you're in a calorie deficit you have to have a low calorie version. It's just that it's more helpful when you have less calories available to eat in your day. But you have that flexibility now that you're trying to eat more, so use it. And also, if anyone would like me to, and I have put a feeler out for this on Instagram before, but if anyone wants me to do like TikToks, Reels, YouTube Shorts, or even just in videos like this, ideas of normal versions of home cooked meals, not low calorie versions, because I feel like low calorie burgers, low calorie McDonald's, low calorie Chinese, low calorie Thai, low calorie curry, they're all well and good, but like there's not many options for people who struggle to get their calories in. So if people want me to do some recipe ideas, some food install ideas for normal versions of your favourite foods, recipes and all that good stuff, let me know, because I would be more than happy to do that. It drives me insane when I'm looking for recipes sometimes and everything is like this under 300 calorie, and I'm thinking, girl, I need more than 300 calories for my lunch. I want a normal curry, not a watered down, tastes like the joy has been sucked out of it curry. Okay, tip number 3, it can be super overwhelming when you are trying to eat more food and you're just not used to it. You know, you're already thinking, oh my god, I already have 3 meals a day and I've got 2 snacks. And I can't possibly fit in more food than that. I don't have the time in the day. I work full time. I don't have time to add more meals into my day. Hold your horses. You don't need to necessarily add more meals. Like I've just said, for the snacks, going back to tip number 2, you could actually just have the normal version of those snacks rather than opting for low calorie ones if that's what you're currently doing. But also, you don't need to add in a whole extra meal. This tip is about just increasing the portion sizes of the food that you already eat. You know, diet adaptations, changing your habits, changing your eating habits are hard as it is. So why are we going to turn your whole diet on its head and tell you that you need to be eating something completely different? Instead of going from 5 meals a day, you need to be going to 10 meals a day to get your calories in. No, let's say one of your go-to meals is some form of protein and rice. You can easily increase the carbs and therefore the calories in that meal by increasing how much rice you have. Cooking with sauces in your meals as well. So if you're used to just having seasoned chicken, you could actually add it into like a proper sauce. You could have something like sweet and sour chicken. You've not completely turned the meal on its head, but with a sauce like that, you could be adding 150 calories to your meal. Things like, instead of cooking with your beloved, and I know we all love it because it's so convenient, 1 calorie spray, you could actually have olive oil. Now, yes, you need to be careful with fats, you need to be careful with the types of fats that you're having and making sure you're not having too much of things like trans fats, but there's nothing wrong with cooking with normal olive oil. It's not going to kill you. You're not going to die, and there's actually a lot of benefits to cooking with things like olive oil. So if you are finding, you know, I can't eat more meals in a day, think about how you can add calories to the meals that you're already having. Increase the portion sizes, cook with things like oils instead of the 1 calorie sprays. Add sauces in there. There's so many ways that you can add your calories in that don't involve you having to cram in 4 extra meals a day on top of your current 4 to 5. So yes, tip number 3, bulk out the meals that you are already having, increasing portion sizes, cooking with oils, cooking with sauces. Okay, tip number 4 slightly contradicts tip number 3. But hear me out, because everyone's different. So obviously I've just said increase your portion sizes, all that sort of stuff. That's not going to work for everyone, because some people cannot eat big meals in one sitting. Like, they just can't do it. It's not how their bodies work. They don't have the appetite for big meals. So tip number 4, if tip number 3 is not going to work for you, would be to eat little and often. Instead of trying to overface yourself with a massive lunch, a massive breakfast, a massive tea, you know, really like hefty snacks, like super crazy amounts of food, try instead eating little and often. So if you find that the standard 3 meals a day and 2 snacks doesn't really work for you, what's to stop you from having 5 small meals in a day, but you've got less time between them, you're eating smaller portion sizes, but you're eating more often, 2 snacks on top of that. There's no right way to do it. So if tip number 3 of increasing your portion sizes, having bigger meals at meal times isn't going to work for you, tip number 4 could actually be really helpful, because some people, like I said, they just don't have the appetite for a big meal, and that's completely fine. And a really good way for them to work around that is to kind of do the opposite and to instead eat little and often. But yeah, that's tip number 4, eating little and often if increasing your portion sizes and having massive meals you're finding isn't working for you. And by the way, a lot of this is going to be trial and error. You're going to learn a lot about yourself, a lot about your appetite, a lot about how your body works. But once you know how your body responds to things, it's going to be so much easier for you. Okay, tip number 5 kind of links back to tip number 1, and that is to try not to leave too long between eating, or go, you know, hours and hours without eating during the day. Now, this is something that I am 100% guilty of. I find, and I'm trying to eat more at the moment, I find that if I train at 1 PM, it takes me about 15 minutes to get to the gym, 15 minutes to get back, training, let's say, 45 minutes to 1 hour and 15 minutes. And then by the time I get back, it's kind of 3:30. Then I'm thinking, ooh, lunch, I need my lunch. So then I have my lunch, I'll have my lunch by 4. And then after that, it can feel, because by that point, I've normally just had breakfast and lunch, and I'm probably on like 800 calories. By that point, by the 4:30 point, I'm normally thinking, shit, I've not given myself enough time here, because now I've got a very, you know, I don't like to go to bed on a full stomach, not because you can't eat late at night. That's bullshit, that's not true. You are completely fine to do that. It's just because I find I don't sleep very well if I go to bed on a super full stomach. So that's just me personally. So I don't like to go to bed on a super full stomach. So I'm thinking, shit, I've got 4 hours and I need to get in, you know, a significant amount of calories. How am I going to do that? And it's because, you know, doing certain things slap bang in the middle of the day, or getting caught up with things, if you're super busy, sometimes you can forget to eat, which sounds really stupid, but I do it, so many of my clients do it. We can literally forget to eat. We can forget to fuel our bodies because we're just so preoccupied with work, personal stuff, family stuff, whatever we've got going on. So you can actually, without realising, go a very significant chunk of time out of your day without eating, and then it kind of does link back to point number 1. You've significantly shortened the window that you've got to get the rest of those calories in. So this tip is basically doing whatever you can to avoid doing that. So for me personally, I've decided I'm going to start training on a morning again, first thing, because it's the easiest way for me to then just go about the rest of my day. I also find my day gets really thrown off when I train at like early afternoon, because especially it gets dark at like 3:30 in the UK now. It completely throws my day off, because when I get back, I feel like, other than work from my laptop, there's nothing outdoors that I can go and do. And I normally do work on a morning as well, so it gets a bit, oh, I feel like I've wasted my day. So that's something that I'm going to be doing. I say it to clients all the time, and again, it sounds really stupid, but it's something I do, and it's something that a lot of my clients who I've suggested it to have started doing, and they found it really helpful. And that is, set little mini alarms every couple of hours on your phone, or reminders to remind you to eat. Now that sounds like one, quite a strange thing to do, two, almost like a, well, duh moment. But it really, really does help, because if you are finding that you're forgetting to eat, what better way than to use your phone to send you reminders every few hours, even if it's a snack, even if you go and get, you know, a juice, that could be 150, 200 calories, and it's still helping you to get it in without you feeling like you've got to really cram food in before bed, because trust me, there is nothing worse than it getting to like 8 PM and you feeling like, shit, I've literally got to stuff my face. No one wants to be doing that. It's not pleasant. So yeah, tip number 5, try not to go massive chunks of time without eating where possible. Okay, tip number 6 is to introduce some more calorie dense foods into your diet. If you have been living life on the cauliflower rice train for the past 5 years because diet culture has really got you in a chokehold, embrace having rice. Embrace having normal rice. Same with things like pasta. If you've been having like super low calorie pasta alternatives, go with normal pasta. If you're used to having salads, which, you know, salads aren't bad, and I feel like salads get a really bad rep because it's actually a really good way to get your micronutrients in, which is a point I'm going to touch on right at the end of the video. But people can sometimes get so caught up in like, I need to hit these macros and these calories, they forget about the micronutrients, and salads are a very, very, very good way of making sure you're getting in a good amount of micronutrients. So let's not shit on salads. You can still have salads if you're trying to eat more. It's just going to be a case of introducing more calorie dense things into that salad, having things like sauces, putting things like croutons on it, maybe adding some rice into it, adding a pita bread into it. There's so many ways that you can make your meals more calorie dense. And calorie dense foods are essentially foods that, you know, if you've held them side by side, you've got two foods, you've got the same amount of each. One of them, they look the same, but one of them is a lot more calorie dense. It's got more calories in it than the other option. And again, it sounds like duh, but it's really not obvious. And my videos, like what I want to try, and I don't want anyone to feel stupid. I don't want anyone to feel like, that's obvious. So if you're already thinking that about the points I'm making, please don't comment it below, because there's so many people who would read that and feel like shit, because people are so entrenched in diet culture, having a salad for every meal of the day, like the blandest fucking salad you've ever tasted in your life, literally just leaves and chicken breast unseasoned, because God forbid we put seasoning on the chicken. How do we know what calories are in that? And they don't know about things like calorie dense foods. They don't know about these tips that for some people might seem obvious. So if you are someone who, you know, you're having salads most for your lunch and your tea every single day, maybe, you know, for one meal, if you still want to have the salad, but adding some calorie dense foods, adding things like olives for some healthy fats, swap out some chicken breast for some chicken thigh, because chicken thigh has a higher fat content. And again, you do need to be careful with certain types of fats, so do keep an eye on things, but there's nothing wrong with having chicken thighs, and it can really help you to meet your calories if you are struggling, as opposed to having chicken breast for every single meal of every single day of the week. If someone who has a lot of tuna, trying salmon. Salmon, again, really good source of healthy fats and a lot more calorie dense than tuna because of the fat content in it. So introducing those calorie dense foods, things like peanut butter on top of your oats, it doesn't really add anything extra in terms of like a significant amount of bulk, but that's like 90 calories in a teaspoon of peanut butter. It's a no-brainer. Calorie dense foods are massively, massively going to help you if you are struggling to meet your calorie intake already. Tip number 7. Keep a kind of mental note or a diary in the notes app on your phone of when are you most hungry, because then you can help if you are struggling with your appetite and you're not feeling hungry. If there's a time of day, so for example, a lot of people post-workout will feel super hungry, make sure you have your biggest meal when you are feeling super hungry. Take advantage of that. If you know at other points through the day you're not going to have that same kind of appetite or hunger, have more calories when you know you are most hungry. So some people, that's when they first wake up. Some people, they are super, super, super hungry before bed. Take advantage of that. Some people, it's post-workout. Take mental note, take physical note, write it down of what time of day and after what kind of activities you're most hungry, and time your biggest meal around that to help you get those calories in. If you know you're not going to be able to get that meal in any other time of day because you just don't have the appetite for it, take note and make sure that you get it in when you do have the appetite for it, because we're all different, our bodies are all different, and we're all going to feel a different, you know, kind of satiety and a different kind of appetite at a different kind of day. For me personally, I would say I'm hungriest later in the day. I'm not super hungry, generally speaking, when I first wake up. So I tend to make sure that I am having my more calorie dense meals later in the day when I know I'm going to have the appetite for it. I'm not going to stuff myself first thing on a morning and make myself feel really uncomfortable, really lethargic, really rubbish all day when I'm not hungry just for the sake of it. I'm going to work it around me, and everyone's different. So take note of when you notice your appetite levels are higher and time those bigger meals around that time of day. Okay, tip number 8. Drinks. Now this one doesn't really count because this is Ribena and it's the low sugar Ribena, so this has really got nothing in it in terms of calories. It's giving calorie not dense. Drinks are a really good way of getting in more calories when you don't have the appetite. For example, adding a glass of fruit juice to a meal once a day could add you 150 to 250 calories depending on the juice, depending on how much you have of it, without really filling you up much more. So you've got those calories in, and it's a really good way to get your carbs in if that's something that you struggle with, because normally carbs can make you feel a bit more, they're a bit more filling, they make you feel more full. In my experience, they do anyway. I'd say that and protein are the things that fill me up most. But when I have carbs through things like juices, through drinks, all that sort of stuff, I don't really find that I struggle all that much. You know, if you're a coffee drinker, you know, you love an oat milk and you're used to having the light one, which by the way is literally awful, and I feel really sorry for anyone who does use that because it is awful. I mean, if you've seen it poured out, it's like translucent. It looks bizarre. Have the barista, the full experience oat milk, because you've got the calories for it. You don't need to be using the semi-oat milk in your coffee. And again, it's not going to make you feel any fuller. Juices with a meal a day, like I've just said. Smoothies, you don't have to get on the mass gainer hype. You can get on the mass gainer hype if you want to. There's a lot of brands that sell them, however you can just make it yourself, and it's much more cost effective, especially in these kind of times. It's going to be a lot more cost effective. So putting things like oats, fruit, nut butters, yogurt, all in a blender is going to be a bestie, and having that as a smoothie can really massively help you to get your calories in if you are struggling. It will be a bit more filling. Obviously a thick smoothie is going to be more filling than, let's say, a glass of juice. However, you can really make them calorie dense, and they're a lot easier to get in than like a full meal with that many calories in. You can easily make a smoothie that's like 500 to 500 plus calories just with things like oats, nut butters, milk, yogurt, fruit, all that good stuff. So yes, drinks, that would be tip number 8. Tip number 9, cook meals that you enjoy. Cook meals that you enjoy. The thing that is going to make sticking to your diet the hardest, whether you're in a calorie deficit, maintenance or a surplus, is eating meals that you don't like. If there's a meal that you don't like and you take the earlier tip of just increasing the portion sizes, you're going to find that really fucking hard because you don't like that meal, you don't enjoy eating it, it's not going to be pleasurable for you. And if we eat foods that we enjoy, there is a kind of pleasure that comes with that, and typically the more pleasurable we find a food, the easier we find it to eat, and the more of it we can eat of it. That's why some people really struggle with like biscuits. They can't just have one, they feel like they have to have the whole pack, and it's because it's a pleasing food that they really enjoy and you find it so easy to eat. It's kind of why when you go out for a meal, you have your starter, you have your main, you think I'm stuffed, but there's always room for dessert, because it's a highly palatable food that you really enjoy eating, and so you're going to have the appetite for it. Now that's not me saying have biscuits, a full pack of biscuits for your lunch, or just eat desserts all day long. Obviously you need to be having a well-balanced diet, but cook meals that you enjoy. If you hate rice and chicken, do not force yourself to eat rice and chicken. You don't have to eat that. You can make curries, you can make pasta dishes, you can make Chinese inspired dishes, Thai dishes, you can make whatever you want. Fill your diet with foods that you enjoy, and I understand it can be very, very, very hard if you are someone who works full time. You know, maybe you are a mum, you've got kids, even like more strapped for time if you are a single mum or a single dad. You know, I'm sure that there'll be men that watch this video too. It can be a lot harder. Obviously, you've got things like meal prep, and you can do those in a very time efficient way, so they would be your best friends. But even then, you can still meal prep enjoyable foods. Meal prep can be pasta dishes, it can be curries, it can be chilies, it can be all of that good stuff. It doesn't have to be a box with rice, broccoli, chicken. If you don't enjoy that food, forget it. You're not going to have that appetite to eat that food. You're not going to want to eat it. And yes, your goals are important, but enjoying the process of getting to your goals. And if your goal is to gain weight or just to eat in a sensible deficit and not be starving yourself, it's really important that you are doing things to reach that goal that are enjoyable. And food is a big, big, big part of it. And making sure you are eating foods you enjoy is going to be key. It's going to mean that your appetite is going to be a lot better, because you're going to they'll be highly palatable foods. You're going to want to eat more of them, and you're going to find it a lot easier. You're going to look forward to meal times instead of dreading them. Make sure that you are eating foods that you enjoy, cooking foods that you enjoy. Take this time as well, having more calories, to really experiment with food. Try some new meals. If you're bored of your meals, try something new. Like I said, it can be a bit annoying sometimes because everything seems to be low calorie, but TikTok has got some amazing dishes on there. Instagram Reels have got some amazing dishes. There's amazing YouTube channels that do, like, I've seen like prawn tacos, like I've seen some really, really, really good recipes. Look up some new recipes, find some new foods, get creative with it, and enjoy being able to be a bit more creative with it without it having to be low calorie this, low calorie that. Enjoy what you are cooking and cook what you enjoy. Okay, and point number 10, which it's not really one for the appetite, I'm going to be completely honest. It's more of a disclaimer that I just want to put at the end of this video, is whether you are bulking, whether you are lean bulking, whether you are at maintenance, whether you're in a deficit, but particularly if you're going towards more of the bulking side, make sure that you are keeping your health in mind. As I said earlier, it's very easy to get caught up in hitting calories, hitting macros. Do not forget your vitamins and minerals. Do not forget your micronutrients, because, you know, I always say to people, technically, in a calorie deficit, you could lose fat eating McDonald's every day. Would I recommend that you do it? No, because it's really, you're not going to be getting a variety of vitamins and minerals. You're not going to be getting the key things, the key micronutrients that your body needs from just filling your diet with McDonald's. But you would lose weight, which is why I always say a calorie deficit and people losing weight, it doesn't always mean they've got healthier, because it depends how they got from A to B. You know, losing weight does not equal healthier at all, because it depends how you got there. Did you get there with a stupid low calorie target? Did you get there by filling your diet with all this sort of food, which I'm not saying, I really don't want to demonise things like McDonald's, they're fine, but would I recommend that you have it every single day? No. I wouldn't recommend that you have it every single day for every single meal, every single week. Obviously, no one would recommend that. Ask any doctor, they would tell you that's a terrible idea. But from an energy balance point of view, technically, you could lose weight eating McDonald's every day. And when people go into bulks, it's very easy to sort of think, you know, you'll see people literally drinking oils, which, not gonna lie, I think it's a little bit far. I think it's a little bit weird. I don't know who started that, but I do think that's, you know, we judge people for calorie deficit habits. I feel like some of the bulking habits I see are a little bit questionable / disordered. I think drinking oil is quite strange. I don't like to judge, but I do think there's probably something to unpack there. And people can get like, oh, I just need high calorie, everything needs to be super, super, super high calorie, and they forget their veggies, they forget their fruit, they forget their micronutrients and looking after their body from the inside, not just how it looks on the outside. So please, even with the tips that I've given you in this video, make sure that you are still eating a healthy, balanced diet, and that doesn't mean that you are cutting, you know, certain things out or excluding certain things. It means everything in moderation. You know, on the flip side of things, having a salad every single day for every single meal, that's not particularly healthy. That's not really a healthy, balanced way to live. Just because it's green, it doesn't mean it's a healthy thing to be doing mentally. Because food is more than the nutritional value. You know, it's the memories that come with it, you know, social occasions, especially at this time of year, the memories that come with it. It's the enjoyment you get from it. Food has a lot more value, cultural things. There's a lot more value to food than just the nutritional label of it. But yeah, that's my final point, which is just to make sure that you are still eating a well-balanced diet and you are looking after your body from the inside as well as caring about the outside, which I'll never judge anyone for. You can have aesthetic goals. In my book, it doesn't make you certain. In some people's books, it will. I personally think each to their own. As long as you're doing it in a healthy way, more power to you, my girl or my guy, but I think it's mainly going to be girls watching this. So those are my 10 tips, well technically 9 tips for improving your appetite, tips on getting more calories in. Like I said, it's kind of more for people that are trying to bulk, because they're the kind of questions that I get on Instagram, but it's for anyone who's struggling with their appetite. I know it's something that can be really, really hard. You know, a lot of people say, oh, bulking, trying to gain weight, it must be so easy, like you can eat what you want. For some people it's actually really, really, really hard, and I think it really depends on the person and your kind of genetic predispositions almost, whether you will find dieting harder or trying to gain weight and bulking harder. Everyone struggles with different things, so don't judge people who are bulking and think, oh, boo-hoo, poor you, you get to eat more food, life must be so hard. It can be really, really, really difficult if you don't have the appetite for it to eat more. And like I said, this video will be helpful to people who aren't bulking, that are coming out of a stupid calorie deficit into a more sensible one, or coming out of a deficit just to maintenance, just maintaining the diet and results that they've had. But that is it for this video. If you find it helpful, please let me know by giving it a thumbs up. Subscribe if you want to and you haven't already. Any videos that you do want to see, leave them commented down below. I have a list of about 15, 16 videos that I am going to be working on and putting up over the next couple of months. But if there's anything you want me to add to that list, comment it below and I will add it onto the list and see if I can make a video on it. Yes, any feedback on this video is welcome, and his lighting recommendations are very, very, very welcome, because I feel like for this camera to work, I need the right lighting. So lighting recommendations, welcome. Have a nice day.
And if we're over the debunks channel, we are now, where are we at? There, we're 1 out of 5. If we get the goal every year on the debunks channel, I will do a reaction stream next week. Some of the videos you guys are interested in. Alright, let's go over here. Super chat. Much time anymore. I feel like you were contributing in small amounts to this. They could count it like towards the goal with the smaller super chats and then add it up anyway. Because I can't determine that. They do it by color, not by dollar value. Simpsons has more adult material than whatever was seen on Lightyear, and many people consider it a family-friendly program, even though it's not. You know what? It's funny you mention that. I never thought the Simpsons was family-friendly, but I guess you're right. Yeah, I was forbidden from watching the Simpsons. Doesn't it air during prime time, like family hour, like around 8? So I can't go into it because it's like 23 seasons. A lot of that. I never thought of it as family TV, but I guess it is. I would fall asleep. I'm not even joking. You know, I would fall asleep with Simpsons and Family Guy. Yeah. Sounds like a game. And sometimes, I'll admit, sometimes even as somebody that's just turned 40, sometimes I still do. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we are going, because everybody watched Tuesday, by the way, everybody watched it. And what other things are going to alright, so, alright, this is going to be spoiler chat for people. It's been almost 5 days since. Mr. Reader Plumbing can
Good morning. I'm gonna do a full day of eating today. I've literally just woken up, as you can probably tell. And I've just gone to go and grab my camera, because essentially I'm not gonna eat before my nail appointment, which I have at 9 AM, and it's currently 8 minutes past 8. So I'm probably not gonna eat before then, but I will eat when I get back. But I wanted to kind of start off this vlog day of eating here, and people seem to really enjoy them when I did them before, so who am I to deny people a video if they enjoy? So I'm gonna film that today. I've got a leg day to do today at a new gym I've been trying out. That'll be my first leg day there, so I actually might film some of it. I'm not entirely sure, don't hold me to it. But yeah, welcome to a what I eat in a day little vlog video. Okay, so I've just got back from my nail appointment with Harriet. These might not focus, but these are my new nails. I was gonna get like red all over because Christmas spirit. I've still got my earphones in. I've been listening to the Receipts podcast. Best podcast ever, by the way. I love the girls' bathroom. I love me some Sophia and Chinsia, but like, if you want actual like good advice, I feel like Receipts podcast is a little bit better. But yeah, I've just got back from getting my nails, and like I said, I was gonna get like a full red, but then Harriet painted it on one of the nails, and she was like, "Are you sure about this?" And I was like, "I'm not sure about this." So we just did like a little red cuff, and I actually really like how it looks. So I've just been to Tesco. I haven't eaten anything yet. I'm starving. I can't stop yawning. It's so fucking cold outside, guys. Like, England is so cold right now. But I've just been to Tesco to get some eggs. These are precious cargo at the moment. I don't know what's happened with the egg supply in England, but there's barely any. So I've got some eggs. I've got some bacon. This is not my favourite bacon. Not to be like, I only like the Tesco best bacon, but like, the Tesco best bacon is better. But they didn't have any, so we're rolling with what we've got. And then I got some wraps, because I think I want to make like a scrambled egg and bacon breakfast wrap for my breakfast, and I'm going to make a coffee. So yeah, like I said, I haven't eaten anything just yet. I have had a lemon and ginger tea, but that is literally it. Just grab some oat milk, because this is what I'm going to use for my coffee. I'll put the bacon in the oven first, so I'm going to put the oven on. You guys do not need me to tell you how to make bacon, like, with all due respect. I think my people know how to cook bacon, so I won't explain that, but yeah, I'm going to pop the bacon in the oven, cook it for about 15-20 minutes, and then I will do the rest of my breakfast. And I think I'll do a nice little coffee montage thing, because we love a bloody coffee montage, but I just want to explain really quickly how I make my coffee and the whole coffee situation. So I'm going to actually move this camera a little closer over here. Okay, it might not actually focus on the coffee machine, but hopefully you can see this is my coffee machine. I've got the Nespresso Virtuo one. I'm not sure which one it is. It's the one where the cylinder is at the back, not at the side. And these are the kind of pods. So it's these ones, the like Virtuo ones, not the standard ones. So you can, if you are going to get this machine, you can only buy the pods from Nespresso, because they've got the patent on these new pods. I don't actually have any of my favourite pods at the moment, and I always get asked
what my favourite ones are. Actually, no, I do have a couple. But my absolute favourite at the moment is a Melosio Boost because it's got 200 milligrams of caffeine in. And I find that if I have one of them, I feel very, very, very good. I feel good. By the way, if you're a caffeine drinker, the Huberman Lab did a very interesting podcast on caffeine the other day. Highly recommend it. It's like one of the most recent ones. But yeah, I love a Melosio Boost, and for an iced coffee, I like getting the specialised iced Nespresso ones because they do work better. But yeah, I will probably use one of my Bianco Forte ones today because I don't have any Melosio ones left. And essentially, I make the coffee, put the coffee in. I've got a milk frother, which is just this one. It's a Corn Me one. It's not an expensive one. I got this as a Christmas present last year. So I put the milk in there, make some hot frothed milk because I'm on a warm coffee vibe at the moment. Do the coffee in here, and then I literally just pour the milk into the coffee, and that is my coffee recipe. And I use the Oatly Barista Edition oat milk. I don't put any syrups in at the moment. I really want to get my paws on the Starbucks toffee nut one, but it's always sold out every Starbucks that I go to. So cue the little coffee montage, I guess. I think I'm probably going to put that in here. Okay, does anyone else always do this when they make a coffee with a like milk frother, that they just put way too much? Doesn't even seem like a lot, but I always put too much milk in and then I can't fit it all in the mug, so I'm just going to slowly add to it as I'm drinking this. The bacon is in the oven, but whilst I'm drinking that, I'm going to open today's advent calendar with my little YouTube fam. Today's the 9th, I think, so don't mind me, I'm just trying to get the little box out. I feel like the... Okay, whoa. Okay, I've got number 9. It actually says what these are on the box, which kills if you're watching, which you're definitely not. I don't like that you do that. I like a surprise. Stop doing that. What have we got? Ooh, we've got the Ultra Facial Cleanser. I'll show you what else I've got because I've not actually told you that I've got this advent calendar. I've got a mini avocado face mask. I've got the vitamin C eye cream, which I've really been enjoying using the sample of. I've got the calendula water cream, which I've had the full one of before. I used to use this as my moisturiser. It's a really nice lightweight one. We've then got the Ultra Facial Oil-Free Gel Cream. I've not used this yet, but I'm sure that I will. We've then got the Midnight Recovery Omega Rich Cloud Cream. I've used that a couple of times, a really thick, nice moisturiser. We've then got the Midnight Recovery Botanic Cleansing Oil, love that. And then we've got the Midnight Recovery Concentrate, which I've been really liking. And then this Super Multi-Corrective Cream, which I've not used any of yet. But these are all my little advent goodies so far. My mum, for the past couple of years, has got me and my sister like a like bougier advent calendar. Super grateful. We love you, Debs, because I love these advent calendars. My mum's like a gift giver. My mum really likes to get nice things when she can, so thank you, mummy, for the best advent calendars always. Is it weird that I still drink warm coffee through a straw? I don't know. It is a glass straw, so it doesn't feel weird, but some people might find it weird. Also, when Harriet did my nails, she's given me like this oud and vanilla cuticle oil. She's actually bringing them out in like her own brand, so that's going to be very, very cool because she's going to have little nail accessories that she can sell to people. It smells so good and it smells so Christmassy. Literally obsessed. But yeah, I'm gonna make some scrambled eggs now, drink this coffee and have a little 20-minute breakfast before I get on with my day. I think I might make this more of a vlog style. I might even put in some of my leg workout today. I'll see how brave I'm feeling when I get to the gym.
Alone it's Christmas, but I won't wait till next year to try and fill the distance we've had with decorations in my bag. It's taking it slow, won't work in time. It's only so long for Christmas lights. It can't be a song you sing sometimes. I need you to sing it for your whole life. So let me.
I am intrigued. I put some sriracha sauce on it. It's all wrapped up. We love a little breakfast wrap. It's really good. It has my heart. I wish I had franks, but I don't have any. I ran out. So sriracha is going to have to do. I'm going to eat this, have my coffee, reply to some client messages, and then I'll probably see you at lunchtime, maybe before. Depends if I have a little snack. Yeah, this is a really good little breakfast, super easy, super quick. Love. Can't wait to have my coffee. Okay, time is now 1:45. I am banking on Dan being home soon so we can go to the gym. So I'm going to have a little pre-workout snack. Fast releasing carbs for me. So I'm going to have a bowl of cereal. I'm also just sipping on water. How cute is this bottle, by the way? Thank you, Deb, again. The gift that keeps giving. It's like a Van Gogh water bottle. It's like a flask. I've just been sipping on that. And then for my cereal, I'm a Lidl babe now. I shop at Lidl because it's actually just so cheap. Like, I did a full food shop the other day for like 28 quid, including like really some quite unnecessary stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna have some cereal. This is the cereal I'm having, just some chocolate shells. Like I said, budget queen. And to be honest, I don't think stuff like this tastes any different to the normal one. So I'm going to pop in about 30 grams. Yeah, I'll just do a cheeky little, maybe I'll have 35. Go on then. Go on then, I'll treat myself. I am tracking my food at the moment, guys. You don't have to track food if you don't want to. For me, it helps. I don't eat enough if I don't track, which means I end up unintentionally losing weight, and I'm trying to gain weight. I still need to do some updated pictures, but I'll put in some progress pictures here actually of how like my gaining phase is going, my quads, girl, and I'm training upper body like dead serious again. I have actually decided to share my training program, so it's just my training program for free. I'll leave the Google Drive for that below. It's not beginner friendly. Please read the disclaimer before you try any of it. Just want to put that out there, but I will leave that below. That's a program I'm doing at the moment, and yeah, I've had some really good progress. Eating more is going good. I know that tracking's not for everyone, and I feel like it's a very controversial thing, but for me it's not really a black and white thing. I think some people can track healthily and I think some people can't. I'm going to have oat milk with my cereal, and if you can't track healthily, absolutely don't track. I would never even try to encourage you or give you tips on how to track healthily. I just say don't track if it's not for you. It works fine for me. I've never had an eating disorder or anything like that. I would not recommend it if you have had one. Yeah, I feel like I almost feel a bit awkward doing what I eat in a day because I feel like it's so frowned upon to track your food now, but honestly, if I don't track, I just won't eat enough. Like, there's so many days where I think I've eaten plenty, and then when I track it, it's like 1,300 calories, but I thought I'd eaten plenty. So, yeah, that's why I track. To be honest, I find that I track less meticulously when I'm in like a cutting stage. My plan for my bulk, I had to run it until like February, March time, because just a little PSA, if you are wanting to like embark on a bulk and you're thinking, oh, I'm going to do it for like 2-3 months, I'm not saying you have to bulk for like 6+ months straight. You can do like little mini cuts between if you want to do that, but like I think people massively underestimate because of the like huge transformations that we see on social media. And like, I'm not gonna lie, I've had some amazing really short-term transformations with coaching clients, which I've also shared, so I guess I'm kind of part of the problem. But I think we can forget sometimes that, you know, significant muscle growth takes a long time. I was listening to a podcast the other day and it said that on average, for like the average lifter who's looking to like add muscle mass, it takes them 10 years of proper lifting, knowing what they're doing, to reach a level of muscle mass that they're like happy with. So don't beat yourself up or embark on like a 3-month bulk thinking you're gonna get from like point A to like point B of like what influencers and stuff have done. Because I mean, besides the fact that like most influencers are influencers because they're like the top 1% genetically, like they've got like, I'm not saying they don't work hard because they absolutely do, but like they've got the absolute top genetics that allow their body to respond in the most optimal, like shocking best way possible to training. Like they can just grow and grow and grow, and like the shape of their muscles and everything, all that sort of stuff is like the top 1%. So besides that, there's also the fact that most influencers now have been doing this for like 5+ years, so do not compare a 3-month transformation to that, because it's going to take years. Now, I'm not saying you need to bulk for 10 years, but what I am saying is most of my coaching clients, and for myself, I will always do 6 months minimum. And because obviously I went to Texas, which was so much fun, but I definitely wasn't eating enough when I was there. I actually spoke to Gabby and Rachel about that when I was there, and they said that they like barely eat when they're there because it's just like go, like so much stuff going on. So I kind of took a little bit of a break, but in total it'll probably be about 6 to 8 months for me for a bulk. Yeah, I would definitely recommend, if you are wanting to have added significant muscle mass by this time next year, you should probably start focusing on growth being like your main focus goal now. In my little break between this clip and the last clip, I've been doing some client work, and I've also been going through my Instagram DMs. If you are someone who has had a problem with your ALPHALETE order, meaning your items have either been cancelled or you've been sent the wrong things, please message me on Instagram. It's just at amyrookes, with either what got cancelled or what you were missing. And most of my stuff is a size extra small or a small. I do have some medium size pump covers, but what I'm going to try and do for people that I can do it for, obviously I don't have like amplify leggings in like medium, large, extra large. I've really only got extra small and small, but yeah, I'm going to try and package up some stuff for you guys who've had issues with your orders, like not receiving the items that you wanted, or your order got cancelled, because I feel really, really, really bad. And whilst I am like fully removed from the back end of things, like I have no idea what's going on, you guys have gone out of your way to shop with my code, and for me, the help with like, I'm not just going to help you with sizing, so you use my code and then that's it, I never want to hear from you again. No, I want to hear what your thoughts are on your order when you get it, because I actually love speaking to you guys about activewear. Like, it's just a nice, passionate conversation. I find it really interesting how people like different things and how they work for different bodies. But also it's very important to me that if people are having issues, I help them in any way that I can. So yeah, if you've had an issue, please message me on Instagram, because I'm trying to help people out with it. I feel really bad, and again, I'm so sorry, because I feel like I thought this year there was going to be no issues because they changed distribution centres, but they've had issues again. I feel like I've had more upset messages this year than I have the past 2, so yeah, I am really, really, really sorry. I'm going to eat my cereal, drink my water, do some more client messages, and keep my fingers crossed that Dan's back soon, because I want to go and train. Like, I'm going to the gym looking very mismatched. I've got my Very Terry joggers on. I'm going to wear my Converse, and then I've got my ALPHALETE hoodie. I've got my utility grey Amplify shorts, and then I've got the black oil saying bra. But it's quite cold in that gym, so I'm going to keep this on because it's a little bit chilly in there. And do a leg day. Yeah. I might take some pre-workout before I do it. My pre-workout's in my car though, so I'll just decide in the car. Yeah, my overall thoughts on Misfit bars are not great so far. I've had from Holland and Barrett before, I've bought them and they've been alright. I think I've had this one and the chocolate hazelnut one, but I've had the speculoos one, both the chocolate one and the white chocolate one, and they both taste like grass. They do not taste like speculoos at all. And I feel like this is a company that sponsors a lot of people, and I just think we must have very different taste buds, because these are not very pleasant to me. They are plant-based and plant-based protein. Normally, I mean, even like the Protein Works one that I use, it's the best of a bad bunch. It doesn't taste better than a whey protein, but yeah, if anyone's got any actual nice plant-based protein bar recommendations, let me know, because I find that they're better on my tummy. But yeah, I'm gonna stop this clip and we'll go to the gym.
Okay, long time no workout footage. I'm going to voice over this, as this is what the majority on Instagram wanted. This is what I mean when I say the hip thrust setup is not ideal. As you can see, your girl is struggling to get under there. I think I'm just going to use a bench with normal plates, because this setup was just not ideal. It was very hard to get my thighs under the bar. I did 130 kg on this and it felt a lot heavier. Normally I can do 130 for a lot more reps, but I was like struggling at 8. This is my first full week on my new program, so this week is more about getting to terms with weights rather than following the program and like the sets and reps to an absolute T. But yeah, this is lower day 3, I think I want to say. I'll leave it linked below in the description box, but as you can see, I'm really grinding out those hip thrusts, but I'm making sure I'm fully locking out at the top. Yeah, this, I don't know what was in the weights at this gym, but everything feels a lot heavier. I feel like I'm starting from the ground up. The leg press clip is coming next, and that was fucking humbling. So here is the leg press clip. Ignore my hairline. I'm never tipping my head upside down and shoving it in a bun again. I look very balding. My hairline is really not that bad. Yeah, I put 80 kg worth of weight on this for my first set, thinking, oh, I'll just like warm up, and then no. 80 kg worth of plates. I don't know what the fuck this machine weighs, but it felt like I was doing 160 kilos. So again, humbling, but grinding out those reps. One thing that is really important, guys, when it comes to the leg press, which you can see I'm doing here, is use those handles. I cannot stress this enough, because if you are not using the handles and you're not pulling yourself into the bottom of the seat, you'll find it much more likely that your lower back is coming away from the seat and round in. So when you're pressing up, you're not just pressing through your legs, you're pressing through your lower back as well. And if you find you get really bad lower back pain after leg pressing, I would highly recommend filming yourself from the side and checking to see if your lower back is peeling away from the seat. But if you really grip the handles and pull yourself down into the seat, it helps a lot. Okay, moving on to some narrow stance heel elevated goblet squats. I've kept like clips in of me walking around because you can see my cellulite and stuff on the back of my legs. A couple years ago this would have really bothered me. Now I just think, god damn, I'm looking strong. My legs are looking a lot fuller. Yeah, form wise on these, I'm pretty happy with my form. Some of the reps are a little bit quicker than I would have liked. I don't like to bounce at the bottom of the rep and kind of bash off, sounds weird, but bash off my leg to use the momentum to bring myself back up. So some of them were a bit quick, but as you can see, I was really grinding out those reps. This was like my second to final set, I think, on these. So yeah, and then we've got glute mid kickbacks to finish. Dan actually helped me with filming for these, so we've got 2 different angles so you can kind of see the direction of my foot, hopefully. Again, she's just prepping, just getting in the right position. Yeah, so you want to basically kick kind of diagonally out, so not straight back and not straight to the side. It's kind of in between a kickback and an abduction. I've blurred the guy out in the background. I felt so bad. He like stopped because he could see that I was filming, and he didn't want to walk in front of the camera. He didn't have to do that. I never want anyone to feel like they have to stop and not walk around a public space because I'm filming. So I didn't even realise at the time until I watched the footage back. If I see him in the gym again, I am going to thank him, but also let him know he doesn't have to do that. Oh my god. I hope you enjoyed those little workout clips. I'm aware that's the first workout I've posted on here in like well over a year, but like I've got a bigger camera now, especially because my Canon's broke. I don't even have my smaller one to hand, and I feel so comfortable filming in there. Both times I've been in, the people that I've spoken to have been so nice to me. Like one of the girls in there when I went in, she was like, "Oh, I follow you," and I never know what to say because I'm quite an awkward person. But she was so nice. Like I was asking her questions about like the hip thrust setup because, as I'll have probably explained, because I think I'm going to voice over it, I didn't really like that setup. The weights in that gym, I swear to God, feel 10 times fucking heavier. Like I was doing 130 on hip thrusts and I was like, this feels like 180. Like this is fucking heavy. Let me know what kind of workouts you want to see. I know that some of the angles weren't ideal, but I'm kind of getting to grips with this camera filming, and the lens is a bit different to what I'm used to. But yeah, I thought I would taste test this Misfits chocolate caramel protein bar because, yeah. Again, just know, like, these literally taste like rabbit food. This is probably embarrassing for me to admit this, but when I was little, we all grew up with like guinea pigs, rabbits, and when we used to play dares, we used to dare each other to eat rabbit food. I'm not joking when I say these taste like rabbit food. I don't really get it. Like it's not, I can't even say it's not awful, like it does taste fucking weird. This was the biggest waste of money ever. I think I paid like £27 for a 12-pack box. I don't think I'll be doing that again. Pre-workout, I did take some. I'm using the high volume pea science and the prolific pea science in raspberry lemonade. I do a scoop of each. I rated it on my TikTok the other day. Strength and energy, it's really good for like 8 out of 10. Focus like 7 or 8 out of 10. It doesn't give you like the itchy feeling because it doesn't have beta, I don't know, alanine in, which is what makes you itch and gives you the tingles, which I personally do actually like. So I've seen people saying that this does make them tingle, that's why I got it, but it doesn't make me tingle. Felt really sick after I had it the other day, but I feel okay today, so maybe I was just having an off day. Yeah, it's not bad, but like it's definitely not my favourite. The Limitless cremated Smurf one is the best one I've ever tried. I think I'm probably going to order a full thing of that. I've had a few samples before. But that was my pre-workout. It's my Misfits bar. Dan wants to watch the football, so we've come to like the Kirkstall Brewery place because they do like half-price pizzas, but I'm not going to get one. I'm always in two minds with my full days of eating because I want them to be realistic, but also I know that people watch them for food inspo, and where is the food inspo in me saying, oh, I'm going to order this pizza? Like, there's no food inspo there, so please don't think I'm being disordered in not having a pizza. If I wasn't filming this video, I probably would get a pizza, but because I'm filming this video and people want recipe inspo, I'm going to make something with like chicken mince, maybe like a spicy chicken mince thing for my lunch when I get back. And then later I'm going to make a steak stir fry, which is so easy to make and so tasty. It's one of my go-to meals at the moment. I'm going to make some very late lunch because I still want to make the stir fry later, so I'm just going to do some chicken mince. I'm going to make a little bit of rice. I've got half a red onion that I need to use up. This spinach, oh, that's literally just falling apart. This spinach really needs using up a little bit of, so I will use up some of the spinach as well. And then sauce-wise, I'm going to use this chow mein one. Never used this one before. I've used the sweet chilli and garlic one, and it's nice, but I just feel like I want something a bit different. So I'm going to try do something with this. Obviously this needs using up because it goes out tomorrow. So yeah, it's going to be like a chicken mince thing for lunch.
just put the chicken mince on top of some rice. Obviously I put some spinach in there, some red onion with the chow mein sauce. This is actually Dan's because he's not as hungry, but it looks more aesthetically appealing. This is mine. I've got a little bit more because I'm hungrier and calories, to be honest. I probably will put a little bit of extra black pepper on this because I love putting black pepper on everything, but why is this just looking like it's not in focus? I don't know. This is lunch. It's literally 6 p.m. And I will probably see you when I have tea. But yeah, this is what me and Dan are having for our lunch. Okay, it's nearly 9, so I'm gonna make tea. It's definitely a later tea than... Oh, someone scored. Tidy this up, don't mind that. Yeah, I'm gonna make the steak stir-fry thing. So I will use... I'm trying to think how much I normally use. I think I'll use 3 of these steaks in the stir-fry. I'll chop them up. I'll do like a time-lapse thing. Half a red onion. I'm gonna use the whole of this green pepper because it's quite a small one. Don't know if this is just me, but I feel like for chicken and like white meat, red and orange peppers work better, but I feel like for red meat, green works better. I don't know why, I just feel like it does. And then noodles, this is a super easy thing to make. And then for like what I cook it in, it's literally soy sauce. If this wants to focus, that would be great. I actually am going to have to get a lesson on using this camera from David because nothing focuses. So yeah, I'm going to use the chopped garlic. I'm going to use a lot of black pepper. Like when you think you've added enough, add more. And some soy sauce. So I'll put a little time lapse on of me making it. This is so good, so easy to make, so quick. So that is pretty much my full day of eating done now. There's a couple things which I haven't mentioned that I ate. So, you know when I said I wasn't going to get pizza, I didn't get pizza. I stayed true to my word, so we've got some meal inspiration in this video. However, Dan did order pizza scrolls, which are like little dough balls. I'll put in a picture. I had a couple of those. Obviously, that's not tracked. Around Christmas time, to be honest, I'm going to speak a little bit about Christmas, but any other time of year I'd probably try and guesstimate things if I'm trying to track my food more when I'm out and about, but at Christmas time I just say, fuck it, didn't really matter. So I didn't really track those, but I feel like I've had a decent amount of veggies today but not much fruit, so I'm going to make a little snack which is going to be some melon and some soy yogurt, and that's going to be the final thing I'm going to eat. The only other thing I've had today which I didn't show you was with my tea that I've just eaten just now, which by the way guys, that is a superior meal for today. Like, you have to try that. Like, that was so good. Like, I feel like every time I make it, it just gets better and better. Like, I feel like I put a bit more soy sauce in, I feel like I put a bit more garlic in. I always put loads of black pepper in. If I've got black stuff in my teeth, it's definitely black pepper. But yeah, whilst I was having that, I wanted something sweet, like a sweet drink to go with it. So I had a Lipton peach iced tea. And then I've been drinking water all day. Water is something really important to me, especially because I take creatine. It's very, very, very important to make sure that I'm staying hydrated. Otherwise, you can get things like headache. And if you're experiencing things like bloating with creatine, it can make it worse. So I always like to stay on top of my water intake. So I've been doing my level best to do that. But yeah, I thought I would end this video here because it's actually 10:10, so I think I'm just going to sit with Dan, watch a movie and make my little yoghurt bowl up, but it's so boring, you don't need to see that. It will literally be like half a tub of yoghurt and some fruit, and that will be me sorted. Yeah, just wanted to touch on Christmas in this video because I do kind of want to get back in the swing of doing these kind of food videos, so let me know if you have enjoyed it. If you've enjoyed the structure of it, if you've enjoyed like a bit more, I feel like it's kind of just been a fitnessy vlog with my food in it. And if you have enjoyed it, then let me know, because I can definitely do more videos like this. But when I used to do what I eat in a day, I always used to do a little segment, like I'd pick a topic for each video and I'd kind of talk about it. I was going to do supplements in this video, but then I was like, it's Christmas, and I feel like this will probably be my last food related video before Christmas. So yeah, every year with my coaching clients, I always give them a video every single year about the Christmas period, about the month of December, and you know, I give them a lot of options, but one thing that I really stress to them is just because I'm giving you options, it doesn't mean you need to have some kind of strategic plan for Christmas. Like, you can, one of the options is quite literally just living your life, fitting things in where you want, but it's nice to kind of reassure people that that is okay to do, because around this time of year everyone starts ramping up their marketing for New Year's resolutions, and everyone's posting about how their food is going to be extra fuel for their workouts, and they're going to be burning all these calories, and how many calories you have to burn off this Christmas food, and it's all just very, very intense on social media. So I feel like it's important to really kind of de-stress the situation and just let people know it's actually okay if, for example, you decide that actually over the week of Christmas you're not going to train once, and you're not going to open a tracking app once, and you're just going to live your life for that week between Christmas and New Year. That is completely fine. Like, that is completely fine. Whatever you are deciding to do, this could go year round, to be honest. It depends how your lifestyle works, but especially the festive period, it's a typically very, very, very social season. It's a very social season. There's Christmas markets, Christmas meals, work dues, all of the social plans. And one thing I always really stress to clients and like people that follow me on Instagram is you're not going to get to, you know, 85 sat next to Doris in the care home and be like, oh God, I regret that weekend in December 2022 when I went out with my friends and had a good time, because really I should have tracked my macros that weekend and not skipped the gym. You're not going to be thinking like that. And also, when you get to that age, the time that you have probably spent stressing about how you look, your appearance, and by the way, this is coming from someone who can be incredibly self-conscious, and I'll openly admit it, like, I do care about how I look, but I am also aware that when I get to that age, I'm going to massively regret the amount of time and stress that I've put on myself over how I look, and I feel like a lot of women feel that way. You're not going to get to that age and be thinking about the memories of when you felt awful about your body. You're going to be thinking of the memories of all the amazing things you did with your family. You're not going to be thinking about your waist size or your weight. You're going to be thinking about all those amazing memories that you had when you were younger. And the thought of people, you know, turning down social events which they genuinely want to go to, the only reason they are turning down these social events during the festive period is purely because it's the thought of going is stressing them out, whether it's nutrition, whether it's going to mean a skipped gym session. If that is the only reason for you to be saying no to something, it's just not a good enough reason. You are going to get to 85 and massively, massively, massively regret not making these memories. If you do get to 85, 85 is a very good age to live to, but that's really not the point. You will massively, massively regret it. And ultimately, what I always say to clients, and this is like year round, if they have an off weekend, if they go on holiday, I always say, you know, birthdays, all that sorts of anniversaries, I always say the gym and your nutrition is always going to be there. for you to go back to. Like, it's always going to be something that you can go back to, but like the opportunity to make memories, to spend time with like loved ones, especially if you've got elderly relatives, that opportunity won't always be there. You know, it sounds morbid as fuck, I'm sorry, but one Christmas they could be here, the next Christmas they might not be here. I know, like, I don't have any of my grandparents left, and I know I would do anything for another Christmas with them. And I cherish all the Christmas memories that I have with them. I cherish all the memories that I have with them, and the thought of people missing out on making those memories because they're stressing about the gym or their nutrition just makes me feel so sad. So first of all, if anyone is really struggling with this and this talking to hasn't helped, please message me on Instagram. You don't have to follow me, like, this isn't a ploy to get people to follow me. You don't have to follow me, just message me on Instagram and I would be more than happy to talk through things with you and try to help you. Yeah, and I do hope that this has been able to help some people relieve some pressure, put things into perspective this festive period, because it's very common for coaches and PTs and everyone to go down the very aggressive marketing route this time of year, and I'm being very careful not to do that. I'd rather just look at 2023 as like a huge opportunity for new goals rather than, you know, demonising things during December. Like, I've told all my clients, last check-in in December, I want a mind map of your goals for 2023, so that I know the kind of path you want to go down, I can periodise things, I can get you ready, but so that we can all get excited for a new year. And that doesn't mean we're putting our goals on hold until the new year. My clients are largely still going to be training, but if they do miss a session, if they do go over their calories, if they do have a couple of days off tracking, if they miss a week of the gym, they know in January they're going to be able to get back into it, so they're not, you know, racked with guilt and stuff over the festive period. And that's something that's so important to me. The whole of the time I've done coaching, I've always done my Christmas video and I've always relayed the same message, with the main point to drive home being memories are so much important than, you know, turning things down and going and isolating yourself essentially in the gym when you don't want to do that. If that's what you want to do, that's actually okay. I'm not demonising that, but if you don't want to do it and you're just doing it out of, you know, guilt and feeling bad and feeling like you have to, that's not good enough reason. We have healthy mindsets over here. So that is this video done. Like I said, if you want more videos like this, let me know. I hope like the workout footage was a nice little welcome back to doing fitness workout footage, because actually embarrassing that like part of what I do is like a fitness influencer and I have not posted a workout in over a year. But hopefully this is the start of some consistency, because it was so easy to film in there. I felt super comfortable. So yes, let me know what videos you want to see. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, because it helps to push my videos out into the YouTube algorithm, I'll just be completely honest, but also it helps me to know that you enjoy this sort of content, and then I can make sure that I do more of it. But yeah, I'm going to take my fruit and my yoghurt pot and I'm going to go chill with Dan, drink some water, take my creatine and get into bed, ready for the weekend. I'm actually weekends aren't really weekends for me, because we do actually do work on weekends, but it's fun work. I have a very lucky job. Merry Christmas, if this is the last video you watch of mine before Christmas, to those who celebrate. And have a gorgeous week, because I think I'm going to post this on Sunday. So yeah, have a good week. Bye. Hi guys, welcome back to another video. Today's video is another one in my kind of more educational series that I'm trying to do on my channel, and today's is going to be very women focused. A lot of my videos are very female focused, and today's one is about the menstrual cycle. I'm going to run you through the different phases of it and how that might impact your training and your nutrition. Now, full disclaimer before I get into this video, everyone tends to experience the menstrual cycle differently. Some people get the textbook symptoms, some people get way worse symptoms, some people suffer with things like PCOS, endometriosis. All these things can impact how you experience your menstrual cycle, and no two menstrual cycles are the same. The examples given here and the advice that I'm going to give is based off textbook examples. The absolute best way for you to know your menstrual cycle best and adapt your training and nutrition around it should you need to, because not everyone actually has to do that, because some people really don't experience any of the changes that I'm going to talk about. But the best way for you to know that is for you to start tracking your periods. There are apps like Flow, or even just like in a little notepad or in the notes app on your phone, tracking around your menstrual cycle, how you feel in your sessions, your energy, your recovery, all that sort of thing. And after a few months you should be able to kind of almost guess where you are going to be in your menstrual cycle for you, just based off what you're experiencing during training, your tiredness levels, all that sort of stuff. A couple of things related to this video before I get into it. Birth control is not something that is covered within this video, and birth control, depending on what type you are on, because there's so many different types. Some of them are more estrogen focused, some of them are more progesterone focused, some of them are combination. They will all impact how you experience your menstrual cycle. So this video might still be helpful, but please take what I'm saying with a pinch of salt. I will also speak a little bit more about that at the end. Unfortunately, the science is just not really there yet to the level that it is with a typical menstrual cycle. And like I said, because there's so many different forms of hormonal birth control, if I was to go through how every single one impacts the menstrual cycle, I would be sat here all day. However, if there is like a most popular one, I don't mind looking into it for you guys and seeing how it impacts your menstrual cycle and doing maybe a birth control version of this video. I don't mind doing that, so let me know if you are on hormonal birth control, which you are on, if you don't mind. Another thing that's very important for me to say is, if you are commenting about hormonal birth control, please do not scaremonger people. Please do not put fear in people, because I'm not on hormonal birth control, but that's my choice, and I would never push that on anyone. There's been a lot on TikTok over the past year, a lot on Instagram about how, you know, oh, you won't grow as much muscle. Now, first of all, for every single study that says it impacts your muscle growth negatively being on hormonal birth control, there's another study to say it has no impact, or there's another study to say it has a positive impact. The science is not there yet either way, so I'm not saying it's going to have a positive impact, I'm not saying it's going to have no impact, and I'm not saying it's going to have a negative impact. The science is simply not there yet, and anyone who bulldozes you with their opinion using like 2 studies and ignoring the rest that completely contradict what they believe, that's just downright dangerous. I think women sharing their experiences with birth control is fine, but scaremongering is not okay. And to put it bluntly, there's one thing that's going to really put a stall to your gym progress more than being on hormonal birth control, and that is having a literal child. So swings and roundabouts, we've got to weigh things up. But yeah, I just wanted to note that. I don't want anyone to get on the scaremongering bandwagon. I just want people to have like a very neutral, share your experiences, fine, but let's be balanced about it. If you ask anyone who's like a medical professional, a doctor, or even people that work in like scientific fields, they will tell you the science is not there yet on this. We don't know the full impact of it on training, and all the evidence at the moment is so contradictory that you can't draw a clear conclusion. The second thing that I just want to note before I get into this video is why this video is important to me, really, and that's because my main demographic is women. I work exclusively with women through coaching, and I have since I started coaching, since I started going down the kind of science-based route, since I started educating myself, I have been flabbergasted by the absolute lack of attention to detail to women in particular in sports studies and in anything kind of sports training related. We are chronically understudied. Most sports related, training related studies use primarily men. Now I kind of understand it, because as we're going to go over in this video, women go through a lot of changes, so there's a lot more external kind of variables that could be fucking up the results of that study. However, I feel like, come on, it's 2022, we can find a way to do more studies on things like birth control, more studies on women and their training and how they are different to men, because a lot of the studies at the moment that we have about training, about nutrition, about diet, about supplements, the main subject of those studies are men, and women are not just mini men. We are different creatures. It's very important to me, because I work so closely with women and because my main demographic is women, that I am educating women about their bodies, about the things that we go through every single month, and about any differences that there are between us and men, and, you know, taking certain studies and stuff with a pinch of salt, because it's not actually necessarily generalisable to women. If I did A-level psychology coming in clutch, evaluation of studies, not generalisable, because it was only done on men, and that's with a lot of studies. But the tides are hopefully changing. I am seeing more and more research come out about women specifically, training, diet, nutrition, supplements, all that sort of stuff. For example, there was a recent meta-analysis about women, solely women, and impacts with creatine, which was really, really good. Green light, it's safe for us and it's good, and it has all the kind of expected benefits. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of go over that before getting into this video and kind of set the context for why this content is so important to me. It's so important that women can understand their bodies, because, like I said, the science has overlooked us for so long. We've been overlooked for so long. Women, really, it's only in the past 10 kind of years that we've started getting super into weight training, resistance training. Before that, it was all cardio. So yeah, it's important to me that I share this sort of information and help to educate you guys, educate yourselves about your bodies as a woman. That's important to me. So what is a menstrual cycle? That is the reproductive cycle that women experience, typically on a monthly basis, but everyone is different. Some people don't have periods every single month. The duration of your menstrual cycle, typically anywhere from 24 to about 32 days. For the purposes of this video, because I can't do it for every single amount of days, we're going to go slap bang in the middle, and we're going to go with a 28-day cycle example. And just a little heads up, there's so many things that can impact the length of your cycle, the duration, symptoms, all that sort of things. Exercise, stress, lifestyle factors can all impact your menstrual cycles. If it's not the same every single month, don't panic. There's a lot of outside variables that can be impacting things. So the first phase, which is the first 14 days of your menstrual cycle, is called the follicular phase. And if you want to break it down further, you can break it down into 7 days, which will be the first half of your follicular phase, and the other 7 days will be the second half of your follicular phase. The reason why you might want to split it into two is because the symptoms and stuff that you can experience as you are transitioning from that follicular phase into your luteal phase, which I will go on to, the symptoms you're experiencing can change. Your estrogen, progesterone, I cannot say that word, levels are changing and kind of swapping around. So the things that you're going to be experiencing in the first half of your follicular phase won't be the same as the second half necessarily. It will start to change a bit. It's not like one day you wake up and everything is completely different. It's a gradual change of hormone levels and balances throughout the month. During this phase, the follicle will develop, hence the name, the follicular phase, and that's due to the effect of the follicle stimulating hormone, and one of these follicles will release an egg. So hormonally, during the follicular phase, the most dominant hormone is your estrogen. But progesterone will remain low, relatively low throughout the whole of this phase. The dominant hormone here is your estrogen. So like I said, we can kind of split it into two halves, the follicular phase. So during the first half, your estrogen levels start to rise very slowly, and during the second half, that's when they start to really surge and get a lot higher. This surge in estrogen causes the follicle, which I mentioned before, to burst open. The egg is then released and it implants itself into the lining of your uterus. I'm sorry, this feels very like cold and clinical. During the follicular phase, your insulin sensitivity is a little bit higher, which means you are using more carbohydrates for your body's fuel when resting. Appetite and hunger you will typically expect to remain pretty stable throughout this phase of the menstrual cycle. You won't be experiencing like extreme hunger typically. Like I said, this is just a typical cycle. No extreme hunger, no kind of like crazy appetites, cravings, that sort of stuff. It's not typically something that you will experience during this part of the menstrual cycle. But metabolic rate, which I'm sure you've heard about, you know, being higher at some points in your menstrual cycle. People like to always talk about how you burn more calories in a certain part of your menstrual cycle. This is not during this part of the follicular phase. Your metabolic rate remains pretty stable. Particularly for your training, this is going to be the part where you are going to see an increase in strength, which is really good if you are into your weight training. This is typically the part of your cycle where you're going to feel strongest, and I am kind of going to go on to like set in stone recommendations for your training and diet and stuff based on what phase you're in when I've gone through the phases and given you the kind of sciencey stuff first. But water retention, as we know, with periods, etc., people tend to feel a certain level of like bloating and like they're holding on to more water during certain parts of their menstrual cycle. Phase of your menstrual cycle, you shouldn't really be feeling too much water retention typically. Like I said, I'm just talking typically, we're talking textbook here, and everyone is so individual, everyone is so different. Your weight and your water retention is going to remain pretty stable. Weight is typically at its lowest, so if you're someone who weighs yourself every week, this would be the phase in your menstrual cycle where you would expect to be having your lowest kind of weigh-ins. And as I mentioned, you've got that real surge in estrogen during the latter part of the follicular phase, the final 7 days, and that can actually cause you to have quite a drop in your appetite. So if you find that about typically sometimes like the 3 to 4 days before ovulation, women can feel like they don't really have as much of an appetite. They can get full a lot quicker and they just don't really have cravings or too much of an appetite. So if you're someone who's trying to eat more, that might be a phase where you struggle to get calories in. And with that drop in appetite, which sounds so contradictory because you'd think if you've got not much appetite, you'd probably be eating less, so you'd probably be weighing less. No, that surge in estrogen right towards the end, so we're talking like day 11, 12, 13, 14, that real surge in estrogen can actually cause an uptick in your water retention, which can mean you might weigh in a little bit heavier than expected during that real like latter part of the follicular phase. And that brings us up to day 14 of your menstrual cycle. So now we are heading into the luteal phase, which is the second phase of your menstrual cycle. And this, like I said, I'm doing a 28-day example, so this is the next 14 days of your cycle. So like I said, at the end of the follicular phase, we've got that real surge in estrogen, you've got that follicle bursting open, the egg is released, implanted into the lining of your uterus, and that egg being released on day 14 marks the start of ovulation. Hormonally, this part of your menstrual cycle, your estrogen levels remain pretty stable, but they are slowly increasing, and your progesterone levels in particular are going to be increasing during this phase. They both start increasing gradually from day 14, and then they are going to peak at like the midpoint of the luteal phase. So about day 21, you're looking at a peak of both the progesterone and the estrogen hormones. I really want to say estrone, but that is not the right word. I'm getting those two words are so hard to say. But overall, as you've probably guessed, things tend to work in opposites typically during the luteal phase, as you had with the follicular phase, estrogen being the more dominant hormone, during this phase it's going to be your progesterone. But during this first 7 kind of days of the luteal phase, everything that was going on in your follicular phase starts to kind of reverse. It gets turned on its head, things are swapping around. There is an increase in body temperature, which if you've heard about people talking about periods before, you will have definitely heard of this uptick in body temperature. It's only about 0.2 degrees Celsius, so it's not like some kind of burning furnace that we turn into. It's a very slight increase in your body temperature, but your body temperature does start to go up at the start of the luteal phase. And in combination with this, your metabolic rate will also rise slightly, and again this is due to the hormone differences, so your estrogen levels are coming down in comparison to your progesterone levels, which are rising a lot, with that being the more dominant hormone in the luteal phase. However, hunger and cravings do also typically increase during this phase, so that increase in your metabolic rate, which by the way is only very slight. It's not like you can be eating an extra like 500 calories a day and you're going to be burning that off. It's not really that big of an increase in your metabolic rate, but there is a slight one. However, your hunger, cravings, appetite, that all starts to rise at this point, so that kind of offsets for some people, depending on the person, it can kind of offset that increase in metabolic rate anyway, because you end up being hungrier, and typically you're probably going to end up eating more, whether that's consciously or subconsciously. For most women it will just be a subconscious thing. They're just hungrier, especially if you're not someone who tracks. You will just naturally probably eat a little bit more. You'll crave things like chocolate a little bit more, and those kind of sweet treats, you're going to be craving those a little bit more. But if you know me, everything in moderation. We don't demonise foods over here. Something I want you to bear in mind, because people do often talk a lot about, you know, this increase in your metabolic rate during the luteal phase of your menstrual cycle, and they don't often mention that your hunger and appetite does also go up, and for most people it completely offsets it. Like I said, it's only a very slight increase in your metabolic rate anyway. Your blood sugar levels can become a little bit unstable, which can result in some mood swings. You might find yourself being a bit more irritable, a little less tolerant for people's bullshit at this time of month, and that's completely normal. Again, hormones pretty much control everything that goes on. So when we're having hormone changes, there are going to be changes in how we feel, how we look, how much we weigh, all that sort of stuff. It's all going to be impacted. So as I said, with the follicular phase, you're using more carbohydrates for your body's fuel at rest due to that increase in insulin sensitivity. During this phase, your body is actually using a bit more fats for your energy at rest and during exercise. So as you can see, the phases are very much kind of like opposite, and whilst the previous phase is a little bit better for your weight training, muscle growth and repair can actually be impacted during the second half. So moving on to that latter part of the luteal phase, so the final 7 days, we're talking day 21 to 28, both your estrogen levels and your progesterone levels will start to drop again. Everything is returning to kind of baseline to get ready for day 1 of your next menstrual cycle. The blood sugar levels, here's the bad news, can become even more unstable, so you can find yourself being even grouchier than usual. Now, if you actually think about day 1 typically being day 1 of your period, day 1 of your menstrual cycle is typically day 1 of your period. The fact that that week before your period is the latter part of your luteal phase, and your blood sugar levels are more unstable, and you're going to be having more mood swings and all that sort of stuff, it actually makes a lot of sense. Because how many times, ladies, have we thought, everyone's really fucking annoying me, everyone's pissing me off, everyone's getting on my tits, and then you get your period, or you're just crying all the time, and then you get your period and you're like, it makes complete sense. Everything makes sense now. We've all experienced that, so this kind of helps to make sense of that. We're not going crazy. There's actually a lot of stuff going on inside our bodies. Now, it has actually been found when they've looked at this that regular exercise and keeping on top of your exercise can actually really help to reduce the symptoms that you might get with PMS, premenstrual syndrome. So those low moods, those, you know, irritable moods, all that sort of stuff that you would be experiencing during this part of your menstrual cycle. However, I know that for me personally, I have really bad periods, and like the week build up can sometimes be really quite painful for me. So it's kind of I've described it to clients as like a catch-22, because it's like regular exercise might help me, but I'm in so much pain that I can't get myself to the gym. So that can be annoying. If you're someone who doesn't experience like pain at this point, definitely try and keep up with your regular exercise, just to kind of try help regulate your moods, give yourself a bit of an outlet for letting out that frustration that we can sometimes feel. And to summarise the kind of follicular phase, luteal phase, what's dominant, what's going on, all that sort of stuff, I'm going to pop in some diagrams. I will pop them on this side so that you can see. These diagrams are from Lyle McDonald. He has an amazing book. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I will leave it linked down below on the menstrual cycle and how it impacts training, nutrition, all that sort of stuff for women. It's an amazing book, and these diagrams are from that, and it kind of summarises what I've just said in a visual kind of way, so hopefully that can help for any of my visual girlies. Okay, so that's what's going on in our bodies during the follicular phase, the luteal phase, the whole of our menstrual cycle. But what the fuck is the point in knowing that, and how does it impact our training and our diet? Because there's so many other things that it impacts, but with this being a fitness channel and most people wanting fitness content, I think this might be a good time to give you the practical applications. So for your training, during the follicular phase, you're typically going to be stronger. This is where you're going to be able to hit those PBs better. You'll find your progressive overload is much smoother. Take heed of this phase. The hormones are in your favour. Push for those PBs. And you might actually find, if you start tracking your periods and you already track your lifts and stuff, you might actually find that this kind of fits in, because some of my clients have weeks every month where they just think, I was doing so well the past 2 weeks and now I just feel weak. And that to me, because it happens every month kind of consistently, that's telling me actually that's not like you going crazy, that's not in your head, that's because you're in the luteal phase. Whereas when you're in the follicular phase, you're thriving, your strength is through the roof. Now, like I said, everything's going to impact everyone differently, and this is just textbook examples, but typically during the follicular phase, this is where your strength is going to be at its highest, and you should absolutely take advantage of that. Push for those PBs, try new weights, and like I said, do track your periods, your symptoms, and also your lifts, and kind of, it would be interesting over like a 3-4 month period, I might actually do that, to kind of put them together, line them up one by one, and see how your cycle impacts your training. Day 7 to day 14, women typically need to be a little more careful, because you are experiencing that surge in estrogen. You're actually going to be more susceptible to injury, in particular tendon injury. Fun fact of the day, women are 3 to 6 times more likely to have an ACL injury than men. That is actually a reason why I do not program things like squat jumps, jumping lunges for clients, because, well, first of all, I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of this and get distracted, but first of all, those are plyometric movements, and typically plyometric movements, you're working on power. You should be doing low reps with high rest, not doing like a minute straight of squat jumps or jumping lunges. Second of all, with me working with people online, I'm not there in person to help people with their form in real time, and women tend to have more unstable knees than men, so for me the like risk to reward of including things like squat jumps, jumping lunges into programs just isn't worth it for me. So yeah, during like day 7 to day 14, as those estrogen levels are surging, particularly closer to day 14, you are more susceptible to tendon injuries in particular. Also not uncommon for you to experience things like joint aches and pains during this part of your menstrual cycle. Yeah, if you are someone who likes to do a lot of jumping plyometric work during this part of your menstrual cycle, I would maybe taper it back a little bit, or just be extra cautious. Maybe instead of doing them in a circuit style, focus on your form and your technique, doing lower rep, higher rests, focusing a bit more on the pure power rather than just jumping around like a banshee. Onto the luteal phase. This is where a lot of people can really struggle with their training, in particular those who are weight training, which is like the majority of my target demographic for videos, so that's what I'm going to talk about. The main thing I want you to do here is please be patient with yourself and be kind towards yourself, because you are probably going to be a little bit weaker, you're going to be experiencing a lot more fatigue, you're going to be a lot more tired, you're going to be low on energy, you're also probably going to be in a bit more of a foul mood, and you should be kind to yourself and know that it's not you being a lazy little rat. It's actually because there's changes going on in your body that are making you feel this way, and that are making it harder for you to get to the gym, and that are making it harder for you to perform at your usual level, use your usual weights, have your usual levels of strength. With that increase in temperature that you're going to get in the luteal phase, you may find, if you are someone who does like endurance works, if you're doing super high rep work, you might actually find that you tire out a little bit quicker, so you might need longer rests between your sets, or it might be worth for your, you know, high rep work bringing it down to more of like a moderate rep range during this time if you do find that you struggle with it. The increase in body temperature can kind of explain it slightly with a suffering in your performance on like endurance based work. If you're like a cardio bunny, this might be a time where you find it harder. Also, just wearing thinner layers to the gym can really help. It sounds so dumb and so like duh, but actually it can really help you, so that might be a good option. Yeah, your endurance is going to take a hit, you're not going to be as strong, and you're probably not going to be hitting PBs as easily as you would be during the first half of your menstrual cycle. Really is a double whammy, because your recovery is also typically worse during this part of your menstrual cycle, so sleep, protein intake becomes more important. So during your luteal phase, I would actually recommend, this is for my weight training girls, that thin layers, yes. If you've got high rep work in there, maybe bring it down to more moderate rep work. You might need longer rests. Prioritize getting a good amount of sleep. Don't beat yourself up if you're finding yourself needing an hour extra than normal. Allow yourself that, because you will be more tired. Prioritize your protein intakes, make sure that you're still recovering as best as you can. And if you are someone who does find that you have a noted drop off in strength in this phase of your menstrual cycle, I would recommend that you, instead of like it's like trying to force a like square into a circle. It's just not going to work out for some people still trying to push for those PBs. So for my clients who do notice like a real difference during this part of their menstrual cycle, I recommend that they, instead of trying to force themselves to hit PBs where the strength just really isn't there and risking injury, because you are going to be more susceptible to injuries as well, I recommend taking this time to really focus on your technique, hone in on your technique, your form, mind-muscle connection, all that sort of stuff. This can be a good time to focus on that. Drop the weight a little bit, really focus on your form, your technique, and then when you are back in your follicular phase, in your strong queen phase, your form might even be a little bit better. You might have improved on your form, which is obviously going to be useful for your lifts and for your progress, and you will also probably feel very well rested if you have dealt with this phase in the way that you needed to for your body. Okay, and now onto the diet. Obviously it's going to depend what your kind of goals are, if you even have any. Typically goals tend to be either maintaining, dieting down, or gaining. So let's go through calorie deficit first. If your goal is to eat in a calorie deficit, you're trying to lose weight, you're trying to drop body fat, the easiest part is going to be during your follicular phase, because you don't have those like increases in hunger and appetite just yet. It will be fairly easy breezy, smooth sailing through the follicular phase during your menstrual cycle. You probably won't run into many issues, and like I said, during like the final 3 days before you head into your luteal phase, so like day 11 to day 14, your appetite can actually be suppressed. So I mean, I'm not promoting appetite suppressant, but if you are someone who's trying to adhere to a calorie deficit, not having a huge appetite can actually be helpful. So that kind of phase is going to be the easier part of it for you if you are trying to adhere to a calorie deficit. As you get into that luteal phase, you're going to struggle a little bit more, and again, don't beat yourself up about this, because it's not you being, you know, an undisciplined little right? It's nothing to do with that. It's the changes that are going on inside your body, of which you have no control over. You cannot control them. You cannot. But you're likely going to have the increase in appetite, the increase in hunger, the increase in cravings, which can be really difficult. Now, if you're someone who can still adhere to this and you don't really have many issues, it can actually work in your favour during the luteal phase because, like I mentioned, you've got that slight uptick in your metabolic rate. So that's actually working in your favour if you are able to stick to your diet. If you are not, which again, do not beat yourself up about, it can be really, really hard, that kind of increase in metabolic rate can kind of be negligible, like I said, because you can't utilise this increase in metabolic rate because your hunger, appetite and cravings are just through the roof. Now, during this phase, I've done this with clients before. Some of my clients, I actually have them on maintenance calories whilst they are on their period. Yes, it will delay progress. I'm not going to beat around the brush. I'm not going to beat around the bush. It is going to delay your progress. However, if you are someone who just cannot adhere to a calorie deficit during the luteal phase of your menstrual cycle, the only thing you are going to be doing in trying to force yourself to do it when you just find it so hard, and like I said, it's not your fault, it's the changes going on in your body. All you are doing is going to frustrate yourself, demotivate yourself, and that's not what we want to be doing. So typically, if you are someone who really struggles during the luteal phase of your menstrual cycle and you're trying to diet, coming up to maintenance might not be a terrible idea. And it might also help with your recovery if you are still training, because recovery tends to be worse, and if you're dieting, recovery is already a little bit compromised, so coming up to maintenance can really help with that. But yeah, don't beat yourself up if you find in the luteal phase you cannot stick to your diet. It's very normal, and like I said, I do actually have quite a few clients who, when it gets to that phase, we just come up to maintenance because it's so much easier for them. It takes the pressure off and it makes the experience of dieting a lot more enjoyable for them. And then on the flip side, we've got those trying to hit maintenance or a slight surplus. If their goals are either maintaining or gaining, it's typically the opposite in terms of which phase is going to be more helpful for them. So obviously in the follicular phase, your appetite is pretty stable, so you shouldn't really have too many issues during the first half of that. However, during the latter half, like I said, like day 11 to day 14, you can really experience like a complete drop off in your appetite. Hunger levels can really go down and just be absolutely tanked. So if you're someone who is more of a hard gainer and you already struggle to kind of have the appetite to get those calories in, this can be a really hard part of your menstrual cycle for you because your appetite just isn't there. And I get this with clients all the time. They have a few days each month where they just don't have the appetite, and I do believe it's because this is where they are in their menstrual cycle, because it happens every month. And I'm like, I'm spotting a pattern. So during that time, what can be really helpful, like I've gone over in one of my recent videos about appetite, is any of the tips in that video would be helpful on those days. But in particular, swap out your 1 cal spray for a bit of olive oil. It's not going to kill you. Drinking your calories, having proper oat milk if you're an oat milk girl instead of skimmed oat milk, which by the way literally looks like piss and is not nice. Yes, making those swaps for like more calorie dense options to try and help get the calories in without feeling too much fuller. Drinking your calories can be really, really helpful during that phase. And then obviously the luteal phase is going to be a lot easier for you if you are trying to eat a bit more, if you come out of a diet and you're trying to hit maintenance, or you are trying to hit a small surplus. That increase in appetite is going to really, really help you. Your appetite's going to be there, the hunger levels are going to be there, and you're going to find it a lot easier to get the food in. It's not going to feel as much of a chore. You're going to find it a lot easier. So for my maintenance and bulking babes, the luteal phase is going to be your bestie, and for my cutting babes, the follicular phase is going to be the easier part for you guys. But that is the menstrual cycle explained and also applied to your diet and training. Now, I want to round off this video by reiterating that not everyone is going to experience a menstrual cycle this specific way. Do not go away from, what I want you to do from this video is not go away and completely write yourself a new training program, because I see people asking me about this all the time, or even just going off and doing this. They'll listen to how the menstrual cycle should impact them, and they will completely throw their diet and training on its head. The best way, in my opinion, to do it is not to take the science and completely just tip what you're doing upside down. The best way for you to apply it is actually for you to take the information from this video, maybe make some notes, grab a little notepad and write some things down on typical things to look out for. Then start tracking your periods, start tracking your symptoms that you experience, using apps or just like writing it down. Start tracking your lifts if you don't already, your performance in the gym, how you feel, your appetite, all that sort of stuff, and see if what this video has given you, if the science, the typical menstrual cycle lines up with what you experience. Because if it doesn't, you do not need to throw your training on its head. I have clients who, other than like the odd week, obviously we'll do deload weeks, and like they'll have the odd week where they're just not well. They're consistently strong. They are consistently strong, and they do not have any issues. Obviously, something to consider is also birth control. Like I said at the start of this video, a lot of women now, especially young women, are on hormonal birth control, and that it doesn't make this video redundant, but like your menstrual cycle is not going to necessarily be experienced the same. However, there isn't a ton of science on it just yet because it's still a relatively new subject and women are chronically understudied anyway. Like women's health issues, we are just ignored. Typically subjects for sports related studies are always men. Women are just very, very, very understudied, so we don't actually know too much about birth control and how it impacts training and all that sort of stuff just yet. So take this video with a pinch of salt, and my advice would be what I've just told you. Make notes on this video and then go away and track things, see if it lines up, and if you do need to alter things, then alter things. If you don't need to alter things, then don't. Even if this video can just help give you a peace of mind or an explanation as to why you feel a certain way during a certain period of the month, why you're not progressing every single week in the gym, why some weeks every month you really struggle with your appetite, why some weeks every month you really struggle with your strength. If it can help give you an explanation for that, I'm happy with that. That's kind of the purpose of this video, because we can really beat ourselves up, you know. Women have very often, I feel like the tides are kind of changing, but women have been seen as kind of mini men. Oh, we're men, just like smaller versions, and we're not. We're not. We're completely different. We have very different hormones. How we respond to training is different. There's a lot more to consider with women because we go through changes every month, pretty much daily, almost. Our hormones are changing. So there's a lot to consider, and I don't want any women to feel like they're trash or compare themselves to like male lifters, male fitness influencers who just seem to smash it all the time. We're not mini men, we're very different, and if this video can kind of just help you feel a little bit better maybe about how you feel at certain points and not being strong all the time, then I'm perfectly happy with that. So yeah, if you have any questions or if anything has not been clear in this video, please leave it below. If you want a more in-depth video on estrogen and progesterone, I do have a lot of notes on those hormones. Working with women, it's very important to me that I fully understand that. So if you want like a deep dive on those hormones, which can kind of supplement this video, then let me know. Any other educational kind of videos that you guys want to see, let me know. I love doing this video. I love working with women. I love that my main demographic is women, and so videos like this are very important to me because, like I said, women are not mini men. We're very special creatures, and we deserve to have our own content, studies, and not just be told we're the same as men, because we're not. And we can't continue being told that we are. How cute is my new Starbucks cup, by the way? So if you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, subscribe if you want to and you haven't already. Yeah, that's it for this video. Merry Christmas, happy holidays to anyone who is celebrating, and I hope this video was helpful. Bye.
The accolade. Is it a Star Wars accolade?
And then to collaborate. So they must not be like, home must not be like super, super secret, right? There's an official organization at work here, assassination, maybe there's some
you fat bastard.
But it seems like home has been infiltrated, and there was, I'm going to assume, a organization that was able to identify.
Wow, we got some manly men, not no bitches. We got a bunch of manly men, not a bunch of bitches. Yeah, bitches. MAGAs are bitches. Yeah, Gary, you're a bitch, aren't you? Yeah. There's nothing manly about you, you little bitch. You like to sell out your family when you Donald Trump's bitch, aren't you? Well, the chuds though, they like selling out like the bitches that they are. They say they're all about fighting for American rights, but they're right there sucking a dick.
To pay £25 for a tub of something to flavour their water. The marketing for greens really pisses me off. My entire being doesn't revolve around how flat my stomach looks. Hi guys, welcome back to another video. It's been a hot minute since I have done like a little fitness Q&A kind of video, so that's what I'm going to be doing today. Don't mind my voice because I have been poorly, which is why this video is a little bit delayed. It was going to go up last week, but I'm going to pull up the questions on my phone. The reason why I'm doing this is because one, I've not done one in like probably about 6 months, but also I do Q&As on Instagram all the time. If you're not already following me, go and follow me because I do them all the time on there. It can get quite difficult to actually give like meaningful kind of responses to questions on there, just because, you know, there isn't really all of the space to say everything that I want to say. First question is how to motivate yourself in December. I'm finding it so hard. Motivation is definitely fleeting, and motivation to me is just not something that you should really be relying on to get you to go and do shit. Now, with this being like a fitness Q&A box, I'm going to assume this is about like getting yourself to the gym and stuff. The single best thing that helps me in winter, and this is something that I started paying attention to when I was at uni because I watched a TED talk, I believe it was Mel Robbins, and it's something to do with like the 5-second rule, the 3-second rule, something like that. Basically, the premise of this is apparently it takes your brain about 5 seconds to talk you out of doing something. So let's say you're an early morning trainer, which I definitely was when I was at uni, but I've always found this time of year when it's colder and it's darker a lot harder to kind of stick to things, and to kind of get myself out of bed is a lot harder than it is during the summer. So I watched this TED talk and she's basically saying, yeah, it takes your brain about 5 seconds to talk you out of doing something. So for example, if you find that you always snooze your alarm for the gym and you don't just get up and go, start as soon as your alarm goes off, stand up out of bed. Stand up out of bed, go and brush your teeth, do that number one, because as soon as you've gotten up and got moving, you'll know this if you've needed like a piss in the middle of the night and you've got up out of bed. Sometimes when you get back into bed, it can be really hard to get back to sleep. So just standing up, this 5-second rule genuinely changed my life, especially when it comes to the colder months. Obviously we're in December at the moment, and it is harder to get up. Obviously not everyone trains on a morning, so that's not going to be relevant for everyone. What I always say to clients, and I could actually do like a whole video on this if you're interested, is building habits and a routine will serve you far better in your fitness journey than relying on motivation. Motivation is a very fleeting feeling. It's not something that you should be relying on. I don't rely on it. I cannot remember the last time I felt genuinely like motivated to go and train. I don't really get motivated. It's just because it's such a habit. and a routine of mine that even in those periods where I'm maybe not feeling as energized about life, I can still go and get shit done because I have those habits and I have those routines. Now, if people want a whole video on like behaviour change, how it works, habits, routines, how to build habits and routines, then let me know, because I can definitely do that. But the Mel Robbins 5-second rule, I think, for getting shit done when you really can't be arsed, is a really, 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 really good place to start. Because once you start, that momentum of just starting something, you'll know it with anything. Like if you're a student, I know when I was at uni, I'd put off doing my assignments, doing my essays, and then as soon as I started, it's like I was on a roll. So that getting that momentum and just getting started with something is going to help a lot. And that Mel Robbins TED Talk helped me so much. I think it was a TED Talk. I'll leave it linked below if I can find it. Okay, question number 2. I really am not happy with my body fat percentage, but I also really want to grow muscle, cut or bulk. This is a really, well, based off what you've said here and the context given, this is a really easy answer for me. Whenever I get a client who comes to me for coaching who has muscle growth goals, but they also have like quite a bit of body fat that they want to lose, I always recommend that we lose the body fat first. So I would recommend that you go with a small deficit first and lose the body fat, so cut first and then go into like maintenance or like a small surplus to focus on your growth. Just because if you're not all, and this is something that I really try and be like transparent about, if you are not happy with your body fat percentage at the starting point of a bulk, bearing in mind it's very mentally taxing anyway, it can be really, really difficult seeing your body fat percentage go up during even the leanest of bulks. You are going to gain fat. It's not like this social media thing where you can put on all the mass on the ass and you'll never gain an ounce of fat. That's like god tier genetic. You are going to gain body fat and it's going to be mentally difficult, and it's going to be even harder for you to do that and to commit to this growth phase properly, which you need to commit a good amount of time to, like a good amount of months, not weeks, we're talking months. And it's going to be very hard for you to commit to that if you're not happy with your body fat percentage at the start of it, because it just makes it so much harder. So I would always say to try and get your body fat percentage down to a point that you are comfortable with, or at least happier with, and then go ahead and try going into a growth phase. Doing it the other way around, I've tried it with people before when they've been like, no, this is really what I want to do, and we try it, and about a few weeks into the bulk they're like, oh, I actually feel really uncomfortable, can we diet first? So take it from me, with a little bit of experience working with people, do the cut first. Advice for balancing a workout, in brackets push pull etc, with compounds, accessories, reps, drop sets etc. Basically when to do what and how much. Lol, the jargon can be a lot. The jargon can be a lot, and there's a lot of information on the internet, and there's also a lot of misinformation on the internet. However, this question is so meaty, I could do a whole video, and I have actually done whole videos on how to structure workouts, so I'm going to leave those linked down below. Drop sets, that's just a training system. You don't have to do drop sets, it's just a training system that you can throw in. I mean, I wouldn't recommend that you're doing drop sets on every single day of the week or on every single movement. It's very taxing. Doing a drop set properly, which was a humbling experience, which I learned on my PT course. I thought I knew how to do a drop set. No. Kevin humbled me. With a drop set, you are going to failure on every set before you drop that weight. If you haven't reached failure, you're not dropping that weight yet. It's a very taxing thing to do, so I wouldn't recommend doing things like that every single day or multiple times in a session. It can be very, very, very intense. Compounds first, as always, in terms of your structure of your workout. Compounds first, then accessories. It depends how many times you're training a week, how many movements you're going to put in a session. So again, that's a really difficult question to answer. But to the girl who asked me this question, just DM me on Instagram and tell me what you're currently doing, and I'll try and help you a bit more, because that question is very hard to give a succinct answer to. It's quite difficult. Hi Angel. Hi. Any tips for targeting more glutes in the RDLs? I feel like this tip has been done to death, but it is very, very true. A slight more bend in the knee when you're hip hinging. Now this isn't like a full-blown squat, it just means bend your knees ever so slightly more. And also something that I know from myself and from working with clients and doing form checks and stuff, it's very what's the right word? It's very common for people to exceed their range of motion in an RDL because they think the deeper you get, the more range of motion, the better. But if you exceed your range of motion, you'll notice that your hips aren't moving any further back, and you're just bending forwards now. Your hips aren't coming any further back, so you're not getting any more glute range or glute engagement in that portion of the movement because you've already exceeded that range of motion. You're just now bending forward at the hip and then you're bringing your lower back into it. So that would be another tip. Make sure that you push your hips back as far as they can go and then you come back up. You don't need to go down any further than that. Even if the bar is like just below the knee, that is completely fine. That's normally kind of how it works for me. So yeah, those would be my main tips for that. How to build my damn squat, being stuck on the same weight for ages, can't seem to progress. Girl, same. My body is just not best built for squatting. It doesn't really work. But there are ways around it. It's quite common, I've spoken about this on a TikTok recently, I think it was TikTok. It's quite common as girls, you know, we typically get into the gym with like a super hip thrust focus, kind of glute focus. We want to grow our glutes, so we'll really focus on our hip thrusts and we'll get super strong on them because we're doing them like 3 times a week in different, you know, rep ranges, different variations, working on like pulses at the top, working on like, you know, calf bridges, and then the other day doing full-blown hip thrusts. And we'll do them like 3 times a week. A lot of girls will hip thrust 3 times a week, but we would never consider doing some kind of squat builder or some kind of way to work on your squat technique 3 times a week. I'm not saying you have to do it 3 times a week, but if you are only squatting once a week at the moment and you've either identified that, you know, for example, it could be that you get stuck in the hole and you can't get back up and your strength and power just isn't there at the bottom of the squat, so you could try incorporating things like pause squats another day in the week, or you could do box squats to work on this, but try including I'm assuming we'll talk about back squats here, 2 kind of back squat variations a week. So maybe one day you'll be focusing purely on like your strength and trying to get it up, and then the other day you might be doing something to work on helping your technique. So you might be doing super slow tempo squats or pause squats or box squats, but they're all going to help to build up the movement, but please don't feel any kind of way about that, because I'm the exact same. Like, I'm a hypocrite. My squat is something that I really want to work on, yet I will do it once a week, and I know from my years of training that that is not enough for me to be progressing on my squat. But then it's like, I don't want to sacrifice other things in the week because volume wise I'm going to have to sacrifice somewhere. So it's kind of like a trade-off thing. But if a squat is something that you are really wanting to focus on and increase, and you've just hit like a complete plateau with it, if you're not already doing it more than once a week, do it more than once a week. Another question is, what supplements do you take? So the supplements that I take is protein powder if I need it that day. I've not taken protein powder in like 2 weeks now because I've just not been needing it. I've been getting more than enough protein from my diet, so I've not been taking any protein really recently, but protein is something that I will take. And creatine is something that I take every single day, 3 to 5 grams a day. I normally just take mine before bed. You don't have to take it pre-workout. It's not a pre-workout. It doesn't really matter too much when you take it, as long as you're taking it every single day. And they are the only supplements that I use, and they're the only supplements that I really recommend. I do get asked sometimes on Instagram why I don't work with a supplement brand, and this isn't me saying I never will, because maybe at some point I will, but for me, like, the offers that I've been given from certain supplement brands, like in the contracts you really do have to push supplements, which makes sense because that's the product they're selling and that's what they want you to sell. I personally wouldn't want to work with a brand unless they gave me more like freedom with the contract when it comes to supplements, because I know a lot of my audience are like beginners or just getting into the gym and they don't need supplements pushing on them. So I don't want to be sat there saying, oh, you need this and you need that and you need this. It's just a bit much. And even for like you know, someone a bit more advanced, you don't need supplements. They're not like a must. They're not something that you have to have. So yeah, if anyone else on here was wondering that, that's the reason why the contracts are normally quite, you have to be quite pushy with the supplements, and you have to push like a range of products. You know, there's things like BCAAs that people really like you to push, and I'm just not going to push something which for 99% of people is completely pointless. I know some people that work with supplement brands will say like, oh, I take BCAAs and they're, you know, they're a really nice water flavourer. I'm not going to be telling people that follow me to pay £25 for a tub of something to flavour their water when they can go to like Morrison's and get a Robinson squeezy for like £1. I'm just not comfortable doing that. There is one other supplement that I do have, which I've also been asked about, so I'm kind of going to merge these questions together. Do greens work? Now, I do own greens. I don't take them every single day. I take them on days where my micronutrients are just not looking good. It's not looking good, prep. You know, I've forgotten to put micronutrient dense foods in my diet, basically. Now, that's not that often, but sometimes that does happen, and I will take greens as a way to supplement with that. Now, greens can never, just in my opinion, my thoughts about food, greens can never replace actually eating veg and fruit. I just don't think, you know, that should be the case. Any like doctor will tell you multivitamins, great, but ideally you want to be trying to get those vitamins from your diet, from your food. Just the way our bodies work, that's the better way to go about it. However, life's not perfect, and some days, do you know what, actually the greens that I have are from Protein Works, and it's like a tropical flavour, and they actually taste nice. They don't taste like ass, so I don't mind drinking them, and I will have them on days where my veggies are a little bit on the lower side. Also in greens, obviously it depends which ones you get. It's quite common for there to be things in there that you wouldn't probably find like in the supermarket, and they probably have micronutrients that are a bit more diverse sometimes. So sometimes greens are good, obviously it depends on the ingredient list. In terms of the question of do greens work, the answer is how long is a piece of string, because it's such a hard question to answer because it depends what context this person has asked me this question in. You know, if they're asking do greens work in the way that they're being marketed, in my opinion, no. And the greens marketing, I'm just gonna talk really frankly here. The marketing for greens really pisses me off. Bailey spoke about this on her Instagram story the other day, and I completely agreed with what she said. The marketing around, they're not like an inherently bad supplement, but the marketing around them, I cannot stand it. So first of all, you've got like gut health TikTok telling you that this is going to cure your gut health. Now, what could be giving someone gut issues is very, very, very individual. Greens are full of fibre, and for some people, having that extra fibre in their diet is going to fuck up their gut health even more. So parading these around as like this gut health holy whatever that's going to completely cure you and rid you of all your gut health problems is so inaccurate, because what gut health problems do you have? Yes, if you have gut health problems where you need a bit more fibre and you need the things that are in this supplement, it could help you. I'm not negating that, but parading it around as like this gut health cure is a bit stupid to me, and I'm not such a difficult topic to navigate around because most people don't have the money to be, you know, putting themselves through all the tests and reaching out for. You will often, if you're having really bad gut problems, need to go private. In the UK in particular, gut health and like all that sort of stuff, it tends to be something people would get more private help for. Now, that's expensive and people do not have the funds for that. So feel like a bit of a cunt sat here being like, you need to seek professional help if you've got gut health issues, because I know how hard it is and how expensive it can be. But if you have the means to do so and you have genuine issues with your gut or genuine concerns around your gut health, please seek professional help rather than just blindly buying these greens because everyone's telling you that they're gonna cure your gut issues, because gut issues, like I've said, it's so specific to the individual, your current diet, your current lifestyle, and greens could really help one person and really fuck up another person. So I also really hate that everything to do with greens is to do with like having a flat stomach and getting rid of bloating, because I spoke about this on Instagram recently, but a lot of the like bloating content that I see around greens, just to me, looks like someone with a full stomach at the end of the day. That's not bloating, that's a full stomach, and that's something that you're never going to get rid of unless you just don't eat through the day. And even then, like, I get bloated when I don't eat, so that wouldn't really work. I do actually get genuinely bloated when I don't eat. You know, bloating is a sign, like, it's hard, it's painful, it's really uncomfortable, you can't suck it in. That's a sign that you've actually probably eaten something that's irritated you, or there's something going on, you might be super stressed. All that sort of stuff can impact bloating, but bloating and like a full stomach at the end of the day are often, in my opinion, two things that get very confused and mixed up. And like the whole marketing around greens about like, oh, it helps with your bloating and your gut health and flat stomach, yay. And I just think we're selling people a dream, because, you know, unless you like got really, really, really good genetics, your stomach's not really gonna stay flat all day. Mine doesn't stay flat all day. Mine is flat like on a morning. That's it. As soon as I like sip water, drink coffee, eat food, my stomach doesn't look flat anymore. But that's fine, because I'm a living, breathing, eating, functioning organism. My entire being doesn't revolve around how flat my stomach looks. So yeah, to answer the question of do greens work, in the way that they're being currently marketed by most people, no. It really depends whether they're going to work for you or not. Like I said, ideally, you want to be seeking like a professional opinion on this. Someone else has said thoughts on Pilates. I don't have an issue with Pilates. I do find it kind of funny that people who have been lifting for like, you know, 5-6 years and have built a shit ton of muscle mass and have now started going to Pilates and in conjunction eating in a calorie deficit, and now saying that all their progress is from Pilates, because it's not. You've just lost a bit of body fat and lost a bit of size and revealed the muscle that you've been building in the gym under heavy resistance for the past 5-6 years. I'm not saying Pilates doesn't work. It definitely does work. Like, you are basically resistance training. It is a form of resistance training. It depends on what your goals are. I have no issues with people doing Pilates. I actually want to try it because apparently it's very humbling, and I love to humble myself. So I actually want to try it, and I probably will try it in the new year. If people want me to like vlog the experience, let me know, because I don't mind, but I don't have an issue with it. I do think there's some quite interesting topics around Pilates coming in, and like long, lean bodies coming back in, but that's a whole video in itself. Okay, one more question, because it's 10:30 and I need to go to therapy at 11 AM. So, feel like I'm not progressing with growth. I've been bulking for 3 months now. This is a good question to end on. It's a good question to end on. I explain this to people all the time, and full disclaimer here, I am part of the problem, because I will get clients with very good genetics who achieve insane progress within 3 months, and then I'll post it because I'm so proud of them and they look amazing and I want to share their progress with people. And that's not the reality for the majority. You know, having an insane growth thing in 3 months is really not the reality. Newbies, sometimes yes, but also take that with a pinch of salt, because there still will be newbies who are like super hard gainers, and even though they've got the, you know, the newbie gains on their side, it's going to be really, really hard for them to grow. So it's going to take 3 months, longer than 3 months even for some newbies. So, you know, if you're newer to the gym, you're going to get a much quicker, generally speaking, bit of growth and some progress. The longer you've been training, obviously I don't have any context on how long you have been training, so I don't know. The longer you've been training, the harder it gets. You know, the longer it's going to take for you to see a big difference in growth, because you're getting closer to that like genetic potential. You're getting closer to the amount of muscle that you can naturally build, and you know, that's when people might start using PEDs. I'm not promoting doing that. I don't use them. I never will use them, but that is a reality of people on social media. So when you see these massive influencers still making insane progress in such short periods of time, and they've been lifting for years, it might be a sign that something's awry, or they've got a little bit of help, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah, just to set the context on progress, it's not the majority who get these insane 3-month transformations. Algorithms favour huge transformations in short spaces of time because it's like, wow, shocking, amazing. So that kind of content, those TikToks will get pushed out more, those Instagram posts will get pushed out more. Influencers who have these insane transformations in short periods of time, again, the genetic, like 1-2%, so they get pushed out. But because this is all we see, because it gets pushed out more, we think that's the reality for most people. I can tell you from coaching girls, it's not the reality for most people. And for most people, you're looking at a very long time, longer than 3 months, to see like significant growth, especially if you've been lifting for a long time. So to feel like you're not progressing with growth 3 months in, you know, provided you know your nutrition's on point, your protein is there, you're training hard, you're progressively overloading, you are recovering properly between your sessions, you're taking rest days, you're looking after your body, you know, progressing in the gym, like I said. If you're doing all that, you will be making progress. How long it's going to take is going to depend on the person. Some people can have super fast transformations, and some people just don't have the genetics for muscle growth. Like for me personally, I do not have good genetics for muscle growth. The genetic that I have helped me to get the body that I do have, but I don't have super speedy genetics for muscle growth. I'm not like this genetic god when it comes to muscle growth. So I really do sympathise with, you know, people who don't get these super fast transformations, because I certainly do not get super fast transformations with myself ever. So on average, I've said this so many times on my channel, it's women can gain up to, and the key here is up to, a pound of muscle a month. Now if we're looking at 3 months, that's up to 3 pounds of muscle gained in 3 months. That might not be, you know, some people will be genetic outliers and they'll gain much more, but that's highly likely probably not going to look, you know, significantly different. I always say to people 6 months minimum for a bulking phase. This doesn't mean that you can't do like mini cuts between, or if you could even do like a bulk technically for a year, just with like every like 3 months maybe do like a little mini cut just to keep you comfortable, because bulking is really mentally difficult, and I'd never suggest anyone do it for a whole year unless you're super mentally strong, because it can be really, really difficult. You know, taking that, you know, up to a pound of muscle a month into context, it's no wonder that you might not have seen like an insane amount of growth within 3 months. You've got to be patient with these things. I was listening to a podcast the other day that said it takes the average lifter 10 years of properly training to reach an amount of muscle mass that they are happy with. So do not be beating yourself up 3 months in for not being where you want to be yet, because it's highly likely that you're not going to be where you want to be yet. It takes a lot of people 10 years to put on an amount of muscle that they're happy with. So don't be stressing for being 3 months into a bulk and not have made like insane progress. Everything aside that I said about the transformations you see, there's also lighting can make things look very different. The angle photos are taken at can make things look very different. The clothes that people are wearing can make things look very different. The poses that people are making can make that people are doing can make a transformation look a lot more dramatic than it actually is. And that's not to take away from people's hard work. It's just to tell you guys to take the things that you're seeing on social media, especially in those short time frames with insane amounts of growth, with a pinch of salt, because it's not like that for the majority. I'm telling you, I've worked with a lot of women. It's not like that for the majority. You're looking at committing to this 6 months minimum. I would say give yourself another 3 months and let me know. But if that was your question, please message me on Instagram, because I'd love to like check that we've got everything in order first, just to make sure that you are ticking the boxes that you need to be ticking to progress. But if you're doing all that, the only other thing you need to give yourself is a bit of time and a bit of patience. Okay, I think I'm going to leave that little fitness Q&A here. I think this is going to be probably my shortest video I've uploaded in a while, so love that for us. If you want me to do more like sat down fitness Q&As, let me know, because I feel like it's easier to get a more in-depth answer across doing it this way than always doing it on Instagram. If you've got any questions about anything I've said, leave them down below. Anything I've mentioned throughout that you want to add your 2 cents, leave it below. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, because it massively, massively, massively helps me out. Subscribe if you want to and you haven't already, and I will see you in the next video. Happy Christmas, by the way, because I think this is going to be my last video before Christmas. So, Merry Christmas and a very, very, very Happy New Year. Yeah. Bye.
Shut your little fat nerd ass, lord ass. I think y'all should go to hell.
During work from a television camera, is that compelling to you, or are you persuaded by that argument? The reason why I'm not super persuaded is especially, it's mostly because of the trend. Recently, we were kind of drawn into it. We were negotiating, we were having negotiations. If you take apart status gold as we were working on negotiating a corporate law, you could say it was a panned out. You can say that maybe there was we about to collapse, but we were still in active negotiations. And yet Israel launches Operation Rising Lion to go in and strike Iran while we're mid negotiation. How many of you guys would say you think Israel got us into that conflict? Would say yes.
I'm more so as a voucher. I'm not fully going to say whether or not we would be involved in that conflict.
Saw the prosperity we would unleash if we joined the conflict. That's a deeply weird way of phrasing that. And even with Hamas or Iran, these nations have sworn to destroy and annihilate the nation of Israel, right? At what point does it become, given the context, at what point are we going to be okay, or we've never been okay, with the U.S. defending Israel's right to exist and essentially saying, all of Iraq really, first and foremost, does have a right to exist, they have a right to defend themselves. That's not my issue with it. I think the most given analogy is that our house is burning down, and so is our neighbors, and we're trying to put their fire out before we put ours out. That's kind of how I view it. So when you find out, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but when you find out that our basically every year we send about almost $4 billion to Israel, does that make you upset, or do you understand it given that they're under sort of crisis ongoing? I would say upset, and the amount over since 19 billion adjusted to inflation. And I'd say that I can think of multiple things that we could have spent at home that would have been a better allocation of our tax or dollars. I would love, right, for some of these, younger conservatives to say specifically what do they think those tax dollars should be funded on, right? I would love like a specific
This year, we're not doing this whole, I'm going to do X, Y, Z, and they're not doing it, because you are literally telling yourself in doing that you're not capable and you're someone who doesn't follow through on things, and we don't want to be that person. Hello, I feel like this is going to be my first video of the year, so Happy New Year, guys. Happy 2023, and to kick off the year, I'm going to do a slightly different video today, but I feel like I want you to get your iPad, if you've got one, your laptop, your phone, piece of paper. You don't need anything jazzy for this video, but I thought it'd be nice if we could do like our 2023 goals together, I have already done my vision board video. I've made my vision board basically, and I was going to leave it to do that on video. However, I am a paranoid weirdo. I feel like if you're going to do a vision board video, you kind of need to share absolutely everything that you put in on it and show people exactly how to make it. So I believe in evil eye, so I didn't want to do that. Not that I think any of you guys would be wishing bad on me, but I'm just very weird about that sort of stuff. In the words of Michael Scott, I'm not superstitious, but I'm lustitious. So in this video, I will explain to you, first of all, how to make a vision board. I'll show you a little bit of mine. And I'll explain how I make one, so you can either make a vision board whilst we're doing this video, or you can do your goals with me, because that's what I'm going to be doing with you guys as I go through in this video. Now, same thing again, I'm probably not going to say specifics about goals, but I'm going to guide you through how to make good goals. I do goals a little differently to how some people might do it, and I'll explain that in this video. But yeah, I really want to do this video, and I want all you guys to make your goals at the same time as me for this year, just because I have always been an avid goal writer, and last year I didn't write any goals, and I feel like last year, respectfully, was a shit show. Like, last year was a really, really, really hard year for me. It's really weird because so many amazing things happened, but at the same time, I feel like I just wasn't focused at all. Did you actually know, fun fact of the day, you are 42% more likely to achieve your goals just by writing them down. So this year we are writing goals down, but I'll get onto that in a second. So the other day I made my vision board. How I make my vision board is basically I use Pinterest, and I have a thing like a specific folder called like vision board on there, and I go through and I save quotes or pictures, quotes and pictures basically of things that represent what I want in my year. So an example of that would be, I searched in Pinterest, I searched for a picture of keys, apartment keys, house keys, because this year I really want it to be the year that I get my hands on my first property. So I put that on my vision board. And then like quote wise, some people like to just fill their vision board with quotes, which is fine, but I just like to pick like 1 or 2 maximum. So I have got another one on here, but the one I'm going to share with you is, don't spend another year doing the same shit, because I feel like last year I was really in my flop era. I just feel like I didn't fucking do anything last year, and I'm so annoyed with myself. I did do things, but I feel like I know I could have been so much more focused and pushed myself so much more. And last year I turned into that person, which I absolutely fucking hate, of being that person that's like, oh, I'm gonna do X, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and I didn't do it. And to me, telling yourself I'm going to do this and then not doing it, not following through on it, or not even attempting to do it, because sometimes you will just flop at something, like that is life. We need to embrace the failures. I fail, everyone fails at things in their life. But the more that you tell yourself, oh, I'm going to do X thing, or I'm going to, so let's say you say, oh, I'm going to go to the gym 3 times next week, and you keep saying that and then you don't do it, you are just telling yourself that you're not capable, when that's not true. We're all way more capable of doing shit than we think. So no more of that this year, which is why I picked the main quote for my vision board of being, don't spend another year doing the same shit, because I can't have another year like last year. I feel like the lighting's about to go very questionable. I might actually have to move this. Should we move over here? Sorry, I just need to change because of the lighting. But yeah, this year we're not doing this whole, I'm going to do X, Y, Z, and then not doing it, because you are literally telling yourself in doing that that you're not capable and you're someone who doesn't follow through on things. And we don't want to be that person. I hate being that person, and I really hate that I turned into that person last year. So we're not doing any more of that this year. So that's why I picked that quote. So I basically get all the pictures together, all the quotes together, and then I like to use Canva. Now if you go on Canva and you search vision board, there are templates you can use. However, I don't actually really like to use the templates, because I just feel like they're a bit, you can only fit like 6 pictures on there, and like I've got probably about 20 pictures on mine. So I just basically pick a size document that's either like my iPad background or my phone background, and then I start putting pictures in, and I will also write words just to like even further like remind myself of the specificity of how we want the year to be. So yeah, I mean, I've just shown you like a few little examples. Is obviously I've got the key and the apartment. I put a picture of a bed on there, and I wrote peace because I want a peaceful year. I want next year to be about peace. I also did that, but that's a secret. And yeah, so that's how I make my vision board. Like I said, if you want to use this video to do your vision board, that is completely fine. But now, guys, I want us to do our goals together. I normally like to write this down physically in a planner. However, I haven't bought a planner for this year yet because I haven't found one that I really, really love. So planner recommendations, please. If it helps, I really like the one that Patricia Bright did, the Break. That planner was so good. So something along those lines, where I can write goals down, write yearly goals, then monthly goals, and then also I like it to have like a diary in it as well. So because I don't have that to do it, I'm going to do it on my iPad, but you can grab a piece of paper. If you do have an iPad, I'm going to use Concepts, which is what I used to do like design sketchwork, but I'm basically going to do a big, I don't want it in black, that's boring. I'm basically going to do a mind map. So I'm going to mind map my goals, and I'm going to split it into different categories. So let me pick a colour. Ooh. This colour wheel is so good. Look at how many colours there are. Highly recommend Concept if you do like sketch work, or you just want colours. The start of our mind map. I actually got my coaching clients to do this. Some of them did such aesthetically pleasing ones, but for me, this is kind of like a first draft, and then when you guys hopefully give me a really good planner recommendation, I'm gonna write them in the planner because I like having things down on actual paper rather than digital when it comes to goals. Vision board's fine because I like having them as my backgrounds, but yeah, I'm gonna write this thing down. But yeah, I'm not going to bother about making mine too like aesthetic because I'm hoping when I have a planner I can do the aesthetic version. This is basically a draft, but if you want to do your aesthetic version at this point, you are more than welcome to. So we've got 2023 in the middle. I like to split my goals into different categories, and the categories that you're going to have are very much going to depend on what's important to you. So I'm going to split it into, I've put fitness goals, I'm going to put personal, I'm going to put, what else am I going to do? I'm going to put financial, I'm going to put business, and I kind of feel like they're the categories that I want to have. So we've got fitness, financial, personal and business. And they'll kind of be like subcategories within each one. So like my fitness one might be split into like the nutrition side of things, or like the performance side of things versus like the aesthetic side of things. And people will tell you to write SMART goals, which I do definitely agree with, especially, for example, if one of your goals this year is to lose weight. Just saying you want to lose weight isn't a very good goal because it's just not specific enough. It's just a little bit too loosey. So SMART goals are specific, measurable, attainable, relevant and time-based. So a better example, if you're one of your fitness goals, let's say you sat down now and you're thinking, oh, I want to lose some weight this year, or even if you want to gain weight, you're going to be specific about it. So you're going to say how much weight you want to lose, then you are going to write how much weight you want to lose by. So do you want to lose 4 pounds by the end of February? If that's a goal, write that down. And then you're going to write down like how are you going to know when you've reached that goal. So for example, if it is weight, you're going to be weighing yourself, or if it's measurements, you're going to be measuring yourself. If it's, and then you're also going to be able to break that down into how you're going to achieve that. So let's say you want to lose 4 pounds by the end of February. Let's say on average 4 weeks in a month, that's 8 weeks. So in order to achieve that goal, you need to be losing on average 0.5 pounds per week in January and February. Yes, I think I've done the maths right there. So that's an example of a better goal than just saying I want to lose weight. So some of my goals, I do them smart goals, but I will be honest, I don't always do smart goals when it comes to planning my entire year, just because I am very much a person like aim for the moon, is it the phrase? Aim for the moon and fall amongst the stars. Like, I like to write some pretty big goals, and I know that some people say that's a really bad idea, but for me, it's not necessarily about hitting that specific goal. It's about the intentions that kind of sets me on, because I have such a big goal. So even if I don't achieve that goal, aim for the moon, fall amongst the stars, falling amongst the stars and ending up somewhat closer to it doesn't dishearten me. But if you are someone who's going to get disheartened by that sort of stuff, I definitely recommend that you stick with SMART goals. But for me personally, I don't always do every single goal as a SMART goal. So I feel like fitness goals are low-key boring, and just, I do have fitness goals, but I feel like personal, financial and business are my kind of priority areas this year. My fitness is a huge priority area as well, but I feel like I really want to pour into my personal and business life. So personal one, like I said, I'm not going to share every single goal with you guys because I'm just not, but I feel like maybe if I talk you through a couple, it might spark some ideas. So one personal goal that I do have is to continue with therapy. I started therapy a few months ago and it's been life-changing. I had my first session of the year yesterday, again, amazing. I'm not going to sit here and say it's all sunshine and rainbows with therapy, because it's not. It is actually really hard. Everyone told me that before I went, but I just thought, yeah, this is going to make me better, and it is making me better, but it's also very, very hard. But that's something that's a long-term commitment for me and something that I want to keep up with. It's helped me tremendously. Maybe I will at some point go into the reasons why I go to therapy and talking about it a bit more, but for now, yeah, all we need to know is one of my personal goals is to continue with therapy. Financial, financial, okay, financial goal, start investing money. So I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be real. I have been self-employed for, this will be my 3rd year now. I have not invested any money. I've not been spaffing it all up the wall. It's all just sitting, well, everything other than what I spend. It's all just sitting in a savings account, which is good. It's good to have some money in your savings account because you need it there for easy access. Like some investment things, you kind of need to accept that you're not going to touch that money for a few years. Could be 5-10 years. Sometimes with investments you need to ride out the dips, so you can't put all your money in investments. You do need to have some in savings, but all my money is in savings. The interest rate is shit, and I feel like, especially over the last year with things getting more expensive, I've noticed that my savings just isn't going up how I want it to anymore. And that's not because I'm not saving enough, it's because I feel like everything's just rising to meet what I'm saving, and I feel like a hamster stuck in a wheel. So starting investing my money this year is something that I really, really, really want to do. I think, let me write down, I think one thing that I definitely want to do is a Vanguard stocks and shares ISA. They're not super high risk. There's risk with any investment. I'm not a financial advisor, but they're not as high risk as other ways of investing. Like I said on my vision board, I've got my property, so let's write that down for personal, on first property. So that is another form of investment as well. But yeah, I want to start investing my money this year. Business, there's a couple different things that I want to do this year, one of which is people have been asking me about this, but I feel like it's not enough people for it to, like, you know, hit straight away. But I feel like my YouTube didn't hit straight away. I feel like I just need to just start it. But I have wanted to do a podcast for a while, and people have been asking me to do one. And I feel like I have so much to talk about the fitness industry. It really would be a mishmash of a podcast, so please tell me, like, sound off in the comments if you think this is a terrible idea, because it would be a mishmash. But I want to talk about, like, the fitness industry, what it's like working in the fitness industry, the influencer industry, social media, therapy, lessons I've learned from therapy, what it's like being more of a introverted person, and the things I've learned about, like, the power of being more of an introverted person, which is also, I have that, like, totally therapy to thank for that. Yeah, I feel like that's the kind of road I want to go down. I will also do, like, some purely fitness ones about, like, training tips and all that sort of stuff, but I kind of just want it to be a place where, because you guys say that you love my long videos, but you can't obviously take a video out with you on, like, a walk, because it's just not fucking practical. You're gonna burn through your data. So I think this year I'm gonna write it. I want to start a podcast. I would love to have, like, guests on as well. Like, that would be so fun. Yeah, I need to come up with a name though. So if anyone's got any name suggestions, please message me on Instagram or even comment them down below. But that's a business goal. Another business goal for me is to start. This is something I've wanted to do for so fucking long, and this is something that's been really, I've been pissing myself off with it, because I keep telling myself, oh, I'm going to start this then, I'm going to start this then, and I'm just not starting, because I'm telling myself, oh, I need to do X, Y, Z before I can start. And I know from my coaching business, you just have to start. Like, if you keep telling yourself, oh, I need to do this, this, this and this before I start, obviously within reason, you need to have, like, for example, money before you can start, but I have saved up enough money to be able to start it now, which I suppose is kind of investing in myself, so it kind of ties back to financial. But I know if you just keep telling yourself, oh, I can't start until I've got X, you're never going to start. And when I was doing samples with Christian, and I actually messaged him to wish him a happy new year and say thanks for the opportunities, because I didn't say this to him because I feel like it's super, like, soppy, but in those few hours, like, just the vibes, first of all, 10 out of 10, but second of all, like, the conversations we had, and he was saying to me, you know, you're such a detail-oriented person. He could have been just blowing smoke up my ass and not being serious, and he could just say this to everyone, but he was like, you're a very detail-oriented person. You've got such, like, a keen eye for things. I've not really met anyone that's kind of on my level, as in on his level with it, but he said I'm, like, very, very, very much there. And he was like, you know, you should do physical product, like, it would be such a waste if you didn't, because you could create something really, really good. And for someone who was doubting themselves so much last year, telling themselves all this negative self-talk, which I have recently opened up about, it was just a tough year for me, like, internally. That conversation and just, like, feeling seen and feeling heard has helped my confidence so much, and it's really pushed me to just say fuck it, I'm going to start the process of that this year. So I'm not promising we're going to have physical product this year, because if there's one thing about me, I'm going to have to get this right, because I can't sit and roast ALPHALETE and then release something that is subpar. I can't do that. Also, I don't want to release something that's subpar, so I'm putting it out there. I'm going to really start the processes of working on that, because obviously sampling and things can take a long time. But yeah, do you know what? I'm going to add another category, guys, because I'm going to put social media, because it's kind of tied to business, but it's kind of like 50-50 for me. It's business, but it's also like something, I'm just a social media user. So one of my main social media goals is to curate a feed that is positive to me. So I opened up yesterday on Instagram about what 2022 was like for me, because last year, other than in Thailand, where there was just opportunities to get good pictures, and I was like, I can't miss out on these opportunities. Like, these pictures would look so good, and I like just had all these ideas when I was in Thailand for pictures and stuff. But other than that, and the odd selfie here and there, the odd photo dump, I pretty much took a year off posting on my Instagram main feed, and that is because I can't blame it on social media, because the way that you use social media will impact your relationship with social media. But I really struggled with like the wider fitness industry last year on social media. I really struggled with it. I had a really hard year, body image wise, self-worth wise. I didn't want to film workouts anymore. Like, I felt like I didn't look like I had enough muscle. I just felt a way I've never felt before. Like, I've never felt that shit about myself and what I had to offer. Like, I'd think of these posts and then I'd be like, does anyone even care? Like, I'd talk myself out of posting stuff. And I feel like it's because of the feed that I'd kind of curated. So this year I want to be really intentional about who I follow, what kind of content I'm consuming, making sure that when I'm on TikTok, because for me TikTok is a really bad one in terms of, like, TikTok just, it's always the extremes. It's like the flattest of stomachs with the biggest of bums, and everything's just so extreme, like the roundest of hips with the tiniest of waists, and I'm just not built like that. I've definitely got the small waist and I do have a bum, but I'm not built in terms of like being super like rounded in the hip region, if that makes sense. Yeah, I feel like I need to be more intentional. Like, when I'm going through TikTok now, I've already started doing it, so that's a good sign. If there's stuff that I just find that's just making me feel rubbish, you can hold down on the video and click not interested, so I have started doing that. Following people that look like me, it sounds stupid, but like, you don't want a social media feed full of people that look nothing like you. You can do, but if you're the kind of person who is going to go down the kind of rabbit hole of like comparison and all that sort of stuff, it's not healthy to follow people who look nothing like you and that you just can't relate to. Like, it's just not healthy. So yeah, filling my feed with good people, good vibes, good energy and positive content is a massive goal for this year. Consistency, I feel like that's going to be my word for the year in terms of social media. YouTube is a massive one for me this year. I really want to focus on my YouTube because I love it. It's my favourite platform by a mile. I feel like everything's just better on YouTube. It's my favourite platform. I just love it. I love long form, which is kind of why I'm toying with the podcast thing. So yeah. Consistency is going to be a big one for me with my social media pages this year. Instagram, I have decided, do you know what, fuck it, like, I'm just going to post as consistently as I can. I'm not tying myself into, you know, posting something every single day. Probably will be on stories every single day, but I'm not tying myself into that. Like, workout content is something that I really want to get back into. I just want to post helpful content. I'm going to film a video actually about the fitness industry and my struggles with it this year, and just kind of sound off about how I've been feeling about it. So stay tuned for that, because that might explain a bit more. But let's go back to business. Coaching. I just want to continue to nurture my client base and provide as much value as possible with my coaching, because up to this point I've been absorbing the costs with my coaching, and I'm starting to realise I'm never going to reach certain goals if I keep absorbing said costs. I need to factor them into my pricing. I'm already on like the lowest end of pricing for coaching, which I've been coaching for 3 years. I just don't like putting my prices up because I want it to be accessible for everyone. However, if I am going to put my prices up to mean that I'm not totally absorbing those costs anymore, because I've done it for 3 years and it's not a sustainable way to run a business, let's just put it that way. So I'm going to kind of have to factor that into my pricing this year, but I will be damned if I put my pricing up without adding any extra value. So I really want to add as much value as possible to my coaching this year. If you are thinking of signing up with me, I'm not going to put it up by a crazy amount. I just need to work out the costs I'm currently absorbing and make sure it's properly reflected in the pricing, because it's, at the moment, it's not. It's, yeah, my accountant is probably going to have some form of attack. So yeah, that's a goal for this year, just nurture my clients, add in as much value as possible. From a fitness perspective, one of my new goals this year is to try new things. So this year, I kind of want to try, I definitely want to try out Pilates. Don't worry guys, I'm not going to turn into that person who's like, oh, Pilates got me my dream body, and ignore the fact of being weightlifting for years. I'm still going to be weightlifting, weight training, that will always be my bread and butter. I love it, but I want to try different ways of moving my body this year, and I really want to try Pilates because it intrigues me. It intrigues me, the machines look cool, I want to try it. So that's a goal this year, is to try Pilates, and probably do that with Alicia. What other new things do I want to try? I kind of want to try a little bit, I want to dabble in a little bit of like learning some CrossFit style training. Gabby kind of trains CrossFit style-ish, and I always watch her workouts and think, that looks so fun. That looks so fun, and I feel like she's got so strong since she started doing that. So, and she's just a fucking beast. I watch her working out and I just think, I would be on the floor. So I want to try things that challenge my body in different ways. I definitely want to work on my mobility this year and my cardiovascular mobility, flexibility, and my cardiovascular. I just want to be like overall healthy, fit, capable, young individual that I am. So yeah, I think that's it for like trying new things in terms of fitness goals themselves. I'm going to write down some numbers that I want to hit in terms of like lifts and gaining weight and anything like that, but I'm not going to share them just because I don't want anyone to kind of compare, or I just don't want this video to become about like aesthetics, and I do have some aesthetic goals, but a lot of them are actually going to be performance goals. So I'm going to write those down now. By the way, if it's not obvious, I'm kind of writing goals down and not including everything in this video. I'm just telling you some goals that I feel like could spark some good ideas. In terms of kind of personal, and I suppose it's business tied together, I really want to continue with charity work this year, because it's something that I really just think is important. In my mind, I just feel like as soon as you're comfortable, you should be helping other people who are not in the same position. I know not everyone thinks that way, but that is how I think, that's how I feel. That's like my values, and that's what I believe. So I want to continue doing that. I'm going to leave in the description box my Google form where you can submit charities and stuff that you'd like to see the socials, percentage donations donated to. So I'm going to leave that below so you can put any charities that are close to your heart there, and then I'll be picking some for February onwards. So I'll leave that link down below, but yeah, that's something that I really want to continue with. I enjoyed doing it last year, and it just feels like something that we all get to do together. It feels like a real community thing, and I just really love doing it. So I want to continue with that next year. Another personal thing, spending time with friends and family. So in 2022, I was pretty good at spending time with friends and family, but still not maybe the best. So yeah, it is a goal for me to spend more quality time with friends and family, especially the back end of last year with friends. I was so rubbish. I saw Ebony and Alicia yesterday, and I've not seen them in probably since November, so I need to get better with that. Ooh, let's do travel. Let's add a little travel bit. I really want to go to New York at Christmas. That is a big, big, big goal. I would love to go to New York at Christmas. I just feel like the vibes look so immaculate. I really, really want to go, so I'm going to put that down as a goal. I really want to go to Texas again. Probably meet up with Christine, who, she's just the best. I met her the Sunday night when we all went out, when I went to Texas, and we've pretty much spoken every single day since. So that was October. She is like, we're so similar. We're not the exact same, but we're very, very, very similar. And it's so rare for me. I'm not saying I don't get on with people that I meet normally, because normally I can get on with anyone. I'm not super like, it's not that I struggle to get on with people, it's just that I do, with like social anxiety and stuff like that, I do struggle to click with someone very, very quickly, and I have a hard time with like trusting people, and there's a lot to unpack in therapy, but that's already on my goals list. But I clicked with her straight away, and it's very rare for me to click with someone like that, so it's a very special friendship to me. So I really want to go back to Texas, to go to ALPHALETE again, and hopefully meet up with Christine. But even if it's not in Texas, like anywhere, I might even just go see her. That would be nice. Probably take Dan, because she's got a boyfriend, and we can, you know. So yeah, but yeah, I would really, really, really love to go to Texas again this year. I don't know if I will. It depends if I get asked or not. To be fair, I could actually just go, but I feel like when people go that work with ALPHALETE, it's because they've been asked. So I don't know, do I look weird if I do that? But I just kind of want to go. So yeah, and I do have a couple of travel goals, but I won't go over all of them. What else do we have? Okay, business, let's go back to business. I really want to continue working with ALPHALETE. This is what I was saying on Instagram yesterday. Genuinely thank you so much if you supported me with ALPHALETE in 2022, because I was not a content queen on Instagram in particular last year, to the point where I did actually think this is gonna end badly. Not it's gonna backfire, because it wasn't like an intentional plan. I just really felt like I really wasn't in a good place at all. But the fact that people still supported me is the only reason that I'm still able to work with ALPHALETE. So obviously I know I did still do my reviews, so I was still doing the work for them, but I know that some people really like to see, like, you know, the selfies and all that sort of stuff, but I just wasn't in the space for it last year. So thank you for still supporting my reviews and supporting me with ALPHALETE. I would love to continue working with them this year. We will see what this year holds, because I know that they're like expanding and getting a lot of new people in now who have way bigger followings than I do. I do think, you know, there's a big difference between, like, they probably want a lot of brand awareness, and with the following I have, I don't know if I'm bringing them all of the awareness. I would actually like to try and grow my socials a little bit this year, mainly to help people, but also, like, I'll be honest, to give like a bit more brand awareness, because I know that that is important to brands, and most of the people that they sign have like 500,000 followers, like big followings, and then there's me. So yeah, I would love to continue working with ALPHALETE. I'm really excited for the products and stuff that they're dropping this year, because I think there are some products coming out this year and next year. I swear Christian said some of them were 2024, that I gave feedback on that should be dropping this year, and it'll be interesting to see, because I know it gets feedback from multiple people, so it'll be interesting to see if any of my feedback was implemented. Maybe not, but hopefully yes. Oh, the mind map is looking juicy, guys, I'm not gonna lie. So I think I might actually leave this video here. I feel like, yeah, as you can tell, I don't really follow the whole like SMART goals thing to like a T, just because I like to kind of aim big and broad. And for me, goals, it's not about being super specific. For me, with my yearly goals, I think with fitness goals you do need to be specific, which is why I've written numbers down. But for general life goals, I don't know, I like to just have the general goal and then it kind of sets my intentions, if that makes sense, rather than tying myself to a really rigid specific goal. Because I feel like personally, when you start putting like numbers for like bank account or things like that, you can kind of get really disappointed if you don't hit that specific number, even if you still do really well, if that makes sense. So yeah, those are some of my goals for this year, not all of them. Please give me some planner recommendations, guys, so I can properly write things down and have a planner for the year, because I need to just be more organised this year. I feel like last year I was just chaotic and I want to be an organised girl this year. So I think I'm gonna leave this video here. I hope that you have enjoyed making your 2023 goals or vision boards with me. Yeah, I don't want anyone to feel like pressure, like they need to become like a whole new person this year. It's more just about setting your intentions for the year and giving yourself a little bit of a boost at the start of the year to kind of plan out a year, see what direction you want to go in and all that sort of good stuff. It's not necessarily about becoming a whole new person and completely turning your life on its head. If you do want to do that, great, but you don't have to do that. And please be gentle with yourself this time of year, because it's very like heavy, like everything needs to be new, fresh, goals, New Year's resolutions. Me and my therapist prefer the phrase New Year's intentions. You're setting your intentions for the year. I feel like that's just a nicer way of putting it. Resolutions feels like something to fix your life, and it doesn't need to be that way. It can just be setting yourself with some fresh intentions for the year. 2022 was a year. It was a year. Let's just put it that way. So thank you so much for still supporting my channel, for still supporting me, for all your kind comments, for everything. Like, you guys have been a major highlight of the last year for me, because I've actually, this is super sad, but I've actually started, well, not started, I screenshot, like when you guys send me like a nice message or a really lovely comment, I actually screenshot them and save them in a folder on my phone to read when I'm feeling down or when I'm feeling really shit or like negative self-talk, which happened way too much last year. So if you have left a lovely comment, the chances are it's in that folder, and it really helps to boost me up and remind me of why I'm doing what I'm doing, and remind me that I do have people that are genuinely supportive of me, and it means a lot to me to have that and to have a little community and to have you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Let me know what you think about the podcast. Let me know what your goals are. Yeah, let's just have a little chit chat 2022 catch up in the comments below, and I will see you in my next video, which will probably actually be my like fitness industry shenanigans video. So yeah, goodbye.
There's moneyed interests here that want to go to war against the Muslims, so to speak, in the area.
Wow.
My take. Folks, remember to like, comment, and subscribe.
Wow. We going.
We did it. We made it through the Charlie for being an awful dipshit segment.
Lips. It's the ball jack. It's the ball jack.
For a limited time, save up to $900 on select adjustable sets.
We're going to ball jack. You know it's.
Hi, it's me, your boyfriend, girlfriend, favorite content creator.
No, serious. The far right is here to ruin
which is why I make this video, right?
you're offended with their agenda, because yeah, everything that they dislike is woke. It's fucking woke. We can't have nothing anymore.
I thought I was very clear about my stances on things, how I approach things, but I guess people need a reminder, which fine, whatever. I am not here to placate. I'm not here to coddle emotions, right? I am here, me, content creator. I am here to talk about things I want to talk about, whether it's things that I love, things that are upsetting me, things in the gaming space, and things that are, tangentially related to that. And I'm bringing that up because I've been getting lots of comments recently along the lines of me being too extreme, more radicalized. And I'm like, if you think this is...
Trust me when I say the irony of me sitting down to film this video with the green juice is not lost on me. The irony of me filming a video about everything that's wrong with the fitness industry and I'm sat with a green juice. It's comical. You couldn't write this shit. This video... We could be here all day with this video. I have a lot that I want to talk about to do with the fitness industry, and this video has actually been inspired by, I cannot remember her name, but I'm going to leave the video linked below because it's a really good video, and I feel like the way that she articulated her thoughts, it's very similar to how I've been feeling the past year. So I will leave that link down below. Full credit to her for sparking the idea of even doing a video on this, because I thought maybe no one would be interested, and now I'm like, actually no, even if like 3 people are interested, it's something that I want to speak about. Okay, before I get into this video, I'm just going to pop this disclaimer in here. By the way, as I've edited this, I've made notes about where I could have explained things better, so there's little freeze frames throughout this video of me adding in a little bit more context or information. I just want to give a disclaimer that this video definitely will not, interest some people. Some people will think, just don't be in the fitness industry if you've got a problem, but I want to make it clear, because I don't think I made it clear enough in this video, that there are so many positives to the fitness industry. This video is just about the drawbacks and trying to help people and advise people and make people see a different side to it that you don't always see on social media. For anyone who's either looking to get into it or just interested about it, it's for those people. And let's be honest, if I made a video which was the best things about the fitness industry, it doesn't do well. We're human. We like seeing, the drama, if you will. That's what people want to see. So no, it comes across as though it's just negatives, but trust me, there are so many positives. It's given me a business, it's given me a community, it's given me friends for life, and for that I am forever grateful. It's given me inspiration, it's given me so much, and I'm so grateful for that. This video is just about the drawbacks, but I wanted to pop this in here just to disclaim that there are so many positives. Another one, like I said, about the community that we have on here, I'm so grateful for, and it is the fitness industry that has given me that. So yeah, for context, hi, if you don't watch my videos or this is the first video you've watched of me, I am in the fitness industry. I'm an online coach, I do social media stuff, I work with ALPHALETE. My pages aren't huge, but I am within the fitness industry. And the past year, 2022, was a year of eye-opening for me with the fitness industry. Up until last year, I was very much like, happy, la-di-da, let's just, I didn't really have any issues up until last year. And you only need to go on YouTube and look at, literally search things like the lies behind the fitness industry. The fitness industry is toxic. Why I left the fitness industry, why I stopped being a fitness influencer, to realise that within the fitness industry there's a lot of bullshit and there's also a lot of pressure. And in this video I kind of want to talk about what it's like to be a woman specifically in the fitness industry, because we are told, and men in the fitness industry will constantly say that it's so much easier for women. All they need to do is have an ass and then they can have a following and they can get sponsorships, and it's so much harder for men. And to an extent, because because we've got to be fair here, I understand where they're coming from. However, first of all, it's just very, like, misogynistic to assume the only reasons a woman could possibly have a following is because she has a bum. God forbid it could be for her brain. So that comment does rub me the wrong way. Like, knee-jerk reaction, it rubs me the wrong way. But second of all, I would actually argue that it's a lot harder as a woman in the fitness industry to gain the right following for that reason, because our bodies are so sexualized, and you can sit and say like, oh, people are sexualizing themselves, and like, I'm not going to defend every single woman's fitness content because some of it is questionable. Like, there is some stuff that I do look at and I do think, who has this been posted for? But also, it's none of my business. Like, if they want to have more of a male audience because they have things like OnlyFans where they can monetize that audience, then that's fine. Who the fuck am I to judge? I don't really care. But I'm also talking about just the fact that, like, a woman posting her gym progress, if it's to do with glutes, will automatically be seen as sexual. I would argue men in the fitness industry tend to wear a lot less clothing than women do, but they don't get sexualized in the same way. Their comments will be filled with like men being like, oh, how did you do this, bro? Like, and that's amazing. So happy for them. So happy for them. But when women tend to do it, you can end up attracting the wrong audience. And that kind of brings me on to the first thing I want to discuss, which is it's so hard as a woman to grow the right following within the fitness industry, because even if you have the best intentions with your content and you try to make it as, it sounds so stupid to say, but you try to make it as non-sexual as possible, like you film from like non-dodgy, could be perceived as dodgy angles, you do all the right things, your videos, your photos, your content can still end up on a very, very, very dark side of social media. My content has at some points ended up on a very, very dark side of social media, and I think it was 2020, I want to say, where my hauls and stuff were ending up on the wrong side of YouTube. And since then I've changed the way that I go about doing my hauls, and I've changed the way that I thumbnail them in particular to try and avoid that. But even doing that, like, I've got thumbnails where I've not even put my body in the thumbnail and it's still got a load of weirdos watching it and a load of weird comments.
And just on the topic of using bodies in thumbnails, I really want to drive home the point that we are all visual creatures, and when you are making educational content for fitness things, for, you know, how to grow your legs, how to grow your glutes, how to grow your back, how to gain weight, how to lose weight, humans are visual creatures, men and women, regardless, and people want to see proof. So the thumbnails where you put your body in it or you show before and after, they will always do better than not putting your body in it. It can be really hard to get clicks on content without showing that visual proof in your thumbnail. It makes people want to click on it because they can visually see with their eyes you have gone from A to B. You've made the change that they are searching for help for, so it makes them think, oh, this is going to be a trustworthy video, and they will click on it. It's very hard to get that if you're not putting your body in the thumbnail.
And it's so hard to grow the right kind of following, and those comments that you can get from those weird men are vile, and it really pisses me off that people think women want that. Like, what? Like, me posting my gym workouts means I want these weird comments. A girl posting her glute progress, a girl posting her gym progress, likely in more clothes than what a man would post his in, means that they want those comments, or they're appeasing that audience. I don't doubt that some people do put their content out there to appease a certain audience, and that's fine, but the assumption that anyone who... It's almost like an assumption that anyone who's in shape, and I hate that phrase, but in shape and post their gym content is posting it for the wrong reasons, and it's just weird to me. And it's so hard to grow the right following, and people will complain on one hand that the fitness industry is too much about glutes and too much about this and too much about that, but most of the content that's not to do with that doesn't do as well, and I know that firsthand.
Okay, here I feel like it's been a good week to do this video, because I actually have a really good comparison of what I'm talking about here with the sort of content that does better on certain platforms. So my TikTok, I've been posting more recently, and I've had a couple videos about therapy, nothing to do with fitness, do really well. However, when it comes to like fitness content I've posted, anything to do with glutes gets way more traction than any other muscle group. So for example, here is a screenshot of a recent, I did this like 3 days ago, TikTok that I made on a whim about growing your upper glute region, because I had a good progress picture for it, and it is something that I have been working on. So I put this up, and pretty much automatically picked up by the algorithm, pushed out loads of likes, loads of favourites. I've gained like 1,800 followers just off the back of that video. Now look at this TikTok, which was about leg development, growing your quads, and the engagement is way less. It got pushed out nowhere near as much, and it's only one example. I should probably do like a full case study to really make a point, but I am sure that other people who work in the fitness industry can like agree with this. And I'm not saying that upper body content or leg content or calf content or any fitness content that's not about glutes never does well, because sometimes it does. There's an odd chance that it'll get picked up by the algorithm, and there will be good examples of this. There will be upper body videos with millions of views, and that's great. I'm just talking about generally, because in my opinion that's not the standard, that's kind of an outlier. And also I just want to include the screenshot of the demographics from the glute video that I did on TikTok this week, because I just want to show that it can sometimes end up on the right side. Don't blindly assume that every single glute video is just being watched by creepy men, because that's not true. Things can end up on the right side, so I'm trying to make people aware of what can happen and what can commonly happen, but I don't want it to put anyone off making any glute content whatsoever, because there is definitely the female audience for that. Like, it's the most requested thing from women. So yeah, don't be disheartened and think that you can never make glute content. You can. It really is luck of the draw which side it ends up on.
Like, people can say all they like, they're sick of like glute videos and all that sort of stuff, but like, it's the most requested content, and it's not requested from men, it's requested from women who want help, and that's fine. But this is such like a rambly video, but I feel like it's such a catch-22, because then your stuff, when you post that sort of content, even if it's the most educational content, can end up on a really fucking weird side of social media, and then you end up with this following that you don't want. And then let's say you've gone into the industry and you did have, you know, a goal of working with brands. When they ask for your like audience gender split, they're gonna turn you down, because it's gonna be like way too many men and not enough women, because you're not gonna be selling gym clothes to men. You might be, but the likelihood is if a fitness wear brand or any brand has reached out to you, it's because they want you to sell their women's products, because that's what you're going to be wearing. And it's so fucking annoying. Like, it's so fucking annoying. So that's the first thing with the fitness industry. I hate this notion that like, oh, it's so much easier for women because they can just use their body. Yeah, they can use their body, but 9 times out of 10 you're going to end up with the wrong audience from doing that. It's actually really fucking hard.
I'm becoming increasingly cautious that this video could come across as very like, oh, boo-hoo, more fitness influencers. Like, let's be honest, it's not like a job that you end up with out of desperation. It's, you know, a very, very, very privileged position to be in. So I do think it's important to know that I know that some people might not see social media as a legitimate business, but it is. And influencing aside, people run online coaching businesses, or they use it to market their personal training in the fitness industry. So this sort of stuff affects all women in the fitness industry. Yeah, it's just important to note that it's not just influencers who get impacted by this. It's people who are doing personal training and all that sort of stuff as well. It's like a women-wide fitness industry issue, basically.
It's actually really fucking hard to build the right audience, especially on certain platforms. I would argue TikTok and YouTube, it's very hard. There's a lot of weird people on here, and I don't want this to come across as though I'm bashing men, because I have no issues with men consuming my content. I have no issues with men consuming anyone's content. Consume whatever content you want. I take issue with the men who leave vile comments under people's TikToks, under people's YouTube videos, because that's just disgusting. Like, I hate that I even have to phrase it in this way, but if you are one of those people, imagine someone leaving those comments under your daughter's content. You wouldn't like it. You know it's weird. I don't understand why you do it. So that's point number one. You can sit and say as much as you like, oh, it's so much easier for women. I actually think it's harder for us to build the right audience. I feel like men, in order to get like a predominantly female audience, really need to go out of their way to cater to a female audience. And I'm open to discussions on this. If you're a man in the fitness industry, please leave a comment and let me know what your experience has been. And I'm also not saying men don't get sexualised, because I don't doubt that some men get horrible comments from weird women, and it definitely does happen. I'm just speaking as a woman, and from what I see, I follow men and I follow women, and I see a very different response to certain things. That's all I'm saying. The second thing is body image and social media, the kind of like aesthetic side of the fitness industry. Up until 2022, it's not something I've really struggled with. I will be completely honest, I've always kind of felt like I kind of fitted in. I've never felt like I didn't fit in, so I don't want this to come across as, oh, I had a year of feeling like I didn't fit in, poor me, because I know that some people go their entire lives feeling like they don't belong in a certain space, when no one should have to feel like that. But up until 2022, I kind of felt like, yeah, like I was comfortable in the space. I was comfortable being in the fitness industry. And then last year, I had like the worst year of my life when it comes to body image and self-worth issues and comparison. And my like vice in terms of what made it worse was TikTok as a social media platform. TikTok pushes out the like insane transformations, the like big 3-month transformations, the extremes of the extremes. It pushes out the people who've got like the ittiest, bittiest, tittiest of waists, with like the biggest, roundest badonkadonks of badonkadonks, the bundas that truly bunda, and the extremes of things. And for the first time last year, I found myself feeling like I don't fit in this industry anymore. Like, it's so hard to explain. I just felt like I don't fit in here anymore. Like, I'm not super lean. I'm petite in like my waist and all that sort of stuff. I'm not going to say that I'm not, but I have more of a soft look to my body rather than being super lean. So I don't fit in with like the super lean girlies, and then I also don't fit in with like the you know, top genetic for like muscle growth and like fat positioning. I don't fit in with that either, and it felt like all I was seeing was either super lean people, like the long lean Pilates girlies, or like the people who, to be honest, look like they've had a BBL but probably actually haven't. They've just got really good genetics, and they work hard. I'm not taking that away from them. They work hard, but they've also got insane genetics that allow them to maintain the ittiest, bittiest, tittiest of waists whilst having the badonkadonks of badonkadonks. I don't have that. I have relatively decent genetics for like certain things, but the first time I found myself feeling like not proud of my body, I was like, oh no, like it's not enough. Like I don't look. I felt like I didn't fit in with either of the standards that was being pushed last year. Now I know that some people will think you do fit in, but if you've ever had like body image issues, you'll know it's actually not that much to do with how your body looks. It's more to do with what's going on internally. And I was just struggling last year. Like I really struggled, and I feel like whilst I was struggling, I started to probably be like hyper-sensitive and hyper-aware of the kind of content that does well in the fitness industry and the kind of body ideals that get pushed. And first of all, I accept some responsibility in perpetuating this because I have done a lot of glute growth content on my channel, and I'm just going to say straight up, that's not going to stop because first of all, I find glute growth content fascinating. Like the science behind it, I love. The education behind it, I love. And it will never not be something that I love. Regardless of whether people tell me it's wrong or whatever, it is just something that I have a keen interest in. And it's something that a lot of my clients want to work on. So that's never going to go away in my content. It's just not going to go away. Maybe less of a focus on it, yes, but it's not going to go away. At the end of the day, it does well and it's what people want to see, and I do enjoy doing that content, so I don't mind.
Just want to pop in a little note here to also kind of elaborate on the fact that you have to title videos in a certain way to do well on YouTube and TikTok. So people can complain that, you know, fitness influencers might do misleading titles sometimes, like, you know, how to get an hourglass figure, but as long as they've explained in that video that, you know, you're not necessarily changing your bone structure or gonna have an hourglass, you're more creating the illusions by like building your back, building your lower body. I don't have an issue with that. People need to cut people some slack because you have to title your videos in a certain way in order to get people to click on them. So it's important to keep that in mind. If you ever wonder why, you know, fitness videos tend to be titled a certain way, that is why, because you have to think, what are people actually going to want to be clicking on? Now, the most important thing in my opinion is the content you put in that video, but we've all got to play the game of doing, you know, maybe not so great titles that might play into the body trends and the standard, but that's to get the clicks, because it's going to get the clicks and then you can put the right message out there.
I have posted a lot of heavily glute focused content, and a lot of the fitness content to do with women is heavily glute focused, and that's not inherently a problem, but I feel like we should probably ask questions about what this is telling people, because I feel like in some ways the past year it's either been the long lean Pilates girlies or it's been, you know, slim thick. And just to be like brutally, just to speak frankly here, I've worked with so many women, not everyone is built to have the kind of slim thick look, and because of the way that algorithms work and the content that gets pushed out, you think it's everyone who has this look who trains, and it's actually not. It's a very, very, very small percentage, but because it's all you see, you perceive that to be how everyone that works out looks. And I can tell you from coaching women, that is not how everyone looks. Some people do not have the genetics to hold a large amount of, they can't even grow that much muscle. They can grow muscle in their glutes, but they can't grow that much muscle, and they have naturally very like straight midsections, and that's just how they're built, and there's nothing wrong with that. But somewhere along the way, in kind of trying to be a bit more body positive and kind of not just focusing on people being skinny and people training for, you know, cardio bunnies and all that sort of stuff, we've kind of come too far maybe the other way, to the point where now people feel discomfort, or people feel like they don't fit in, or people having body image issues in a completely different way. You know, growth of like the slim thick body trend, it was meant to be, and it had the best intentions of being more like body positive and making people feel better, but I feel like it's actually ended up making a lot of people feel less than. And I understand, like with body trends, you don't have to conform to it. Like, there's internal work that we can all do, and I fully accept that. We can't blame everything on like social media algorithms, how other people look. Like, that's not fair to put that on them. We have to take a level of responsibility. I have to take a level of responsibility in the way that I feel about how I look. I feel like it's a very specific type of body positivity. It's like, yeah, big bums and curves are in, but you also need to have a super flat stomach. And for 99% of people, maybe not 99% of people, for the vast majority of women, that's going to be a very, very, very hard look to maintain. You know, having a big bum with a super flat stomach and a tiny waist is not achievable for a lot of people, because it's just not a lot of people are built like that naturally. And then that brings me on to, like, I mean, I've done a video before about like photo editing and manipulation, which a lot of people in the fitness space do. I hate to break it to you, but they do, and that's fine. If that's what they want to do, that's fine, but it's no surprise really that people are ending up with like severe body image issues. Then on top of that, you've got people who have surgery and won't disclose it. This is a topic that I find a little bit difficult, because I don't really know how I feel about telling people that they absolutely have to disclose work that they've had done. If you've had something like a BBL and you're making out like that came from the gym and you've completely changed your body shape with said BBL, that is irresponsible if you have followers and you are telling them that you did that in the gym, because you know that's not possible. You know that's not going to happen. You know that that didn't happen for you, and that's probably why you got the BBL, and that's fine. No judgment here. No judgment here. I've had surgery. No judgment here. But that, to tell people, oh, this is how I did it, it's not how you did it. You paid for surgery, and that's fine, but this is just furthering people's body image issues, especially in the fitness space. I saw a comment under this girl's video, which I'm going to leave a link that I mentioned at the start, and it said something like, it's quite ironic that the health and fitness space is way more about how you look than anything to do with your health. And I do feel like in 2022, I really felt that. Now, I will have the self-awareness to accept that I play a role in that because of the content I have put out, but also because of the content that I consume. Like, your algorithms work based on who you follow, what kind of content you're watching, so clearly I'm going wrong somewhere with there. But I have actually started to click like not interested on certain content because I don't really want to see it on my feed anymore. I want motivational workout content. I almost feel like the standards now are more unattainable for the vast majority of people than like the cardio running era. I don't know if that's true, but that's kind of how it feels, and maybe that's just how it feels because I'm never going to be someone who looks like they've got a BBL done naturally, because it's just not the way I'm built. I am more on the petite side. I do fit in certain aspects, but I'm never going to have those like wildly big, round, juicy, gorgeous hips. It's just not how I'm built. It's just not how I'm built, and that's fine. And this whole thing with like, you know, don't do glute content because it's going to attract the wrong audience, but then glute content seems to do well, and like there is like the off chance that it can reach the right audience. It puts people in a really hard spot, because I personally feel like a lot of people in the fitness industry would create very different content if all content was pushed equally, if that makes sense. But because it's not, it does drive what people have to post. Like, at the end of the day, an influencer, their boss is kind of you guys, the audience, the people who are on social media, the people who are going to be consuming that content. So they have to make content that you guys want to see. And all people, not all people, because I know that I have followers who aren't interested in that sort of content, but the vast majority of people are very interested in getting like the smallest waist possible and the biggest bum possible, and that's fine, but we can't all have that goal and then actively seek out that content, but then have a go at influencers for just posting that content, because that's the content that does well.
Yeah, here, just referring back to the previous point that I made about like titles and stuff, I know that for me, when I'm titling videos, you have to kind of get in the mindset of what are people going to be searching for, because people are probably not going to be searching for the most realistic things. Like, for example, I've wanted to do a video for ages about like genetics and the kind of slim thick ideal, and how it's not really possible for everyone to have, like, you know, burn loads of fat on their stomach and shrink their waist and grow their bum at the same time. However, people don't want to hear that message. As much as we might think we want realistic advice, people don't want to hear that message. So people are not going to be searching it out for that message. What people would be searching for would be how to keep a small waist and grow my glutes, how to lose stomach fat and grow your glutes. So when I do that video, because I do have the full intention of doing that video and putting that information out there to really try and help people manage their expectations, I'll probably go with a title like that to get people click on it, because I know the people who need to have the message in that video are going to be searching those sort of titles. So it's still reaching the right audience, but you have to play the YouTube game and get into the mind of consumers of fitness content and people that are going to be seeking that out in order to get the right message out there. And it's shit. It's so shit that we have to do that, but that is just the reality. That is the content that does well, regardless of whether that person built it in the gym, they've got good genetics, or they paid for it. That's the content that we're searching out, and regardless of whether said person is selling you a dream, ultimately they're just putting out the content that you guys want to see. But then it's so fucking hard because this content can end up on the wrong side. Like, I've had videos go on the really wrong side of YouTube before, and the comments have made me cry. They've made me not want to post. It's meant that I've had people subscribing to my channel. I think the worst time was in 2020. I had people subscribing to my channel, and then these angry men would leave comments under my educational videos, which is what I love doing. Even with my reviews, the reason they're so long is because I like to come at them from a consumer perspective and give as much education as possible. Like, education is what sets my soul on fire. Like, that's what I fucking love. And I would get comments under my educational videos where I'm just giving tips and just talking, having a go at me, telling me, just show your body, like, we don't want to hear about this, show your body, get this out, get that out. It's fucking horrible. It's vile what people will say. And I just don't buy this bullshit that it's so much easier for women in the fitness industry. I think men have their own issues within the fitness industry, but I do think that issues for women are in some ways getting worse, not better. Because as much as we think we're moving towards like body positivity with like the slimmer thick trend being in, I actually think it's making it worse for some people. I think body dysmorphia is 100% on the rise, and I think that's a combination of things. It's a combination of like the ideals, the standards, people's expectations from the gym, which 9 times out of 10, they're not realistic. And I'm saying that with the most peace and love possible, but I get people filling out coaching forms saying that they want to look like, and by the way, I absolutely love Bailey. I love this girl so much. She's so nice. Bailey Stewart. She is an absolute little angel, and she will even say to people when they ask her about like her body and stuff, she does speak about genetics. So this is nothing against Bailey whatsoever, but I've had a number of girls putting Bailey down. Obviously these other people are different, like the Kardashians down, they're different because they've had surgery. I know that people think Bailey has had surgery. I personally don't. I just think she works really fucking hard and she's got amazing genetics which allow her to have the body that she has. And you would be shocked by how many people put Bailey, Kardashians, Lori Harvey's another one. They put that down as their body goals, not realising that these people are either like, or like other favourite influencers, not realising these people are like the top percentage genetically. And I'm saying that lightly because I don't want anyone to feel like, oh, if you're saying that's a top percentage genetically, then that is the standard. I'm just saying, like, take what I'm saying with a pinch of salt, but that's the best way for me to put it. The top percent genetically, or people that have had surgery, and that's what people are putting down as their body goals. And I will always say to people, you can't go into this industry or start a fitness journey expecting to look like someone else, because you're never going to look like someone else. The chances of you training the same way Bailey does, or even in a way that's more optimal to you and ending up with her results, are very slim. She'll tell you that herself. That's not to put you off trying. That's not to put you off trying to better yourself, trying to grow, trying to get stronger, but the chances are slim. But because these kind of body types are all that we see, we think the chances of that are high, and they're not. And I feel like it's pushing so many young girls into very unrealistic expectations. It is, in my opinion, going to push more people down the surgery route, which I'm not bashing surgery if you want to get it done. If you want to get BBL done, obviously please research the risks, but like ultimately you can do what you want to do with your life. It's your body, it's your choice, but
I do worry about the body dysmorphia that's come with like this kind of glute slim thick trend. And I do feel like women make being in the fitness industry harder. I feel like a lot of women in the fitness industry can get quite competitive or catty. Even if they're not in the fitness industry, if they consume a lot of that content, women can be our own worst enemies. And I don't like to say that, but we really can be our own worst enemies. We can be very nasty, we can be very judgy. Like, let's just fess up to it, ladies. You know, I had someone say to me the other day that she feels like she's not welcomed in the fitness industry because she feels like everyone's being very cold with her because she doesn't have enough followers, and that makes me so sad. Shit like that shouldn't matter. I know a lot of people that put out like the positive vibes are actually very rude. They pretend to be about a certain thing, but they're actually about a complete other thing. That's very common, and I feel like women are just, sometimes we get in our own way.
Yeah, just to add here, I did actually put an Instagram story up the other day just talking about like just being tired of like mean girl vibes, like mean girl energy, and I was like, I don't know if it's just like the industry I work in or whatever, and I had so many girls replying to my story telling me about their experiences who work in the fitness industry and saying that they feel the same way. They feel like people can be cold sometimes, and it kind of can feel like if you don't have a huge following, people don't really make the same effort with you. A lot of people were saying they did feel that if they had a bigger following, people would make more of a concerted kind of effort with them, but then I suppose that's probably not the kind of people that you want to be friends with anyway. I think a big part of like when I've said about, you know, people want to portray themselves as being super positive and airy-fairy when actually they're different to what they're portraying. I feel like a good way of explaining that is the whole like nice versus kind. It's very outwardly nice, but not necessarily genuine or kind. That's a whole thing in itself, so if you Google nice versus kind, you'll understand more about what I mean. But it's also important to remember that as much as I'm saying this, I understand that there's the irony because I'm complaining about women being their own worst enemy. There's so many nice girls in the fitness industry. A lot of the ALPHALETE girls that I've met are super nice. All the ALPHALETE girls I've met are super nice. Bailey, who I haven't met, she's got a huge following and she's always been so nice and so kind to me. Christine is another really nice person. I know a lot of other people in the industry, and there are good women in the industry. There's nice girls out there.
Like, something that's really been bugging me recently is people being accused of body checking, just posting a selfie, or posting a fit check on TikTok, or posting, God forbid, a little video of their body and how they look. Body checking is like a compulsive behaviour that gets in the way of your day-to-day life. You know, setting your phone up to see how you look from different angles, and maybe you probably wouldn't even post an actual body check because it's a compulsive behaviour that you can't help doing, and it gets in the way of your day-to-day life. And I hate that that term is now being overused and thrown around to basically shame any woman in the fitness industry who posts a fucking selfie. Like, guys, come on, that's not body checking, and it's actually doing a real disservice to people who genuinely struggle with body checking. It's a compulsive thing, it's something that gets in the way of your day-to-day life, and it's a horrible thing to experience and to have to go through. And to throw this word around, a selfie is body checking. I understand it kind of, because yeah, you're seeing how your body looks and you like how your body looks, so you've posted it, but there's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't make someone evil. Why do we have to discredit someone's selfie and say that they're body checking? And I feel like some of the critiques of fitness influencers are well based, and they're fair and they're valid. And I'm not going to sit here and say no critique of any fitness influencer is valid at all, but some of them are definitely rooted in jealousy and ill intentions, because how the hell have we decided to correlate a simple selfie with body checking, please? That's a trend that just needs to die a death this year because of absolute bullshit, and like I said, doing a real disservice to people who genuinely struggle with body checking. I do also think we have to kind of dig deep and question why we want to achieve the goals that we want to achieve. Now, I've done the inner work on myself. I know why I have the goals that I have, and I know why I feel the way that I feel about things. I know why I do like certain things. I know why I don't like certain things. And so that's why for me, when this whole, ooh, let's be skinnier again trend tried to resurface last year, it didn't really affect me because that's just not my path, it's not my journey, and it's something that I've tried so hard to move away from, I'd never go back to it, sort of thing. We need to kind of think and question, why do we have the goals of, you know, the tiniest possible waist and the biggest possible bum? Is it because we genuinely want to look like that, or is it because we feel like that's the standard now? And especially if you're going to go and get surgery to look that way, a BBL is something that is very, very, very hard to undo once it's been done. And if it's just like your preferred look, and you are confident that it's your preferred look and it's nothing to do with the current body trend, because the slim thick body trend is, in my opinion, I know Heroin Chic tried to make a resurface, but to me the slim thick body trend is still very much the body trend. You know, people are getting things like skinny BBLs, or like, what's it called, like the country club BBL. If that trend changes, are you then going to want to change how your body looks? Which I suppose, to be honest, is fine, but I feel like we should, it's so hard nowadays to make a decision on what goal you want to work on with your fitness. How do you want to look? Why do you want to look that way? And it's so hard to make that decision because we are bombarded with a certain ideal from social media.
I always like to see if there is something I can use to back up my videos. I was already aware of this study, I don't know why I didn't speak about it in this video. However, as you can see on the screen, there is a study, you can go and read the whole thing, you can read the limitations and all that sort of stuff. It's definitely not perfect, but it's a good talking point and a good bit of research for what I'm discussing. So to go over it very, very quickly, the study had 402 undergraduate women. A lot of my audience fits this kind of age range, kind of like 18 to 24, and I'm sure a lot of other fitness influencers, their audience will be a very similar sort of age range. So yeah, this study, they had 3 separate groups, and then they had a control group. They had a group that would be exposed to thin ideal images, another one exposed to slim thick, another one fit ideal, and then a control group. So with this study, they did find that comparing to all these sort of body ideal images led to greater weight and appearance, unhappiness / body image, which does also reconfirm what we already know, which just focusing on aesthetics is not really great for your mental health, and it's not really a good idea to be having people down as body goals. It can make you feel worse about yourself. What's most interesting about this is that the group that were exposed to the slim thick ideal images in particular experienced more dissatisfaction than those looking at the thin ideal images. Now, it's important to note that the women who reported moderate or high levels of perfectionism, because that's something else they looked at to see if it was a driving force when it comes to appearance, those individuals did experience greater dissatisfaction in the slim thick condition than in the others or in the control condition. So that does suggest that we do have a kind of temperament element to it, and if you're more that way, that perfectionism kind of way inclined, which I do think a lot of women in general are, just because of how we're raised and all that sort of stuff, you are more susceptible to experiencing dissatisfaction looking at things like the slim thick body ideal imagery. So yeah, overall this study kind of suggests what I'm already talking about, which is that the drive to achieve body ideals is shifting to the slim thick body type, and it being shifted to this slim thick body type may actually be more detrimental to women's body image than previously, where it might have been the fit ideal, so like the shredded, very lean girls, or the thin ideal, think like back to the Tumblr days. I'm not saying those aren't harmful, because I do think they're harmful, but I find this study interesting and I wanted to put it in because queen of talking shit and then backing it up, in the wise words of Cardi B. But yeah, you can read the full study, I'll leave it linked below.
Like I said, last year I had the worst year of my life with body image as a result of, to be honest, trying to fit into a standard which I'm only ever going to fit to a certain extent. I can only grow to a certain extent. My bone shape and stuff means I'm never going to have super round hips. I have like the smaller waist, the wider hips, but I don't have round hips. I actually have quite angled hip dips, which is actually something that I don't mind anymore. I'm not going to sit here and say I love it. I'm more towards body neutrality than I am body positivity. I think it's a healthier way of going about things. It's had to fucking admit that, as someone who knows how much goes on behind the fitness industry. Lighting, angles, posing, surgery, fillers, editing. I know how much of this shit is smoke and mirrors, and even for me, I was still getting caught up in it. And I've only literally opened up about that this week. It's been something that, as a coach, as someone that, and I don't like saying this, but I do get messages from people saying they look up to me. People who look up to me, that's really fucking hard to admit. I felt embarrassed to admit it. Like, I know how much stuff of this is smoke and mirrors, and it's still fucking got to me. So I dread to think what happens with other people. Everything in this industry just feels so much about how you look, and it's fucking draining. You can go and watch videos from people saying why I stopped being a fitness influencer to learn how draining that is, to have everything based on how you look. And if you don't, it almost feels like if you don't fit the look that's in right now, people are just not interested. And I guess that's kind of just how life works. Tough titties, you can't always be hot shit, but it certainly feels sometimes like quite a vapid space. Not entirely. I don't want this to come across as though I hate the entire fitness industry, because I don't. But the wider fitness industry I'd struggle with, and I feel like that's what I'm talking about here. But yeah, you only have to watch those videos to realise a lot of this is about how you look. And a lot of the reasons why people leave or move away from a certain style of training. You see it all the time, people move away from a certain style of training, or they move away from posting content or a certain type of content. They go from fitness towards lifestyle, and it's because it can be very draining, everything being about how you look. Everything. And I feel so fucking infuriated and sorry for women who are trying to get into the fitness industry, and at the moment it feels like the only way to fucking grow your page is to just post pictures of your ass. And I love a good bum picture. I fucking love a good bum picture, and I'm not saying that is the only reason why people post bum pictures, because some of these people have already got like 500,000 followers. They've already got the following, they don't need to do it anymore. But for people that are just starting out, it makes me sad, because it's so frustrating that we can't just grow a following and grow a female audience and grow the right audience by posting other things, but other things just don't do as well. So even if you try to break away from that, especially if this is your job or this is something that you're trying to make your job, you end up going back to it. And like, people can judge fitness influencers all they like for the content that they post, but we as a society have kind of reinforced the content that they post. So until that changes, don't expect the content that people post to change, and don't judge them either, because it's the content that does well. Why would they not post it? And the girl who did a video that kind of inspired this video ramble chit chat about the fitness industry, being a woman in the fitness industry, she was saying that she decided that she really wanted to grow her platform. I think her Instagram, she was saying last year, and she grew it to like 100k. But she did that, and she said herself, she was like, I did that by posting pictures of my bum because they would do better, but then I ended up with the wrong following. And I feel like not enough women who are going into this industry or trying to get into this industry realise how many women are in that same position. So if anything, let this be like almost like a warning to not go down that path, because you could end up with the wrong following. And if you do intend on doing something like OnlyFans, it's perfect, because you've got your audience there and you are going to make bank, baby girl. You're going to make bank. But if you have no intentions of doing the OnlyFans content, or, you know, private websites, subscription services for that kind of content that's going to cater to that audience, all you have is a number and no way to monetize it. Because when brands are asking you for your demographics, it's not the right demographics. Let's say you've got like 1 million followers, even if your following is like 20% women, you can probably actually still get away with it, because that's still a lot of women. That's like, what? You've got 1 million followers, that's still 200,000 women. That's a lot of women for brands to be getting their products in front of the eyes of. But if you don't reach that level, all you end up with is really weird comments, really weird messages, and even from like a personal safety point of view, some of these people are really unhinged. I know people who've had absolute horror stories happen to do with like stalking and all that sort of stuff, and it's come from social media. I feel like I'm just kind of trying to lift the veil on what it's actually like being a woman in the fitness industry, and yes, certain things work to our advantage, but certain things that might work to our advantage also work to our disadvantage. I feel like people need to give women in the fitness industry less of a hard time, because as much as you want to sit and judge people for the kind of content they're putting out, first of all, it does well. Second of all, you might be sick of glute workouts, but I'm telling you, it gets requested probably 80% more than upper body workouts. And then when people do post, you know, other sort of content, it doesn't do as well. So then they're back to square one with it. I just feel like at the moment, as a woman, the fitness industry is a very strange space to be in. And so like, for me personally, in my experience, especially with like the whole like men thing, like, I changed the way I do my thumbnails now. I do different content. Does it get the views it used to get? No. But I feel like I'm getting the right audience. I feel like hopefully I'm nurturing the audience that I do have. I feel like I'm providing value, and you know, there's a difference between posting content that may end up on the wrong side and, you know, a certain type of person may gravitate towards, and pandering to that kind of audience. And pandering to that audience is just something that I don't want to do. I have no intentions of making an OnlyFans, and I have nothing against that, but I have no intentions of doing that. And I want it to be really clear, like crystal clear, that my content is for the girlies. It's for the girlies only. If men want to watch too, that's fine, but I don't want this weird male audience anymore. And if you are someone who is trying to get into the fitness industry, or is currently in the fitness industry, and you're really struggling with the wrong kind of people watching your shit, be mindful of the content you are putting out. It sucks that I even have to say that, because you should be able to post whatever the fuck you want without getting weird comments or weird messages or feeling like your safety is going to be put at risk. You should be able to do that, but unfortunately that's not the world that we do live in. And so be mindful about the content you're putting out there, be intentional about the content you're putting out there, choose thumbnails wisely, choose covers wisely, choose angles wisely, try and get it in front of the right kind of eyes, because a viral video only really means something if it gets you the right eyes on it. If it's the wrong eyes, it means nothing. It means very little. So be mindful and intentional about the content that you are putting out. And if you ever want to speak to anyone, or you're struggling, or God forbid your videos do end up on the wrong side, or your content ends up on the wrong side, and you're struggling and you want to speak to someone and you feel like people in your real life won't get it, I get it. I know how fucking horrible it is, and you can always message me and I will try and help you. I'll try and advise you. I'll give you some advice on content, whatever. I will try and help you in any way that I can. And for people who are kind of more consumers of the fitness industry, I would encourage you to follow people that, first of all, look like you. I'm not saying they have to be your twin, but if you are someone who's naturally built, very, very slim, very, very narrow, I wouldn't recommend that you fill your feed full of people who are naturally, you know, thicker, or who have had things like BBLs, or are just built very, very differently to you. If you are someone who's going to draw those comparisons and you're going to look more at physical rather than personality, I'd recommend that you fill your feed with people who look like you. And the same goes the other way around. If you're someone who's naturally on like the curvier side, the thicker side, I wouldn't recommend that you fill your feed full of like the long, lean Pilates girlies. If you are that way inclined to go down the route of comparison and try and fit yourself in a kind of box that you probably won't fit in, not like size wise, I'm just saying like hypothetically, like it's a box that you don't fit into that look, because if all you're consuming is people who look nothing like you, it's probably not going to do you any favours up here mentally. Another thing would be to follow people who you find genuinely inspiring and follow people for them rather than just what they look like. This is something that I'm very, very, very intentional about. I used to follow people, loads of people for body goals, and I don't do that anymore. I follow people for their personality, for the value they provide. You know, if they're super good looking and gorgeous blunder and all that sort of stuff, it's a bonus, but I follow people for their personality and what they can provide, and people that make me feel good, make me feel inspired, make me feel motivated. I like the content that they produce. It doesn't have a negative impact on me. Another thing would be, if you are someone who consumes a lot of TikTok content, try and gravitate more towards some educational TikTok content. I think there's an account called like Wilson Coaching or something. It's a girl, she's from the UK, and her content is super educational. Like, it's just very, 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 very educational. And I love her content. I think it's really, really good. I can't remember her name exactly, but I think it's like Wilson Coaching or something. And the girl whose video I watched, she was saying at the end, you know, go more towards long form content. And I actually really agree. That's why I love YouTube so much, because YouTube feels a lot more about the person rather than what they look like. TikTok feels a lot more aesthetics focused than personality focused. Generally speaking, I'm not saying completely, but generally speaking, it does feel that way. So I would definitely recommend, as she said, to go more towards long form content. Find creators that are like inspiring, who have really good, like, you know, if you want to be inspired work-wise, really good work ethic, post educational stuff that you want to learn more about, just make you feel happy, give off good vibes, that sort of stuff, because you're probably also going to learn a lot more, and you're going to have a lot more context. If it is about progress, if it is about the way someone looks, they're going to be able to give a lot more context in long form content, and probably set expectations better than they are in like a 10-second cute TikTok transformation. I will still do the cute 10-second TikTok transformations because they're just cute, but I am trying to kind of move away
you can tell.
like on TikTok now, I'm doing like a bit more. I'm doing like 3-minute videos on like sharing things I've learned from therapy and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, that was just my little rant/chat about being a woman in the fitness industry, my experience, my thoughts, how I felt in the industry the past year in particular, and kind of some advice to you guys, because I'm assuming if you watch my content, you probably watch fitness content, and I'd love to have a discussion about this down below. We can talk about it, we can chat. Thank you for watching, thank you for sticking by me, whether the content is about how I look or it's just me sitting and chatting. These videos don't tend to do as well, but I really like doing them. I like having open, honest conversations. Like I said in this video multiple times, I'm guilty of some of this stuff. I've perpetuated some of this stuff. I'm not negating that. This is more just an open conversation, and I want to have an open conversation in the comments as well. So yeah, give this video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, subscribe if you want to and you haven't already, and I will see you in...
And then my camera cut out, and I've got no idea why, but yes, thank you for watching, and what I was about to say was I will see you in the next video, which will either be an ALPHALETE review, because they are restocking on the 14th, some old colours like hazelnut, whale blue, pink, scarlet, all that sort of stuff, chocolate is restocking, or it will be my full week of workouts. But yes, thank you for watching the video, and I just want to say as well, if you ever need advice, whether you are consuming fitness content or you are trying to make fitness content, you want to ask me questions, pick my brains, you are more than welcome to always message me. I try to respond to all my messages, and I pretty much do. It might just take me a couple of days, and yeah, I will see you in my next video.
Bring attention to police violence to black people in this country. Donald Trump called them sons of bitches. That's how much Donald Trump loves black people. Remember the squad? The squad was Ayanna Presley, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Corey Bush, and I'm missing somebody. Y'all can put it down in the comments. The squad. Remember the squad? He told the squad to go back to their own countries. Black women. Black women. He told them to go back to their own countries. That's how much Donald Trump loves black people. Donald Trump loves black people so much that he calls us low IQ individuals. He's recently said it to Jasmine Crockett. He's said it about Representative Maxine Waters. That's how much Donald Trump loves us. He loves black people so much that he thinks that we are low IQ. Hell, even in his book, he said he wouldn't let black people count his money. What was the name of the book? Trump, maybe it was a self-named book, Donald Trump. Yeah, in that book, he called black people lazy, and he said he refused to let black people count his money. Donald Trump loves black people so much that he and his father refused. It was so bad that the federal government had to get involved, and they were fined. So, black people, country, allies, all across the world to march for Black Lives Matter. Millions upon millions of people stood firm and saying that black lives matter. And what did Donald Trump do? Donald Trump loved black people so much that he called them thugs. Loved black people so much that him and his goons, he sprayed tear gas amongst the protesters so he can walk across the street to hold a Bible upside down for a photo opportunity. That's how much Donald Trump. Bring that shit back!
Hi guys, welcome back to another video. Today's video we are going to be doing my full week of workouts, my current routine, giving you all the tips, tricks, form corrections, everything, full split, everything is going to be in this video. It has been a hot minute since I did my last full week of workouts. It was during lockdown. I was working out with my dad in the background. We were really making the best of not the most ideal training situation, but we are back in the gyms now. This is my first workout post back on YouTube in a very long time. I've changed up how I kind of do it. I've had a bit more of a think about how I want to film things and the content I sort of want to be putting on my channel, so please let me know what you think of the kind of filming style. I've basically gone for more helpful angles as opposed to the most flattering angles, so let me know what you think. Dan did help me film some of these workouts, so thank you very much to Dan. I think most of them he did film other than one of the lower body workouts because he was in Manchester that day, so I just went and I took my tripod and I filmed. I'm super excited to be doing this video. It's been so highly requested and I really hope it is as helpful as possible. I have a new laptop now, I've got new editing software, so let me know what you think about the editing style of this video as well. I want to give you the background into my training program. I've been training for a long time now. I started going to the gym properly when I was about 17, 18 and I'm now 23. Now that time frame has not been me knowing exactly what I'm doing, and I'd say in the past 1 to 2 years I've learned significantly more. When I first started posting workouts on YouTube, I really genuinely, it wasn't ill-intentioned, I really thought I knew a lot more, and I feel like the more I learn, the more I'm I feel now like I know less than ever before, but I'm perfectly comfortable with that because I actually feel like that's probably a better way to be, to feel like you know less rather than thinking that you know a lot more. I'm comfortable with saying I don't know the answers to things, and I'm very comfortable with letting you guys know I do not know everything that there is to know about fitness and training, and anyone that says that they do is lying. They're flat out lying. And I mean, even if you go back and look at like my first workout video, you can really see, if you compare that to this video, you're going to see the gains that I've made and the muscle growth that I've made. If you are new here, then you won't know like the context of how I got into the gym, but basically my goals are normally growth related as opposed to weight loss. I started off super tiny, and I've managed to pack on a decent amount of muscle. This training program I have been running properly for only a few weeks. I wrote it up before Christmas time, but then Christmas, New Year, all that sort of stuff, I actually started a new gym, so I'm kind of still finding my feet with it. I train 4 to 5 times a week. This video is going to show you all 5 workouts, but realistically it's 4 to 5 times a week, and if I'm doing 4 times a week, I will do 2 upper, 2 lower, because I'm really trying to balance my physique. In terms of the real focus points for my program, glute focus is always there because it's what I love training, it's what I really enjoy. And I just really enjoy it. In particular, the upper glute region. For quite a big chunk of last year, I was really focusing on a lot of more lunging movements and stretching motions in my lower body workouts, and not doing as much hip thrusting, not doing as much bridges, not doing as much kickbacks, the more shortened movements which are going to work on the upper portion of your glutes a little bit more. I kind of took a break from them just because I was getting bored. Setting up hip thrusts was really pissing me off. So I took a bit of a break and focused more on stretching movements, but I really wanted to work a little bit more on my upper glute region, so we've got a good mix of lengthened and shortened position movements in there. My quads, if you watch this video guys, my quads and hamstrings and overall leg development has come on leaps and bounds, and I will touch more on that as I go throughout the video. Quads, hamstrings, I'm even training calves, can you believe it? And then upper body, shoulders, back, biceps, triceps, really pushing and trying to make some muscle growth development, strength developments there. I personally do not train chest. That's not a preference, that's not something that I just don't want to do. I can't train chest. I was very foolish and I got implants at the ripe old age of 19. They're under the muscle. Some people are fine training with implants under the muscle. For me personally, I find it really quite uncomfortable, and so I cannot train chest. So for me personally, for upper, it makes more sense for me to do push and pull rather than doing a push session and a pull session. Because I can't train chest, it just a full session of push just feels a little bit redundant. So that explains that. If you are wanting to use this as inspiration, add in some chest work if you want to the upper days. So we're going to get into the workouts now. I'm going to be running you through some form tips. Just to know, in this video I'm fully going to analyse my own form, because my form is not perfect on some things, in particular back squats, which we're going to be going over first. Part of it's to do with my anatomy. I'm never going to be the best squatter in the world because I have weirdly long thighs. It annoys the shit out of me. I so wish I was like 5 foot, but I'm not. So squats are always a harder movement for me. So they're not perfect. There's other movements where I picked up on things after filming that I think, oh, actually, I would probably tweak that, and I'm going to signpost those as we go through the video to make sure that you guys have got the best information possible. By the way, guys, I've just realised I didn't film my warm-ups in this video. I have gone over warm-up sets on the lower body 3 session and explained them a bit, but I've not included my warm-ups. If you do want my warm-ups, they will be with the programme linked below. I have also tweaked that programme slightly, so don't think you can just read the programme and not watch the video. You need to watch the video because I've actually tweaked it a little bit. So if you're wondering why it doesn't match up exactly, it's because I tweaked it a little bit as I've gone. But the warm-ups that I do for all of my sessions are included in that, and you do need to warm up before your sessions. Just wanted to put that in there. So, lower body session number 1, we've got quads, glutes and hamstrings. Just to note on this really quickly, for my lower workouts, I used to do glutes and hamstrings, glutes and quads. That's a perfectly fine split for you to follow for your lower sessions. If you are training lower 3 times a week, like I said, for me it's 2 to 3 times a week depending on the week. But for me personally, since I started kind of just sprinkling in a little bit here, there and everywhere, I've definitely seen better growth and better results on top of a few other things that I have switched around, but I do feel like that's kind of important to note as to why my sessions aren't glutes and hamstrings, glutes and quads anymore. It's not a bad split to have. I just noticed that my legs, like my overall leg development, has got a lot better since I started doing it kind of a bit more grouped into each session rather than trying to split things up a bit more. So exercise number 1, we are on back squats. This clip is actually my second set because I'm going to show you my first set afterwards, and my form needed a little bit of a tweak. So as you are unracking the weight, really important to make sure that you've got both feet steady underneath the bar as you are unracking the weight. It's very common for people to kind of do almost a split stance, and I used to do this, and it feels really weird when you switch from doing a kind of split stance as you are unracking the bar to go to both legs kind of directly under the bar as you unrack it. It does feel weird. In terms of how you want to adjust the setup of the squat rack in order to make sure that it's in the right position for you to be unracking the weight, you want it to be about here. So if you go and stand next to it, you want it to be about here, just so that you're not having to really like go up on your tippy toes, because then when you come to re-racking it, you've got a lot more chance of shit really hitting the fan. You're gonna walk back a couple steps. So as you initiate the movement, for me personally, I'm trying to make sure that my hips and knees are breaking at the same time, because I want to keep this as just a standard squat. If you are wanting to do a more glute biased squat, you're going to be focusing a lot more on really sending the hips back before you break at the knees to make it more glute dominant. But as I'm just doing a standard squat, breaking at the hips and the knees simultaneously, everyone's squat is going to look different. As you can see here, I actually have pretty decent depth. However, one thing that I would change about my squat here, which I'm going to pause it and kind of highlight it, is I would do my stance a little bit wider. Ideally, you kind of want your stance to be sort of shoulder width apart, maybe a little bit wider. I'm actually a little bit too narrow here, and I do think that's contributed to me having a pretty severe butt wink in my first set. This was my second set. I'm going to show you my first set in a second, because after the first set I rewatched the footage. This is the importance of recording your sets as well. I did rewatch the footage, and I did notice that my butt wink was pretty severe, and I was just exceeding my range of motion, like hip mobility, ankle mobility, all that stuff aside. Because of the way I am built, first of all, I'm always going to have more of a forward lean in my squats. I'm never going to be able to stay super upright. Like, anatomically, it's just not going to happen. But also, I'm probably never going to get ass to grass without butt winking. So for me personally, I like to not go ass to grass and just focus on minimising the butt wink as much as I can. But yeah, stance wise, I would personally bring my feet out a little bit more on this movement. So I'm going to show you my first set here, and as you can tell, if you go and compare it to the set I've just showed you, I am going a lot lower and butt winking quite a bit more. Another thing that I really wasn't focusing on this set, because I just didn't have my head in the game. This is something that I go over with clients a lot. It's something that I learned from Eugene Teo's videos, and that is, if you notice that you are butt winking a lot in your squats, sometimes it's hip mobility, sometimes it's ankle mobility, sometimes it's just your anatomy. A lot of the time it can be the setup at the top of a squat, so you could be pushing, really sending your hips back before, and that can cause a butt wink in some people. Equally, you could be letting the bar control you rather than you controlling the bar, which means you're not keeping your core strong, and you're just kind of coming down under the weight, as opposed to really controlling the weight on the way down and on the way back up. And that was definitely something that I was doing on the first set, which was contributing towards the butt winks. I was really cautious of controlling the weight and not letting the weight control me on the second set. And you can even tell in like the speed of the reps and stuff, it got a lot better. Weight wise for this, I personally am still squatting fairly light. As you can see, I'm only doing 50 kg here, and that's because I took back squats out for a long time, just because they're my hardest movement, and to be honest, I just wanted to avoid them. So I took them out for a long time, so I'm really starting from scratch with these. I'm not going to be ego lifting with them. I really want to work on perfecting my form before we up the weights, but those are just some little tips for your squats, and an example of a slightly better squat slightly better split.
Yeah, that's why he's going
and just
in.
an example of a slightly
No,
better
serious,
set.
Donald
The first
Trump.
set that I showed you, and then the second set, which was
Yeah, it's going in.
technically my actual first set, but my form wasn't quite as good, and some little tips for you. So I hope that helps. Then we are moving on to B stance hip thrust. So setup wise, as you can see here, you want, to be fair, this also isn't quite perfect. It's not too bad, but it's not quite perfect. You want the heel of the non-working leg, and I say non-working leg in quotation marks because it's not a true unilateral exercise. The other side of your body, the non-working side, is still going to be working. It's not a true unilateral movement, but the non-working leg heel should ideally, for anything B stance, be in line with the toe of your working leg's foot. It's a pretty decent B stance. As you can see, we've got the 90-degree angle with the shin at the top. Setup wise, I'm using this kind of decline bench, which I've actually been enjoying a lot more. Like I said, I'm training at a new gym now, so finding the setup has been kind of difficult, but this is definitely the best setup for me. It hits just about on the bottom of my sports bra. Ooh, she's really pushing through those reps. Yeah, it just hits at the right point. Then obviously, because it is a unilateral movement, we are going on to the other leg. Yeah, the main thing that I would always note with any kind of whether it's a hip thrust, a cast glute bridge, a B stance hip thrust, make sure you are locking out properly at the top. These movements are aiming to work your glutes in the shortened position, and where they're going to be the most engaged in that movement is at the top in the shortest position. So if you're not locking out properly, you are missing out on glute gains. So make sure that you are locking out properly. I know it can be tempting to rack loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of weight on the bar because everyone seems to be hip thrusting like 200 kilos, but if you're not controlling the weight and if you're not getting the proper lockout, the full lockout at the top, your torso kind of wants to be like a table, you're not really getting the most out of that movement. I do have other tips for hip thrusts and cast glute bridges, but they are also in my program, so I'm going to give you those tips when we get to it in terms of pelvis position, back positioning, all that sort of stuff. So B stance hip thrust, one leg, other leg, rest, then we go into it. In terms of resting between legs, this isn't something that I used to do, but I do now rest for roughly anywhere between 30 seconds to a minute between legs, and I have noticed a big difference in the output I'm able to get in that second set. Then we are moving on to B stance RDLs, all of the B stances today. So this is actually a much better example. You can see that those toes are lined up with the heel of my working leg. We are pushing the hips back. You are not just bending forwards with this movement. You want to be pushing the hips back, bending in the knee slightly just to make it a little bit, squeeze a little bit more glutes out of it as opposed to just being hamstrings, but it is a glute and hamstring movement. I get asked this all the time. I'm feeling RDLs in my hamstrings. You're never not going to feel them in your hamstrings. Even if you've tried to glute bias them, they're going to be recruiting your hamstrings still. It's completely normal to feel your hamstrings within the movement. Yeah, there's not really too much else to say on that. Hip hinging, if you struggle with a hip hinge movement, something that I do with clients all the time, go to a wall, step about 2 to 3 steps in front of the wall, and then you are going to focus on trying to push the wall away with your glutes. So trying to touch the wall with your bum, imagining there's a button on the wall, and that really, really helps people to learn the cue of sending your hips back as opposed to just bending forwards. But yeah, B stance RDLs being done there. So I did one leg and then I did the other. Again, I do rest between my single leg exercises now. Other things to know on this movement is you want to be keeping your chin tucked. You don't want to be straining your neck, looking up in the mirror. You don't want to be looking side to side. Chin tucked as you can. Give yourself a little bit of that double chin, and keeping that dumbbell, barbell, whatever it is that you're using on a hip hinge movement as close to your legs as you possibly can. You don't want to be holding the dumbbell or the barbell really far out in front of you. You will find then you're getting a lot of rounding through your spine and you're putting a lot of pressure on your back. Keep it as close to your legs as you can. A really good cue that I've learned for that is imagine that you are painting your shins with the dumbbell or the barbell. Keep it as close as you can, just really pushing the hips back. We have then got leg extensions. So with these, with any kind of seated movement, this and leg press, I really think it helps if you can really pull yourself into the seat. That's what I'm trying to do here, and you want to be really extending as much as you can. I've included this second clip because this was actually my last set, and you can see that my form, as opposed to my first set, which I just showed you, was starting to suffer slightly. I wasn't quite able to come all the way up as much as I would have liked. Like you can see on that rep, I was really really struggling to get that weight up, didn't quite get it up there. So after leg extensions, we're now moving on to standing cable abduction. So we are setting the cable up at the bottom of the stack, because as you can see, it doesn't go right to the bottom, and I really like to do my standing cable abductions with the attachment right at the bottom, as opposed to it being like a little bit up, so then my leg kind of has to come like more of a swinging motion, and I almost have to bend my leg to keep it this way. Another thing that I could do here to improve this would be to stand on a plate to try and keep my leg as straight as I can whilst I'm abducting it out to the side. But yeah, I'm doing my standing cable abductions here, just kicking out straight to the side. So this isn't a glute medius kickback, and it's also not a straight up glute kickback, it's just a standing cable abduction. So we're going to be working glute medius, yes, glute minimus also as well. Yeah, I love doing these, and I've noticed since adding these back into my program a lot of upper glute growth development. Moving on, we've got upper body day 1, push and pull. Starting off with a plate loaded lat pull down. I way prefer this to a cable lat pull down. I don't know why, it just feels a lot smoother, it feels a lot better of a movement. So when you are sitting on the machine, you really want to make sure that the adjustment that sits on top of your thighs is really locking you in, so that you're not kind of coming up and out of the seat on each rep. You want to make sure that you are stretching all the way up. Back movements, I'm going to say this throughout this video, the stretch and the squeeze is key. A critique that I do have of my form here, and this is something that a lot of people are guilty of, and I'm including myself in that, I got so used to filming my workouts to make my body look good, or to look how everyone else is looked on Instagram, good in quotation marks, that I got very used to kind of really anterior pelvic tilting when I was doing my back day machine movements. So really like duck arsing basically, really like sitting kind of like that. Now there's nothing wrong with leaning back a little bit. When you're doing a lat pull down, leaning back a little bit is fine, but the issue that you can see here on this clip is that I'm leaning back, yes, but I'm also really pushing my hips back. I got into the habit of doing that because I'm not even going to put it on other people, but it is what you see everywhere on Instagram. For a long time I did actually think that was just the way to do it, but try if you can. Some people do just have an anterior pelvic tilt and they need to work on their posture, or they might have postural issues and it's just something that they're always going to have. But if it's not an issue that you have, try and make sure that you're not really super like pushing your bum back when you're doing any kind of movement in the gym. You don't have to do that. Just something I really want to point out here, it's very, very, very normal when you are breathing in the gym, when you're bracing, for your ribs to expand, for your stomach to expand. Your stomach isn't going to look tiny when you're training. If you are breathing and bracing correctly, it's going to puff out, your ribs are going to kind of come out. It's very, very, very normal. This would be an angle that I have to be honest, in the past I would have edited out, but I'm just kind of over filming my workouts from sus angles to make everything look good. I want this content to be helpful. So yeah, that's just an example of maybe not the most flattering angle, but that's just how your body looks when you train. But you can also really tell there, I'm really trying to push my bum back. It's just a habit that I need to get out of. But yeah, plate loaded lat pull downs. And then moving on to, I've split the screen here so you can see that I'm doing it on both arms. We're then moving on to plate loaded single arm rows. This rowing machine, rather than it being like straight back, it's kind of coming from below and up, and I've just really been enjoying doing it. With these sorts of rowing movements, you want to keep your elbow as into your side as you possibly can. That's a cue that I always follow with most of my rowing movements, unless I'm trying to do it more of a wide grip. I will always try and keep drive my elbow into my side as much as I can and try and keep that elbow as tucked in as I can with my back movements, and again stretch and squeeze. This machine you can do it both arms at the same time, but I'm doing it single arm, so whilst I'm doing one arm I'm kind of resting on the seat and kind of pulling, trying not to move the rest of my torso too much whilst also getting a good stretch and squeeze on the movement. We are then moving on to some dumbbell shoulder presses. Now, first thing to note here is the seat setup. You will see that the seat is not flat, it's kind of like upwards a bit, and the bench is also not straight up, it's kind of slanted back. This is actually something that I have only recently started doing because shoulder presses started to feel really uncomfortable for me, and I started doing a little bit of research, looking at YouTube videos, looking on TikTok, and I saw a few people saying to try being in a more kind of, not like a full incline, but a more kind of incline rather than being like straight up against the chair, and it's helped so much. It's a much more comfortable position for me. You want to plant your feet to the floor so that you're not like flying everywhere. You want to be solid. You want to have a solid foundation. You don't want your legs to be like octopusing all over the gym. I used to do shoulder presses very much like here and straight up like that. I've since learned that's not the right way to do it. We live and we learn, and instead you want to bring your elbows a little bit further in as opposed to being like straight out like this. You can tell a bit more in this clip that Dan's done that's more kind of from the side. Another thing to note here just before I explain this is I'm going to move my bum back here. Perfect. You want to make sure that your bum is secure in the seat and that you're not just like kind of just sitting there and not secure in the seat. You want to push your bum back, have your upper back against the thing, bring your elbows forwards a little bit and press in like that rather than being straight out to the side. It's a lot more comfortable on your shoulder. If you find shoulder presses have always been a bit pinchy for you, I really recommend that you try this out. In terms of range of motion for shoulder presses, it really depends who you are. Some people say you only need to come to here, some people come down a bit further. I've always liked to try and come down a little bit further. It's just how I like to do it. But yeah, you can tell that I'm not pushing straight out to the side here. I'm more kind of in a little bit and pushing up that way. Moving on, Trap City Bitch. You couldn't, oh god. Does anyone else just have wildly overactive traps? Because I am doing dumbbell bicep curls here, so I like to do these seated on a bench because I find that when I stand I can swing a little bit more. Putting the tension through my bicep rather than just using momentum, and doing things seated really helps me to make sure that I'm not using momentum as much as possible. So any bicep curl movement, you want to keep your arms kind of as pinched into your sides as you can. Try not to move your elbows around too much. They will move a little bit, but try not to move them around too much. And for these, I'm kind of doing them out to the side as opposed to just straight here, and that's just because I'm sat down and logistically my leg's going to get in the way of the dumbbell. One arm at a time on those. We are then moving into dumbbell seated overhead tricep extension. You want to keep your elbows as pinched into your side as possible as opposed to being super flared out. Lowering the dumbbell behind your head and then pressing up. I know that some people aren't a massive fan of this movement, but I like doing it. I think it's really important that yes, you create a program that works for your goals, but you also enjoy it. I'd say my program is a pretty decent mix of optimal and also enjoyable, because for me personally, I don't give a rat's ass how optimal the program is. If it's not enjoyable, I'm not going to do it. We need a mix. We need a mix in there. I do also have cable rear delt flies programmed into that session. However, I don't have them in this video because the cables that I wanted to use were in use. So I didn't get to film that, but I do also do cable rear delt flies on one of my upper body sessions. I try to do it in this one normally, but if I can't, I'll just do it on my other upper body day. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do it on either of these, but that is in my program because I want to make sure that I'm not neglecting my rear delt. Moving on to the second lower body workout, we've got a glute and quad kind of more focus. So first off, we have got hip thrusts. So let's talk about the bench setup in a bit more depth. You want to make sure that the bench is kind of bottom of sports bra kind of area. Not any higher, not any lower. You want to keep your chin tucked as much as you can so that your head isn't bashing around, moving around too much. I really move my toes around a suspicious amount when I'm doing this movement. Then, as you are coming up, you want a full, strong lockout at the top of the movement. You can see the chin is tucked. We've got a full lockout. The shins, to be honest, if I'm going to nitpick, they could... My feet could be a little closer to my bum just to make it more of a perfect 90-degree angle. They're a little bit further out, but that's me being very, very, very nitpicky here. Overall, it's pretty good form. Now, what you're going to notice here is when I come down, I'm not duck-assing again. That's another thing that I did used to do, and it's something that if clients are having backache with their hip thrusts and I ask them to send over a video, it's normally the issue that I see most people doing, which is when they come down on a hip thrust, they're so focused on this kind of scooping motion, which yes, you can still do a scooping motion without doing this, that they really push their hips right back and go into like a severe anterior pelvic tilt on the way down and then scoop back up. Ever since I stopped doing that and I focused on really, instead of going like pushing my hips back on the way down and instead more focusing on really keeping my core tight and keeping my core braced, I've noticed a huge difference, first of all, in how much I feel this movement in my glutes, but second of all, I just don't get any back issues from hip thrusts at all anymore. So yeah, as you can see, we're not duck-assing. This is a hip thrust, so it's a more full range of motion. This was like one of my latter sets. So again, as you can see, the training intensity is there. She's struggling, she's working hard. And we are moving on to the leg press. Before I even get into this clip, no one roast me for the plates that I've got on this leg press. Not that we should be roasting people for how much they're lifting anyway, but when I was at JD, I was doing 3 to 4 plates per side. This leg press machine is fucking humbling. It's such a hard leg press machine. It feels so heavy. We're going into a leg press. For this, I've not got my feet too high up. I've got them kind of middle of the pad, but more of a narrow stance. Quad and glute focus. With leg press, the absolute #1 tip that I would give people is do not exceed your range of motion. If you are coming down to a point where your lower back starts peeling off the seat, you are putting all that weight that you've loaded up on the leg press right through your back. And that's going to cause you a lot of pain and it's going to cause you a lot of issues. And that's something that you really want to avoid doing where, first of all, would be don't exceed your range of motion. The second thing to help you from stopping your lower back peeling off the seat, the handles. Use the handles on the leg press. They are there to help you. Use them. I mean, you can tell by like the veins on my hand if you look closely. I'm really pulling myself down into the seat. A lot of my clients who get back pain with leg press, when they send over a phone video, they've got the hands like this above the head and their lower back is just completely peeling off the seat at the bottom of the range of at the bottom of their range of motion, at the bottom of the movement. As soon as I say use the handles, really grip and pull yourself into the bottom of that seat. Pain gone, their lower back isn't peeling off the seat anymore. Yeah, so stick with your range of motion and use the goddamn handles. I bailed out at the last rep. I was like, no. Next we are moving on to some narrow stance, heel elevated squats. I've not done a goblet squat variation in a while, but recently I've just been loving doing this for my quads. I absolutely love it. Similar to the back squat tip that I gave, control is key. Make sure that you are controlling the weight and you're not just rushing through the reps. Slow and controlled. And again, bailing out of the rep because I was like, nope, I can't do it. Then we are moving on to a little bit of glute isolation. Now these are glute medius kickbacks. So as you can see, I just prefer this cable as opposed to the other one. You want to set it up, get an ankle attachment around your ankle, so like a padded one. Normally your gym might have them. You might have to buy one off Amazon. Mine are from Amazon. They're just the moose ones. I can't remember the specific name. They're pink, if that helps. Or you can use the D-ring attachment depending on what you wear to the gym, because if you don't wear high socks it will dig in, but I have used the D-ring attachment before and been fine. But you will find you can lift a lot more and not have to worry about the D-ring kind of rolling up your calf, especially if you've got no calves like me, if you switch to using a proper attachment. So I would recommend using a proper attachment if possible. In terms of the movement, instead of coming straight back or straight out to the side as you saw on lower body workout 1. It's kind of a diagonal kick out. And on the way in, you want to make sure that you're crossing that working leg over your stationary leg. Another question that I get asked a lot about these is, do I need to be like leaning over? If you go back and watch my old workout videos, I used to really lean and like kick back and basically be parallel with the floor. That's actually a tip that I used to give. I don't do that anymore. Instead, I focus on staying more upright in the movement and just keeping a very like shorter-ish range of motion, but keeping my leg a little bit more straight, crossing over at the front and just kicking back and really controlling the movement, controlling the weight, as opposed to really leaning forwards and just swinging the weight up and down. And another thing that I always get asked is the stationary leg. You are using that leg to stabilise you in the movement, and therefore you are going to feel the movement slightly in that leg. Then we have upper body day 2, push, pull and cardio. So we're starting off with a seated cable row. This is a much better example of what I mean about not duck-arting it. I'm really kind of sitting as neutrally as possible on this. No, it doesn't make your ass look as peachy or as fat, but it is what it is. It's the better for the movement, as opposed to really trying to accentuate the bunda. This seated cable row machine, I have to be completely honest, I'm not the biggest fan of it, just because, as you can see here, instead of kind of pulling straight back, which is what I kind of prefer to be doing with my seated cable row movements, I'm pulling kind of upwards, and when you are doing the kind of more upwards motion, you're going to be getting a bit more traps in it, which is something that I'm trying to avoid. Not because I think traps look bad, I actually think my traps look pretty cool. It's just because they actually cause me a lot of pain. They're really overactive, and so the more I can do to take my traps out of a movement, the better. But that's just kind of how the pulley is set up on this seated cable row. I have actually considered switching it out. This might be something that I switch out. I do still like doing it. It's just not my preference, and the way that my body's set up, it's very hard for me to try and pull it more kind of down onto a unilateral exercise, which is a kneeling single arm pull down. As you can see, I'm twisting my hand to be facing the floor and then twisting it in towards my body as I come down. The reason I do this, and this is the reason I do this, I'm not speaking for anyone else here, is because I find I can really drive my elbow into my side a lot better when my palm is like this, as opposed to my palm being like that. When my palm is like that, my elbow naturally is going to come out a little bit more, whereas when your palm is like this, naturally you're going to be able to drive that elbow into your side a little bit more, as opposed to it coming out a little bit more. And I'm trying to work more of my lats when I'm doing this movement. I absolutely love this movement. This is probably one of my, I would actually say this is my favourite back movement next to the plate loaded lat pull down that I do on my upper body session 1. I just love this movement. We are moving on to some tricep cable push downs. With these again, I'm going to critique my form here a little bit. My elbows are moving a little too much for my liking at the top of the movement. I would actually bring my hands up, not maybe as much. I'd kind of keep them a little bit above parallel and then push down, seeing as that's where my triceps are going to be working most, as opposed to coming right up, because to be honest, it's impossible to go right up without your elbows kind of coming up as well. So I personally, that's something that I would tweak here, just so I can keep my elbows tucked in. When I'm doing my tricep push downs, I do like to lean forwards a little bit and kind of set my shoulders back a little bit and then pushing down. Then keeping with the cable, we've got cable rope bicep curls. Again, same cues as I gave you with the bicep curls on upper body day number 1. You want to keep your elbows as tucked into your sides as possible. You don't want them to be like flaring out. With these, I actually like to stand back a little bit and kind of get a bit more of this kind of emotion, as opposed to my elbows being like super behind me and up, if that makes sense. So I stand a little bit further back and I kind of come up more diagonally. I just really like doing my bicep curls that way, and with all my movements as slow and controlled as possible. Oh my god guys, this movement for my lateral raises, this setup has been an absolute game changer. So as I've mentioned in this video, your girl has got some overactive trappage going on, okay? And in the winter months, when I tend to hunch a little bit more anyway, because it's cold, I get severe pain. So anything I can do to try and minimise my trap use in an upper body movement, I will do it. I just will. I'm desperate to take them out as much as I can. With any lateral raise movement, your traps are going to be involved. You're not going to be able to take them out entirely. However, I've tried everything. I've tried all the other tips that everyone puts out online. This was the only tip that worked. So I now do them seated, chest supported, and instead of bringing the dumbbells like straight out to the side, I bring them kind of diagonally up like this. So instead of being out to the side, diagonally up like this, and a really good cue is to imagine that you're pushing the kind of corners of the room away. Ever since I did that, I feel these way more in my delts, and my traps don't feel like they're going to fall off and just like firing on all cylinders. And again, when you're doing things seated, for me personally, I find that I use a lot less momentum, which means I'm really putting the tension on the target muscles as opposed to just swinging the weights around. Trust me, try any exercise, any upper body movement, your lateral raises, your bicep curls, dumbbell, tricep work, anything that you would normally do standing, try it seated, and I can guarantee you'll probably have to drop the weight because it's a lot. You realise that you can't use the momentum when you're sat down. And with those, I actually use this super lightweight. I think normally I could do like 5, maybe 6 kilos for dumbbell lateral raises, and I'm pretty sure I was doing 3 on that. So lower the weight if you're going to try them out because it's really hard. But if you are someone who struggles to kind of take your traps out of movements or really let your delts shine, particularly on a lateral raise variation, I really recommend those. Those and cable lateral raises are now pretty much the only lateral raise movements that I involve in my program. Then I decided to do a little bit of cardio. I tried to do 20 minutes of cardio a week. This clip is just really funny, guys, because I really felt like I was running quick. I kept putting the speed up, so I was like walking and then jogging. But the last clip, oh my god, I felt like I was Usain Bolting, and when I rewatched it, I was like, I literally look like I'm on a light jog, but it felt so fast to me. Yeah, cardio is super important, and it's something that I'm trying to work on a little bit more this year. I want to be overall healthy, fit and well, as opposed to just having muscles. So yeah, I'm trying to do some cardio. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what possessed me to get on the treadmill because sprinting is really not my thing. As we can tell, I felt like I was sprinting, I looked like I'm on a light jog. It's not really my thing, I prefer the stairs, but I'm trying new things out this year. It's 2023, let's try new things. On to the final workout of the week, low body 3, hamstrings and glutes focus. So we are doing RDLs here and I am doing warm-up sets. This is something that I really wanted to touch on. Warm-up sets, what are they? Let's talk about it. Even if I'm short on time and I don't have time to do my full routine of warming up properly and all that sort of stuff, I, regardless, will still do warm-up sets. I think warm-up sets are really useful, and if you're short on time, it's a really good way to warm up. You're pretty much practicing the movement that you're going to be doing. Now, warm-up sets, do you need to do them for every single movement of your day? No, especially when it gets to isolation work, you really don't need to be doing a warm-up set on your 5th exercise, which is cable kickbacks. You don't need to be doing a warm-up set, you'll be fine. But for your first like 1 to 2 movements, warm-up sets can really help you kind of, first of all, gauge sort of how you're feeling in that session so you know what weights to be putting on the bar, but also it's just going to get you in the right frame of mind. It's really good for just getting you in the zone for your session, practicing the range of motion that you're going to be doing and building up to the weights. Now, with warm-up sets, you want to be careful to just use them as warm-up sets. The point of a warm-up set is not to exert yourself. So let's say your working set for your RDLs is you can do 60 kg for 8 and that's super challenging. You are not going to be doing a warm-up set of 50 kg for 15 reps because that's actually probably going to tire you out and take away from your main sets. However, you might want to do a warm-up with the bar for 10 reps, and then you might want to do a warm-up with 30 kg for 8 reps. The point with your warm-up sets is not to be pushing to like an RIR of 1, super close to failure. Your warm-up sets should be nowhere near failure. They're not counted in your weekly volume because they're just not challenging enough. So that reps in reserve for your warm-up sets should be super, super high. We're talking like 6, 7, 8 reps in reserve. They shouldn't be challenging sets. They are just there to warm you up. So that's a little tidbit on warm-up sets. So I was warming up with the bar, and then I did a couple warm-up sets, and then we got into the working sets. So I'm going with 60 kg, and then I worked my way up to about 75. I don't use straps currently because the straps I really want from 1MR are currently out of stock. So I'm waiting for those to restock, and then I'm going to get them because grip is a limiting factor. I went up to just below 75 kilos, and I got about 4 reps. And it was my grip that gave way, and my legs could have kept going. But do not become reliant on straps. If you're just starting out, please do not invest in a pair of straps yet. You do not need them. You should be prioritising your actual grip strength first, and actually just using your grip as opposed to jumping in straight away with lifting straps. You don't need them. If you are a beginner, you really don't need them. The only time you should be getting straps is if you've been lifting for a while and it's your grip which is really limiting you in terms of what you can lift, and it's stopping you from progressively overloading. That is when you invest in straps, not right at the beginning. You don't need them. Don't let anyone feel like you need to buy that equipment when you're just starting out. Form tips for RDLs. As I said, you are going to want to be imagining that there's something behind you that you're trying to push with your bum, pushing your hips back. You're not just bending forwards, you are pushing your hips back. The positioning of your knees is going to be impacted by what you're trying to bias. If you're trying to do a bit more of a hamstring bias, there will still be a bend in the knee, but a slight bend in the knee. But a very slight bend in the knee. If you're trying to bias your glutes a little bit more, you're going to have a stronger bend in the knee. With the ones I'm doing here, it's a little bit more glute focused as opposed to being hamstring focused, so I've got a little bit more bend in the knee. Talking range of motion, as soon as you cannot push your hips back anymore in an RDL, that is the end of your range of motion, and that's when the bar needs to be coming back up. You do not need to push past that point. If you push past the point where your hips can't come back anymore, all that's going to happen is your back is going to start rounding to help you get lower, and then you're putting that weight not through your hamstrings and glutes, that's going through your back, and that's why you're getting back pain. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is the setup. Are you bracing properly? Are you breathing properly? If you are not bracing properly on things like squats and RDLs, to be honest, in particular, you can find that you will have very, very intense lower back pain. There's a difference between an ache and a pain. It is going to work your lower back region slightly, so you might have a little bit of an ache, but a pain is a very different thing. And if you're getting pain but your form looks fine, check that you are bracing properly, check that you are engaging your core properly. It's not going to look pretty, it's not going to look cute, but it's super, super, super important that you are engaging your core properly and keeping it strong and keeping it tight. If you struggle to know whether you are bracing or not properly, Meg Squats has a really, really good video and tips. I think it was on TikTok, but I swear she's done it on YouTube as well, about bracing, and the absolute best tip and cue that I've got, I don't know if it's her who came up with it, but she's the person that I got it from, is if you put the tongue to the roof of your mouth and you try and make a huh, huh sound, that's the kind of sensation that you want to be getting when you're bracing your core. So even if you need to keep the tongue to the roof of your mouth to help you brace when you're learning how to brace in your movements, go for it. There's nothing wrong with it, and if it helps you brace and it helps you keep your lower back safe and healthy, we are all for that over here. Yeah, and then on the way up, you don't need to excessively push your glutes forwards. Just come back up. You don't need to hyperextend, just coming back up in the movement and then back down. Chin tucked, like I said, not looking up, not looking around, not putting any pressure through your neck. You want your spine and your neck to be as in line as possible. And they are like my best tips for your RDLs. I did also film a little clip of me trying to do 75. My grip was really just not having it from the front, just so you can see where my hands are. My hands are a little bit outside my knees. That's the grip that I use, and I personally do one over, one under, and I do try and rotate it, but I do find that I do have a stronger version of it, and that's when this hand is over and this hand is under. We are then moving on to CAS glute bridges. So I've already gone over the setup. The only difference, guys, between a CAS glute bridge and a hip thrust is the range of motion. A hip thrust is a more full range of motion, so you're coming right down, right back up. It's going to involve a little bit more of quads and hamstrings, whereas a CAS glute bridge, if you don't know where that name came from, by the way, it came from Coach Kasem. But to be honest, it is just a pulsing hip thrust. So you will see people call it a CAS glute bridge. You will also see people call it a pulsing hip thrust. It's the same thing. People do typically tend to call it a CAS glute bridge, but if you are wondering where that name came from, it's not some kind of like magical thing. It's just because this movement kind of came from Coach Kaz. It takes a lot of your quads and hamstrings more out of the movement, and it does focus it a lot more on your glutes, and it's a lot more really hyper focusing on the shortened position. Same form tips as a hip thrust, the only difference is the range of motion is much shorter. So as you can see, I'm not coming down as much as I would with a hip thrust. It's a much shorter range of motion. To be honest, these are probably actually a little bit too much range of motion for a CAS glute bridge, but they're not like awful. I would probably shorten the range of motion slightly though. Some people, in terms of which is harder to do, some people will say hip thrusts and some people will say CAS glute bridges. In my opinion, it depends which you do more of. If you've only ever done hip thrust and you move to CAS glute bridges, you'll find you have to drop the weight and you find it a lot harder because you might not be as strong in that shortened portion of a thrusting motion. However, if you're someone that just does CAS glute bridges and you don't do as much hip thrusting, when you then go to hip thrust, you might find that you have to drop the weights with that because you are not used to doing a more full range of motion with more quad and hamstring involvement. So in my opinion, it depends what you do more of, which is going to be harder. I don't personally think one is like way better than the other. I like doing both. Let's be honest, before CAS glute bridges became this big thing, people have been hip thrusting for years and seen amazing results. So let's not like completely discard hip thrusts. I think doing both is great. If you prefer one to the other and just want to do one, fine. They will work your glutes in the shortened position. It's just that a CAS glute bridge is more hyper focused on that shortened position and it's a much shorter range of motion. Moving on, we've got some Bulgarian split squats. I'm gonna be honest, kept this clip in purely because I was like, damn, the leg gains are really thriving. Also, by the way, I do have cellulite. This lighting really emphasises it, but a lot of girls who lift have cellulite. This clip is just my favourite because I feel like it really does highlight the leg gains that have been made. If anyone wants to humble me and tell me I've made no progress, then feel free. But yeah, Bulgarian split squats. So when you are doing the setup, the bench that I'm using is a bit lower than a standard bench. I know that some people like to do it off like a plate or like a super low surface to not get as much of a stretch on your quads and to kind of focus it a bit more on your glutes. But for me personally, I just like doing them this way on like not too high a bench, but like a decent heighted bench. I like doing them this way. Some people will also move their foot further out to make it more glute dominant. For me personally, the way that I'm doing these currently in my program, these are quad and glute engaging. So it's not super far out and I'm still doing the sinking back in the movement, which you're going to see. I'm still doing that sinking back kind of motion. You can see I'm kind of coming up and then coming down and a kind of diagonal, but I haven't gone for a super wide stance because I want to be working my quads and my glutes. My whole legs, to be honest, are on fire after I've done these. Slow and controlled as always. With any leg movement, you want to be keeping it slow and controlled, taking a rest between legs. That's something that I always do now. And then this is the other leg, and this is also an angle that I would have been so scared to show even a year ago, because it's not as flattering as the other one, but that's how it looks. That's just how it looks, and that's how everyone's will look pretty much when you film it from that angle. So yeah, just completing my other leg and then dying, to be honest. Then final movement that I got on record, because actually calf raises were after this, but the machine was in use and I just didn't have time to wait for it, so I did have to leave the gym, unfortunately. But I do calf raises after this. Hamstring curl, I'm still getting to grips with this machine because it's very awkward to get into compared to the one that was at JD, and it's much more angled, like the bit that you lie on is much more angled as opposed to JD. So when you're doing a hamstring curl, you want the pad to kind of, when you're adjusting it, make sure that you adjust it properly for your height, because you don't want it to be on like the very bottom of your foot, but you also don't want it to be like behind your knees. You kind of want to go for like a lower calf point in terms of where the pad is going to be resting. Again, use the handles to grip you into the machine, use the elbow pads, grip yourself in, lock yourself in. And then the main thing where people tend to go wrong, the main tip I would give for a hamstring curl would first of all be not controlling the weight. You need to control the weight, slow and control. Don't just fling the weight up, really do it with intention. And another thing would be, and you can see I'm kind of doing it here, and I think it's just because I'm not used to this machine yet, try and keep your hips as driven into that pad, as locked into that pad as you can. You don't want to be flinging the weight up and your hips coming up at the same time. You really want to lock your hips into the pad that you are lying on as much as you can. I've always preferred to do a lying hamstring curl as opposed to a seated one. It's just my personal preference. I've always preferred it. I've always found it more comfortable. But yeah, when you are doing them lying, make sure that you really try and keep your hips as driven into that pad as you possibly can, and that they're not coming up. And that's it. That's it, girl. So yeah, that is my full week of workouts. Like I said, everything's going to be linked down below in terms of the program. There are a few things that I tweaked. For example, something off the top of my head that I can think of is one of my lower days, it wasn't B-stance RDLs, it was barbell reverse lunges. I found because of the intensity that I was putting into my other quad movements, my recovery was really not good when I was doing barbell reverse lunges. And I also really want to work on my hamstrings. Hamstrings are something that I really want to work on. So obviously I've got my standard RDLs and I've got my hamstring curls. So I decided, why don't I actually just do B-stance RDLs instead of barbell reverse lunges? Then I'm taking a little bit more volume off my quads so I can recover properly, and I'm adding a little bit more to my hamstrings because I just felt like I could recover with a little bit more hamstring volume, and I'm really trying to grow the hammies this year. So that's why I tweaked that. But yeah, there's a few tweaks, so it won't match up perfectly. But I really hope this video has been enjoyable. I have fucking loved filming this video for you guys. I love educational workout content. I just love it. Let me know what other kind of workout content you want to see. Let me know what other videos you want to see. Full week of workout wise, realistically, I can't do this like once a month because I don't change my workouts up once a month. But if you guys would want to see some more variation of upper body workouts, some more variation of lower workouts, I don't mind throwing myself off plan for one day, maybe every other week, to film a different workout and give you guys some inspo. If you want more in-depth form videos, how to bias things for certain muscle groups, all that sort of stuff, just let me know. But I'm hoping this video, I've given you a couple of biasing tips anyway and helped you this year. I'm going to be investing a lot more into my education and making sure that I'm really keeping up to date with things as much as possible in terms of training, research, all that sort of stuff. So I'm going to be trying to enroll on some courses this year, which I'm super excited about. I just want to give you guys and my coaching clients the best possible information that I can. The fitness industry is constantly changing, and if you don't keep up with it, you're going to be missing out on the new information. And you're just going to be potentially missing out on gains as well, because as we learn more about what might be a little bit more optimal. Like I said, I'm not saying this is the most optimal program in the world and everything I do is the most optimal way of doing things, but it's a pretty fucking good program, if I do say so myself. It's a pretty good program, and it's also one that I really enjoy. and I'm probably going to stick with it for another like 8 weeks-ish, I would probably guess. And then if you want me to do another full week of workouts when I change it up, let me know. But yeah, thank you so much for watching the video. If you have any questions about anything at all that I've gone over in this video, let me know. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, because it really helps out my channel. Let me know what you think of the workout footage, if you find it more helpful to be filmed from these sorts of angles as opposed to the angles that I used to film from, editing style, all that sort of stuff. Let me know what you think of the format. Super open to feedback. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and I will see you in my next YouTube video. Bye. Cheers.
White girl got an ass on her. I'm just saying, Bailey.
Hello, welcome back to another video. As you can probably tell by the title of this video, we're going to be doing an ALPHALETE haul today. It's for the restock that actually has already been and gone. It's already happened, so don't panic. And I did ask on Instagram, people would still find the video helpful, so I said that I would do it. If I ever don't do a video, it's because I don't have a package. My package came about 5 days after the restock happened, so I wasn't able to do a video, and I'm really, really sorry, but that was completely out of my hands. I submitted everything on time. I don't know, something went wrong with Parcel Force, something went wrong there, and I didn't get my package until 5 days after the drop, which is why there was no video, but I'm doing it anyway because we now actually know the birthday sale is going to be on the 18th of February, and with like some of these colours will be super high stock because they've just restocked, so I feel like this video is probably going to be helpful for that, and also for the sports bras in particular, it might be helpful. It's probably going to be shorter than usual. I feel like every time I say this I curse myself and then it ends up being longer, but I really can't see this being that long because bar a few little things that I did notice in terms of the bottoms, which is normally what takes me the longest to go over, it is pretty much a true restock other than a few things that I noticed. The bras, I've got a few more points to touch on. The only other thing that launched that was new was socks and dad hats. I do not know where my dad hat has gone, and I'm really annoyed because there was actually something that I found really odd about it, which was the back of it. It was completely different to any of the dad hats they've done before, and it was like brown leather, like the adjustable thing is like brown leather instead of being material, and it felt a little bit flimsy, and it also said Adams on the back of it, and I don't know what that means. So I did want to go over that in this video and show you guys, but I cannot find that hat anywhere. If I find it, because this video is going up on Sunday, I'll just shoot a random clip and put it in and show you the difference between the hats. But yeah, they were new, and then they launched these crew socks as well. I'm going to put in a picture of everything that they did restock so you can see everything that they restocked. Also as well, because I have now got doubles of chocolate, I've got doubles of whale blue, I've got 3 pairs of blossom shorts now, and I've got 2 pairs of hot pink. I need to get rid of some of this stuff, and it feels a bit wasteful for me to hold on to it, so literally just DM me on Instagram and let me know what size you are. If I've got a spare in any of these colours, to be honest, any Amplify colour, just DM me. It'll be first come first served. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, I'll just cover the shipping costs here. It'll be completely free. It's really, really wasteful, and you guys support me so much, so I may as well just give you guys some of this stuff. I do actually do it quite frequently. Honestly, please don't feel cheeky. If you ever want to message me on Instagram and say, hey girl, have you got this in this size in a spare, just ask me, because the chances are I might, and I'll just ship it to you. I don't make people pay for shipping, I'll just ship it to you for free. This video is kind of more to do with like sizing and stuff. I decided to pick up some different sizes. I'm going to do like some side by side so you can see like small to medium, extra small. I've got extra small, small and medium in this video, so hopefully it will be helpful. Like I said, we've got the birthday sale date now. I'm going to leave link down below a Discord that I made for my ALPHALETE girlies, where we're all discussing ALPHALETE related stuff. I made a Discord, so I'll leave the link for that. I'm still not sure how to use Discord. I asked on Instagram what to make the group chat on, and it was either WhatsApp or Discord. I made a Discord. I'm not sure how it works, but you can join it. We're all having a good time in there. It's excellent. I'll also leave a link down below the birthday sale launch guide so that you can see that. Also Black Friday. Honestly guys, I am so sorry to everyone who had issues on Black Friday. I actually don't even want to sit and make excuses for ALPHALETE because I feel like it happens every Black Friday, and with the birthday sale around the corner, it's another sale. The whole website goes on sale 10 to 80% off. I understand if any of you guys are like, actually I don't want to order again because of the mess with Black Friday. I completely understand, because as much as they will say that they've sorted it out, that's happened a few years in a row now where they've had big issues, and I'm just a believe it when I see it sort of person, and I feel like I've not seen the sale handled like perfectly well from them. So if anyone is like anxious about shopping the birthday sale and doesn't want to shop the birthday sale, completely fine, and I totally get it. And yeah, I'm just really sorry to anyone who did have issues. I know that ALPHALETE were refunding certain customers 30% of their order if they'd had an issue, regardless of whether they've received it or not. Obviously they refund you the full amount if you hadn't received it, but they were offering to refund 30% even if you had. If it was between certain dates. If you go on their Instagram, I'll put in the post here. It's on that post with the details. But yeah, I'm really sorry guys. Anyway, I'm just going to go over the socks really quickly first. So these are the new socks. I got the ones, these are wet by the way, because I washed all my white socks yesterday, so ew. I got the little wolf logo ones, so it's kind of like sewn on like that. It's like a silky little thing that kind of hangs over, and that just sits on the outside of the sock. And these are like a cute little crew length. And the thing I love most about these is the fact that they did these in 3 packs, because when they did socks before, I feel like they did them in 1 pair, and to me it's just a bit odd. I don't know if it's just me, but like for me it's a bit odd to buy 1 pair of socks. Normally I get like a 3 or a 4 pack at least, so I was very happy to see that they did these in a 3 pack. I have to be honest, the last pair of ALPHALETE socks that I got, first of all, they didn't fit my feet because they only came in 1 size. These come in 2 sizes now, so I've got the small/medium and I'm a UK size 4, and these fit pretty well, to be honest. I don't really have any issues with them. Last time they did 1 size only and they were huge on my foot, so to be honest, a 1 size only sock is never going to work, especially if you've got smaller feet. So I don't really think that was ever the best idea, but we've now got these and we've got 2 size options, I believe. So the sizing is fine. I'm going to be honest, because I've not had these long enough yet. My last pair of ALPHALETE socks that were kind of like this, but they were a bit taller, I do definitely prefer this length. I wasn't sure on it at first, but when they're on, you can actually stretch them up a little higher, and then they're perfect length. Because with longer ones, I normally roll them down a bit. These are like the perfect length. Yeah, with my last pair, this bit here, where it joins with the like ribbing and then like the heel, it started like the stitching basically came undone, and I had like massive holes. It was like it was trying to detach itself from the rest of the sock. So that happened a few months after I got them, so I'm gonna need a little bit more time of wearing these, but my first impressions are that these are better, but I'm just gonna be completely honest, I need more time with these to see if they actually hold up, because my last pair did quite literally fall to bits. So I will keep you updated on these, but so far so good. They're very like soft and thick and plush. They're not a thin sock. If you've got that Adidas socks, because I've got the Adidas ones, they're not like that. They're like thick socks. They're not thin, they're thick around here, and even like the foot part is thick. That's also something to be aware of. If you wear really tight shoes that like just fit your feet normally, you would probably need a half size up in those same shoes to wear these with them, because they do actually add a little bit of chunk to the foot. But other than that, these are really good, and I definitely prefer the style of these to the last ones. When I saw them at first, I was like, I'm not sure about you. And now I'm like, I'm sure about you. So we're gonna go on to the bras now. I'm gonna do the bras first because I feel like there's more to say about these than there is the bottoms, to be totally honest. So we'll go over the Amplify bra first. This is not the same as the Stratus bra, which is the one that had the cutouts that launched with pixel pink, digital violet, all that sort of stuff. So these are not the Stratus bras. There weren't any Stratus bras in the restock. It was just the standard Amplify bras. I'm not a huge fan of the Stratus bra, to be honest. I find it really quite uncomfortable. I like the idea of the design. The execution is just not great for me, and I feel like they don't feel very good quality, especially not in comparison to the normal Amplify bras. These definitely feel way better in quality than the Stratus bras do. So if I was to pick between that and the Amplify bra, it would be the Amplify bra all day long for me. So these originally launched in 2020 when Amplify first dropped. Since then we've had a couple different variations, but they've largely remained the same. I'm going to put a clip in here where I'm going to compare all the Amplify bras, so like new to new, because I've actually got the digital violet one on right now in a size small. I love this colour, I just think it's so cute. And I've compared it to the ombre Amplify bra because that's the only older one I can actually find under the bed to find them, but to be honest I've got so much active wear that it can be hard to find things. So I'm going to reorganise this weekend, so I'm organised for the birthday sale. Okay, to compare the new restocked Amplify bras to the older ones, I can't find my original one, so I've just used my ombre one. These are both an extra small. Yeah, front on, honestly, it doesn't look like there's really any difference there. The only difference is obviously if you got an ombre one, they did the signature logo and they did it on the front. I would say actually the scrunch on the front of the new restock bras is thinner, like a little bit thinner than the ombre ones. I definitely prefer a thinner scrunch, whether it's bras or leggings. I think it looks better. Have a look, because I know that Bailey showed, I mean she didn't just say it, she literally showed it, that the new ones had much sort of longer and thinner or thicker, I can't remember how hers were, straps compared to the old ones. So mine are definitely a bit longer. I don't think mine look quite as long as hers did, but they definitely look a little longer. You can also see here the sort of cut of the sports bra. Let me see if you can tell more if I lay it over it. The cut of the sports bra on the side boob is a little bit more narrow, so there's a little bit less material there. It's not as crazy as what they removed off the Revival bra from the original, but this still is a little bit more of a cut in there, so you're going to get a little bit more side boob. The straps are definitely a little bit longer. I'll see how this works out when I actually wear it, and the straps are definitely thinner, so we'll see how that changes maybe support or anything like that. But overall, straps wise, I definitely prefer these ones looking a bit thinner. And then obviously branding, it's on the back this time and it's got the panel. Kind of wish that, I suppose you can't really do tonal on a white bra like this. That's new to old Amplify bras. Okay, so I've got the Amplify bra in digital violet, and then I've got it in the white. The digital violet is a size small, this is a size extra small. I just wanted to show you this before I do the layover really quick, because I don't know if it's just because this is an extra small and this is a small, but I feel like there is definitely a big difference in terms of how much material you get here. And also I just feel like the scrunch doesn't look as good in the size small, like it almost looks stretched out. Like, I get why there's extra material because it's a size bigger, it needs to be, but I wish it was like as scrunched as the white one, because I feel like it's not as scrunched. And then just laid out on top of each other, this is it pulled side to side. To be honest, it doesn't look like there's a huge difference between an extra small and a small in terms of like bandwidth. It's more of like the coverage up here. So I'll show you in the try on clips and let you guys know. I'll do them like side by side, but yeah, there's not really a huge difference in the band. It's more so like the sort of coverage up here. Straps are pretty much the same length. The digital violet ones are a little bit longer. However, it is worth noting I have seen some quality control issues with this bra.
Bailey's straps were super, super, super long. Mine don't look quite as long compared to the old ones, but hers were very long. And I've seen people with like different length straps. So yeah, just wanted to put that in there. So yeah, those are the differences, the sizing differences, all that sort of stuff. I will pop in the try-on clips here so that you can see how these look on, new next to old, and all that sort of stuff, and sort of talk you through it. Okay, so we've got the old amplifier on the left, the new one on the right. No major differences from the front, but as you can see from the side, a lot less material, a lot more side titties hanging out. And then on the next one, I've done the extra small compared to the small. So the size small is on the left, so you can see the differences, and you can see it's got a lot better coverage. So if you're not a fan of side boob, definitely size up in this bra. Yeah. So yeah, in terms of the design on this bra, you've got the scrunch detail at the front. You've then got this like ribbed band. Oh my god, focus. You've then got the ribbed band around the bottom, thick straps which come over like halter neck style, and then at the back they cross over. You've got the ALPHALETE logo on the back there. Like I mentioned in the video, it's kind of almost on a panel now compared to how it used to be. And yeah, these do come with pads, but they come with nude coloured pads. White bras with nude coloured pads do not work. Like, you can just see the pad, so I always take the pad out. And although you can see the pad, if you take the padding out, this is actually quite a thick bra. It's definitely thicker than the Revival bra. You can't see your nipples, so you're all good to remove the pads and you'll be completely fine. If you did still want padding in it, I'd recommend that you put in a white pad. I know that you can buy them on Amazon, or if you've got other sports bras from other brands, you can put white in there, but they need to start putting the white in, to be honest, because this just isn't really working. So those are the details. Support wise, this is like I'd say this is medium to high support for me personally. For reference, I am a 32 double D, but they are fake, so you know, take from that what you will. Take my support advice and all that sort of stuff with a pinch of salt. I'm 5'6", I'm about 64 kilograms, waist is about 24, 25, and my glutes, I actually don't know my up-to-date glute measurements, and they've definitely grown, so I'm gonna say around the 40 mark, but I'll double check and I will put it in the description box below. So, previously in amplified bras, I have always worn an extra small, and I tried a small in the ombre launch and I didn't like the size small. It just didn't feel like it did anything. Like, it didn't really give me much cleavage. Because the one thing I like about the amplified bra is it can really make your boobs look really good and support them to a decent extent. But when it was the ombre launch and I tried a size small, I was like, no, it doesn't give what it needs to give, if you know what I mean. So I preferred an extra small, and that's still true now. I did actually retry them on, and I still prefer the extra small. However, as I've gone over like the changes and all that sort of stuff, now personally, I definitely think the size small fits a lot better than the size extra small, even though this looks the exact same as a previous extra small. This feels tighter to me. Like, it just feels tighter and it feels smaller. There is definitely been a removal, whether it's intentional or not, a removal of material in this region. It's definitely a like wider cut, especially comparing extra small to extra small. It's definitely a wider cut. Maybe I've just got a dud batch, but I know that Bailey said the same thing. This is definitely a wider cut now. The straps are a little bit longer, which means this comes down a little bit more at the front, which again is fine if you want a lot of cleavage, but I just find on me it's now a bit much at the front in a size extra small, especially at the side. It's just a bit too much hanging out, and I've actually got a new tit test for the side, which we're going to call the tit mole test. Reason being is because I've actually got like a freckle mole thing on my side boob. I think it looks really cute. Hopefully it's not anything sinister. I actually think I should probably go and get it checked because I'm 99% sure it wasn't there before. But we won't get too much into that because I think my health anxiety might go through the roof. If that stays, we're going to be doing the tit mole test from now on, because as you can see in the clips that I put in,
The old extra small definitely did not have the side boob there, and you couldn't see my tit mole. Whereas now in an extra small you can. It's just a lot more side booby, and it's almost like this bra now, if you've got bigger boobs in particular, the changes that they've made, if you're going to stick with the same size as you were previously, it's now basically supportive nipple covers. Like, it doesn't cover much of your boobs at all. And do you know what, right? I completely appreciate, being someone who was previously part of the itty bitty chitty committee, I appreciate that a lot of sports bras sometimes don't look great on smaller chests. It can be harder to find a bra that looks, or that someone with a smaller chest, let me just say this as someone who had one, feels comfortable in. I know that I used to struggle with sports bras in terms of like flatteringness and giving a lot more than I do now. So I get it that people who have smaller chests are not going to want such like clunky sort of bras. My issue with these two bras and the changes that they've made to both, whether they're intentional or like it's been accidental, to the Revival bra and the Amplified bra, is so happy if these now work better for people that have smaller boobs. But these were two of the bras that ALPHALETE do, because they don't cater to big boobs. Let's be honest, they really don't cater to big boobs much at all. But these were two bras that I actually thought were a lot better for bigger chests. Like, I'm not saying they're the most high support, but in terms of coverage, they were a lot better. And the Tri bra is another example of that. It was a really decent coverage while still looking minimal bra for a smaller chest, which, believe it or not, can be quite hard to find. A lot of bras that are made for bigger chests are actually really ugly. Like, just because I've got bigger boobs, it doesn't mean I want like a halter neck, big chunky thing over my tits. Like, and so it frustrates me that with now this is the Amplified bra is like the third bra that they've done this to. They did it with the Tri bra, they did it with the Revival bra, and now it seems like they've done it with the Amplified bra as well, just removing more and more material from bras which actually worked a little bit better for the bigger boobed girls, from a brand which, to be honest, just doesn't cater that much anyway to bigger boobs. It's really, really, really frustrating, because to me now, this in an extra small, which gives me way more support than the size small. It gives me this amount of support that this would be like a cardio bra for me normally, all weights and cardio. And now, yeah, it gives me support, but it looks ridiculous. Like, I just look like I'm bursting out of it. Going up to a size small does fix a lot of the issues. It gives you a lot more coverage, and for me personally, whereas on previous drops I've not preferred a size small, the small fits a lot better. I definitely say that this time round, because of the changes made and all that sort of stuff and how they feel when they're on, these definitely seem to be running a little smaller than they used to. So if you're normally between sizes, I tend to go between an extra small and a small. I would go with your bigger size, because as you can see in the triangle clips as well, you just get a lot more of a flattering coverage down here. My only gripe is I don't get as much support in the size small as I do in the extra small, because obviously it's just a little bit bigger. It's not loose. I'm not going to be like, oh, I could do a double extra small. Quite clearly I couldn't, but it just, you know, the extra small gives me a little bit the level of support that I prefer, but this one fits a lot better and the coverage is a lot better. So that's my little rant about the Amplified bras and ALPHALETE bras in general. So yeah, sizing advice for these would honestly be, if you are between sizes, you need to go with your bigger size now, whereas normally with ALPHALETE bras, they tend to run a little bit big and you can usually size down. If you're like flat out true to size and you don't have a particularly big chest, stay true to size. I know that Bailey tried a double extra small and she said that she still didn't like the bra because it's just not her preference, and the coverage was just a bit weird, so I think she would have probably actually stuck with an extra small. So that would be my sizing advice. It is kind of like a halter neck bra, but these are so stretchy that you don't get any, it's not like a Wonder Bra situation where you literally feel like you've been strangled. It's really, really comfortable on your traps. I have really developed traps. I have really developed traps, and these are not uncomfortable on my traps at all. These are really, really comfortable. This used to be one of my most worn and like one of my like I'd say top 3 bras from ALPHALETE. I'm not sure it's top 3 anymore, just because I have taken to wearing multiple layers in the gym, and if I'm wearing something that's tight fitted, so like a long sleeve crop in the gym over a bra, I'd be going for something like a tri-bra or a revival bra instead, because these, like if you can see, the seams are a bit thick on the Amplify bra, so it doesn't lie quite as flat underneath things. But if I'm just wearing a hoodie or an oversized t-shirt, or I'm just training in a sports bra, I still really love these. But if you're layering, it's definitely not the best bra because it's just a bit too thick. In terms of material for these, my white one feels the same as the ombre launch, and I noticed on the ombre launch that Amplify bras felt a little bit softer. So if you have those bras and you like that material, the white one is definitely that sort of vibe. However, the Digital Violet is the same, along the same lines, but feels even softer, to the point where actually I'd be a little bit concerned about catching this on things. I think this colourway in the material that I've got it in, it might actually pill a bit if you catch it on things, so just be careful with that. I know that there's massive discrepancies with material and stuff now, so take what I'm saying with a pinch of salt, because realistically, you can't trust anyone's ALPHALETE review currently because of the inconsistencies with material feel and sizing as well. Like, you could order the exact same thing that someone else has ordered, so you could both order a size small Digital Violet Amplify bra. One of you could receive one that runs a bit bigger, one of you could receive one that runs a bit smaller, one of you could receive one with longer straps, the other one with slightly shorter straps, and the material could feel different as well. So, and that goes the same with bottoms, so take what I'm saying here with a pinch of salt, and that applies to most seamless items from ALPHALETE currently. So yeah, I do really like the material. I definitely prefer the softer material that they do the Amplify bras in now as opposed to the original ones. It's not that the original ones were uncomfortable, it's just that I feel like these are a lot more soft on my skin and I like that feeling up top. So yeah, I definitely prefer the material of the Amplify bras now to the original, but that's Amplify bras only. We need to put some respect on the OG material's name when it comes to the leggings. So yeah, that's my little Amplify bra rant and review. Size small is the size that I go with now. Like I said, just to round up, if you are between sizes now, you need to size up. They've removed material, whether they did it intentionally or not, from the side boobs, so now it's going to be side tit central, and they just feel a little bit tighter. But yeah, if you're not bothered and you want side tit out and that's your kind of vibe, then definitely stick with your normal, smaller size. Okay, we are then going to move on to the Revival bra. So I've got this in washed denim and I've got this in white as well. Do you know what? I'm so glad I got some white bras because I've been wearing this one or the Amplify one with my mocha shorts and I'm just loving it. Sorry, I've got really dry lips, guys. So I got the white one in a size small and the blue one in a size extra small. I'll put in all the clips now of like comparing this new to old lay, the flat lay clips basically, and also comparing these two so you can see size and wise. Okay, so this is a Revival bra from the chocolate launch, so like chocolate, storm grey, etc., which is when the change was made here, where this is now a lot like skimpier. It's just like they've removed excess material. I'll show you another clip in a second comparing to the original, which will make a lot more sense. They removed like a lot of material here and it made it a lot more side booby. These are both an extra small, and sizing wise, this is one from the restock, but the new bras. Sizing wise, they're both an extra small and they look pretty similar, and it does look more similar. Maybe there's a little bit of extra material that's been added here, and this looks a bit higher again now, but it's still not like the original, and I'll show you that in a second. But yeah, there is a little bit extra material there now, and this sits a little bit higher. And then just to show you on the back of these bras is the exact same, so it's got like this. They didn't used to do these on the bras where it's kind of like it's almost on a panel. See how it's sort of like almost on a panel, like this little bit here. Forever stitching, that's the exact same. There isn't really a difference there. There is, however, a difference in the thickness of this bit. So this is the bottom of the bras matched up, and as you can see, this is a lot wider on the new ones and it's a lot skinnier on these ones. Those are the differences between the chocolate launch, which is when they changed them, to now. Now we've got the like original Revival bra at the back in a size extra small. This is in the Thundercloud colour, and then you've got the newer one on top. So you can see just generally it's like a shorter bra now. It's not quite as high. There's a little bit less material here, so compared to the original it does still sit a little lower, and as you can see it's still not got as much material in the side boob region as the original one. A little bit more than the chocolate launch, but not as much as the original one. So again, flipping it over to the back, you can see that whilst this bit was a bit thicker than the chocolate version, it's still thinner than the original version. And I feel like you can also just tell that it's just a shorter bra in general. Like, this is a lot shorter than the original ones were. If I had to pick, I definitely prefer the original ones. And then the only other difference is that originally they didn't have like a panel thing behind the logo. Like, you can see there isn't a panel or anything there, whereas now they do. They've had this since the chocolate launch. But yeah, that's the old to the new. And then I'm going to put in the clip, like the try-on clip, side by side, so you can see comparison of a size small to a size extra small in the new one, and the old to the new, and all that sort of stuff. And this one compared to the chocolate launch, which is when they changed not the Amplify bra, the Revival bra. Okay, we've got the original Revival bra next to the new one. These are both a size extra small. As you can see, we've got a bit more side boob. This is the first ever one compared to now. Then I've compared it to the chocolate launch. Looking at this, it's actually not as skimpy. Jesus Christ, the chocolate launch one was bad. Pretty bad for the side boob. Not as bad, but still not like the original. And then extra small on the left compared to small on the right. Gives you a little bit more coverage, but not a ton. So yeah, the grey one was Thundercloud, and that's one of the original Revival bras, so that has the better coverage. And to be honest, to me, maybe there's like a few tweaks I would make to it, but like, it's definitely the better bra if you're a bigger breasted girly. And then it was the chocolate launch, where they clearly just decided, fuck the big breasted girlies, we're taking material away. So they decided to make it a side titty central bra. We can see with the mole tit test, they really succeeded with that. They really succeeded. I have to say, at first I didn't actually notice it, but then the more I was in the gym, the more I was looking in the mirror in the gym, I was thinking something about this bra just looks weird. Like, I look like I'm bursting out of it, and I couldn't quite put my finger on it. And then I worked out what had happened, and I'm not happy about it. And when I got these, I was hoping that they'd gone back to the original, but spoiler alert, they haven't. So details wise, I will just go over them really quick. Again, I know that on the website, someone messaged me about this the other day, and they said, because I put a story on in the white one, just doing a quick mini review, and someone said this looks a lot better on you than on the product pictures I've seen. Not because the person on the website isn't serving, she's definitely serving. I don't know what her name is, but she's beautiful. Beautiful. I don't know what her name is, but she's beautiful. But I feel like maybe I just wear it wrong, but on the website it's definitely more like this, like straight over, whereas me, I will always, to me this is a halter neck bra, so I always kind of scooch them in around my neck. So if you like how this looks but you don't like how it looks on the website, look at how I wear it. That's also how you could wear it. So for me, I wear it halter neck, but I suppose if you hold it like that, it is pretty, you know, pretty standard. And then it's got a scoop neck at the front. It does come with pads in, but I take the pads out. Same thing with the Revival bra as with the Amplify bra. It comes with nude padding. You can see the nude pads, just take them out and you'll be completely fine. You're not going to be showing your goods to the whole gym because it's fine, just not with padding in, because you can see the padding. It's got the ribbed band around the bottom like the Amplify bra one does, and then you've got the logo stitched in on the back and the forever stitching, and it's sort of like on the panel sort of thing, and then you've got this crossed back detail, which I really, really like. Support wise for these bras, I'd say kind of like low to medium, more swaying towards medium. I don't find it as supportive as the Amplify bra, but it's not as low support as, for example, like a limitless bra, which really just gives, if you've got bigger boobs, no support. So as you can see in the clips, they've clearly removed material. And they've made a few other adjustments, but I have to be honest, I didn't notice the other adjustments when it was on too much. The weirdest thing is, like, this white bra runs so small. Like, as you can see in the flat lay clip, it's like the wash denim band is actually bigger and it's a size extra small. So I don't know whether it's because I don't have enough to compare. I don't know if this runs small or this runs big, but I feel like this runs small because for a size small, which normally feels very comfortable on me in ALPHALETE bras, this felt pretty tight. Not like uncomfortably tight, but like notably tight. It didn't feel like a normal size small, so I'm tempted to say the white that I got just runs small. To be honest, I think it's I'm just gonna be honest, I think it's a little bit ridiculous that a size extra small literally runs bigger in the band than a size small. Like, huh? The math just isn't mathing. And also, for full transparency, I'm trained in this like twice. So if anything, this should actually be a bit stretched out. If the stretch out rumours are true, which I just don't find that my Amplify stuff stretches out, but whatever. This bra, in terms of like length, is definitely a shorter bra than the Amplify bra. So if you can see here, the Amplify bra is actually a little bit more long line, whereas this one kind of just comes right under your boob. It's not like a super long line bra. I'd say this is just like a normal line bra, whereas the Amplify is definitely a bit more longer line. I've probably got like an inch between my belly button and the bottom of the Amplify bra. Going up to a size small, even though the white one does feel a lot smaller for a size small, it does give you a little bit more coverage on the side. So again, like the Amplify bra, if you have got a bigger chest and you found with the last launch of Revival bras that it's too much side boob, going up a size does help a bit, but it's still not like the original. It definitely doesn't turn it into the original bra. So it's up to you what you want to do on that. It does help a little bit, but it won't turn it into how the original one used to fit. Look, if you've got smaller boobs, this is probably better for you now. Damn, they really are taking all the opportunities for the bigger boobed girls to have decent coverage away. I don't know if they're doing it intentionally. Like, I actually don't know if this is intentional. Like, they've sat down and been like, so we're going to remove material, or they've just gone to get more of these bras made and they've been made differently. I don't know which one it is, but whichever one it is, personally, I would quite like them to go back to the old way of doing it, just because I've seen the bras that are coming this year and there's some really minimal bras come in. I actually got to try one of them when I was in Texas, and I'm not even joking, that was probably, for such a minimal bra, it felt weirdly supportive. So I am really, really excited for those, but I feel like because they are bringing those bras out, there's going to be plenty of chances for like minimal coverage, super minimal bras. So can we just keep the more full coverage ones a little bit more full coverage? Or maybe have two options. Or like for bigger boobed girls, I've said this before, have like extra small plus, small plus. So you've got the normal size, because some people have like really small bands but big boobs, so they can't go up to a medium because then the band will be gaping. So if you had like the normal size, so the normal size extra small, and then a plus version, which is the same band size but it just gives you a bit more coverage. Material wise, my washed denim one feels a little bit, it's not rough, but it feels a little bit rougher than the white one. The white one is very, very soft. Like, very soft. It's almost got a sheen to it. Very, 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 very soft. The other thing to note is that at the front they're double lined and at the back they are single lined, and you can tell in the white one, like if you look at it from the side when it's on, you can see a marked difference in the thickness of material, so that's just something to note. Other than that, I don't really have a ton else to say on these bras. I feel like I've kind of said my piece. The size of inconsistency is really weird, but I definitely do prefer the size small for me personally in terms of like coverage and stuff. Low to medium, more swaying towards medium level of support. yeah, I would go with a size small. If you are between sizes and you have bigger boobs, go with the size up. If you are a smaller chested girly, you can just stick with your normal size and you will be completely fine. Okay, I'm going to move on to the bottoms now. So I got Blossom in a size small and a size medium. I got the pink in a size small. I got chocolate leggings in a size small, and I got whale blue leggings in a size extra small. So I'm going to put in a clip here where I'm going to show you the colours next to the original colours, just because some of these look exact, but some of them, please tell me if I'm just going crazy here, some of them to me look a little bit not quite the exact same. Just like a slight difference sort of thing. This is the old chocolate extra small compared to a new pair of leggings from the restock in a size small. Already felt like tights, but I feel like with Amplify they roughen up slightly when you put them in the wash a few times. Some of the colours do anyway, and these definitely did. So these new ones definitely feel fresher, but they're like tight kind of material, like, yeah, that's definitely going to be sheer, but as you can see, it's not really a huge difference. Before anyone says I've stretched out this waistband, I really haven't worn these leggings that much. If you watched my review of chocolate when it first dropped, you'll know why. Also, I do feel like it's worth pointing out that, in my opinion, just my opinion, the old chocolate is a touch darker than this restock chocolate. It looks a little bit different to me. I don't know if it's picking it up on camera, please tell me if you think I'm going crazy, but to me this looks a little different. Guys, please feel free to tell me if you think I'm going crazy, but I haven't actually worn this whale blue, which is from the original drop. This is a size small. This is the new restock. Why do I feel like it's not quite the exact same colour? I'm not saying it's a completely different colour, but I feel like it looks a bit different. So you've got the original whale blue size small behind and the new restock in a size extra small. This looks like a pretty, you know, extra small to small comparison for me. What I will say though is even the whale blue small is smaller, if that makes sense. Whale blue is definitely a colour, in my experience and in a lot of DMs I've had, a lot of Facebook posts I've seen, definitely runs a little tighter. So if you are between sizes, I would definitely size up in the whale blue colour. We've got the original pink in an extra small and the restock pink in a size small. I'd say that's a pretty standard extra small to small sizing difference. Obviously the extra small is shorter, but that's because these are the original pink shorts, so these are like the 3.5 inch ones, whereas obviously now they do the 4.5. Just going to show you the Blossom shorts in a size small compared to a medium. I would include the extra small in this, but I've purposely stretched out my extra small so I could wear them because I do really like the colour. So I literally stretched them out on the back of the chair. So that waistband is definitely not how it would be if I just worn it, because for me personally, I know everyone says that they stretch out. Mine don't really stretch out with wear, but like I have purposely stretched those on a chair, so it's very stretched out, so I'm not going to include that because I don't think it's helpful. However, I feel like this is quite a big difference between a small and a medium, considering sometimes there's not really much in it at all. This is a small, this is a medium. In terms of length, the length works out the exact same. And I will also here put in the punch through test of these colours compared to the original colours that they dropped in, so you can see for like sheerness and material and stuff if they are the same or not. As you can see, it's super thin. Like I said this at the time, this is literally like tights. By the way, when I do this, it's not a substitute for squat proofness. I've done that in this video. It's just to show you the thinness of the material, because my OG leggings were not this thin. Then we've got my restock chocolate, so as you can see it's pretty much the exact same. I would say feel wise though, these, and you can tell in the try on clip, these have definitely got even more of a sheen than they originally did, and these are a size small, so they're a size up. So yeah, still very thin, literally like tights. Then I've got my OG whale blue. I find whale blue to be pretty sheer as a colour in general. It's definitely thinner, but my original one doesn't feel quite as shiny as my new one does. My new one feels a bit softer and a bit shinier. Yeah, I feel like my new one, this is the new one in a size extra small, I feel like this just feels thinner. It feels thinner, it looks thinner, even when it's on. Obviously it's been stretched out a bit more, so keep that in mind, but yeah, it's very, very, very thin and very sheeny. Like my original whale blue doesn't have much of a sheen. And then we've got my original pink. So this is from 2021. Definitely thinner than the OG, but not as bad as some of the more recent launches that we've had in terms of thinness. It's a little bit thicker. And then this is the new pink, which to be honest feels the exact same. It really doesn't feel different. The material feels the exact same as it did in 2021 on these. Then last but not least, we've got Blossom. This is my original one. I always found Blossom for like a lighter colour. I'm not going to say it's completely like non-sheer. If you wear anything other than nude underwear, you're going to see it. But I did find the material a little thicker compared to like Frozen Spring. Bloom is definitely thicker and better quality than that drop in terms of durability. And then this is the new Blossom. Maybe it feels a little softer, maybe a little thinner, but not too different. I'm going to go over all the colours one by one after this clip, but when I was editing it, I did realise in the try-on clips, the chocolate and the whale blue have got a big sheen to them, like super, super, super sheeny. Something else to know, which I realised when I was editing, was the leggings. When I go up to a size small, I get a lot of excess material around the crotch, so that's something to know. I don't really get too much when I go up in size in shorts, but when I do with leggings, I definitely get a lot of excess sort of material. And in terms of pilling, out of all these colours that I've got, the only one that will probably take a little longer to pill will be Blossom. The rest of them are going to pill pretty quickly based on my experience with this material. So on the topic of punch retest and material, I'm just going to go over the material really quickly. Blossom to me feels pretty similar to when it first dropped. The only difference I would say, and it's the same for both my size small and my size medium, is these feel a little bit more slick. Like for me, when Blossom first launched, it was soft, like not as like, you know, soft and fluffy as like ombre, for example, but it was still soft, but it had a little bit more of a rough texture to it. It was kind of somewhere between like the Storm Grey launch, which I found Storm Grey to be a little bit scratchy, Pure Blue a little bit scratchy as well, and the OG for me. That's kind of the blend of the two. I would say that these feel a little softer, and I can even see when I look at the material that these are, I feel like these are going to be a little bit more prone to pilling than the original Blossom ones I had. Yeah, so that's the material for Blossom and my thoughts on that. My Whale Blue pair feel a lot softer than my original Whale Blue. Like my original Whale Blue are soft, but these feel a lot softer. I feel like on these look like they have a much bigger sheen. However, that could be because these are an extra small and the other ones are a size small. So full disclaimer there, that could be the reasoning for that. But they feel like they have a much more of a sheen, and these definitely feel a little bit more fluffy than my original Whale Blue. To be honest, these sort of feel a little bit like the ombre launch, which for me just wasn't my favourite material, but if you like the ombre launch, there's a chance you could get a Whale Blue pair of leggings and they would feel like the ombre launch, just like very soft and fluffy, kind of like a tight texture. So that's the Whale Blue. The pink honestly feels the exact same as my original pink, which is weird because that pink came out ages ago. But yeah, the pink feels the exact same as my old pink, which is from like 2021. By the time the pink had come out, I had noticed a change in material already. I know that some people would put pink down as an OG colour. I personally wouldn't. I never had the OG material in the pink, but this material feels the exact same. So it's kind of like the fluffy, soft, thinner material, kind of like tights. Feels a little bit similar to my new Whale Blue. And then you have got Chocolate. If you watched my original review of Chocolate, you'll know I had a huge issue with this colourway. I just thought that these were so thin. And again, these feel really, really thin. I'd say the material feels pretty much the same, but a bit softer. Like, Chocolate was already soft. This feels even softer. However, that could be because I've washed Chocolate, but I've not really worn them that much. If you've watched that original review, you'll know why. If you know, you know. So I don't feel like it's that. These just feel a lot softer. Again, these feel almost like the ombre material. So I hope this can be an example to people that there are definitely inconsistencies even within colours, because for me, this restock, I'm going to be honest, it was a little random to me. I'm going to be honest, I didn't really get it, because especially the bottom row of colours on the picture that I'll have inserted of the things that restocked, I feel like there was still decent stock of those colours, at least on the UK site. So I didn't really understand the restock. Also, I just want to explain really quickly about restocks. If you ever notice that a really old colour, like this happened the other week, like dusty green and charcoal came back in stock in a few colours on the US website. If you ever notice that an old colour has come back in stock randomly on the site, it will be however that old colour was. So like in terms of scrunch, obviously charcoal and dusty green have got the original scrunch. It will have that scrunch on it, because it's not like they've restocked it and ordered more. It's likely that they've just found old inventory and put it back up on the website. I hope that makes sense, because I do get asked questions about that. So yeah, that's just a little bit on restocks in general, but generally speaking, they don't really restock. So it's nice to see a restock, but I did think the colour selection was a little bit odd. Like, how are you going to bring back chocolate and not bring back mocha? I feel like mocha was the superior brown. So these are what I got. Sizing wise, let's go over sizing. With Amplify now, I am pretty much a true size small because of the way that the sizing works now. I have said this in a video before, but I really want to say it again, just because, you know, if there's ever a launch where I have a different opinion to someone else, or someone else has a different opinion to someone else, two people have got different opinions and different experiences, I want to be really clear. My stance on that is I would never assume the other person must be lying. There are quite clearly big inconsistencies with ALPHALETE at the moment, especially with Amplify, and I don't know, I feel like it's a little bit mean sometimes when people assume that just because someone's got a different opinion, they must be lying. Or, you know, with sizing, I've seen, you know, am I sure that the sizing is smaller, or it's just not stretched out, and all that sort of stuff. And I just feel like me doing the flat lay clips, and I know this from feedback that I've been given from people who have bought from ALPHALETE, me doing those, whether I've worn the shorts that I'm comparing the new ones to or not, has genuinely helped people get the right size. Because, like I said, for me, in my experience with Amplify, the only instance which I have successfully stretched out a pair of Amplify was by putting my Blossom extra small shorts in the wash and stretching them and leaving them to dry over the back of a chair. Like, I don't doubt that after a few years it's probably going to stretch out, but it's not going to stretch out significantly unless you've put on a significant amount of weight or size or something like that. So I know that it's a bit controversial to talk about sizing and to say that Amplify is running tighter, but just to give you guys some context, when I was in Texas, Christian, literally, we were talking about Amplify sizing, and he's clearly aware that there's an issue with inconsistencies with sizing, to the point where with Amplify, I don't know what drop they're going to start it from, but with Amplify, they're actually going to have more of a thorough sizing thing. So like a size small waist will measure around the full thing 26 inches with like a 0.25 or a 0.5 inch tolerance, because obviously you're going to have some inconsistencies, but they're not going to be wild anymore. They wouldn't be doing that if they weren't aware that there was some wild inconsistencies between launches with sizing. And in my experience, I just think the launches have been getting tighter and tighter. And I still wear my OG colours. I still wear Ivy, I still wear Rainfall, I still wear those colours, I still wear Viola, and I can still fit an extra small and it doesn't feel like I'm going to be sick. The new extra smalls make me feel nauseous. So that's just my 2 cents on the sizing situation. Let me know what you think. But yeah, I just wanted to say that because I personally would never want to put other people down when they're reviewing stuff. If they've had a different experience to me, maybe they've just got a different batch where the sizing is more consistent, or the sizing is run a little bit bigger, or they've got a different material to me. I'm never just going to assume that someone's lying, and I wouldn't like you guys to do that either. So yeah, I am now a true size small in the newer launches. In the OG, I still wear an extra small, so if you've got that for reference, and you're a similar size to me, that might help. But in the OG stuff, I still wear an extra small and it fits pretty bloody perfect. But now with recent launches, I have been a true size small. Typically, not with every single colour, I do notice that leggings run even tighter in the waistband particular compared to the shorts. That's just something that I've found in my experience, because when I'm talking about Amplify being tighter, usually I'm actually discussing the tightness of the waistband, not the whole leg. I've not really noticed, other than some colours sometimes will be a little bit tighter, like a darker colour might be a bit tighter. I don't notice a huge change in the leg, it's the waistband where I notice the biggest difference. So I now wear a size small because a size extra small in a lot of the recent launches just makes me feel nauseous. So I'll go over sizing colour by colour. Whale blue definitely fits tight. I tried on my old size small and my new size extra small. Whale blue, in my experience and my followers' experience from people who've DM'd me, is a tight running colour. Like, a lot of people have had to size up 1 to 2 sizes. Quite a lot of people have gone up 2 sizes. Like, people have literally gone from an extra small to a medium. So it definitely does run tight. In terms of which size I prefer, I definitely think the size small looks better. It's definitely a lot less sheer, but it's still sheer. Like, whale blue is not a squat proof colour on me. Obviously I'm white, so when it comes to squat proofness, bear in mind, the bigger the contrast between that colour and your skin tone, the worse it might look in a squat test. So someone with a deeper skin tone, whale blue probably wouldn't look sheer on them, but because I'm white, it's such a big contrast, you're going to be able to see it more, it's going to be more noticeable. Same thing with chocolate. But yeah, I find extra small very, very, very sheer. Like, this looks like tights on me and it has a weird sheen. Like, this is very sheer on me. I could not wear an extra small in the whale blue. Like, it's too sheer, it's too much. So I definitely wouldn't do an extra small in the whale blue. I personally would stick with a size small. In terms of the chocolate, to be honest, sizing up doesn't really help with this. I find this a very thin and very sheer colour. Again, it could be because of the contrast between the colour and my skin tone. This would probably look a lot better on someone with like a nice deep skin tone, but on me, the contrast is too much and they're very thin. These are like tights to me. Like, you can see it even when I'm walking around, and I thought, this is why I got this in a size small, because I thought maybe the extra small was just, you know, too tight on my leg, and that's why it had such a like sheen and such a sheerness to it. But no, in a size small I still get it. So the size small definitely fits better in the waist, but to be honest, there isn't a huge difference between an extra small and a small in this. So yeah, it fits better. The size small is definitely which one I would go with, but to be honest, this in leggings is just not something I would recommend, particularly for lighter skin tones. I just feel like it can look bad. And this is my second lot of chocolate now. I know that some people have had really thick pairs, but this is my second lot of chocolate now and it's still super thin and literally like tights. So yeah, I prefer a size small in these. In terms of squat proofness, not squat proof. Not squat proof. Stand up proof, yes. Squat proof, no. Absolutely not. Moving on to Blossom, I've got the extra small from the original, which I've now stretched out over a chair because that was really, really tight. That and Misty Lilac is probably the 2 tightest pairs of Amplify I've ever had. Like, they were way, 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 way too tight. Maybe like Pia Blue was quite tight as well, and wash denim. I remember when I was doing the Black Friday shoots, I was in an extra small in wash denim and Pia Blue, and it was just not super flattering because it was just too tight. Like, the gap between the sports bra and the top of the leggings was just like, I had to really try and stand a certain way. It wasn't working. A size small in those sorts of colours is better. So yeah, having tried the size small, I would definitely stick with a size small. That's definitely my size for this colour. So yeah, size small is definitely my size in the Blossom shorts. In particular, I didn't get the leggings, I just got the shorts. I'm more of a shorts girl. The size small is definitely more my size. It doesn't dig in as much on my legs as the extra small. It's definitely a more comfortable fit, and the waistband is a lot more comfortable. I will say, I'm not being that person that's like, I could do an extra small, because obviously I can't do an extra small, it makes me feel sick. I've had to stretch it over the back of a chair. But the size small kind of just sits on my waist as opposed to giving a ton of shape. I feel like if it was a tiny bit smaller, just to give me a little bit more shape, because I like a tight waistband, but not to the point where I feel like I'm going to be sick. I'd probably prefer it, but a size small, yeah, it's fine. Like, the waistband doesn't gape, it does fit, it just doesn't, like Amplify does, and if you've got Amplify, you know exactly what I mean. It doesn't quite do that, it more just sort of sits on top of your shape. It's not as snatching, but yeah, the size small is definitely, without a doubt, better for me. And in terms of sheerness, Blossom, out of the lighter Amplify colours, definitely fares better in terms of sheerness, but if you wear anything other than nude underwear, it's going to be very, very, very obvious in Blossom. Deeper skin tones, I think I have seen deeper skin tones wearing this, and it definitely doesn't look bad, but I wouldn't like to comment 100% whether it's like safe or not, because I do notice when I wear anything darker than like my skin tone underwear, you can definitely see it. So that's being stand-up proof as well. So it's not stand-up proof really in anything other than like a dead match nude underwear. Even then you can see it a little bit. It's pretty sheer. But the more you size up, the better it does get. You wouldn't wear black underwear with this. Squat proof, it kind of is a bit squat proof on me because I wear nude underwear, but if you're wearing anything under the nude, a nude thon in particular, it's not going to be squat proof, especially if you've got a deeper skin tone. Obviously the difference between this and my skin tone isn't huge, so you're not really going to see that sheerness in the bottom of a squat the same way you might with a deeper skin tone, so that's something to be aware of. But these don't really bother me too much. I feel like these are okay, and they're definitely better in a size small for all of those sorts of things. So yeah, love the size small. In terms of the medium, I feel like this is probably a little bit ambitious. I'm definitely just not a medium, but because of how small the extra small was, I was like, maybe I am a medium. You can see the waistband is way too big on this, like it genuinely does gape. It doesn't offer me any support. The leg, to be honest, isn't too big. Like, it's really, really not too big in the size medium. A little bit more extra material, but like it's nothing crazy. But the waistband, that's what I mean when I say like between sizes, I don't feel like there's too much difference in the leg, but the waistband is way too big on me in a size medium, so I would definitely stick with a size small. And I do notice with the leggings in particular, going up to a size small, I do definitely get excess material at the front, which I'm not a huge fan of. So that's annoying that I have to size up in Amplify now. Well, and then we've got the hot pink, which I got in a size small. Now, like I said, I've got the original extra small, and it's a short. It's like, it's more of when sizing was a little bit better. I would definitely say these run a little bit tighter because these don't feel that different to the original extra small for me. So a small fits fine. That's all I have to say on it, really. I don't really have any issues with this feeling too tight, but I never do with the original extra small hot pink. So I'd say these definitely do run smaller because this does fit similar to the extra small and it's a size small, if that makes sense. But I prefer this length shorts, the new 4.5 as opposed to the original 3.5. I definitely prefer this. I prefer the way that they do the logo now. The only thing I don't prefer is the scrunch, the new thicker scrunch. They've done that on purpose. It wasn't an accident. They've done it because people were complaining about scrunchies popping, so they changed the scrunch. That's why it got changed. So in terms of it going back to normal, I don't think they'll ever put it back to normal because they did it on purpose. It wasn't like an accidental thing or like a quality control thing that they just haven't checked. Squat proofness, not 100%, but stand-up proof is fine with anything other than black underwear. When I put black underwear on with these, you can see it, so just wear nude underwear and you'll be fine. Pretty squat proof, not 100%, but you know, not as bad as some other colours. Cough cough, whale blue. I can't get over how bad the whale blue is, guys, honestly. Like, it's so ridiculously sheer. Like, so ridiculously sheer. So that's it, guys. That's it for this video. That was just a little restock, some new bras, chatting about bras in general from ALPHALETE and going over some sizing material, giving you guys some Amplify tea that's hopefully been helpful to do with sizing and all that sort of stuff. Like I said, obviously my package came late and I had full intentions of doing my video this way anyway, but I really hope with, like, especially seeing the difference between an extra small, a small and a medium, that this can be really helpful for sizing, especially with the birthday sale. Like I said, I'll obviously get different sizes for that, But if you were interested in any of these colours, it could help you with picking out what size you want to be for that. Like I said, I've now got doubles of some colours, so literally DM me on Instagram, let me know which one you want that I've got doubles of and which size you want, and I will just ship it out to you. I'll cover the shipping fees, it really doesn't matter. It is going to be first come, first served, so yeah, none of this stuff is going to sell out before the birthday sale, so don't buy anything from now and the birthday sale. Like, just wait until the birthday sale. None of it's going to sell out before the birthday sale, so just wait. You really don't need to buy any of this. You'll be able to get a discount. It's going to be 10 to 80% off site-wide. As we know from previous sales, 10% is going to be the new launch, and then I think some of this stuff will probably be 20 to 30% off, some of the stuff in this video, so there will be a good opportunity to pick some bits up. And in terms of my most worn colours that restocked for like bottoms, if you're interested, Hazelnut, Pixel Pink, Digital Violet and Scarlet. Digital Violet has probably fast become one of my favourite colours from ALPHALETE ever. As you can see, it looks really good with greys. I feel like this looks good on all skin tones. I've seen super fair skinned girls wear it, I've seen super deep skin toned girls wear it, and everyone looks good in it. So Digital Violet would probably be my top pick out of all these colours. I just think it's a really, really, really good colour. But yeah, those are my most worn colours that were relaunched in this drop. I hope you enjoyed the video. Please give it a thumbs up if you did. Like I said, I'll leave the birthday sale info below, and I will be doing a haul, fingers crossed, before that goes live, because I should be getting my stuff in time. Again, super sorry about Black Friday, and completely understand if no one's excited about the birthday sale because of what happened. I get it. I do get it. I know that some people had a really fine experience with Black Friday, but a lot of people did not, and that's, to be honest, like, it happens every year. It's really not acceptable at this point. It should have been fixed. I just feel like every year there's another reason as to why it's gone tits up. And I am really, really sorry. But yes, also, big giveaway is going to be coming for the birthday sale, because it's my 3rd anniversary with ALPHALETE. 2020, the birthday sale, was the first time I ever worked with them, and honestly, like, I'm not joking, probably like the first birthday sale launch, I was like, this is going to go awful, I'm not going to do well, I don't know, like, I had such bad anxiety over it, I was like, I'm not going to do well, this is going to be like my first and only chance to work with them, and I'm just going to flop. And then I did well, and then last year I was like, oh, this might be my last one, and then this year again I'm like, oh, this might be my last one. I just get really bad anxiety, and I just need to stop, because even if it is, I've had like the most amazing 3 years with ALPHALETE, and I'm super, super grateful for it, and it's been a huge opportunity, like, to be able to do these videos. And like, these videos, they take me a long time, but they're my absolute, like, this and like workout education is like my favourite thing to do. Like, honestly, if I could have a job which was just me reviewing samples, testing out samples, helping to tweak samples, I would do that job in a heartbeat. Like, this has actually really shown me that I have a passion for this sort of stuff, in terms of like design, having a keen eye for things, and just being like keen-eyed with things. Is that even a passion? I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna leave this video here, but yeah, a big giveaway is gonna be coming, because none of this would have happened if it wasn't for you guys, and I am forever a grateful little girl for that. My voice is cracking, so that means it's time to end the video. Have a gorgeous week. I think I'm posting this on Sunday, so have the best week, and I will probably, if you only watch my ALPHALETE hauls, I will see you when it's the birthday sale haul launch, and if you watch my other videos, I'll see you this week, because I'm weekly upload queen now. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Hello, welcome back to another video. As you can probably tell by the title of this video, we're going to be doing an ALPHALETE review haul today. 2 in a row, I know, but it's just the way that things have fallen. Obviously my restock package came late, but this one is all about the birthday sale, which is happening on the 18th of February, starts at 6 PM UK time, 12 PM CST, and it's going to last for 48 hours. Before I even start getting into the video, if you are getting ads on this video, please watch them, because all of the AdSense proceeds from this video are going to be donated to charities that are going to be helping in Turkey and Syria with the aftermath of the earthquake. Yeah, we're going to be donating all the AdSense proceeds from this video to help those who need help and those who have been affected. So if you do get an ad on this video, please do watch it if you have time to, just because it does help the AdSense to go up. This video is also something a little bit different. It's something that's been very highly requested. First of all, before I get into the explanation of the differences with this video, I want to highlight this is not a novel idea. I think it was not the Black Friday just gone, maybe the Black Friday before. I love Gabby's videos, and Gabby did a video with a different size model with her, so that people could see the items on 2 different body types, 2 different body sizes, and I just love that concept. I love that idea. I think it was a sick video and a really, really good idea. So I want to make it clear that this is not a novel idea, but something that has been requested a lot from you guys, and I think it's because I don't beat around the bush, and I have pointed out that there is a severe lack of diversity for the athletes. On the women's side in particular, when it comes to skin tone, there's a lot of lacks of diversity with the athlete side of things anyway, but you know, ethnicity, skin tone, all that sort of stuff is something that I've pointed out maybe a little bit more than the other things. And a lot of you do have darker skin tones, and you have requested that I do try-ons with someone with a darker skin tone, so you guys can see exactly what these colours look like in natural lighting, moving around on someone who quite frankly just looks more similar to you, so you can see what those colours are going to look like on you. And so I am so excited. I got Gabby to help me with this video. You guys also really love how I do my reviews, so I wanted to keep my review style normal but also add that in, because I'm really, really hoping it's going to be helpful for you guys. I also want to make it very, very clear, Kirby and Chelsea, who I think Kirby is now taken over creative at ALPHALETE and Chelsea is their photo shoot coordinator, they are doing God's work with making severe improvements when it comes to the models and the photo shoots. Like the changes I've seen in the past 4 weeks alone it's big changes. You know, for the first time we've actually got different sized models being used on the website, and I have actually seen them using some dark skin models, which is really, really good, but the athlete side is still lacking. Like the models and the photo shoots and all that sort of stuff, which Kirby and Chelsea are definitely in charge of and helping with. There are other people involved, but they're the main 2 people that I know by name, and I really want to give props where I think props is due, because ALPHALETE really didn't have any diversity before, so it's a big task to take on, and I think so far they are doing really, 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 really well. But the athlete side is still severely lacking. They have no dark-skinned female athletes, as far as I am aware. They have no dark-skinned female athletes. So hopefully this will be helpful. I would really appreciate feedback on it if you guys like this, if you guys find it helpful. Honestly, if you guys find this helpful, I can try and expand it as much as I can, so I can have multiple different girls doing it with me, multiple different skin tones, multiple different sizes, shapes, ages. I can try and do that if it's something that you guys would be interested in. I know that Christian used to do those sorts of videos, but obviously he is a busy bee. That man is busy, so that's probably why he doesn't do them anymore. But I used to love those videos, so if you guys like this format and you think it's helpful, I'm totally willing to expand on it, and I would actually love to have some of you guys involved. This is paid work, I'm not making people do this for free, it's paid work, it's a paid work opportunity, and honestly it was so much fun filming with Gabby yesterday. She's an absolute angel for helping me out. She took time out of her schedule to do it, and let's all just big up Gabby in the comments. But so onto the haul. I'm just going to read you like the birthday sale details that you guys need to know. This is what we got from Christian. So oops, sorry, that's my clients checking in. It's 8:30 in the morning, but we love early risers. Yeah, I'm going to start check-ins when I've done this video. The sale starts Saturday, February 18th at 12 p.m. CST, and it ends Monday, February 20th at 12 p.m. CST. So it's 48 hours. There's no, as so many people have put it in my DMs, stupid flash sales this time around. It's just a straight up sale. Whatever the price is when the sale goes live, it will remain that way. The entire store will be discounted up to 80% off. So it's not like the whole site is going to be 80% off, it's up to 80% off. Generally speaking, the older items will be higher discounted, the newer items lower. I don't have the price sheets yet, but for Black Friday they did give us them in advance, so make sure you're keeping up to date on my Instagram, which is just at amyrookes, because I will be posting that when I get it, if we get it. And I've also done a lot of like concise stories and question answers and all that sort of stuff on Instagram. So yeah, free shipping when you spend $80 or more, US and Canada. He's put a note in, all US orders will be shipped with UPS ground, which means a drastically improved, fully trackable, faster shipping experience than Black Friday. I know that some of you are going to be apprehensive after experiences people have had with Black Friday. Some people had amazing experiences, but some people had really, really bad experiences. And to be honest, if it's like put you off from ordering, I get it. I actually get it, and that's completely fine. But if you are going to be ordering, the shipping should, I'm not going to say will, because sometimes things go tits up anyway, but the shipping should be better. UK/EU will receive free shipping over £66. Really happy they've done that, because normally it's like 120 or 150 that you have to spend. So the £66 thing, absolutely love. Discount/athlete codes can be used at checkout to provide you an additional 10% off the entire order. Mine is Amy, and if you do use it, please message me on Instagram so I can say thank you. But yeah, it's not an extra 10% off RRP, it's whatever the discount is, an extra 10% off the discounted price, if that makes sense. And then he just said, our birthday sale discounts and prices are the most aggressive you will see all year, more so than Black Friday, so now is the time. And I think if I'm remembering correctly from previous years, it genuinely is a bigger sale than Black Friday. And straight up, before I even get into it, I'm not letting this cloud my judgment, don't worry, we've still got a lot to discuss here, but this is definitely my favourite launch that I think this might be my favourite launch ever. I'm struggling because the material, I'm just going to put it out there, it's a mixed bag, but it's not the best, and I've had quite a few issues, especially with the leggings. Jesus Christ, the dark grey leggings, just wait until we get to those trying clips. But in terms of colour palette, sometimes when ALPHALETE do drops, I'm not gonna lie, like the Pixel Pink launched with colours like Butterscotch and Rich Brown, and to me it just didn't make much sense. But when I saw this colour palette, I was like, it makes sense, and a lot of the colours pair with other colours. And the thing I love most, I'm going to put a thing in of everything that's launching, is that this is a tonal launch. I used to love a full matching set, but now not so much. And you'll notice if you watch my hauls normally that I will always do sort of colour comparisons and try and pull in like tonal matches as well that you could match with the colours, which I'm going to be doing in this video as well. So I just prefer like things being a couple shades off. I think it looks better. I always do lighter on top, darker on bottom. So I absolutely love the colour palette of this launch. Even like items, the biker shorts are back, and that is my number one. That is my number one product that ALPHALETE do. So I'm so fucking excited. This is probably, if this fabric was better, this on paper would be my favourite launch they've ever done. And my favourite launch before this one was probably the 2020 Black Friday launch when they first dropped Amplify. That was probably my favourite launch. And prior to that, it was August 2020 when they had all the really colourful colours, and shark grey was it, Atlantis blue, and they launched the Essential leggings. Loved that launch. So yeah, I don't say this is my favourite launch ever about multiple launches. This is the first time I've said it in a very long time. It is ALPHALETE's 8th birthday, and it is also my 3rd birthday with them, which I'm third anniversary with them. The only reason that this is going to be my 3rd anniversary with them is because of you guys. You guys shopping with my support code means that I get to keep working with them, and it really, 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 really does help me out. I've got a much smaller following than other people, so in terms of like brand awareness, I'm not going to say I'm bringing the most brand awareness, but the support that you guys have shown me has meant I've been able to keep working with them. And if you do want me to keep working with them, you can obviously use my support code. If not, it's fine. But yeah, a massive thank you to anyone over the past 3 years who has used my support code with ALPHALETE. It was the birthday sale in 2020, which was my first time working with them. And I remember when Christian, he sent me the stuff out, he was like, you can try it. And then a few days before, he was like, I'm going to try you out with a code. Shall we just go with Amy? I was like, yeah. I was so fucking nervous because I was like, I'm going to flop. I'm going to flop so hard. I had like 10k followers, I think, roughly on Instagram at the time. I was like, I'm going to flop. Like, this is my one shot and I'm going to completely mess it up. And then I didn't. It didn't get messed up. And from there, I feel like what we've managed to do as like a community and what we've built, I'm just so proud and also just so grateful for you guys, because it is literally, regardless of the effort that's put into reviews and all that sort of stuff, it is you guys ultimately. Like, the book falls down to you guys, and I have you guys entirely to thank that this is my 3rd anniversary with ALPHALETE. And so for that, I'm going to be doing a special giveaway. I'm going to be giving away 3 £100 vouchers for any store of your choice, and that's going to be for anyone who has used my code from January up till now. I'm also going to be giving away I think I have about 10 pump covers to give away. So I'm going to be giving away about 10 pump covers, and the entry details for that are going to be in the description box below, but it's going to be the email one because it's a lot easier. And then on top of that, so that's for anyone who's used my code at all this year so far, because I don't want you guys to feel like you have to shop on the birthday sale, and the giveaway is going to end at the end of February, so you guys are still going to have time to enter even if you're not shopping on the sale. So you don't have to shop on the sale to enter that giveaway. So we've got about 10 pump covers to give away and 3 £100 and whatever that converts to in dollars, vouchers for any store of your choice. And then we're also going to be doing a fun little giveaway on Instagram. I'm going to basically just make sure that if you are shopping with my code, that you message me or tag me in stories so that I can see, because I'm going to be picking a few of you to refund orders. By that I don't mean I'm going to be hitting up ALPHALETE and being like, guys, you need to refund order number 79817. What I mean is, I will just grab your details from you and I will send you back whatever the cost of your order was. Please do not order things that you wouldn't order in the hopes that you win that giveaway though, because there's a high likelihood that you won't win it, and I don't want people to be spending money they shouldn't be spending in the hopes that they win that giveaway. That's really only if you're going to be shopping the sale anyway. Just wanted to put that out there. And yes, sales are a really good time for you. Oh, I've got pins and needles in my foot. Sales are a great time for you to be picking up items that you've been wanting for a while at a discounted price. But remember, I'm not going to say ALPHALETE do sales all the time, because they don't. It really is just the birthday sale and Black Friday. But if you can't afford to shop right now, please don't feel like you have to just because it's on sale. I always say with sales, if you were already going to get something, go for it, but don't buy it just because it's on sale. It just doesn't make any sense. There's no pressure to buy from me whatsoever. So if you are shopping, enjoy, and if you're not and you're sitting this one out, totally fine as well. Okay, so now we're on to the bulk of this haul. I have so many try on clips, so many side by sides that I'm going to be like slotting in through. So that's for anyone who's used my code at all this year so far, because I don't want you guys to feel like you have to shop on the birthday sale, and the giveaway is going to end at the end of February, so you guys are still going to have time to enter even if you're not shopping on the sale. So you don't have to shop on the sale to enter that giveaway. So we've got about 10 pump covers to give away and 3 £100 and whatever that converts to in dollars, vouchers for any store of your choice. And then we're also going to be doing a fun little giveaway on Instagram. I'm going to basically just make sure that if you are shopping with my code, that you message me or tag me in stories so that I can see, because I'm going to be picking a few of you to refund orders. By that I don't mean I'm going to be hitting up ALPHALETE and being like, guys, you need to refund order number 79817. What I mean is, I will just grab your details from you and I will send you back whatever the cost of your order was. Please do not order things that you wouldn't order in the hopes that you win that giveaway though, because there's a high likelihood that you won't win it, and I don't want people to be spending money they shouldn't be spending in the hopes that they win that giveaway. That's really only if you're going to be shopping the sale anyway. Just wanted to put that out there. And yes, sales are a really, really, really good time for you. Oh, I've got pins and needles in my foot. Sales are a great time for you to be picking up items that you've been wanting for a while at a discounted price. But remember, I'm not going to say ALPHALETE do sales all the time, because they don't. It really is just the birthday sale and Black Friday. But if you can't afford to shop right now, please don't feel like you have to just because it's on sale. I always say with sales, if you were already going to get something, go for it, but don't buy it just because it's on sale. It just doesn't make any sense. There's no pressure to buy from me whatsoever. So if you are shopping, enjoy, and if you're not and you're sitting this one out, totally fine as well. Okay, so now we're on to the bulk of this haul. I have so many try on clips, so many side by sides that I'm going to be like slotting in throughout this video. So yeah, there's plenty of try on clips in this video, guys. There's so many items dropping, lots of new amplifiers, new capital crop zips which are like full zips, some new tops, some new cute little bras, useful, not really, but yeah. And then underwear, all that sort of stuff. You've got men's stuff as well. The one thing that I didn't get was a hydro jug. The reason being for that is because I don't know how much those hydro jugs are going to be, and I've not heard of hydro jug before, but I did Google hydro jug, and some of them were like $65, which is about £50 at the moment. Well, I don't know if that's the price that they are going to be, but that's hydro jug's general prices. If someone could explain to me the hype about hydro jug, I would appreciate it, because I'm not going to lie, I was a bit shocked when I saw the price. So I didn't get one of those just because I think the price is I don't think the price, from what I saw online when I was trying to find out roughly how much they're going to be, I don't really think the price is justified, so I didn't want to get one. Oh, by the way, before I get into this video, my size is for reference 32DD, but it is fake, so take what I say about support, etc. with a pinch of salt. Waist is about 25.5, glutes 40.5. They go between 40 and 41 depending on the day, but let's just say the bulk really did its bits. I'm 5'6", I'm about 64.5 kilos. Most of my body length is torso and femur, but the inside of my leg is 28 inches. My legs are a bit weird, to be honest, because they're shorter than my, like, I have more torso than I do leg, but then my femurs are still really long. So, and in this video I have got a range of sizes between extra small and medium. So yeah, that was that. I'm going to go over the items in the order of the PDF, and I'm just going to scroll. If I'm looking over here, it's because I've got my laptop. So the first thing that I'm going to show you guys is the ribbed seamless bra. I got this in oyster grey and I got it in white. The white is an extra small, the oyster grey is a size small. So this is a brand new bra from ALPHALETE. They have not done this bra before. I'm going to go over the details very quick for that reason. So on the cups you've got this sort of seam detail up the front, and it's kind of like a wide deep V cut. You've got a ribbed band that goes all around the bottom. You've got these thin spaghetti straps which are adjustable, and then on the back it's just ribbed again, and you've got that ALPHALETE logo stuck on. So that's not sewn in, that is stuck on. So there is the risk it could come off. You need to be careful when washing it. And it's like a seamless knit fabric. It's part of their seamless family, although the blend on this is definitely different to the other bras. So this is 78% modal. I don't know what that is. 15% nylon and 7% spandex, but it just feels like a really stretchy, thick jersey material is the way that I would describe it. One thing that I did get asked is, does this come with removable pads? And it absolutely does. I always take the pads out because I don't like the look of pads in bras. I already feel like sometimes I went too big with my implants. And then when I have padding in a bra, it just feels even worse. So I always take the padding out. I don't really like wearing padding. For the white one, you can fully see the pads through it, so you need to take the pads out anyway, or take the pads out and replace them with a better colour that doesn't show as much. But when you do take the padding out, it's then not see-through. Like, it's it's double layered over the boob, so it's thicker, and this ribbed band around the bottom does have a lot of give, but it's definitely thicker than the rest of the bra. Something else that I was asked was about the straps. Someone said, I've heard that they're stiff. I don't think they're stiff. I think they've got a lot of give and they're adjustable, so I don't think you're going to have any issues with the straps. In terms of how they sit, it's not halter neck, but you probably could make it halter neck. I actually think this would look quite cute if you cut the straps, which is a bit pointless because they are adjustable, and ALPHALETE don't do adjustable on many bras, but I think it would look cute if you cut the straps and tied it halter neck. I've not tried it, but I think it could look good. Quality of this does feel good. I have to say, for like a little bralette, it's not flimsy, it's definitely a good quality feeling bra. However, I don't like this bra. The reason being is because for me it's just not practical to wear in the gym. This cut here in the middle is very, very, very wide. Very wide, to the point where it's very close. It depends how your tits sit basically, but for me it's a very close call to my nipple being out, especially in the extra small. But then in the small, these cups are huge and it just doesn't feel like it's, I wouldn't want to be walking around the gym and doing things like bent over rows basically. I would feel like the material's going to come away. In the extra small I wouldn't, and I definitely think the extra small fits me better, but then it's just very, very wide and it feels like my nipple is about to pop out. The one thing I will say that they did well with this bra, which I've been complaining about recently, is the side boob area. They've been making the bras very skimpy in the side boob area recently, to the point where I've had to size up in a lot of them and kind of sacrifice support as a result. The side boob on these is actually pretty decent, even in the extra small. The small is actually a bit too much. So for reference, I am an extra small in this bra. I don't like the size small. The cups are loose in the size small. And this bit at the side sort of gapes away from my boob, and it's just a bit too wide cut. The extra small definitely fits better, and to be honest, there's no difference in the band size between these. So okay, this is the ribbed seamless bralette, and you've got a size extra small in the white, and then in the grey you have got a size small. Band wise, honestly, and I did feel this when I had them on, there isn't really a difference between an extra small and a small, but there is a significant difference between like the cup sort of coverage. As you can see, there's a lot of extra material when you size up, as there should be, because you're trying to cover a bit more. Yeah, as you'll see in the try on clips, the size small just bags a bit around the armpit and just doesn't feel quite as secure as the extra small. So I actually prefer an extra small in this, both for like feeling secure in the bra and for fit. I think because of these cups being, they're just a bit weird to me. It seems to run a little bit big. Sizing advice, I would honestly say, if you are between sizes and you have boobs, go with the size down, and if you are smaller chested, I would just straight up size down. I think it runs a little big. Support wise, this is a low support bra. It makes your boobs look good, but it's a low support bra, and I'm pretty sure ALPHALETE, yeah, they've said low to medium impact. I wouldn't say it borders into medium. This is a low support bra. So yeah, the reason why it's just not for me is because it's not practical for the gym for me, so it's not something I'd wear in the gym. And outside the gym, this isn't really my style or taste, so I wouldn't be spending the money on these personally. It's just not really my cup of tea. Yeah, I just think it's a bit of a strange bra. From what I've seen from what other people with smaller chests have said as well, it doesn't even seem like, it's definitely not a big boob friendly bra. Like, no two ways about it. It's definitely not a big boob friendly bra, but it's also not a small boob friendly bra from what I've seen. I've seen a lot of people saying that it feels like it gapes, and you know, if you do have a smaller chest normally, not everyone, but a lot of girls will want a bit more of like a lift and a push, and this doesn't really do that. It doesn't really give any sort of like push-up effect. So for me personally, these bras are a pass. They're not bad quality, there's no glaring quality issues, but these bras are definitely a pass for me. If you are between sizes and have like decently sized boobs, I would definitely go with the size down. And if you are smaller chested, I would just take a full size down, full stop. So if you're normally an extra small, like a lot of the girls who are normally extra smalls in bras have been going double extra small, I would definitely recommend that you do that personally. I did trade in the ribbed seamless impact bra in the white colour. I did legs, I wore it underneath the straps long sleeve crop because I just wouldn't wear it on its own. It's just a bit much for me in the gym. It doesn't feel quite secure enough. It's not sweat proof, it will show sweat. But the colours it's coming in anyway, you probably won't see a ton, but it will show sweat. The white was definitely getting sweaty around like the armpit region. Okay, moving on to a more promising bra. We have got the Amplify bra, and I've got this in Willow, I've got it in Rose, and I've got it in Linen. When I'm going to do all like the colour comparison things when I get to the bottom, so hang fire for those. I'm just going to go over the bras first so they're sort of done and dusted and out of the way. So the material blend on these, to compare it to the other one, like I said, I don't really know what modal is, but we're going to compare anyway. These are 52% polyamide, 41% polyester, 7% elastane. These bras have been out for so long. If you are new to ALPHALETE, then I will show you, but I definitely have more in-depth reviews on these. If you watch my restock one, I compared the old ones to these ones, and these ones are the new fit. So this is the same fit as the January restock, so if you want old compared to these, definitely check out that video because the fit is the exact same. So we have got a scrunch detail on the front. It's a sort of halter neck style bra. You've got a ribbed band around the bottom. Comes with removable padding, but like I said, I always take mine out. And then on the back, you have got ALPHALETE, and it's stitched in, and it's still on that little like panel thing. I feel like you can definitely see it there. So we've got an extra small in the Amplified bra in Rose, and then a small in the colour Willow. These bras, for everyone who will be curious, is the exact same as the January restock of the bras, but it's way too narrow. A size small, as you can see, is bigger in the band, and you also get like a really decent more amount of coverage for the side boob. So size small works better for me now in terms of look, but extra small is better in terms of support. And something to be aware of, as you can probably tell here, is when you go up a size, it seems like the straps get thinner and longer, which does make sense for them to get longer. I'm not sure about thinner, but yeah, that's an extra small to a small. So yeah, I got Rose in a size extra small, and I got Willow and Linen in a size small, which is much more my size now for the Amplify bra. Just to very quickly explain, but like I said, the restock video, I will leave it linked and leave the timestamp for the comparison so you can see. Basically with the January restock, whether it was intentional or not, they've changed the Amplify bra now so that the straps are a bit like a little bit thinner and longer, which I actually don't mind. I think it looks better, it's a lot less clunky, but they've taken material off here, which means like an extra small used to give me the right amount of support and also cover me pretty decently, and now it doesn't, so I can't wear an extra small anymore. When you see the try-on clip of this, you'll see what I'm talking about. It looks ridiculous. It doesn't fit. So I now go with a size small, which fits. It's not loose anywhere, it's not gaping anywhere, but this bra is like marketed as like medium to high impact, and the old extra smalls I definitely found like medium to high. Like definitely I could do running in it. When I was doing tripaths, I was doing sprinting in my Amplify bras with no issues whatsoever. But now that I've had to go up to a size small, I definitely find it to be more of a medium impact bra, just because I do have a bit more room and it's not quite as supportive, but I can't wear the extra small anymore. You're going to see it in the try-on clip. It looks fucking ridiculous. So I am now a size small. And if you don't have any of the January restock bras, I would definitely say whatever size you were getting in Amplify before, if you have bigger boobs, and this is only if you have bigger boobs, I would definitely take a size up. Otherwise, if you're like smaller chested, you can stick with your normal size or even go down a size. I'd say these run true to size to almost a little bit smaller now. They definitely fit a bit tighter as well, but like I said, I went over all that in the January restock video. In terms of being sweatproof, these are not a sweatproof bra, so they are going to show sweat. And in terms of material, these feel like the January restock ones did, so definitely a bit softer than like the OG Amplify bras. I had one of mine out the other day, I think it was my Viola one, and it definitely feels a bit rougher. Not like uncomfortable, but just not quite as like slick soft. These are definitely softer like the January restock ones were. Just another thing to note as well, the linen is the lightest colour in this, and I have taken the padding out, but it definitely doesn't show the padding through it. So if you do want to leave the padding in, you can leave the padding in, but like I said, I will always take the padding out. So yeah, I do actually like this bra. It's definitely one of my favourites from ALPHALETE. The only thing is, if you're someone who likes to wear tight tops over bras, it's not the best if you want more of a seamless look, just because if you look at the seams on the Amplify bra, it's a bit chunkier than, for example, things like the Revival bra or the Tri bra, which can sit a lot flatter against your skin. So bear in mind that this is a bit of a chunkier bra, so if you like to wear skin tight tops over your sports bra, you're going to be able to see like the seams and stuff on this a bit more, especially on the back. So if you don't like that, you're probably going to be better with a Revival bra or a Tri bra. But yeah, I am a size small in these. Like I said, I've given you the sizing advice, and I do like this bra. It is something that I recommend from ALPHALETE. I am gutted though that they changed the sizing. I said this in the restock video. ALPHALETE already don't cater to big boobs, so like, why are we taking bras which did actually work better for big boobs and removing material to make it so that you have to size up, so then you're sacrificing on support, because the people with bigger boobs need the support. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, an extra small is better on me for support, but I just can't wear it. Like, it's not wearable. It's not happening. Moving on, we've got the Stratus bra, which I'm gonna be honest, I'll go over the details. I don't like this bra, and I don't think it's a good bra, and I don't think it's worth the money. But I will go over the details. These have launched before. These are not a new bra. These launched in the October launch. It was definitely October because I was in Texas at the time, I remember. So yeah, last time I got an extra small and a small, and the extra small was like freaking unbearable, like unwearable, unbearable. It made me look like a pork joint. I was truly giving pork joint in the extra small because of the band. So this time I went for small and medium, so I'm going to show you how those fit and give you my thoughts. But to go over the details, the Stratus versus the Amplify, they've both got the scrunch front. So they've both got a scrunch on the front. On the Amplify bra, it runs all the way down the front of the bra until you get to the ribbed band, whereas on the Stratus bra, it's like a small little scrunch, and then it goes into... There's just a lot more detailing on this bra, so I don't know if you can tell. You should be able to see. It's got like this sort of print on it. I don't know how you describe it. It's like... I don't know, it's kind of like futuristic sort of print, and yeah, it's got like a deep cut in the middle. The cut is pretty similar to the Amplify. I'd say it's not as low cut, but it's pretty similar. In terms of like line for these bras, they are pretty much the same, so it's like a medium to long line-ish bra. It's definitely not a short bra. And then you've got the sort of, it's got kind of tonal detailing on it, so if you can see like the slightly darker lines. It's got a racer back, and then at the, it's got these, God, there's so many details on this bra, and then it's got the cutouts here, so you can see them from the front, and then it's got this band that comes all around the back, so you've got like a little gap here, and it's not attached, so it's like that. And then ALPHALETE is not sewn in on this, it's the stuck on sticker effect, so it's not sewn in, so that could come off in the wash. So I've got this in rose, that was rose, and then I've got this in oak as well. This is inside out, oops. What I will say is you can definitely see the detailing less on the dark colours. Like, I think you can see the details less on oak as opposed to rose. I feel like you can tell there. And we have the Stratus bra, and we've got it in rose, and then we've got oak behind, small, and the oak is in a size medium. This is the differences, so obviously you get, I'd say this is a pretty standard, like not extra small, small to medium difference. So you've got a bit more room in the band at the bottom, you've got a bit more room throughout the sports bra there, and you've just got a bit more like length in the body. In terms of like the V cut at the front as well, It's definitely, obviously because you've got more space here, it seems to come down a little lower. In the medium, a lot of people were asking me about the old one compared to the new, and like have they fixed the sizing, because like I said, I looked like I was truly giving, even in a small, to be honest, I was giving pork joint. It just didn't look good. So I've got my old black size small. Apparently the band is bigger. I've shown you in the clip. I'm going to put the clip in now where I've done the flat lay, so you can see that like on top of each other it's the same size. Just to show you, the old Stratus bra in a size small is underneath, and the new one in a size small is on top. There aren't any changes, they are the exact same. And I've also, if you go on my Instagram highlights, I've like tugged on this band. It's not any stretchier. That was something that people kept asking me. It's not any stretchier, the fit is the exact same. And then I've also mentioned that I'm going to stretch it out so you guys can see they've both got the same amount of give. Yeah, it's the same amount of give. So it's still not quite great. Support wise, this is down as medium to high impact. I disagree with that. I think it's more low to medium impact for me personally, especially because I have to size up so much in this bra to not be giving pork joint. For me, it's definitely low to medium impact as opposed to medium to high. The material blend on this is different to Amplify, and you can definitely tell. So this one is 51% polyamide, 38% polyester, 11% elastane. So this technically has it more elastane in it, but it feels tighter. I said this when I originally reviewed the Stratus. The difference really is, if I show you, it's in the seams, and this is what makes the sizing so off. So this is an Amplify bra seam. Can you see how much we can stretch that? It's got quite a lot of stretch to it, and like the whole bra is very, very, very stretchy. And then if I try and do the same on the Stratus seam, the seams are like very much tighter. So it doesn't have as much give. The actual body of material is still stretchy, but the seams are not, and that's why, in my opinion, I think there's sizing issues with it. Material-wise as well, I just don't feel like this feels as nice as the Amplify bras. The Amplify bras are very thick. They're not sheer at all, whereas like the white Stratus bra that I had last time, you could actually like see my nipples through it when I took the padding out, which doesn't normally happen with like a white Amplify bra, for example. So this material is a lot thinner. It is double layered, and it does come with removable padding which you can take out. It's double layered, but the actual material itself is a lot thinner. It feels more similar to the Amplify bottoms than the Amplify bra does. If you've got Amplify bras, you'll know it's sort of like a woven almost feel. It's very, very, very thick, whereas this is much thinner. None of the seamless stuff is sweatproof in my opinion or in my experience. So yeah, I'm going to show you what a small looks like next to the medium, so you can see that I've got the rose on in a size small and I've got the oak on in a size medium. I definitely prefer a size medium. Now I can definitely feel that I don't really have any support in a medium. It feels like I've got a top on, not a bra on. But for the sake of not looking like a pork joint, it's definitely worth it to me. But I do have bigger boobs, so I can get away with sizing up. I just feel like the sizing on this bra is just off, because if you've got super wide lats but not really much in the boob region, you would need to size up for your lats for the band to look flattering and not dig in so much. But then you're going to have so much excess material in the actual cup area. So I did actually say on Instagram yesterday, I've done a lot of story highlights answering questions yesterday. I did actually say I think this bra is probably better if you've got a really petite build and a petite back. But a lot of girls message me saying that they've got a petite back and this bra still doesn't really work for them. The band is like actually too loose on there. The quality of this does not feel as good as the Amplify bras. I don't know what the sale price of these is going to be, but it's definitely not worth full price in my opinion. This is definitely something that I would be missing from the sale. If you're going to get any bra, I'd definitely go with an Amplify bra as opposed to these. And even if you like the little seamless bras, you can probably go with those. It's just not really my cup of tea. I wouldn't recommend this bra for the reasons mentioned. So yeah, not my favourite bra from ALPHALETE. Actually probably one of my least favourite bras from ALPHALETE. I don't really think it's worth the money. I think it feels a little Definitely in comparison to the Amplify bra, which just feels so well made and high quality, it just misses the mark a little bit for me. Okay, it seems like all the tops are grouped together, so we're going to be doing the tops now. So I've got the Stratus Crop Tank. This is a brand new top, and I'm going to pop in some clips comparing it to the Ozone Tank, showing you sizing, and also showing you the Ozone Tank compared to this side by side. The new Stratus Tank, these are both a size small, and the old Ozone Crop. So differences straight away, you've got the branding on the front, and it's both of them have the sticker branding. This hasn't come off, as you can see. The Ozone is a very thick material. It comes with removable pads which you can take out, and this, even without a bra underneath, if you get the right size, will actually give you a bit of support. The Stratus Tank, insanely thin, like probably like half the thickness of an Amplify legging. Very thin. If you're not bothered about people seeing your nips, you can wear this without a bra underneath it. Otherwise you need a bra, and the best bras under it are Amplify, Revival, or the Tri Bra. The new ribbed seamless ones don't work, which you'll see in this haul. Yeah, you've got the same sort of detailing as you do with the long sleeve. So you've got all the cute paneling. There's paneling on both, but it's, you know, different. The Stratus Tank is like a touch longer in the body. Like I said, these are both a size small. As you can see, this one's a bit longer, and it does also run slightly bigger, but it's very stretchy. And then on the back, the Ozone is super plain, but they're both racer back, and then you've got the branding on the back with the Stratus Tank. And you've got the Stratus Crop Tank, so this is an extra small in linen, and the smoke is a size small. The band is definitely a little tighter and a little smaller in the extra small, obviously. So yeah, the fabric blend on this is 51% polyamide, 38% polyester, 11% elastane, so it's the exact same blend as the Stratus bras, and I've got this in the shade linen and in the shade smoke, so the beautiful nude. This is one of my favourite colours from ALPHALETE ever. I prefer it to hazelnut. They're very close, and you're going to see in this video, because I've done side-by-side try-on clips, they're very close, but this one is just more creamy and a bit less yellow. But I'm not going to get too much into the colours, because I'm going to do that when I go over the bottoms. So yeah, got it in linen, and I've got it in smoke, which is a true dark grey. So yeah, the material blend is the same as the Stratus bras. They've said on the notes on this, if in between sizes you should size up. I personally don't really agree. I think if you're in between sizes with this, you should size down, because I'm between an extra small and a small, and I definitely prefer a size extra small in this. The small, and you'll see in the try-on clip, just like around the armpit, it's just like here, it's a bit baggy and it's just a bit weird. You've got a ribbed neckline at the top, and then the sort of like classic Stratus ribbing detail here, which looks really cute. You've also got these little mesh panels down the side here, these like curves that run around the side, which are really subtle, but when on, it goes sort of like the Revival leggings did, where it had like the sort of see-throughness, and I think it looks really nice, to be honest. And then on the back, you've got the same thing, so you've got the curves again, which sort of run more straight, less curved this time, but around your lats. I just feel like it looks really good. And then the branding says ALPHALETE, it's on the back in this, and it's just in the stuck on logo, and then a ribbed band at the bottom. This has a lot more stretch to it than the Stratus does, like a lot more give, so I just don't really think you need to size up in this. Getting the head over your head, it's got a lot of stretch. In terms of like feel, these are single layered and very thin. It's not a thick material, it's very soft. You're going to need to be careful, as you are with most seamless items now, not to catch this on things. Another thing that I did notice is I wore this on the, oh, that's not good. Okay, I don't know if you can see, I've got a little run in the fabric, so that's also something that you're going to need to be wary of. You can get little runs almost in the fabric. That is weird. Let me just check. No, it's not on the other side, so it's not like a design thing. Okay, yeah, one thing I did notice is that these little mesh panels that I pointed out, if you wear any of the new hoodies, which I'm going to be going over in this video as well, the fluff really attracts to those little mesh lines. I don't know why it happened with this one and with the long sleeve crop, so I would definitely be wary of what you're putting on over these, just because it can be... I've actually washed this since I wore it under a hoodie, and I feel like it's still really like hard to, like the fluff is still on there. I would describe it as sort of a like tight kind of feel, but it's very, very, very comfortable. Sweatproof? No, it's not sweatproof. It is going to show sweat. Obviously darker colours will show sweat a little less, but this will show sweat. It's got a racer back style. They've said here it's low impact. Yeah, low impact, like no impact whatsoever. Because of the thinness of these, personally I wouldn't wear this without a bra underneath it, because it's like, hello, my nipples came through the door before I did. Do you know what I mean? So I wouldn't wear this without a bra underneath it. As you're going to see in the try-on clip, you cannot wear the ribbed seamless bras under these bras. It looks ridiculous and you're going to be able to see it. The best bras for going under these are either going to be Amplify, but bear in mind the seams, you are going to see that a bit more, the Revival or the Tri bras. You need something that's a bit more narrowly cut here to sit under these better. So that's just something to be aware of, but yeah, I wouldn't wear these without a bra underneath, especially white. White, if it's like the long sleeve, which I'll show you in a second, is going to be completely see-through. You need to wear a bra under these. These are a top, they're not a bra, they're not going to give you any support, but they are very, very comfortable. I've trained in them, they are comfortable to train in, they're lightweight, breathable, you're not going to overheat in these. In terms of if I prefer these or the Ozone Tank, because I know I'm going to get asked that, I've already been asked it on Instagram, in my opinion, they're not super comparable, because the Ozone Tank is more of a bra. It's got removable padding, it's very thick, it actually does offer support, so it's going to depend what you're wanting. Are you wanting a layering piece, or are you wanting something that you can wear on its own? Also bear in mind that Ozone crops are going to be a lot more heavily discounted than these are, because these are a new item. So that's something to keep in mind as well. But yeah, it says if in between sizes, size up. I don't agree with that. I do prefer the extra small, and I'm typically between an extra small and a small. The only thing I did notice is, not that the band's tight, because it's got a lot of stretch, but the band is definitely a little looser in the size small, but then I also get extra fabric at the bottom, and I don't think it looks as good. In terms of line, if you do size up, these become a little bit longer line, and they will meet. If you pull it down properly, it will meet the top of your Amplify, and it looks weird. So I definitely wouldn't recommend sizing up in these, to be honest, unless you really want a super comfortable fit and you don't want a skin tight fit. Otherwise, I would say if you're between sizes, size down. Otherwise, I would just stay true to sizing these. In terms of would I recommend these, I don't think they're a bad product. I do think they look nice, and I actually probably would recommend these. I'm not 100% sure if it's something I'm going to wear the shit out of yet. Only time will tell. I'll see how much I reach for these over the coming months, and it really is just too soon to say. But I do like how these look. I like how they feel when on. I like that they're easy to train in. They're not itchy. And to be honest, I like the fit of these. I do like the fit of these. But yeah, just something to be aware of. If you are going to size up, you're going to get extra length. You might need to roll the band. And this has come from someone with a giraffe ass torso. Okay? You might need to roll the band, because otherwise it's going to make your Amplify and you're going to look like you're wearing a onesie. That might be what some people want. But for me personally, it's not it. Moving on, we've then got the Stratus long sleeve crop. I was a real boring bitch with these, and I just got black and white. I got black in an extra small, and I got white in a size small. I wish I'd got these in more colours. The long sleeves are only coming in the darker shades, but it is coming in white. So, 51% polyamide, 38% polyester. Yeah, good one. Polyester, 11% elastane. It's the exact same blend. Low impact. Yeah, totally agree with that. I'm just going to run you through the details on this. So, it's a long sleeve crop. You've got this sort of ribbed detailing at the top, and sort of like ribbed paneling. You probably see it better in the try-on clips, to be honest. Ribbed neckline as well. It's the same as the cropped tank. all down the sleeve and it sort of curves round. You've got this sort of pattern, and the rest of it is just plain. You've got the sort of ribbed panelling again on the front. This is what I mean when I say fluff literally sticks to this mesh panelling. You've got the ribbed panelling on the front and the back, same as the tank, and then you've also got the mesh panelling again, which is the same on the tank and the long sleeve. Yes, so it's the same on the tank and the long sleeve, and then branding on the back says ALPHALETE in the white, it's in black, and it's just a sticker logo, so it's just stuck on. This probably, we'll see how this fares. Normally it stays on well, but it's because of the material, I'm not entirely sure. And then on the black one, it's white. The sleeves are long sleeves, and then you've got a wrist cuff at the bottom, or hand cuff, as some may call it, because you've actually got a thumb hole as well. So that's the difference between this and the Amplify crop. I'm going to put in some clips showing you the difference between this and the Amplify crop, so you can see exactly what the differences are. Sizing differences between an Amplify long sleeve crop and the Stratus, just flat lay so you can see. The Stratus one is shorter. These are both a size extra small. It's about that much shorter. The neckline is pretty much the same. It's just that this is a thinner, and this one's obviously got the ribbed material, but in terms of like cut, very, very, very similar. And then the bigger difference in terms of sizing is, obviously these are both an extra small, but you can see that the Stratus, like wrist cuff, is significantly smaller, and the sleeves are a tiny bit shorter. I like an extra small in the Amplify long sleeves. I don't like an extra small in the Stratus. I prefer a small, but I would also like to try a medium. In terms of like design differences, obviously you've got ALPHALETE printed on like the sticker on the Amplify. There's nothing branding wise on the front of the Stratus top. You've got a ribbed band at the bottom on the Amplify, same on the Stratus. I will say that like the seams, like the band on the Stratus isn't quite as stretchy as the Amplify one is. The Amplify one has definitely got a bit more give, but it's definitely not as tight as like the bra. And then design wise, the Amplify is super plain, doesn't have thumb holes. Stratus, you've got thumb holes, you've got all this sort of detailing here, like paneling. I don't know if you can, yeah, you can see here. You've got this that kind of goes sheer when it's on, and that comes around here. It's just like a nice contour effect. And then on the sleeves, you've got a mixture of the ribbing pattern, and then on the back sort of runs over the back of your shoulder and goes right the way down and like twists around. You've got the Stratus sort of like interlocked, it's really hard to see, the like interlocked print, which again goes sheer in both an extra small and a small. It does go sheer. There's a label on the inside of the shoulder. You need to rip that out, otherwise you can see it. So I would definitely recommend cutting that label out. The material is definitely feeling a little different. The Amplify's definitely got more give to it and got more stretch. One thing that they do share in common is, fuck me, this material will catch lint like a motherfucker. It's, I don't even know if it's showing up on camera, but my black one reminds me of like, you know when you wash your tights when you're at school? It reminds me of primary school. I'd wash my tights. Well, I say I'd wash my tights. I wouldn't. Deborah was washing my tights. My mum was doing my laundry. She'd wash my tights, and then like if I left them on my bedroom floor and I picked them up, they'd just be covered in fluff and lint. It's giving the same vibe. So do be aware, especially because these only come in the darker colours. They're going to catch lint like crazy. In terms of material, through like the body and stuff, it feels the exact same as the tank. So again, you're going to need to be wary of pilling, and you're going to need to be wary of getting runs, especially in like the mesh paneling. It could run. You never know. I wouldn't say these are quite as fluffy in feeling as the Amplify long sleeves. Like the Amplify long sleeves, you have to be very, 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 very careful with them because they pill, especially since the material changed so easily. So you need to be careful with those. I don't think you need to be quite as wary with these ones, but that is something to be aware of, that it could pill, you could get runs through it, etc, etc. The white one is completely see-through. You need to wear a bra under this. I put a selfie on, which I trained in this with the ribbed long sleeve and the linen shorts. I put a selfie on. The lighting is a little bit off, but yeah, I put a selfie on, I'll show you. So many people were like, oh, is that the design, or is it see-through? Is it the lighting, or is it see-through? It's not the lighting, it's completely see-through. If you get in white, you have to wear a bra underneath this. For me personally, I do like the white. I think it looks really, really fresh, but I also feel like it looks, especially in like, you know, gym lighting, it looks, I mean, you can be the judgment. I think it looks a little bit silly how see-through it is, because like it really is see-through. I think it looks a little bit silly, so I'm not 100% sure on the white, but then I just love it. But then also, white is not practical for the gym. Like, this got dirty within like 20 minutes of me being in the gym, just from like barbells and all that sort of stuff. And like I said, if you're going to wear anything over it, the fluff is going to really attract to it, so you do need to be wary of that. I probably think the darker colours are gonna fare a little bit better, but yeah, the black one I would still wear a bra underneath it, because I got this in an extra small and it's very stretched. Like, as you're gonna see in the clips, I'm trying to cover because I didn't have a bra on underneath it. I think a size small might be a bit less sheer, but to be honest, with all of these I would be wearing a bra under them, just because the material is thin, so even if you can't see through it, my nips are going to be walking through the door before I am. And that is just not, I'm just not in the nipple era right now. Sometimes I am, but right now I'm just not in my nipple era. So now, the sizing of this top, it says if in between sizes, size up, and I 100% wholeheartedly agree. Like I said, I go between an extra small and a small in tops, depending on the top, material, fit, etc, etc. The extra small straight up doesn't fit comfortably. When you size up, you're going to get a little bit of extra length. In terms of length, these are a little shorter than the Amplify crop, so bear that in mind. It's a bit shorter, and you can sort of cover a shorter bra, so like a tri-bra with this, it would remain completely covered. But anything longer line like Amplify, you might be able to pull it down to cover it, but as you're moving around in the gym, it is going to roll up and you're going to see the bottom of that bra. So that's something to bear in mind. But when you size up, you do get a little bit of extra length, and when you size down, you lose a little bit of extra length. Like I said, like, the body of the material on these is stretchy, but these fucking cuffs, I'm going to show you now. Okay, stratus long sleeve. So we've got the black in an extra small and the white in a size small. As you can see in like body length, this is lined up at the bottom. You get a little bit more room in the size small, as you should, because you're sizing up. Although I wouldn't say there's a huge difference, to be honest, between an extra and a small in terms of how tight the band feels. I would honestly, like with my chest size, I would be intrigued to try a medium, see if it's a bit comfier, because a small is still a very, 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 very tight fit on me. But as you can see, you do get a bit of extra length in the body, so you get about this much extra length in the body going up a size. In terms of like the arms, they both fit pretty bloody tight, but there is a difference. Let me get this lined up so that you can see there is a difference between Jesus Christ, that is so small. There is a difference between the extra small and the small in terms of the sort of wrist cuff. I'm saying wrist cuff because if you put your thumb through the hole, then it's not a wrist cuff, it's more of a hand cuff. But as you're going to see, yeah, the extra small is freaking tiny, and the small is bigger and definitely more comfortable on me. But like I said, I'd be intrigued to try a medium. Honestly, the extra small is pretty unwearable for me. It's way too tight. Like, for reference, this is my finger. That's my finger. Yeah. These cuffs are so freaking small in an extra small, like so small. And even in a small, they're still pretty small, and they just don't have, the white definitely has a bit more give. I don't know if maybe the black is just like a bit tighter because of the dye of the material, but they're definitely a lot smaller than Amplify. I would even say the size small wrist cuff is probably a bit smaller than an extra small Amplify long sleeve wrist cuff. So it's mainly the wrist cuffs that I find really, really tight. The extra small, to be honest, just across the body in general, just feels like it's pulling a bit too tight. So I'm definitely not an extra small, regardless of the wrist cuff. The small definitely works better, but honestly, I kind of want to try a medium because the arms are very, very small on this, and they just feel very, very tight. I am at like the arse end of my bulk now, so I'm gonna, and I gain a lot of fat on my upper body, so it's likely that's gonna come off, and it will probably come off quite quickly. But so I don't know if I do need a medium, but I would like to try a medium. A small is fine, small is fine. It's not uncomfortable, but I do think a medium could probably give me a little bit more breathing room and just make it a little bit more comfortable, especially on like the thumb holes and the wrist. I do think in an extra small the thumb hole is way too tight, and so is the like cuff. In a small, the cuff is actually okay, but the thumb hole still remains pretty tight, to be honest. I found myself taking my thumb holes out. Maybe I've just got really chunky thumbs, because I always find with ALPHALETE when they do thumb holes they're very tight and it leaves like a mark here. So yeah, sweat proof, no, you're gonna see the sweat. When I trained in the white one you could see the sweat. It does dry quick. I find that this material, I don't know why, it definitely dried quicker than that Amplify long sleeves one do, but it will still show sweat, so that's something to be aware of. In terms of would I recommend these, I actually would recommend these, and I really do like them, especially because the branding's on the back and it's just got more detail to it than the Amplify ones do. I love the Amplify ones, but honestly, I think because the branding's on the back and there's just more details, and I don't know, fit aside, I think I do actually probably prefer this to the Amplify long sleeve, and I do recommend these, especially at sale price. But do bear in mind that they are thin material, but it does make them very breathable in the gym. You don't overheat. Like when I wore the white one, I wasn't getting too hot or too sweaty. I would say that these are approved by me personally. You just need to get the sizing right, and I do think the sizing is a little bit tricky. But if you can get the sizing right, I think these are stunning. I think they're really good. Oh, let me just move the piles over, because we're moving on to be honest, people have probably skipped the rest of this video just to get to this part, and I totally get it. The girlies are here for the Amplify and the Amplify only. So let's talk Amplify. Let's talk the leggings, let's talk the sizing, let's talk the material, let's talk everything. And let's get really nitty gritty. I'm equally going to get nitty gritty with the timestamp so that you guys can skip to exactly what you want to see and you're not having to sit through a very long video probably. So the timestamps will be below. Probably should have mentioned that at the start of the video, but yeah. So I have got the 4.5 shorts. I have got them in linen, I have got them in willow, I've got them in midnight, I've got them in rose, and I've got them in smoke. The short shorts are coming in every single colour other than black. I have then got the bikers in every single colour. So we've got midnight, black, shadow, autumn, oak and chai. The bikers are only coming in the darker shades, and they are also coming in black. The bikers are the only thing that's coming in black in terms of the Amplify bottoms. And I have got the leggings, I've got these in shadow, I've got these in linen, and I've got them in ocean. So I've got something in every colour. Here I'm going to pop in anything where the colours between products is a little bit different. I'm going to pop that in here so that you can see, because sometimes like in this launch the hoodies that are the same name, it doesn't match perfectly. I'm not saying it looks bad, I'm just making you guys aware that just because it says it's the same colour, it's not necessarily the same colour. I actually think it looks good with the colour it's called, but it's not the same colour. So I'm going to put those clips in here. The bras, the leggings and the they all look fairly similar. I would say the Amplify bra and the Stratus tank is maybe like a tiny touch darker, but other than that, pretty spot on. And then we've got the linen sweatshirt and the linen capital crop zip, and as you can see they're more of like a warm tone. So yeah, just something to note, like the hoodies and sweatshirts are a little bit different, and just for reference that's them compared to chai. Then you've got the ocean capital crop zip hoodie, and then you've got the ocean leggings. So as you can see, it's a very different colour, to be honest. And then you've got midnight as well, which I think midnight matches better. It's not that ocean looks bad, it's just that it's not the same colour. So that's something to be aware of. So we're going to go over colours first. I will then go over material with you guys, and then I'm going to go by products. I'm going to go leggings, then 4.5 shorts, then 6.5 shorts, with everything you kind of need to know about them, sizing, all that sort of stuff. So colours to go over first, we have got linen. Linen is a true creamy nude. In comparison to hazelnut, I'm going to be honest, it's really weird because my legging hazelnuts, I haven't worn them, so I haven't washed them, and they definitely look more yellow. But then my 4.5 hazelnut shorts, which if you follow me on Instagram you will know I wear all the time, I've washed them, and it's almost like through washing them the yellow tone has been knocked out. So now linen looks identical to my hazelnut shorts, but as you're going to see in the picture, the hazelnut leggings are definitely more yellow tone. So if you wear your hazelnut a lot, I want you to look at them and see if the yellow tone has been knocked out, because if it has, you definitely don't need linen. A lot of these colours have similar colours, and I'm going to be showing you them whilst I'm going over the colours and letting you know which colours you can probably skip if you've got other colours, because I know some people are collectors, and even if something's like 0.2 shades off another colour, they'll want to get it anyway. But I also know that some people are probably not wanting to spend, you know, a month's worth of rent on Amplify, and I think you don't need all these colours. Like, let's be honest, you don't need all these colours, especially if you've got some other colours. So linen, very, 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 very similar to hazelnut, and in my opinion, if you've got hazelnut, I don't think you need linen. For me personally, if I didn't have hazelnut or linen, I'd go for linen. I think linen is a nicer colour, but if you already have hazelnut, I don't think you need linen. I don't really think you need it. I'll go by colour categories, and then we've got chai, which is a true sort of creamy latte colour. It's not really got, sometimes in pictures it looks like it's got a green undertone, but it definitely doesn't. Like, I'm telling you guys, it's a true, how it's looking now, this is how it looks. It's a true creamy brown sort of colour. I've compared this to mocha because that's the closest one I have. I don't have not gold, but I've seen pictures of not gold next to chai, and not gold is definitely more greenish almost, sort of gold, sort of a little bit green, I guess, so it's more greenish, whereas this is like, I'm not joking, this literally looks like a latte, like it's a very creamy colour. I love, 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 love this colour. I think it's a really, 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 really nice colour. I like it a lot. Don't make me choose between linen and hazelnut because it's very, very difficult. I actually really like both, but I like chai. I think it's a really nice colour, and the linen and chai are honestly probably my favourite colours from this entire launch in terms of like the actual colour of them. So to go over the greens next, we've got willow. The closest colour to this is dusty green, and it's not that similar. I was actually a little bit disappointed with this colour because I thought it was going to be more similar to dusty green, and dusty green is actually a really good green. It doesn't have like yellow undertones, it's just a really nice olive green sort of colour. This one is definitely a bit more yellow, and it's definitely not my favourite. I'm not a huge fan of this colour, just going to be completely honest. Yeah, so that's willow. Then you have oak, which is the darker green. I would say this is more similar to aspen. I honestly think aspen isn't the exact same. It's not like a hazelnut linen situation where if you've got hazelnut, you really don't need linen because it's pretty much the same colour, bar like a slight difference. There definitely is more of a difference because oak has definitely got less marl in it than aspen does. And it's a little bit darker, but they are very similar, and if you are really trying to whittle down your list and you've already got aspen, I don't think you need oak personally. Then we have rose and autumn, which I'm going to talk about simultaneously because this is rose, this is autumn. They're very, very, very similar colours.
Corporate needs you to find the differences between this picture and this picture. Intel has told us there are at least 7.
Okay, I already see one. Give them. Okay.
They're the same picture.
In Amplify, because I'm talking about Amplify here because people are probably wanting Amplify colours, there isn't a similar colour to these. They haven't really done Amplify in this sort of colour. The closest thing was probably the bikers that they did ages ago, which weren't Amplify, they were just biker shorts. They didn't have a scrunch bum, and I think the colour was Violet Sunset. That's probably a lot more similar. People were asking me to compare to Wisteria, so you can see Wisteria But Wisteria was really that girl, like definitely a better colour in my opinion than these. If I was having to pick between like maybe paying a bit more for Wisteria on like a resale site as opposed to these, I'd probably be going with Wisteria because the fabric, like you can even tell in the try and clip, like it just, the fit and fabric of the OG bikers is just unrivaled. Like it looks so good. It's much more vibrant. These are much more muted, neutral tones, and they are very, very similar. Rose is slightly lighter and has more marl, whereas Autumn is a bit more solid. If you look close enough, all of these colours other than black have got marl in them, but I definitely noticed that the lighter shades have more noticeable marl, so that's something to be aware of. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend getting both. Fair enough if you're going to get a legging or a short and a bra and you want to get two different colours, that's fine, but I don't think you need both of these colours in your wardrobe. Like, they're very, 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 very similar. If I was picking one, I'd be going with Rose. Personally, I don't think I mentioned with the greens, but I definitely prefer Oak to Willow. I just think Willow's a little bit too yellow for me. Moving on to the blues, you have got Ocean and then you have got Midnight. So Ocean, to me, is what you would get if Pure Blue and Rainfall had a baby. They're a little bit different. Like Ocean definitely has a lighter panel, like a less obvious mesh panel than Pure Blue did, which you're going to see in the try and clip. But yeah, it's kind of somewhere in between Pure Blue and Rainfall for that reason, because Rainfall also had the sort of lighter panel situation. But if you have Rainfall or you have Pure Blue, I don't think you need Ocean. I think you can pass on it. I don't think you need it. I'm just gonna be honest, I really don't think you need it. And you've got Midnight, which is a sort of dark teal colour. I would say this is probably a bit more, I don't even want to say it's more blue than green, it's just a true teal colour. This looks very teal to me, and it's somewhere in between teal and dark waters. If you've got teal or dark waters, you don't need this. Teal is more on the green side, dark waters is more on the bluish, more true teal side. But if you've got either of them, you really don't need Midnight. Out of Ocean and Midnight, if you don't have anything like Pure Blue or Rainfall, I think Ocean is a better colour, but because I feel like I already have similar colours to it, same with Midnight, but I feel like Midnight will probably pair easier with things, so I'm sort of torn on a favourite colour between those two. I will say when I got those blues, I was a bit disappointed just because for me, I've already got a lot of Amplify colours. I think, generally speaking, this launch is really good. Some colours are like brand new and very different and good for even like avid collectors, but I think this launch in like the blues and, you know, like the greens in particular, the greys as well, it's a better launch for people who are a bit newer to the brand and have missed out on those older colourways. So it's a good launch for those, but a lot of you, if you've been buying Amplify for a long time, you're already going to have these sorts of shades. So to move on to the greys finally, and then I'll show you black as well, you have got Smoke. This is a true lighter dark grey. It's a very I don't know what the right word would be. It's just a true like medium darkish grey, but obviously not as dark as Shadow, which is a lot darker. If you've already got Titanium, you do not need this colour. You really, really, really do not need this colour. They are very, very, very similar. A little bit different, but very, very similar. You do not need this colour if you've already got Titanium, especially if you've got the OG Titanium. You've got the better fabric as well, so you definitely don't need Smoke. Shadow is a true dark grey. This for me reminds me of previous Black Marl colours or Powder Grey, which is what I've compared it to. Now Powder Grey, it's the same tone, but Powder Grey is a lot more mild. So if you're looking for a more solid one, this is still mild, but it's more solid than Powder Grey. Maybe go for it, but honestly, if you've got Powder Grey or the kind of mild black shades that were not quite black, I don't really think you need Shadow, in my opinion. And out of the greys, I think I definitely prefer Smoke personally. And then the black. The black is just black. Yeah, it's a true black, so it's not like a marl or anything like that. It's a solid black colour, and this is just coming in the bikers. if you've already got black amplified, then you don't need this, but if you don't have a true black, this is a true black. There's no marl in it, it's a solid black. So that is something for you to be aware of, and that is all of the colours gone over. I'm just moving around a little bit because the lighting's starting to go weird. Please ignore the mess in the background. That's why I was filming that way, but the sun's starting to come through, so I just want to make sure that these clips are not getting blown out. That is something to note before I start putting in the try-on clips. For some colours like linen and chai, because they're so light, with the natural lighting I film all my try-on clips in natural lighting, but the lighting can sometimes blow it out. So I've got a couple different clips of some colours just so you can see it's all natural lighting, but some of it's like harsher sun lighting and some of it's more probably what it'd look like if you were walking around inside. So for the clips that were a bit blown out, there will be a couple different clips. If you notice a change in like lighting or anything, that's why. It's still true to colour for that lighting. I just wanted to make sure that you could see the colours properly, because especially with colours like linen and chai, it can really get blown out. Let's talk about the material. People love it when I go super in-depth with the material, so we're going to do that again. This is not the OG fabric, spoiler alert. I am really glad that I got my package when I did and that I've had more time with this fabric, because at first, my first impressions, especially with linen and chai, like I need to actually delete that story highlight because I've completely changed my mind now. Linen and chai felt really quite a bit thicker. They felt quite a bit thicker, and they felt like they wouldn't pill as easily. They just felt better straight out of the bag. And then as I've worn them, I've been proved wrong. So here I'm going to put in my punch through test. I want to be clear, my punch through test is not to replace squat test. They are all in this video, and we've got black thong versus a black brief. I'll explain more on that later so you can see the squat proofness properly. It's not to replace a squat proof test, it's just to show you the thinness of this material. I would say the thickness, but it's not thick, it's very thin. So it's to show you the thinness of this material so that you can sort of get a gauge for how thick or thin certain colours are. So I'm going to put the punch through test in here. So we've got linen. Up first, as you can see, it's a very thin, tight like sort of material. I wouldn't say as, maybe because of my skin tone though, it doesn't look as bad, but you can definitely see my rings, you can see my fingers. It is like tight. Chai, again, super thin. That sort of tight like vibe. Then you've got willow, again, it's a very thin. They're all very thin. Like some of them feel a little thicker when on, but generally speaking, they are all pretty thin. Then this is oak. I'd say oak feels very thin when I do the punch through test. Very thin. Then you have autumn, which is the darker pink shade. Then you have rose, which again, thin. Then you've got ocean. I don't feel like ocean is as bad as some of the other colours. But yeah, that's ocean. Then you've got midnight, low. To the greys, you've got smoke, very thin and tight like. You've then got shadow, which again is very thin, very tight like. And then finally you've got black, which is not perfect, but black definitely feels a bit thicker. And when on as well, midnight feels a bit thicker as well. And ocean, they're like the three thicker feeling ones for me. So as you can see, they're all pretty thin. There isn't tons of differences. The ones that feel the thickest when they're on is definitely midnight and black. They definitely feel the thickest when they're on. This material, it's really weird because it sort of reminds me, some colours in particular, sort of reminds me of the ombre material, in the sense that when I got the ombre and I was picking up the leggings, and you'll know this if you've got the ombre collection, they actually feel a bit heavier. They feel a bit, they feel heavier than some other Amplify leggings, but then when you actually put them on, the material is very thin. It's almost like the fluffiness or like sponginess, as I like to describe it, of the material makes it feel heavier, but once it's on, it's a very, very different story. So that's why I've sort of changed my mind on material and all that sort of stuff over time. So I'm going to go colour by colour and explain material. Sometimes I'll group colours together if I think they're very similar, but for a general consensus, by the way, if you are new here and you want to know why we're discussing material, it's because whilst the label still says it's the same, the 51% polyamide, 38% polyester, 11% elastane, whilst it still says it's the same, it doesn't feel the same, it doesn't perform the same, it doesn't hold up the same as the OG fabric used to. The OG fabric was a bit more compressive in the leg, definitely had more compression in the leg, but it was still stretchy, it was still giving, but it had a lot more compression. It was thicker, and it wasn't as like slick or sort of fluffy in feeling. So none of my OG material is pilled. I think some of it's showing slight wear now, but I've had them since 2020. My utility grey leggings from October last year look like I've had them about 5 years. Like, they look absolutely beat because of how badly they've pilled. So yeah, and for context, if you've been buying Amplify for a long time, the first time I noticed a change in the fabric was the June 2021 launch, when Mocha, Twilight and all that sort of stuff originally launched. I noticed that Twilight was a lot thinner for me, and then from then onwards the materials just sort of chopped and changed. This material, broadly speaking, feels like tights to me. Some of them feel a bit thicker, some of them feel a bit fluffier than others, some of them feel a little bit more, not scratchy, but like Pure Blue was a little bit itchy for me, and some of them feel a little bit like that. So I would describe this launch as a mashup between the Pure Blue chocolate launch, because my chocolate were like literally like tight. So the Pure Blue chocolate launch, almost the ombre launch, and a little bit of like the Dusty Green charcoal launch. Some people love this newer material, by the way. It's completely up to you what you prefer. I do think this material offers a lot of comfort, but I don't think it's as flattering or as forgiving or as durable. So I'm just giving you the information. You can take from it what you will. And also bear in mind, when I go over sizing as well, Amplify is apparently made in batches, and there's a lot of inconsistencies, and I would never, ever, 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 ever imply that if someone has a different opinion to me, or if someone feels like the material's better, that they're lying or wrong. I would never assume that. Same with sizing, I would never assume that they're lying about the sizing if I have a different opinion. Ultimately it's active wear. It's not that deep. Two people can have very different opinions. That's kind of what happens. Everyone's different, and especially when you're getting different batches of things, you're probably going to get a different experience. So just putting that disclaimer in there. But yeah, we will go light to dark. So linen is a thin material. It has the fluffy sort of texture to it.
Because that's like a lot of fun.
Purchase, maybe 3 years, I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, love the brand. Obviously it's my 3rd anniversary with them on the birthday sale, because that was my first time in 2020 working with them. So yeah, I'm super excited to be doing the giveaway for you guys. Editing Amy, I've just realised I forgot to put my actual top picks in, which I should have done. If I was going to be getting anything, the number 1 pick I would be picking up is the biker shorts. They don't do them frequently, and it is my number 1 absolute favourite product from ALPHALETE. Even with the changes, it's still my favourite product. Other things to note would be the full crop zip hoodies, and any of the hoodies in general, so whatever is going to be to your taste, but I really do like the full crop zips. I like the sweatshirts, and I like the men's pullover hoodie. To pick a top pick for bras, I would be going with the Amplify bra. I don't really like the others, but I do prefer the fit of the old Amplify bra, and if you can find one on Depop, I'd recommend doing that, to be honest, especially if you've got bigger boobs. If you've got smaller boobs, it won't be too much of a struggle, but if you've got bigger boobs, I would recommend trying to do that. And then I would be picking up a long sleeve crop as well. But that's it, that's my top picks. Sorry, I forgot to do that yesterday. This video, it's taken a long time to And I really hope you guys have liked the format of this video. I fear this may be my longest haul yet, but it makes sense with like the clips of Gabby and stuff that it's going to be a bit longer. I do apologise, but obviously I'm adding that on top of this. It's additional, it's not taken away from the main review. It's just something that I really think is going to be helpful, and hopefully, you know, I would never want to take away from any other influencers' bag or like, you know, code uses and all that sort of stuff. So I really hope they can actually have dark skinned athletes on the team this year that you guys can directly support. But at the moment, that's just not the case. Like I said, Kirby and Chelsea are really doing God's work in improving the diversity with like the website and the shoots and the models that are getting booked, but the athlete side for the women is still lacking in multiple areas, whether it's skin tone, ethnicity, body shape, body size, even things like age. I know that the men's, everyone is in like, you know, bodybuilding level of shape. There's definitely not diversity on that side either, and hopefully this year we will see some changes and some improvements. But in the meantime, I really hope that can be helpful. Please let me know your feedback. If you want me to continue doing this, I can. I'd love to have some of you guys involved. If you want me to expand it, I can try and expand it. Obviously, it has meant that this haul has taken a lot longer. So if you were wondering why it took this long, that's why. But I think it's been worth the wait. Normally, we don't get our packages so early. So I don't know if I realistically could do this for every launch, but I could definitely try if you guys enjoyed it. And if you would want to get involved, literally hit me up. And especially if you're in the UK, we can probably sort something out. But yeah, if you've watched all the way to the end of this video, God bless you. Giveaway details will be in the description box below. Like I said, we're going to have the email giveaway, and that's going to be available to anyone who's used my code between January 1st, 2023 and February... Oh, not February 31st. How many days are in February this year? I don't think it's a leap year, so February 28th. That's when the giveaway will close, so any code used between then is going to be valid for you to enter the giveaway for... I'm going to be giving away about 10 pump covers, and I'm going to be giving away 3 £100 gift vouchers for a store of your choice. Could be ALPHALETE, could be Skims, could be literally anything. If you don't have a store in mind, then I can easily just give you the £100 cash and you can do with it what you will. And then on Instagram, on the sale weekend, I'm going to be doing a giveaway, picking a few of you to, at random, refund your orders. So if you do use my code, please let me know, not only so you can be part of the giveaway potentially, but also so that I can say thank you, because as always, I will get back to every single message, and I'm going to be staying at home on that Saturday, so if you have any last minute questions, I will be able to answer them for you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support over the past 3 years. It really means a lot. I get to work with a brand that I do love. I know some people might think I don't love it because I say things that I don't like, but I only say that because I know they can do better. Like ALPHALETE can do better in certain areas. I know that they can do better. They're capable of it. They're good people. Especially having met people in October, these are good people. I have a, like, I already respected Christian, but I have a newfound respect for the sampling process. And like the just process of making women's activewear in general. Like, I really, really do respect him. I hope none of my reviews ever come across as anything but respectful. I'd never want to disrespect anyone on the team. They're all really good people. So yeah, thank you so much for the support of the past 3 years, and who knows, next year maybe 4th anniversary, maybe not, we shall see. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. Any questions, comment them down below and let me know. Message me on Instagram, and yeah, bye guys, happy shopping.
So yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed that one. Wow.